Peter had long stopped caring about the collar clamped around his neck. It didn't matter how much they reinforced it, not when his power allowed him to manipulate anything with a neural link. With or without the Mind Stone, the collar posed no real threat. As he reached out to sever Emma's collar with the stone, he paused. There was no need. Her own abilities had already shorted it out. That realization hit hard. Even Wanda had taken time to resist hers. Emma had shattered hers like paper, effortlessly. She was far more powerful than she let on. Peter considered freeing Aazelle next, but hesitated. The teleporter's loyalties were too murky. Before he could decide, Aazelle vanished. A heartbeat later, he reappeared, grabbed Emma, and teleported again, only to return moments later, clearly confused. Peter had anticipated this. He waited, arm poised, and as the air shimmered from Azazel's displacement field, he struck. His fist punched through Azazel's chest. The mutant gasped, eyes wide with betrayal, before collapsing dead. Brutal, yes, but the fight was far from over. Shaw snarled, "That was my best man, you bastard. Now I have to kill you." Peter smirked. "Try." He reached up, ripped the collar from his wrist, and let it fall. Shaw raised a brow. "Collar doesn't work?" Peter's simskin armor rippled across his body. "Nope." He lunged, striking Shaw, but Shaw merely absorbed the hit, recoiling only to throw a punch of equal force. Peter crashed backward into a steel trolley, scattering medical tools. "You're smarter than this," Shaw said, adjusting his cuffs. "I absorb and redirect energy. I expected more from someone who's been briefed by Charles. Or Celine, maybe." Venom rose just as Shaw clapped his hands. Along the far wall, tanks hissed open. Inside stood 10 muscular figures, thick black hair, claws already sliding from their fists. "Recognize them?" Shaw asked, grinning. "Weapon X, Logan clones. Call them whatever you want. They're yours to die to." As Shaw leaned on a desk like a game show host, the clones advanced. Venom's arms shifted, simskin forming 2 long, glowing blades. The first clone struck. Venom ducked, swept behind him, and slammed him face first into the floor. "Yeah, not gonna cut it," Shaw commented lazily. "Healing factor, adamantium skeleton, claws, brute force won't work. You'll only piss them off." Venom didn't respond. He spun, impaled the second clone through the gut, and sliced upward. The body split in 2 and collapsed. Shaw casually picked up the phone. "Sample team to Lab 7, bring some bags." He hung up, only to watch as the first 2 clones began to burn, disintegrating into ash. Venom weaved between attackers, his blades searing through flesh. Each cut cauterized, leaving charred remains and smoldering metal bones. "Regeneration only works when you leave cells behind," he muttered. The blades pulsed faintly, heat radiating from them. Shaw narrowed his eyes. "Extremists," Venom growled. "I'm going to kill Aldrich." Shaw laughed. "Blame Stark. Explosions, unstable serums. It's his brand. Besides, everything kills people. Cars do. Nobody's banning them." With a flick of his wrist, Shaw signaled another wave. More clones burst in, trying to overwhelm Venom. "You know, monologuing's not just for ego," Shaw said. "It's also a great way to buy time." Venom picked up a piece of metal bone, let it sink into his armor. The extremists burned through it, enhancing him. "You'll regret that," Shaw warned. "These ones?" Super Soldier's serum wasn't compatible. But extremists? Meet Weapon Extreme. As Venom slashed off a limb, molten flesh regrew almost instantly. The clone didn't even flinch. Instead, its claws slid back out with a hiss. "Nice try." Shaw gestured toward the observing team. "And remember, larger pieces are easier to collect." The fight was chaos. Clones surrounded Venom, slashing blindly. They were strong, but lacked finesse. No memories, no tactics, just raw aggression. Venom rolled, webbed up limbs, sprayed acid, and burned them down one by one. Eventually, only wriggling, cocooned forms remained, blades twitching uselessly beneath webbing. Shaw sighed. "Fireproof tape. That's all it took. I spent billions on that clone batch." Venom stood over them, breathing heavily. He used the Mind Stone to wipe their minds. No risks. They were never the problem, he said, examining an adamantium claw. Something about it reminded him of a bar he'd found months ago. An alloy, maybe? He advanced on Shaw, who raised a grenade. Venom didn't flinch. That won't hurt me. Shaw pulled the pin. The explosion surged outward, then collapsed into him. He shimmered with stored energy. Yeah, not meant to. I absorb it. All of it. He tapped his belt, lined with at least 10 more grenades. The observers at the door had seen enough. They turned and fled. Venom huffed. So we wait for round 3? This ends one way. You die. Shaw cracked the desk with an energized punch. Not yet. I've got reinforcements. You. Venom smiled. A neurotransmitter you didn't detect. Connected to my team. And now that I've stopped dampening it. Miles away, the X-Men jet adjusted course. On board were Emma, Charles, Sword, the Brotherhood. Telepathic coordination through Charles had made the approach seamless. The battle at Alkali Lake was about to tip. Shaw scowled. So you stalled. Venom nodded. And you talked too much. Shaw sighed. Fine. You want a real fight. 3 final tanks opened. Out stepped a woman and 2 men. The woman was Emma's double in body, but with hay-colored hair like Liv. She stood naked, unabashed, her curves impossibly enhanced. You get a glimpse of heaven, sugar, she purred, circling a nipple, before I send you to hell. The first man was built like Cain, towering and thickly muscled. Da. I would enjoy smashing this Venom. The last was leaner, cocky, with a staff and a smirk. Shaw stepped back, arms wide. My masterpiece. Rogue Colossus Gambit. Designed to counter you. As a trio suited up, Shaw whispered, no more talking. Kill everyone outside. I'll handle him. He stepped toward Venom as his muscles expanded, fueled by gathered energy. The clones left the room. You mind now, Shaw said. Venom barely raised an eyebrow. Let's see if you can survive me. Rogue smirked as she passed Shaw. Leave him breathing, sugar. I want to play a little, she cooed, fingers brushing his shoulder. He shot her a glare. Touch me, and I'll show you how I play. Laughing, Rogue backed off and sauntered into the corridor with Colossus and Gambit. Venom's gaze tracked them as they left. He reached out with a whisper of the Mind Stone, and 3 sharp pops echoed in his mind. The mental conditioning around their heads dissolved like mist. In the hallway, the trio paused. Each rubbed the back of their heads instinctively. Colossus grunted, thick accent curling his words. Are we still doing this, Rogue? She cracked her knuckles in her gloves, eyes gleaming. Oh yeah, we owe him, and I want to taste that energy. It's calling to me. Gambit twirled a card between his fingers. Maybe we see what friends he's got first. If they let us leave. If they can. Rogue shot back with a wink, and the 3 disappeared into the depths of the base. Shaw clapped his hands. Let them handle the pests. Me? I'm going to gut you and feed your insides to my machines. Venom squared his stance. Yeah, cool power. Still trash. He thickened his armor just in time to catch the next blow. Shaw grinned as he absorbed the impact and returned it tenfold, launching Venom across the room. I expected more from you, Shaw growled, his body crackling with energy. I'm going to have Rogue drain you dry. Then I'll make her watch as I butcher your team. Venom's laugh was dry and cruel. You're nothing. He sprang forward, vaulted over Shaw, and webbed his feet to the ground. Kicking off the wall, he looped 2 more webs around Shaw's torso. With a snarl, Shaw tore himself free. Stop playing. Venom rolled with the next punch and grabbed a chunk of the shattered desk, using it as a makeshift shield. Shaw tore through it, but Venom stayed on the move. Training with Natasha paid off now. Shaw was lethal, old, experienced, and merciless. Selene had warned him. Shaw hunted humans and mutants for sport. Venom dodged another brutal strike and was slammed to the floor. Concrete cracked beneath Shaw's heel as it barely missed his skull. You slippery little. Shaw formed a glowing orb of energy and flung it. It exploded against Venom's chest, sending him tumbling. I don't just absorb energy, Shaw grinned. I weaponize it. He smashed another desk over his own head, the glow intensifying. You're juicing me up every time you swing. Venom fired off a quick pair of webs, anchoring Shaw's feet to the floor again. I don't need to hit you to win. Shaw ripped free with a flex and pointed toward the final tank. Weapon X clones poured out and attacked him. He didn't resist. Let them hit me. Each punch, each kick fueled him further. The glow from his skin grew brighter. This was never your fight to win. Venom exhaled and activated the harness. Sculpted silver limbs snapped out, reforged from melted adamantium. Blades hissed down his arms, echoing Laura and Logan's brutal design. He surged forward, landing behind the first clone. A blur of motion, spinal cords ripped, throats slashed. The extremists enhanced, web burned like napalm. Regeneration didn't matter when the flesh melted as fast as it healed. Now, Venom growled, "We fight." Shaw stood unbothered, energy vibrating off him. Every strike Venom landed was absorbed. Every punch returned stronger. He was a battery, getting closer to full charge. Venom's limbs ached, not from damage, but from effort. None of it was enough. Shaw slammed him down again. Venom reached out with the Mind Stone and gasped. Pain spiked through his chest. "You think Charles never tried?" Shaw mocked, kneeling over him. "Even your telepathy gets drained. I eat everything." He grabbed Venom's head and began pummeling it into the concrete, again and again. But Peter knew better. This wasn't Shaw's shield. It was someone else's work. Someone with precision and a reason. Maybe Emma. His armor absorbed most of the blows. Still, every strike shook him. "I could take this all day," Shaw sneered. "Can you?" Venom grunted. "Don't need to." His simskin slipped off, slithering over Shaw's legs, up his back, tendrils locking his arms. The more he struggled, the more he became entangled. "You need motion, kinetic force." "But this," Venom said, crawling to his knees. "This is still." He pinned Shaw down. One tendril wrapped around his throat. Another formed a blade, gently piercing his chest. "Can you absorb suffocation?" Shaw thrashed. No force to absorb. No explosion to harness. Just slow, still pressure. As his lungs screamed and the blade pressed deeper, Venom slid a sliver of consciousness into his mind. Subtle, quiet, invasive. The horrors flooded in. Cloning. Weapon programs. Logan. Laura. Hundreds of failed experiments. Vivisections. Genocide. Mutant powers harvested. Catalog discarded. And worse. Emma. Felicia. Dozens of clone mutants kept as slaves, sex slaves. Abused. Broken. Quality control, he had labeled them. Venom trembled. Disgust. Rage. A need for justice. Shaw smiled through the pain. Mocking him even now. Venom sealed his lips shut with simskin. The black armor oozed down Shaw's throat, inch by inch. Not explosive. Not aggressive. Just relentless. A silent execution. Inside his mind, Venom extracted every memory. Every name. Every crime. He wouldn't let them be forgotten. As Shaw's heart stuttered, Venom placed 2 fingers over his eyes and whispered, "Never again." Twin blades pierced Shaw's brain. A jolt. A twitch. Stillness. Venom sprayed the body with caustic webbing, watching it dissolve. No regeneration. No return. Just ash and ruin. The king of this dark empire was finally dead. Breathing hard, Venom stood. His armor sloughed off Shaw's remains like molted skin. The room smelled of acid, metal, and death. Without a word, he turned to find his team.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The 3 groups had picked up Peter's transmitter and headed into the Canadian Rockies. It was a simple flight to the hidden base, built in a dam deep within the mountains. As Scott found a suitable landing spot, a convenient helicopter pad, they spotted Emma, who was busy climbing out of the large reservoir that fed the dam. She shivered as the cold mountain air and damp snow added to the already icy waters, and as she shook, her powers flared and the water evaporated. Looking down at her clothing though, covered in mud and wrinkled from the water, she toothed. The X-Men had sent Logan to lead Cyclops, Iceman, and Shadowcat, each wanting to prove to the professor they were ready for real-world missions. Jean had come but refused to join the team, much to Scott's annoyance, and the pair had sat apart, sullenly refusing to even make eye contact. The Brotherhood had sent Pietro, Kane, and as Wanda had been unable to come, Eric. While they hadn't told Eric why Wanda wasn't going to be there, he was still grateful Peter had persuaded her and had gone in her place. Finally, Carol had tagged along. She had healed enough. She wanted to stretch and test that her powers were still fully functional, and even without Ravage was still one of the most powerful people Peter knew. She had even managed to convince Laura to keep the warehouse safe. While Ororo had wished to make amends, they still wanted someone trustworthy with fighting experience there as well. She also had a problem. While she wasn't a fugitive on Earth, the Asgardians might not be too happy to see her, and so was keeping a low profile. Surprised they had still managed to make it to Earth, even contacting the new sword was off the books in case they used her to cement a favor from their new allies. As they landed outside the dam, the water sparkled but the idyllic scenery was ruined as machine gun turrets slid open on the outside wall of the dam's large steel doors. "Guess they know we're here," Cyclops stated and motioned to his team. He touched his visor and a beam of red energy streaked towards the first group. X-Men, on me, and Kitty Pryde and Bobby Drake moved so they all stood together, in their dark gray and yellow uniforms. Logan nodded and followed. "You three, take out any guards. Carol, get rid of those guns, and then we can head inside." While Carol was healed, Ravage had still to regenerate fully and was still bonded to live. Leaving her behind was painful, but for this mission it was necessary. Beams of light shot out and the turrets exploded, leaving smoking craters in their place. "Coulda done that," Cyclops muttered to himself, but if Logan heard him, he ignored it. "Right, you three, behind me. Carol, take your team and assault that door, and big guy, you stay close too. We don't want anything poppin' out that lake and surprising us." "Hehe, meat shield," as Alkali said, now wrapped in thick metal plates, and a domed helmet. He banged thick gauntlet hands together, knock or just pry it open, as he pointed to that massive thick plated door. Even at this distance, they could see it was reinforced and massive, designed for allowing the huge turbines to be replaced. "Hey, up to you big guy, think you can?" Carol asked him and Kane laughed. "Oh, I can," and the group, while on guard for surprise attacks, moved towards the door. As the steel creaked and complained, Kane, with aid from Carol, ripped and tore away the small double doors, and inside 3 black-clad soldiers were waiting for them. "Took you long enough," and Rogue counted. "Well, I guess 8 is enough. How we doing this? I mean, girls vs boy seems mighty unfair." Colossus stepped forwards. "I want the big guy. You are all so small. I do not want to waste my time." "Small huh," and Pietro sped forwards, laying punch after punch on the large man who stood waiting. "You are fast, but hit like child. Speed without strength is useless. Go and make sure the others are taken care of. We will not stop you." And Pietro, panting and shaking his hands, nodded. "You are defending Shaw but will allow us to complete our mission?" Eric asked and Rogue nodded. "Oh see, this wasn't voluntary and Shaw, oh he deserves to die, but you know, we can't just ignore orders. We'll try not to kill most of you, just the weak ones." And she cracked her knuckles. "You," pointing to Carol, "I can feel your power from here. Why don't you and I dance? Gambit, take the kids, they seem weak enough, you should manage." And Cyclops scoffed. "Lady, I don't know who you are, but we're the X-Men, and one skinny guy isn't going to stop us from kicking your asses." And Logan shook his head. "No talking during a fight," and he let his blade slide free. He scowled, "and no underestimating an opponent. What's your name?" "It's Gambit, mon frere," and he twirled the bowstaff around himself. "And you are beaucoup correct. Your young friends are no match for me." Logan nodded. "Which is why you'll face me. You three, inside, take Genie with you and take out the small fries." Cyclops clenched his fist. "Logan, we can take him." Logan frowned, and as he sniffed the air, he stepped back. "You, kill them and I got you, but go ahead." And as he leaned over to Scott, "That attitude'll get you killed, so don't come crying to me later." "Jean, common," and she nodded and followed Logan as he walked past the trio. Pietro and Eric followed. "I hope you know what you are doing, Logan," he said as the group entered the huge facility. "You may have just gotten them killed," but Logan made an unseen motion and Eric nodded and pulled the door closed behind them. Colossus laughed. "Finally a good fight. We are the same, yes? No killing, only till submission." And Kane nodded, and cracked his knuckles. "Never thought you guys would be so considerate." And Colossus laughed. "Shaw is, how you say, asshole. He must die today but his first time having fun, so, make it fun, yes." As Kane and Colossus moved away from the two groups, Gambit twirled his staff. "You know, I ain't playin'. Your friend, he's right, you gonna die someday trying to be a big hero." And Cyclops responded by touching the side of his visor. As the beam whummed, Gambit laughed and batted it away with his staff, its length covered in a purple glow. "So no talkin' huh?" And he laughed as he rolled and threw cards at the trio. Cyclops blasted the 3 cards out of the air, while Iceman summoned an ice wall and sprayed a mist into the air. As he hit her, Shadowcut phased and sunk into the ground. It was the team's standard opening tactic. Contain, confuse, and control. Gambit laughed as his bowstaff twirled, and he threw out 2 more cards from behind it. Cyclops braced and fired, but this time the blast was directed back at him as the cards exploded towards him rather than outwards. He released his visor hand and covered his eyes, bracing himself to avoid falling over, while Iceman crafted another ice wall in front of them. "He can shape those charges, whatever they are," and Cyclops nodded, hoping Shadowcut would be more successful. As she snuck up behind him, she wrapped her arms around him, phased and sunk back into the earth, taking him down with her. She made sure his arms were buried up to the elbow, and without someone to dig him out, he was now stuck. As he struggled, she smugly shouted, "Got him," and Cyclops and Iceman came out from being the barrier. Gambit laughed. Yeah, better ditch those clothes, mon cher, and Shadowcat noticed her gloves, boots, and anywhere she had touched him was glowing. The energy they were giving off interfered with her powers, and she panicked as she failed to phase through them. She quickly grabbed anything covered in the purple glow, and as she was undoing a boot they all exploded, throwing her into the air. Kitty Cyclops shouted as he rushed towards her. She fell and rolled, unconscious from the blast, and her body armor was a ruined mess of melted and smoking fabric, barely covering her. He had kept his word. Scott could see that she was still breathing, but her uniform was covered in blackened holes, and bloody and bruised skin was showing through in some places. Her hands had taken most of the blast, and flesh hung from it in charred strips. Cyclops lifted his hand to his visor and was ready to hit this monster with a full blast when Iceman grabbed his arm and shook his head. No, we save Kitty, and clenching his fist he and Iceman ran over. As Iceman sprayed a cooling liquid over the burned flesh, Kitty stirred and moaned as the pain hit her back to consciousness. Her hands were ruined and she was unable to fight and could only cry out in pain. Cyclops unzipped his jacket and lifting her they saw the full extent of her injuries. Get her back the jet. I'll deal with him, and Iceman helped her, picking her up and walking slowly as even her feet hadn't been spared. Sick freak, Cyclops knelt and hammered a blow into Gambit's face, as the smaller man laughed. Hehe, you know, this ain't a game. You play rough, get hurt, maybe it you next time huh? You the leader, maybe it is your fault she got hurt, and as Cyclops landed another punch Gambit laughed. Mind your hands, mon frere, and Cyclops looked down to see, not just his gloves glowing but the ground around Gambit as well. One little injury and you fall apart. You friend, he right you know, gonna get killed being such a pussy, and as Cyclops scrambled back the ground exploded outwards, showering them both in dirt. Me, I keep my word, I don't kill her but you, talking cheap shots while a man down, you deserve this. As Cyclops scrambled back, grabbing and ripping off his gloves, Gambit lifted his staff and as it twirled it struck out and Cyclops's chest exploded in pain as he caught him right in the sternum. You think this a game huh? And as the staff clipped his shoulder his arm went dead end. You think we fucking playin' with you? And as he smacked it on his thigh, Cyclops cried out in pain and went down on one knee. This is real life, and there ain't no second chance. Gambit struck out again with his staff and caught Scott across the deadened arm. It exploded in pain and Cyclops heard the bone crack. As Cyclops held onto his broken arm, Gambit reached forwards and touched the side of his visor. You see what a real mutant can do, and Cyclops could see the glow enveloping it. With no choice, he unclipped it from his face and threw it away, and as it exploded the fireball lit up the sky, shaking the snow from the trees. Next time, that be your head, and Gambit struck him on the back of the neck with his bowstaff, taking his consciousness from him. As he stood over the unconscious body he looked over at Rogue and Colossus, who had both moved away from the groups for their own fight. Gambit stuck two fingers in his mouth and whistled, that one for us and Colossus raised a fist, but it seemed that Rogue ignored him. Stuck up bitch, just cause she fucking the boss. It didn't matter to him though, once they had won or lost, he was leaving. Shaw's little game held no interest for him, and he had no desire to be a lackey to anyone. Memories of the South, and of card games and drinking, and lots of women all floated in his mind, like small pieces of a larger puzzle. He didn't care, but the drinking and the women did seem like a good idea. Finding a nice patch of ground to lie on, Gambit stretched out and rested his hands under his head. Maybe if he wasn't such an ass he could even hitch a ride with the kids, and as he looked over the jet, just sitting there, maybe just take it and he laughed to himself. Maybe, that redhead be mighty cute though, maybe take more than just the jet. As they walked further in, Logan paused. I know I left but something smells off in here. This is where they made me, and there's a whole lot of adamantium inside, can you feel it? And Eric reached out a hand and nodded. You figured they were safer outside. If Laura was the first, then there are others, and Logan agreed. A whole bunch of me ain't gonna be pretty to fight, and the blades on his hands slid out. Eric scoffed. If they all have the same weakness you do, then we have nothing to worry about, but Logan shook his head. You know, I never liked that smug attitude of yours, Eric. Always rubbed me the wrong way, and as Eric pushed past him. It's not smugness when you are confident, Logan, it's earned, and Eric pointed down the corridor to the crowd of black-haired Wolverine clones waiting. Only an idiot coats the bones of a mutant with metal when one of his enemies is a master of magnetism, and as Eric reached out the clones shuddered and spasmed as Eric grasped his fist and the metal on their bones erupted out of them. Confidence, Logan, confidence. Logan shook his head, and as the piles of flesh twitched and writhed, Eric stepped forwards, to be met with a blast of fire erupting from one clone, barely alive but sat up. Its mouth was wrenched open and Eric screamed as the flames licked over his armor. Logan pulled him back and around a corner, seeing Eric shake and twitch. His face was a mess of blisters and burnt skin, and he moaned softly through seared lips, confidence gets you killed, and sighing, two blades retracted leaving a single blade. This'll hurt, but you'll be able to breathe. As it slid into his throat, Eric's breath whistled through the cut. Pietro, but the boy had already vanished and reappeared a moment later with a first aid kit, tube, and he handed it to Logan, who with bloody fingers slid it into Magneto's throat. Sorry kid, I know it's your dad, but take him back to the jet, and then stay there. And as Pietro stared at his father, Logan put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, I know it's bad, but we can get him fixed, but only if you take him back to the jet and keep him safe, okay? And with an ashen face Pietro nodded and grabbed his father, disappearing in a cloud of dust. You can join Genie. Fire breathing ain't one of my powers, so who knows what else they can do. And as Logan slid a claw around the corner, he saw in its reflection that most of the clones were on their feet already, their flesh knitting itself back together with lightning speed, faster than his own, he figured. Yeah, this ain't gonna be fun. Jean shook her head. I can help, and Peter is down there, and Logan laughed. Sweet on him, and she shook her head, liar, and as he held up a finger on 3, 1 finger, 2, and as he held up the third, he leapt around the corner and started to fight. As he cut at his clones, Jean would tear away the slashed pieces, crushing and making sure they were useless. She tried to grab at the clones with her mind, but all she felt was overwhelming hatred. Hatred for her and Logan, but also for themselves. They hated their own existence and cared little for the pain or damage Logan was doing. Instead, she pushed the overwhelming number back, letting Logan whittle down those in front of him, keeping the rest contained. As she watched, limbs burned and dissolved into ash, but new flesh grew in its place. The clones were regenerating faster than Logan could slice them, and even the most crippling of wounds simply hid and the clones stood back up. No good, Jeannie, need to kill him, and Logan slashed at one across the throat, and Jean grimaced as she grabbed the head and flung it down the corridor. What was a hallway was now a charnel house. Logan let loose and the Wolverine took his place. Feral roars erupted from uncaring lips as body parts and blood sprayed everything. As she watched him, she could see the burning hatred bubbling away under his control as he ripped these fake copies to pieces, and she made sure they didn't stand back up. Anything that flew was taken and crushed by her power, leaving burning piles of flesh as Wolverine cut his bloody swathe down the corridor. His own flesh was torn at, flames spewed from hateful lips and skin rendered into ash. Jean caught herself gagging as the smell of overcooked meat, Wolverine's overcooked meat, filled her nose, and without blinking she created a draft, blowing the ash and smell in a cloud away from her. Wolverine was uncaring as much as the clones were, metal glinted as flesh shed and regrew faster than she could ever imagine. Stab wounds and slashes, all gone, as so were his clothing, burned and turned to ash. Wolverine didn't care, only the fight and the kill mattered. If the woman wanted it she would ask, but the animal cared for nothing right now but the blood and the death of its enemies. He slashed, cut, and rent at unwilling flesh. Whatever the things were, they still died and were nothing compared to him, the Wolverine. Soon the corridor was empty, each of the clones' extremis-fueled bodies burning themselves to ash as their power was pushed to the limit. Standing, heaving and sweating, Logan let his blades retract and Jean turned her head and coughed lightly. It's a dick, Jean, if you ain't seen one by now. Well, Scott ain't doing too well, and she still unzipped the jacket she had on, and as Logan laughed he tied it around his waist and covered himself. Sniffing, your boyfriend's down here, and pointing to an adjacent corridor the pair carefully headed towards Venom. So, want to tell me, and she shook her head, cause Scott's been mighty pissy lately, and I'm thinking it's maybe not just that Bane left out the loop. He's the only one who listens, well, other than you, and Logan nodded and carefully peered around the corridor corner, and I'm tired of everyone telling me what I can and can't do, and he grunted an affirmation. I can't even move out without the professors say so, and Logan put a hand on her arm, and peered around the next corner. It's frustrating to see Gwen and the rest all having fun and living it up with Parker, right? And she nodded, yeah, well, that boy ain't right, and I think his powers are less under his control than he thinks. Charles is right to be worried, but he ain't right to hold you back. Logan stopped and sniffed, wait, and as he moved, he tried a door handle and peered into the darkened room. As he looked for a light switch and flicked it, the large fluorescent strip lights came on. Jean stood in shock as they stared at the 100 of cloning tanks, all lining several large floors of a warehouse. Well, shit, and Logan jumped, spun, and his blades were inches away from Venom's face as he let out a breath. Mighty stupid sneaking up on me, bub, almost stabbed ya, and as his claws retracted Venom shrugged. Almost isn't the same as did, and we need to take care of these tanks. Where's everyone else? He asked. Eric's out. Pietro's taking care of him and the rest are dealing with 3 mutants at the front entrance, and Venom swore. Shaw's been cloning and collecting augmented powers, they're his prize killers. And you left them, and Logan shrugged. They ain't interested in killing, only fighting, and Shaw. Venom sighed. Really dead. He's not the problem, they are. We need to destroy them all, and I really mean that. Ain't gonna kill a bunch of people who ain't had a say in their lives, kid, and neither are you, but Peter slipped out of his armor. Logan, they aren't people. Shaw's been making clones of you, and a whole bunch of people, so, and he sighed, for things you don't want to know and I don't want to have to explain, and Logan frowned as he saw the pained look on Peter's face. Tell me anyway, or I ain't helping you with shit. In fact, I'll stop you. Sex dolls, cloned soldiers, enslaved to follow orders. They aren't people, these are things, never out of the tank, never given anything other than a chip in their head and a set of instructions. Jean, it's painful, but tell him, reach out and feel them, but she shook her head. I can't, Logan. I felt the clones. They hate everything they aren't, and she shook her head, closing her eyes to the oppressive aura she was feeling. It was a struggle, and for some reason, as they ventured into this room it became worse. Feelings of self-doubt and fear filled her, and as a memory pushed itself to the surface she shivered and held herself. Hey, what? And Peter reached out and touched her face. Look at me, Jean, it's okay. And as he connected to her with the Mind Stone he felt a small part of her crying out inside. A small child afraid and hurt, watching her parents crushed as the car she was in crumpled and tumbled down the road. Peter reached back, and as she shook, "Look at me, Jean, it's not your fault, you couldn't help it," and she closed her eyes as the tears leaked from them. "All my fault," she screamed, and flames licked from her, filling the room. Peter grabbed Logan and pulled him out of the doorway. Sliding back into his armor, he spun Logan around. "Hey, you okay?" And he nodded. "Good, take care of anything that comes out unless it's me." As Venom re-entered the room, Jean was floating in the middle of the large empty floor. He could feel the heat as it radiated from her, but more than that he could feel the oppressive atmosphere in the warehouse, filling him with dread and trying to break him. As he moved closer to her, she screamed and the flames burned hotter. Even through his armor he could feel it. Venom had to find the source of the psychic assault, or Jean, and whatever this power was would kill him and everyone else at the lake. Venom could feel him around him. Shaw must have been tapping this power to create his army, and in doing so, released the monster that Selene feared. In the room, he searched for and found a control panel, and releasing the main switch, a hatch in the floor opened, and as the black monolith slid up, Venom could feel the oppressive aura increase. In his mind, a hollow voice echoed, and even as he pushed his powers to the fullest, it still rang out in his thoughts. "I am Apocalypse. My name is Legend, my existence is perfection. You are a simple creature of flesh and blood, but you may be reborn in my image. Become my herald, become one with me and usher in a new age for mutants, and witness the end of humanity." A deep voice echoed around the empty warehouse as cables connected to each cloning tank glowed and power rushed into the black monolith. As cracks slowly began to appear on its surface, chunks of the material fell away and Venom could see the mutant Selene had described. Even after hundreds of years, he was still alive. No longer bearing a semblance to the man he once was, Apocalypse stepped down from the ruined prison and stretched. Swollen purple muscles flexed and he yawned with a strange mutated face as if his mouth was split to the line of his jaw. "Your lives are mine," and it was almost as if reality itself was warping around him as he advanced on Jean and Venom. The flames licked around both Jean, himself, and Apocalypse as they stood in their deadly dance. Apocalypse had a thick purple hand pressed against her back, his fingers sinking into her flesh, while Venom had his pressed between her breasts, small tendrils of simskin penetrating her skin as delicately as he could. "You will not win, pathetic mortal. Once Apocalypse rises and chooses his vessel, there is only inevitability. Yeah, I think Jean here has the last say in that, but I'm still gonna save her, and kill you. Still just a mutant, still just a man. Being old doesn't make you better." Jean darling, why don't you like your new dolly?" her mother asked her. She was in a huff. She'd wanted the Lucy lawyer doll and her mother had bought her homemaker Mary. It was not the same. Her mother only picked it because it had read her like her, but she wanted the smart one, not the stupid homemaker, and as the tears in her eyes welled up she felt the anger build. The world slowed, and as the tire of the car blew out, Jean screamed and the car tumbled. Something grabbed her and tugged her out the back windshield, smashing the glass. As she flew out the back window she watched in horror as the car crumpled into a ball and her parents, still trapped inside, let out a last horrendous scream. Only the thick red, dripping from the crushed car gave any hint that someone had been in there. As the medics tried to approach her, the flames licked around her body. Shaking his head he pulled out a radio and called it in. Before he could give his position a jet landed and 3 men exited. A bald man in a wheelchair, a blue-furred and well-dressed creature, and a short buff, lumberjack. Denim plaid shirt, jeans, and a cowboy hat. "It's okay, Jean, we're here to help," and the world went black for them all. My fault," she screamed in her mind. "You see, pathetic. As if the lives of 2 mortals could amount to the beautiful life of a mutant. Perfection and power rolled into a single body, but if it is too much pain, then let go, seek oblivion and I shall grant it to you." He pushed back, a young boy, struggling in the arms of a stranger, wriggling free and sitting crying next to his uncle. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. And the older man looked at him with such love, such tenderness. "No son, it's not, you be a good boy for your aunt, okay?" And as the tears dripped the old man took his final breath and left him. "It was my fault, we didn't have to be there, and I live with that every day. But my uncle wouldn't want me to blame myself. Did I make him go to the match? Yes, but did I put a gun in someone else's hand? Did I make him shoot my uncle? No, and you didn't ask for your powers to run amok, they just did, it's not your fault." He could hear her weeping, the scared little girl and the monster that now loomed over her. She saw Peter. He was cute, a bit awkward, and he was getting excited over a new textbook the school was getting. "PHFF," Flash said, "just taking funding away from the sports team." "Yeah," Peter replied, "sports needs science too. All your training is because of science," and it began. Jean tried to make it right. Her powers were spotty and Flash didn't remember what was said, only that Peter had pissed him off. My fault. Even as Peter sat alone, Jean wanted to sit and try to make him feel better, but Miss Monroe told her not to. Scott had just asked her out and she was glowing, and a plan formed. If she was so happy with a new boyfriend, then she could fix things by doing the same for Peter. With a little nudge, MJ, who had admitted she thought Flash was kinda cute, had accepted his advances. With MJ and Flash together, Peter could talk to her and show Flash he wasn't so bad, it was all perfect. My fault. Ororo had warned her about using her powers in school, but she didn't listen, and now each day her heart broke as Peter suffered alone. She had thought of pushing more. She saw his only real friend Gwen was making an effort and a newcomer, Felicia, slowly working her way into the group. She was about to give them all a little push when she saw him, a monster, wrapped in human skin, and as the creature stared at her she shied away, and from that day forward, never went near Peter again. My fault. Yeah, those kinda are, but well. Alexei coughed as Venom stabbed a blade through his chest, ripping his insides from his body. The agent's mind flickered and snuffed out as Venom snapped his neck. Venom's anger flared as Flash attacked him, the bully crying out in pain at what he had done to his companion, but it didn't matter, all that mattered was revenge. Life sucks, Jean, and we screw it up. Gwen arguing with Felicia, over a ruined dress, and a missing tub of ice cream. Liv crying and violently slapping Peter, berating him for saving her and not letting her die like the others. MJ, sitting in her home, crying as Flash had appeared, dragging horrible and crippling anxiety with him. Peter, watching Bullseye lift the rifle, silently apologizing to everyone. He had screwed up and it was over. But not every day, some days are bad, but most are good. Gwen and Felicia sat on the roof, nestled together in a blanket as Peter sat with MJ, watching the fireworks explode like brilliant flowers in the sky. Whispers of love, as Liv crawls into bed and nestles into his arms, the first night she slept without a nightmare, and her apology brings them closer than before. Natasha, staring as she tells Peter her life, listening, caring but not judging, and as she stares silently, he just shrugs and says one word, so, and knowing actions speak louder than words, shows her how much he cares about her. Love flowing and connecting, giving birth to new feelings and the stupid joy and unrequited happiness it brings, and in the dark, a crying child is comforted. Feelings? You seek to end me with feelings? And the booming voice laughs. I am the Alpha and the Omega, I am life and death of all things, and no creature, no human, and no mutant will stand before the apocalypse and live. No, you're an asshole who found a whole lot of power and became a delusional freak. Hell-bent on never feeling alone or weak ever again, but you're nothing but a parasite, so screw you and your cliched villain act. In his chest, the Mind Stone pulses, Venom connecting and grabbing the entirety of its power, slamming it down onto the thick black flame with Jean's mind. You seek to end me with that stone? You ignorant creature, the stone obeys whoever controls it, and through my new vessel, I can wield its power. Venom feels a tug, small at first but then slowly building into a burning pain as the stone is taken from him. As Apocalypse grabs it with his mind, he is uncaring as he rips it free from within Venom's chest. In the waking world, Venom coughs and blood pours from his mouth and a hole drilled out from his chest, ribs, and lungs, torn open to extract the stone from within him. And now, nothing can stop me. As the stone floats forwards, it lands on Jean's forehead, and as her eyes snap open she stops and stares, her eyes flickering with a burning fire. Apocalypse laughs, but as his hand merges further into her back he stops. No, this can't be. No, I refuse. You seek to harm my chosen one, you seek to consume the power I possess. A light flares from Jean, and Peter, finding his armor gone, finds himself back on the waking world. As a hand brushes over the closing wound on his chest, he watches as Apocalypse slumps on the floor, holding the broken and bloody stump of his hand. As he looks up in shock as Jean floats, the Mind Stone sitting on her forehead, and fire flicks around her, the uniform torn to shreds reforms as a bright red and gold outfit, with a bright golden eagle on her chest. It's not an eagle dummy, it's a phoenix, she chides Peter, too stunned to say anything, and a phoenix burns. Phoenix floated down and landed in front of Apocalypse. No, I am the end of things, I shall return. His voice cuts off as his body catches fire, and in the intense heat, he screams and shakes. From where he is sat, Peter can feel the flames, and as he moves back, Apocalypse begins to collapse, his flesh cooking and falling away as his bones turn bright red under his muscles. As the flames refuse to snuff out, there is nothing left, even the dust burns into less than ash. No one touches my mate, and Peter can only stare at her. Now, shall we talk? And Phoenix moves over, and running her hand down his naked chest, leans forwards and kisses him. Peter sits there stunned, too afraid to resist, at least for now. That's not talking, Jean, and as she laughs she sits on the floor next to him, and runs a hand over his. Phoenix raises an eyebrow. You don't like it, and as Peter looks down, he tries to summon his simskin but frowns as it fails. And as Phoenix looks surprised she shrugs. It's been a while, my powers are maybe a bit off. It has been several years since I manifested, at least I'm not naked, and Peter can't help but laugh. Living in a warehouse with 7 others, Peter wasn't entirely uncomfortable with Jean staring. It was more the issue of leaving and dealing with the rogues that had him concerned. So Jean, and Phoenix laughs. I am Jean, silly. Don't you know? And Peter shakes his head. I am Jean, the real Jean. The professor sealed my powers, my emotions, as they are unstable. Phoenix is me, Peter, the real me, and as Peter looks at her, he tries his powers once more, stunned to find them blocked. Are you doing that? And she smiles. I might have needed to take a bit of power to break whatever that stupid bald man did, but they'll come back, so stop panicking. Peter lets out a slow breath. Yeah, 'cause right now, fighting a bunch of almost indestructible mutants with no powers is great, thanks, Jean. Phoenix laughs. Poor baby, but I'll protect you, and Peter stares at her. Yeah, great, naked and powerless, one mistake and I'm toast. Phoenix tuts, your powers will come back, it's not like I stole them, and the Mind Stone floats back over the Peter, who grabs it. There, happy, and he nods. As he holds it in his hand, the familiar connection is gone, and as he looks over at Jean she shrugs. Eventually, As she sits she takes a breath and her powers weaken and the flames fade until it is just Jean sat, looking slightly embarrassed and still wearing the red and gold outfit she had materialized. So, you're the real Jean, and she frowns and wraps her arms around her legs, drawing them up to her chest. The other is still me, just repressed, just unhappy. When Charles sealed my powers away he lobotomized me. This is me Peter, not her. She won't be back unless Charles sticks me back in the bottle, and thankfully, that can't happen. Only you are powerful enough to do that, and I would prefer it if you didn't. The stone, and she nods. It can seal my powers, and the part of me that is connected to them, but I am the same person, and you don't have to be afraid. Yeah, only afraid of what happens when we get home, and Jean laughs again, uncaring that she was staring, and biting her lip. As he stands and Jean's eyes drift back up to eye level, he shakes his head and searches around the various lockers until he finds a black bodysuit. It was similar in design to those the trio wore and slipped into it, sighing as it was for one of the Logan clones. Tying the arms around his waist he shrugged, it would have to do. Anything to stave off the now less shy and very hungry stares he was getting from her. Even without the Mind Stone or telepathy, there was no way anyone would mistake what was on her mind. Rogue watched Gambit take those kids apart with a smile and a wave, and I'll grab myself some more powers right after I finish her off. As she watched Carol she could feel the power humming over her and she licked her lips in anticipation. Shaw had already been grabbing and feeding her the failed genetic samples, and sometimes she wondered who she actually was, the scared kid hiding in the garage from her father, or the muscle-bound freak, smashing faces in the pits of some slum. It didn't matter, they all blended together and made her, a lil Rogue, and as Carol stood across from her. We doing this or what? And Rogue just smiled and took off her gloves. It's on sugar, and as she crouched into readiness, Carol fired off some kind of energy blast that hit her straight in the chest. As she flew back she felt a rush of power as it soaked into her. Oh god yes, and she stood, that it, and walked back to where she was first stood. Gonna have to hit harder than that, hon. Carol growled and she lit up, focusing the blast, and Rogue was once more blasted back, slamming into a tree, and as she rose she held her side and limped back. Still ain't good enough, come on you stupid bitch, more. Not good enough. Carol let her powers die down. You can barely stand. One punch and you'll fall over. This is finished, Rogue. Surrender and go sit next to Gambit. But the woman shook her head. It's over when I say it's over, and holding her side she limped towards Carol and she stood, frowning with her hands on her hips. I'm not fighting anymore, you've lost. And as Carol turned to walk back to the jet, Rogue lay as and on her shoulder, letting her fingers brush her bare neck. It's over when I say it's over, and Carol felt her powers flow out of her, painfully and sharply, as Rogue's own power connected. She gasped and went down on one knee, trying to breathe as Rogue wrapped her fingers around her neck, and it ain't over. Rogue had never felt anything like this before. Even as Shaw fed her the discarded experiments, the unwanted but useful mutants, and she had taken them into her, she had never tasted anything so divine. Yeah, fuck the rule, I'm drainin' this bitch dry. Carol gasped, and her skin paled and wrinkled as Rogue grinned and laughed. Oh, so good, and she shook and shuddered in an almost organic rush of power. Carol feebly batted at her hand, trying to remove it as her hair dulled and began to fall out in clumps. She could only make a choking noise as her heart slowed and the last of her life force began to leave her. In less than a heartbeat, Rogue found herself lifted from the ground and spun as she was thrown, Carol disappearing from her grasp. What the hell, lady? Pietro asked, taking Carol to the jet and then returning. Rogue stood and laughed, tensing her new muscles. Oh, this ain't all sugar. I'm gonna take all your powers, and she lifted herself off the ground, floating a few inches and then zooming off, leaving a sonic boom behind her. Pietro panicked. When he slammed into her at high speed it was like hitting a wall, and he knew that Colossus had been right. Speed wasn't good enough to stop her, and even with Kane's and maybe Colossus's help, they couldn't match someone who could steal their powers. Colossus and Kane's fight had lasted a few minutes. They hadn't even exchanged blows. Juggernaut simply grabbed the biggest rock he could find, and once Colossus couldn't lift it, admitted defeat. And so, you marinade and then roast? He asked, and Kane nodded. Yeah, get more flavor in. But as the ground shook and the air exploded around them, he stood and looked over at where Rogue had been fighting. I think talk time's over. We fighting? But Colossus shook his head. No, I am remembering more, and I do not wish to. I have a sister, or I think I do. I want to find her, to make sure she is safe. Colossus looked over at the cracked ground. But Rogue, I think she is not finished, and she will fight. You gonna stop me? And Colossus shook his head, looking sadly at the overly enthusiastic Rogue, flying and laughing as she tested out her new powers. Your friend was hurt, she goes too far. But please, Shaw, he did terrible things to us, maybe go easier on her. And Kane grunted. It would be up to Rogue how far she took this. If she stayed down he would back off, but orders from Selene were to make sure Shaw and his corruption didn't pose a danger to anyone else, and right now Rogue had left Carol crippled and was out for more blood. Kane had no problems ending her once and for all if he needed to. Go easy on me? Go easy? On me. Rogue screamed and dived towards Colossus, grabbing him and lifting him into the air. As the man's muscles thinned and his hair went white she dropped him before he was completely dead. You don't need to worry about that, sugar, you just need to worry about yourself. And she sped towards Gambit, grabbing him and sucking the energy from his body as well. She laughed maniacally as the abilities and their memories flowed into her. No matter two more were of little consequence to the multitude she held there already, but the power-up was an intense orgasmic rush, and she wanted more. Laughing as the drained gambit was dropped, she pointed at Kane and grinned as she sped towards him, flying and spinning as she flew towards him. As she reached out a hand to grab him, Juggernaut tilted and slammed a fist into her gut, sending her flying upwards. Spitting on the ground, he stretched. He might be weak, but I'm the Juggernaut bitch, and it'll take more than fancy flying to take me down. Kane missed these days, feeling bones break and lives end, and he knew the Juggernaut was needed for this fight and a simple chef was out of his league. Come on then. I ain't waiting around all day while you spout that stupid shit, and as she floated back down. You hit hard, but I ain't playing anymore, and she ripped the sleeves from her uniform and tore the leggings off. Once I get my hands on you, your powers are mine. Juggernaut snorted. Selene had tried to use her powers on him once, and while it stung a bit, it was ineffective. She had hoped the man could provide her with the energy to survive, but he just felt irritable and she was unfulfilled. She had told him why, his mutant power was the reason, but it was over his head, a complicated explanation for a simple man. If Rogue had been built using her DNA, she was about to learn a hard lesson in overconfidence. Juggernaut lifted the broken and dying Colossus. Hey, Speedy, get this one too, ain't gonna lie, it's gonna be messy. In fact, get 'em all and get out of here, you're in my way. And Quicksilver zipped, grabbed Colossus and Gambit and vanished into the plane. To be sure though, he made sure that Gambit and Colossus were tied up. He might just be fast, but with so much rope, he doubted even they could get free. Juggernaut stretched and pointed up at Rogue, come get some, and bashed his fist together. You don't know what or who you're messing with, and she sprang forwards and flew at Juggernaut, who took the blow, grabbed Rogue by the leg and slammed her into the ground. Someone who ain't too smart, and he jumped up and landed an elbow into her chest. She coughed and grabbed his arm, and as the power transfer spluttered and failed, she pushed him off her and flew backwards. His armor was interfering with her power, and with a laugh, she grabbed it and used the power to force its molecules apart. As the armor plates glowed and then exploded, Juggernaut rocked back and forth as even his clothing was removed. As she saw the impressive and bulging muscles of the man, she considered leaving him whole. A good ally of power and idiocy would make her takeover of Shaw's business much easier, but so would having all that strength herself. Why rely on an imbecile that could betray her? And she sped towards him and grabbed him with both hands. Why are you immune? And she felt her power splatter and fail to absorb even the smallest amount of his ability or life force. Smarter people than me can't tell you. Summon about my mutant power, Bane all screwy. And as he stood and brushed the dust off his shoulder, but it makes no difference. You hurt a lot of people, and I'm gonna stop you. And with his own leap, he sped towards, smashing her with a fist and then following her path through the trees to drive her into the grounds once more. Rogue coughed, and this time blood came up, and she grabbed his arm, but this time vaulted off it and into the sky. If I can't take your power, then why should I fight you? And she flew away to the plane, looking to find more victims, one to gain a power from to use against him. Taking a breath, Juggernaut lined himself up, crouched and then leapt, sailing through the air and wrapping a thick arm around her, dragging her down with him. Rogue struggled to free herself, but even with the new power she had gained and the new physique she had drained from the blonde, she wasn't strong enough to get free. As she punched and wriggled in his grasp, he tightened his grip and crushed her. You behave, and we'll see what they want done with you. Rogue was hoisted up, wriggling under one of Juggernaut's arms, but could only suffer the indignity of being carried back to the main entrance of the dam, where the rest of the team, or what was left of them, were waiting. In the jet, Emma had done her best. Eric's eyes were bound and covered with the biogel. Peter had made sure there was a good supply on board, and he was comfortable and resting. The burns were bad and most of the skin on his face was gone, and it would take surgery to remove some of the more melted pieces of his armor. The other three she had no ideas how to treat. The woman was aged and looked like she was in her 70s rather than the young blonde she had seen before, and the two men were just as bad. Peter had told her the gel had regenerative properties, and shrugging, she tipped the whole jar over the top of them and left it. With nothing else, she looked out the jet's window to see if Juggernaut had succeeded where the others had failed, or if Rogue would be coming for him next. As she saw Juggernaut heading towards them with a squirming woman, she frowned and motioned for Pietro to open the jet's door. Hey, you agreed? And she shook her head and pointed. I agreed to leave the facility alone, but I want to talk to her. And as she pushed past him, she walked down the jet's staircase and towards Kane. Emma had agreed to leave the interior of the dam alone. She knew she had missed out several details concerning Shaw's operation, but she couldn't be sure Peter and the rest would succeed. However, even she had no clue about the clones or Shaw's true intentions. As she got closer, the hair on the back of her neck raised. The woman was an almost perfect clone of her. Her hair was brown and her chest was larger, but Emma stared in the mirror often enough to know who she was supposed to be. A twisted mirror of what Shaw thought she should look like, and as the disgust rose, so did the anger. As Juggernaut came close, Rogue stopped struggling. Well, if it ain't Mama. Gonna spank me for being a bad girl. And even held like a sack, she laughed as Emma's face twisted in disgust. Emma stared at the woman. Shaw, he made you look like me. And Rogue snorted. Daddy always wanted a daughter. Pity he tried to fuck me and it made him senile. And Rogue laughed as Emma's face went pale. Oh, you didn't know. See, it's all up here. I got his memories once. He thought he could absorb my power with his own, but yet, that didn't work out. See, he was a sick fuck. Made little Emma clones only 12 years old, nice and juicy little peaches for him to eat. I've seen it. And Rogue laughed and squirmed. I've seen it all, and dropping down into a whisper. All the plans and schemes, the end of things, and the darkness as it rises, and oh it will, and as Juggernaut looked at her she squirmed once more and shot forwards, her hands grabbing Emma by the neck. But you won't see it, and expecting the rush of power she stared at Emma, who was smirking. As her skin crystallized she grabbed Rogue's hands and headbutted her. Your powers don't work on anything inorganic. I saw how you need skin contact. Now Shaw isn't the only one going to fuck you. Emma stood as Rogue landed on her ass. You stay out of this. If I die, it doesn't matter, kill her and make sure this place stops existing, and Juggernaut shrugged and nodded. Your funeral and moved over towards the jet, where Pietro waited. You okay big guy, and Kane nodded at him. I don't like it here, too much pain, too much suffering and Pietro agreed, shivering. He could feel the dark oppressive aura as well and it was as if a thick cold mist was rising from the dam, and he hoped that Peter was okay inside. He, Logan, and Jean hadn't come back yet, and if the woman was one of Shaw's pet projects, there could be worse inside. Rogue laughed and moved away. Your funeral, our funeral, his funeral. Once the apocalypse comes, we all die together but Emma shook her head. Quite finished? I'm already bored of you and I guess when Shaw cloned me he forgot to clone my personality as well and Rogue snarled, charming, and Emma stood, examining her nails. I am waiting, unless you want me to die of boredom, you should attack. Rogue could feel it was a trap, but nothing in her memories told her what to expect from Emma in her crystal form. Even the knowledge she did have told her she should have been able to drain her dry but it failed. Fine. Emma said impatiently, if you're such a coward then I guess I'll end this and with a wave of her hand Emma lifted Rogue and smashed her into, and straight through a tree. You see, Shaw knew I was the White Queen, but he could never remember why, and once I got a good grip of my powers, he never would and with a flick, Rogue smashed through another tree. I'm not just a telepath darling, but quite the telekinetic as well. Pity you can't absorb that one. Rogue just laughed, trees don't hurt Han, and as she brushed off the splinters she flew up and disappeared with a sonic boom. Well, that was boring and Emma let her mind seek out Rogue's, feeling for where she was hiding. There. Well. Hurry up, I have a date with a dazzling young man after this, and if you think Shaw has defeated him, you're sadly mistaken. Stay out? Emma laughed, there are only 2, maybe 3 telepaths powerful enough to make me, darling, and none of them are here. So why don't you come back down and make me, you prissy stuck-up excuse for a mutant. Rogue's head pulsed and she could feel the different minds being expunged from her own. Yug, so messy, you take their lives as well as their powers. No wonder Shaw kept you on a leash. Well, let's see who the real Rogue is, shall we? Rogue screamed as Emma peeled her mind like an onion, pulling away the very interesting memories she got from Carol, and made a mental note to definitely bed Peter, and as she dove through and eliminated each and every person Rogue had event touched and confused she found the scared little girl, hiding in the dark from her father. Emma walked around her in the mental mindscape, well, kissed a boy at 12 and almost killed him. Father beat you and you ran away only to meet one of Shaw's little groups and then fed to the cloned Selene and Shaw hybrid. You poor thing, but still not enough for me to let you live. Rogue screamed in her mind as Emma stripped her way piece by piece but the pan, and the torture suddenly stopped. Emma tooted as she thought of Peter. He would probably say something if she just killed her, and so she scowled and instead, began to work. In her mind, Rogue could feel Emma's anger bubbling away and she felt the sudden rush of power. Rogue was blasted away and Anne-Marie was brought to life. Emma stitching and rebuilding memories, a happy family, a loving father and then a tragic accident. Anne-Marie had a family, who missed her and loved her, and she should get back to them. As Anne-Marie landed on the ground a diamond Emma walked over to her, sneering, you are lucky, I was going to kill you but it seems I have more important things. Looking over to the jet, she saw Pietro hanging around the door hesitantly. You, grab something to move her, her powers won't work on anything thicker than cloth, so as long as you bundle her up, you'll be safe and moving towards the dam entrance she felt Juggernaut following her. I do not need a babysitter, and certainly not one of Selene's. He grunted, you feel that? Bad juju, and Emma frowned, and as she extended her telepathic senses into the dam he was right. A thick cloud of what she would only describe as evil hung in the air, but as soon as she touched it, it popped, like a refreshing wave of summer chasing away the chill of winter. Rest got hurt from being stupid. Don't be stupid, shiny lady was all he said as he followed behind. At least he was polite, she thought and as the pair entered the dam complex they found the remains of the bodies. Whatever had attacked had been cut into pieces and the smoking ends of limbs and chunks of bodies smoldered as the last of the extremists burned within them. It was an easy path to follow and soon Kane and Emma found the room with Logan slumped outside. Emma frowned as she approached the unconscious Logan. Kane, does your helmet protect you from telepathic abilities? And Kane rapped his knuckles on it as it made a hollow clunking noise. My brother isn't too nice, and she nodded. Pressing 2 fingers to his neck, he's fine, just overwhelmed. Do be a dear and open the door and as Kane wound up a fist and connected the door exploded into a million fragments and Emma made a kiss face. Thank you, darling, and entered the room. Emma saw an energized redhead, wrapped in bright red clothing, adorned with golden gloves and chest emblem arguing with Peter, dressed in the same uniform as the 3 outside. I don't care if you needed it, you took my powers. Now, give them back and the redhead, who Emma thought was very cute, pouted and crossed her arms. Helios doesn't want to, and she turned her back on him, crossing her arms and huffing. You took a symbiote? Jean, you are so fucking dead. No dash, and Peter pointed a finger at her and was about to start shouting when he saw his audience. Oh hey Emma, thought we agreed you'd stay outside. I maybe thought you might need my help, not be in the middle of a domestic. I can leave, after all, she does look desperate, and don't most of your arguments devolve into sexual orgies at some point? And Jean turned and raised an eyebrow at her. I'm not the one wearing thigh highs and hot pants, and she tooted at Emma's attire. Jealous darling? I mean, some of us can pull off thigh highs while a full body suit is better for others, but Peter is shocked, and he nodded. Dead, thankfully. The three, and it was Emma's turn to nod. One proved difficult, you're needed. Eric and your lady friend have been hurt. Peter glared at Jean. Thanks a fucking lot Jean, without my powers there's nothing I can do. Get Pietro to take them to Gwen immediately, don't even stop at the mansion, and Emma nodded. There, he's taking off now. Scott and the rest are all injured as well, but he knows what to do, and Peter sighed, relaxing. We need to decide what to do with this place. I mean, we can't exactly leave a secret base of clones and machinery here. Some nutcase will find it, and next thing we'll have a clone army trying to take over New York. Again. Peter clenched a fist. What the hell did you do to me, Jean? I can't even feel my powers, let alone use them. I took enough to cleanse myself of Charles's influence, and then a symbiote was created and bonded to me. It must have drained you too much, and she shrugged. And you don't see the problem with that? And she curled a lip and shrugged. You were so insistent to help, and when we took it you got all mad. There is no pleasing you, or well, there is, but we are not interested if you are going to be so indignant. Jean huffed. And we could have discussed that, he shouted, after we'd dealt with the death base, and as he shook his head. Fine, Emma, Jean, and well Kane, I guess, it's up to you. I can't do anything, and without my powers, I'm a liability, he emphasized as he stared at Jean. You need to decide, and where's Logan? And he could hear the man groaning in the corridor. You left him? On his own, and defenseless? What the hell is wrong with you three? Emma waved a hand. There is no one else in the base, Peter, calm down. I checked, and other than the four of us there are no active minds in the base. There are about a few dozen hundred clones, but all sleeping. Emma stated matter-of-factly, and Peter ran a hand over his face. Then decide. Emma, as his successor, whether you like it or not, this is all yours now. Jean, I guess as the most powerful here, you two, and well Kane, I can't really stop you, so I'm going to check on Logan. Make it quick though, if Carol's hurt I want to make sure she's okay. Emma looked at Jean. Isn't he so bossy when he's angry? And Jean giggled, but so very sexy, and Jean shook her head. She still had Peter's naked form in her head, and was trying to keep her thoughts away from what she really wanted. So, with Shaw's little sex dungeon, and the shit he's been doing here, and Emma lifted a hand and snapped her fingers, I made the decision. They are all snuffed out. I don't care if Peter thinks you're more powerful, you don't get a choice. I want this place empty and destroyed. Nobody gets to benefit from this ghoulish hellhole. And as Jean nodded, the three moved into the corridor where Peter was trying unsuccessfully to lift Logan. What the hell are you made from? He asked the unconscious Logan, and Emma chuckled. Badasium, and Peter snorted. Funny. Can you help? And Kane nodded and lifted the prone man in his arms. Maybe some clothes though, Kane points out, and Peter noticed that Logan was naked, except for a hastily tied uniform around his waist. Returning to the chamber he found another of the ex-clones' uniforms, and with Kane holding him up, Peter slid it up far enough to cover his dignity, and Kane nodded, happy he wasn't carrying a naked man back to the plane. Now, let's get the hell out of here. And as Jean and Emma nodded, Peter could hear the explosions coming from below. Did one of you set off charges? Jean stared. Emma said she wanted it destroyed, and Peter stared at her with his mouth open. At least wait until we're outside. Shit. And he began to run. As they waited for the X-jet to return, Peter took Jean to one side. Are you okay? And she tilted her head. Seriously, not joking here. I can't let a volatile symbiote host run riot on the public. And as she stepped back, her clothing morphed from the red and gold bodysuit into a normal red tracksuit with a white t-shirt. I'm fine, Peter. Helios is calmer than we thought. I think Apocalypse, whatever he did, drained my powers enough she isn't going to rampage. And he sighed, and collapsed back onto the ground. Thank God for that. He really didn't want to have to fight, not with just the Mind Stone. Jean, now complete with a full array of extremis-fueled powers, would probably have taken a few seconds to turn him into paste. But, I thought they got memories and stuff. I mean, Helios is just, Helios. And as she sat next to him, Peter lay back on the ground. Yeah, I figured that maybe transferring all my desires and thoughts to a new host might not be a great thing. So I worked on making a symbiote a blank, just a baby. Knowledge is fine, but no memories or emotions. He had been thoroughly chastised after fixing Webb and had been working on the problem ever since. So I don't feel this way because of the symbiote. And Peter supported himself on one arm, and looked at her confused. Realizing that what she was feeling was admitting some really personal things, she just frowned. I don't really want to talk about it, but Peter knew what she meant. I guess, maybe that's just you. I mean, you did say the professor lobotomized you. Maybe the real Jean is excited and a whole bunch of other things she doesn't want to talk about, or at least not with me. Peter lifted himself back up and more of his powers returned. The jumpsuit vanished under a set of regular clothing. Maybe talk to Scott about it. I don't do the cheating bit, Jean. Not now, not ever, and she sighed and nodded. She really didn't want to talk to Scott though. She didn't even want to talk to Peter. She wanted to push him down and straddle him and have him do to her everything she had seen him do to everyone else. She didn't care about Scott. He was part of the professor's plans to keep her contained, controlled, and she resented him. He was water to her fire. Slow and studious, always wanting to do the right thing, never taking any chances, never taking any risks, and she was tired of it. She wanted Peter. She wanted that raw animal to pound her until she screamed his name, but the stupid ass had developed a moral compass, and a part of her resented him for it. As he lay back on the grass, and his powers returned, Peter began to feel better. It wasn't just Jean but Apocalypse that had been leeching his powers, and even with the stone he was vulnerable. His idea of a harness was even more necessary as each encounter seemed to poke holes in his power set, and having them forcibly taken away by an ally hadn't even registered as something an augmented could do until he met Selene, and now apparently Jean, and Rogue. The flight back had been quiet, with Logan eventually waking up and the second jet the professor sent touched down with Ororo at the helm. As the last of the explosions rocked the dam, and water gushed into its interior, they lifted off silently and headed back to New York. Gwen had already begun their treatment, infusing simsels from herself and Liv into all three, while biogel was applied to Eric's eyes. This was supposed to be a small operation. Peter. What the hell happened? Charles asked bluntly. The anger was rolling from him like a storm. Shaw's operation was much worse, and he shook his head. And he took a breath. I can't, Charles. I need time to process, and taking a deep breath. This once, just this once, and he sought a connection to Charles. Well, I'm glad everything went smoothly. Now excuse me, and Charles wheeled himself over to his desk and took out a quarter bottle, pouring half into his teacup and offering the bottle to Peter, who raised an eyebrow at the man offering him a drink. I don't care, and Peter took it and gratefully took a swig, Charles taking a long drink of his own. No wonder, was all he could say as he looked at the amber liquid in his cup, and he let out a breath. Hank knocked at the door. It might be a bad time, but they are awake. And he raised an eyebrow at the bottle in Peter's hands. And there is never a good time for that, he said, holding out a hand and motioning for the bottle. Peter laughed sharply and shook his head. It was bad, but he still handed over the bottle, and this one is bigger than most, before heading down into the bowels of the mansion. Finding Gwen and Liv standing over Carol, and two unknown men, Peter hugged them both. How is she? And Liv sighed and looked at Gwen. Coma, and a complete removal of most of her bioelectrical energy and synaptical charge. Liv raised an eyebrow and looked over at the young woman, sitting with a cuff and several cannulas sticking in her, as tissue and blood were drawn. Her ability is to connect and siphon off that power. A powered person loses their abilities, and apparently she also gains their memories and skills. Anne-Marie will be staying with us for the moment until she can get a grip of her powers, Charles stated as he wheeled himself into the medical bay. And before you start, she is not Rogue. Emma told me she stripped her of Shaw's conditioning and left her stable, but Peter shrugged. Liv tried to blow up New York, and he motioned to her, and she tooted and went back to her work. Still huffy though, and he moved over and kissed her on the cheek. Love you, and she shook her head, while Gwen tooted, and as he kissed her cheek too, she quietly whispered, suck up, and he snorted a quiet laugh. Carol is fine, and we think that allowing Ravage to rebound with her will actually speed up her healing. Her powers have been affected, but until she wakes up we won't know to what extent. The other two were not as badly drained, and with some rest and food be up and about in a day or so. Peter looked over, and the smaller man, Gambit, just looked like he was sleeping, while Colossus was definitely looking a lot older and his hair was grey at the temples. And what do we do with them? And Charles cleared his throat. You do nothing. We will take them in, or Selene will take care of them until we are sure that Shaw's conditioning is truly gone. After that, then if they wish to leave, then they can. Now is the time to heal Peter, not to fight. But Peter shook his head. Sorry, Professor. There is actually one last fight we need to have. As she slid off the examination table, Emma nodded. Bar Sinister and Peter sighed. We left a mess there, and there is still Psylocke and Nightcrawler to find and deal with. Are your powers back? And Peter nodded. Whatever Jean did was no worse than anything I've done before, so I can go with you. And Emma nodded. Now that Shaw has gone, the rest should be easy, but we still have Nightcrawler and Psylocke to find and deal with. Are you coming? And Peter nodded. We should get Felicia. If the businesses are going to be a joint effort, then she needs to make an appearance. Emma paused. That's actually a good idea. Do you have her number? And as Peter frowned, Aazelle dropped me in the middle of that fucking lake. It's ruined along with a completely good outfit, she explained, and he looked away to hide the small grin he had. Yes, yes, laugh it up, darling. Once this is all over, you will be getting the bill. And Charles coughed politely. Can you please have this discussion somewhere else? This is a medical ward. And Peter smiled and shrugged, and he and Emma left to find out where Felicia was. So, Emma asked with a small smile on her face, how exactly do you want to repay me for all my help? And Peter laughed. Isn't that what I should be asking you? And he saw them small mischievous smile on her face. Oh, I already know what I want, darling, and the black cats are only a small part of that. And as she walked away she gave him a small wink. Your job is to figure that out, and to make me happy. And Peter noticed a particular swing to her hips. As he shook his head and followed her, he sent a text to Felicia to meet them at Bar Sinister. The normally busy bar, even during the day when it served nouveau chic lunches, was closed. Emma frowned and looked at Peter, who could only shrug. Even if he was familiar with the place, he had no idea either. Felicia was only 10 minutes away when they sent her the message, and soon she ducked out of an alley. So, just us three, and Peter nodded. Not a mission, we're here to clean up. Even if Psylocke and Nightcrawler are here, it's not a fight we're after, and Emma agreed. Taking a set of keys out of her bag, and punching in the code, they entered the eerily quiet bar. Whatever had happened quickly. Half-filled glasses littered tables and doors were left open. Lights were off, and as Emma flicked them on she could see the extent of the damage that had been left. Peter nodded at Felicia and, thanking his maker that Jean hadn't screwed his powers, slipped into the black dusk armor and shimmered before vanishing. Huntress stood next to Emma as she surveyed the mess before them. A dozen bodies lined the dance floor. Each had been bound, knelt and then had their throat cut. Moving over, Emma tilted her head, Senator, and as she moved down the line, each of the bodies was a rich, very powerful man, and someone had lined them up and executed them all. If this is Shaw's doing, then you're in shit, Emma, Huntress sighed. There's no way we can dispose of any of this, even being here puts a huge target on our backs. Emma paused. No, we need to check the rest of the bar and then call the police. You're quite right, but why go to all this trouble if trouble isn't your goal? You know I can't be found here, Dusk stated. Any kind of trouble and sword is up my ass, and probably a whole bunch of things about Venom come out and Mom is understanding right now, but being hounded but Emma put up a hand. Don't worry. I'm the co-owner, and with Shaw missing, I can deal with it, and he nodded and they moved into the VIP section. Normally the rooms would be sealed, but the doors had been destroyed in each room and the same scene on the dance floor was repeated here. An occupant, hands bound and throat slit, but these rooms were different. Drugs, money, and other personal items were all here as if the assailant had simply bound them, killed them, and then moved on. Some really hated this place, Huntress said, and then came the executive suites. These were behind electronic locks and security guards, but all the trio found was more destruction, dead bodies, and at the last scene Emma's eyes went wide with shock. 4 girls, all with needle marks and bruises, were laid out, neatly as if the killer had taken care not to disturb them as much as they could. They were covered in a white sheet, and if you didn't notice the lack of breathing, it appeared they were sleeping. Dusk looked over and saw the look on Emma's face. Emma, deal later, we need to find the killer, but hearing movement the trio adopted fighting stances. You don't need to, and Psylocke walked out from the shadows, carrying a bloody sword, her face covered in streaked mascara and smeared lipstick. Miss Frost, or Mom, Mistress, and Psylocke laughed. Whatever you want me to call you, it doesn't matter, and she sniffed. I tried to save them, and she swung a hand, a head, with blue fur covering it, thudded on the floor in front of them. He went mad when Aazelle died, some kind of conditioning I bet, and she collapsed and burst into tears. I tried, and sobbing she wrapped her arms around herself. Peter nodded, and carefully moved forwards. Hey, can I? And she nodded. The world spun and he saw. Find them and fucking kill them, Shaw shouted at the pair who bowed, and as Nightcrawler touched her shoulder they vanished. Fader is becoming more erratic, to let one escape is not good. She shook her head. Doesn't matter, we get her back and he'll reward us, brother. He smiled at her and they vanished once more. Peter saw the fight at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, the pair trying their best to contain Laura and Wanda but failing miserably. In a room, she was strung up. Shaw had stripped her and hung her from a chain attached to the ceiling. As he whipped her, he yelled, "Fucking useless cunt, I should make you replace her," and tears fell from closed eyes as the punishment continued. Shaw taking great delight in breaking her flesh. If they betray us, find that bitch they team up with and kill her, he commanded, his voice full of disappointment for the pair, and once more they vanished. Do not disappoint him again, mein Kinder, Aazelle said, and as he ran a hand over the pair, he grabbed them by the necks, or you will suffer more Zana Vipping. As he vanished she looked at her brother and he nodded. Fader is most angry, we should not fail this time. They had waited, watching Felicia and her partner, Elektra, but no order had come from either Shaw or Aazelle, and as they left their posts at the allotted time they returned to Bar Sinister to find it empty. Nightcrawler pointed at the empty control cuff box and he smiled. Fader must have been successful, but as he suddenly grabbed his head she saw the bright yellow energy coat his head, and huffing he fell to his knees. Brother? But as he looked at her, his eyes glowing yellow, she knew her brother was gone. He vanished and the blade struck her from behind before he vanished again, and the blade pierced her lung. She grabbed him with her powers, and as he teleported once more she struck out in a sphere with thin telekinetic blades, and he stared at her in shock before crumpling. As she held her side she pushed the skin back together with her powers and cried out as she knitted the flesh back together, and huffing in anger she lashed out, taking his head from his shoulders. As she sat in his chair, holding back the pain and the anger she wanted to know, and turning on his computer, began to read. It had been a slaughter, unaugmented against someone with telekinetic and telepathic powers was never going to be anything less, but as she found the girls, devoid of life and bleeding from parts too young to be exposed to such perversion, her mind blanked and she killed them all. Peter rubbed a hand over her shoulder, and shook his head. Emma, but as he looked over she was sat on her knees gently stroking the face of one of the girls. They're me, aren't they? And he nodded. Take her and leave, I'll blame it on one of the vigilantes. Nobody will care, not when it's little girls, not if I tell them they were my sisters, and she broke down and wept. May raised an eyebrow as Peter looked sheepishly at her, letting her into the warehouse. As she saw the table full of women, and now men, she and Kurt hesitantly came in. All of them, and Peter choked back a nervous laugh. No, he had invited Jean, Logan, and Selene over. Eric had invited himself when Wanda returned, but thankfully Charles and the X-Men had declined, as had Emma. She was still recovering from her ordeal and had needed time alone. She made a promise she would come around when it was just the family. The rest was too much right now, especially if Selene and Charles were going to be there. He had made sure though that if she needed company or help, to call, and he would make time for her, and he knew Felicia was making sure that Elektra was there for company, and anything else she needed, that maybe a woman's presence was a better idea. With everyone, it was still a house full. Gwen, MJ, Jean, and Felicia sat with Liv. Logan sat with Laura, Nat, Carol, and Wanda talking to Eric and Selene, and with May and Kurt. It was now obvious he needed to buy a larger table, or as Peter loved his table, another one. He had planned a large dinner and had made pasta. Everyone loved pasta and it could be made in huge quantities, enough to satisfy augmented and enhanced appetites alike, with various sauces that anyone could pick and choose, plus homemade garlic bread and salad. Several large bowls of pudding, with shaved chocolate, candy sprinkles, and fruit waited in the fridge, as he knew any symbiote host would devour the pasta and still want something sweet afterwards. Well, everyone, this is my mom, and Kurt, who I guess will be my dad, once he stops being a cheapskate and gets a job, and May elbowed him in the side and Peter laughed, knowing full well Kurt was going to be working at Parker Inc. soon enough, and this is, and Peter made introductions. So, almost all of them all then. May asked with a smirk and Peter grinned and shrugged, happy. Grandkids, remember, and he bit his lip as a few people raised their heads and looked over, not all of them the girls. Thanks Mom, he said, leaning over and kissing her on the cheek. I'll explain that some people have powers, and can hear you, and she covered her mouth and laughed. I know, she said, whispering in his ear, that'll teach you to lie to me in the future, and as she walked over she introduced herself to Eric and left Peter with a stunned look on his face. Kurt patted him on the shoulder. Your parents might have been agents, Peter, but your mom did keep their secret for over 20 years, and as he moved over it was Logan's turn to come over, holding a bottle of beer. I like her, and now I see it, and as he laughed and joined in their conversation he got more looks from the women. He smiled, my wonderful ladies, and they glared at him. Gwen said, and you were going to tell us when, and as she shared a look with the others, Peter hastily explained. Mom was worried I was taking advantage, and that you were happy. Felicia snorted. Yeah, nice try, the other bit, and Peter frowned. Never. That's up to you guys, I'll be happy when you decide. If you decide, and as they shared a look, and more, they nodded. While most of them were the same age as Peter, they were too young. They were just starting careers and life beckoned. While May might have raised the issue, the girls quickly shot it down, even if she did look disappointed at overhearing their conversation. Safe, for now, Gwen said while Felicia nodded. Wanda looked unamused and Laura was busy drinking more soda than it seemed possible, unaware of the seriousness of the conversation, and Peter laughed and moved to sit with them. But, be safe with Jean, he felt being sent to him over the link by Gwen. He raised an eyebrow at her but she shook her head and continued her conversation with Felicia. Jean's outburst had left him unsure of how exactly to handle the now very hot-headed mutant, and Scott wasn't helping. Once her personality had been unleashed she had taken on look at him, called him pathetic and left the mansion. Her opinion of Charles was just as damning, and as he had tried to argue, she had lifted him up, held him in midair, and as the man tried to breathe, let alone speak, she had just shaken her head, said stop, and left with her already packed suitcases. With Laura, Wanda, and now Jean all settling in. While this was a family get-together it was also the official housewarming for the group. It was also a gathering to introduce everyone to Peter's new mom, and even Carol, who finally recovered physically at least, was looking forward to their first true family dinner, even if it ended up being a slightly bigger affair than they realized. As they talked, it was soon time for dinner, and Peter served up the pasta and various sauces, allowing a mix and match of dishes. He had prepared a simple red meat sauce, as well as white, and cheese, and he knew they would all get eaten. With the revamp, the simple kitchen was now a fully fitted one, with a double oven, several burners, and a larger fridge and freezer, plus storage, all slotted between the two homes. The garden, having been unused, was removed and replaced. Now they had a fully outdoor eating area, with a table and a large enough kitchen to prepare meals big enough for symbiote hosts. As the revamp of the warehouse had been completed, it was just the settling-in period for everyone. Homes had been picked, and as the new tenants started to decorate, it was a good time for the get-together. While Gwen and MJ still had their original homes, and they agreed not to build over them. Peter's original home now housed Wanda, with Jean above. Liv stayed where she was, and Carol moved in above her. The bathhouse had 2 homes above it, and Laura, when she actually stayed in her home and didn't wander from bed to bed, living in one and Nat in the other next door, and the 4 at the end of the warehouse where the main door was, lay empty. May had just raised an eyebrow when he mentioned them, but he grinned and shrugged. As the topic had been raised, Selene piped up. Peter, I would like to rent one of these homes. A small place in the city would be helpful, especially if I can bring some of our more sheltered residents into the city, and Peter shrugged. As long as they can control their powers, I don't see why not. I mean, I'd be great to have Kane here, and Selene nodded and smiled. Plus, I might want to visit, and she winked at him. As May looked between the pair, Peter hastily looked away, adding to the guilt, and she just shook her head. I was joking, Peter, and he laughed, and she mouthed happy and grandkids at him. Seeing the slightly sad look on Selene's face, he decided that enough was enough. I know Mom, but you know, if you and Kurt are getting married next year, you're really not too old. How about a brother, or maybe a sister? And Kurt spat out his drink, and Logan rubbed his back as the man coughed and spit it over himself. May crossed her arms, unamused. Touché, Mr. Parker, and who says it's not both? Peter laughed. He could tell she was joking. There was only one heartbeat coming from his mom, although in a split second of panic he did double-check. Kurt. He'd have told Gwen, and well, everyone within minutes of finding out, and as May looked over at Kurt, he smiled and shrugged. May sighed. I suppose I will let you off and stop mentioning it, but, and she gave him a look that said this conversation wasn't over. We will be discussing responsibility, young man, especially with this group, and Eric laughed. I think I should visit when your mother is here more often, Peter. I do like her, and to his surprise, Logan nodded as well. Eric's eyes were still wrapped in bandages, as they were damaged but healing. As a gesture, he had handed over several tins of his biogel, and Eric had graciously accepted it. Peter inwardly groaned. Logan, Kurt, Eric, and his mom all together. Well, maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. It was a good way to introduce her to the larger powered community, and maybe he could finally come out as Venom. As he was thinking of the future and how nice it all was, he noticed Selene had come over and was sitting next to him, holding a glass and smiling. Everything okay? And she nodded. I like your home, Peter, and your friends, and most of all your mom, and she smiled. It has been a while since I had a family, and Peter nodded. And if the offer is being discussed, I too would like to join your family, and discuss what your mother proposed, and the conversation in the warehouse stopped dead, as all eyes turned from Selene at first, and then to Peter. Your powers are compatible with mine, and dash for a split second Selene looked like a young vulnerable woman, and Peter saw her hidden vulnerability. Was all Peter could say. He was aware of Selene's powers and that a child was out of the question, and it was May who laughed. I think you broke him, and Selene looked slightly worried at the group of women who were now staring at her. 200 years had steeled her heart against the fact she would be unable to have children. Even with complete control over her vampiric powers, one small slip and she would drain any life within her in seconds. It was only the energy-rich essence that she received from Peter that had given her any spark of hope, and although they were teasing him, the conversion for her was a serious one. Was all Peter could say, and Gwen stood. That is a discussion, and not one for right now, and Selene looked at her hands, and reluctantly nodded. It maybe wasn't the best time, but she had let the moment overtake her, and in a moment of impulsiveness, landed Peter in some trouble. Gwen came over and took Selene by the hand, and maybe not while his mom is here. Peter snapped back to reality. A child was a big thing, and while he reluctantly gave out symbiotes, this was a whole different level of responsibility. And Eric laughed. The mighty Venom, floored by a single question, and now the eyes all turned to him. You asshole, Felicia shouted, and he shrugged, but May's eyes widened and an angry scowl spread across her face. Peter Parker. You will explain yourself this second, and a look of realization crossed Eric's face. Thanks. Magento, Peter sighed. Yes, Mom, my powers, all ours powers, Venom, he said reluctantly. Did I not warn you about lying to me, and you, did you know? And she shook an angry finger at Kurt, who looked at the floor and nodded. You all knew, and the girls all nodded as well. You are those others, aren't you? The ones fighting at S.H.I.E.L.D., and at night. The ones JJ rants on about. It's you. All of you are crooks. As Kurt moved over to comfort May, I knew you were one of those creatures, Kurt, but I never, ever thought you would associate with Venom. You killed that poor boy, you killed all those people, but Kurt took her by the shoulders. No. Do you think for one second that your son, the boy you raised, would do such a thing? And she shook her head, tears forming in her eyes. Then, tell me you didn't, and Peter nodded. Mom, I never killed John. It was an accident. He attacked me, and hurt Felicia, but it was an accident, and she huffed. And JJ, is he a liar? He has evidence, all on his website. Muggings where the men ended up in hospital, buildings on fire, all because of you. Are they false as well? Peter nodded. I do bad things, Mom. I'm not an angel, but I don't kill innocent people. I don't hurt anyone who doesn't deserve it. So you do hurt people? She asked, still angry. Peter had had enough. Yes I do. Is that what you want to hear? Do you want to know about Richard and Mary? About what was in their file? Because that's what a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent does, Mom. I look for bad guys and hurt them so they don't hurt anyone else. Laura moved, and put a hand on Peter's chest, and turned and moved towards May, taking her hand and rubbing it on her cheek. Mom. Not my mom, not yet. Bad men took and hurt me. Peter saved me and gave me a home. Dad says he's a horn dog, but still not a bad man. No shouting. Peter loves you. As May looked down at the smaller woman, holding her hand to her cheek, she shook her head and sighed. From the mouths of babes? May said, and pulled Laura into a hug. As she stared over at Peter, and then at the very embarrassed and sheepish-looking crowd. You all have some explaining to do, and I would also like dessert. Super secret spoiler epilogue. As Peter and the group celebrated and spent time together in the basement of the bar Sinister, a quiet banging could be heard from one of the unsmashed and assumed empty cloning tanks. A simple label, Weapon XXXX, had been printed and stuck on it, with "Do not fucking open," written on it hastily in pen, overriding the two labels the tank had originally: dead batteries, pool cleaning supplies. Hey, I know you're there. Can you get this thing open? I mean, it'll be fun, I promise. As the knocking continued, Hello, yeah, I know you're reading this, just make a small comment. Hey, author, why don't you have any side stories featuring Deadpool? The author mysteriously and tragically passed away before they could finish that sentence. End of spoiler? Ha fucking ha, I can read that Aw come on, I got cut from the 100th fucking chapter and this is all I get? Well, screw you. I'm going to write my own fanfiction with hookers and blackjack and original jokes. The after effects of the family dinner were now in full swing. Selene had rented a home and had been turning up most days to decorate and had left the running of Ginasha to Eric, who had been glad to be back in company again. While Selene had been given a stern warning to stay away and that her wishes would be properly discussed, she still felt a relief she hadn't felt in years. May had taken the news that he wasn't as innocent as she thought in her stride, and it was a relief to actually know he could protect not just himself but the warehouse as well. She was always aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't as benign as its image made out, after discovering Mary's many and very suspicious scars while helping her out with newborn Peter. To find he took after them in more than one way was not as surprising as they had thought. It was just JJ's media portrayal of Venom she had issue with. She had also taken Peter aside, and while she understood Peter's shock, she did also want to make sure that he knew exactly what a child meant, even if it was years down the line. He had reassured her that everyone was safe, and that they were all aware of the responsibility. Shaw's empire was gone. Emma dismissed the contract with Peter, and Emma herself had officially joined the Black Cats and had taken to the more sedate and administrative life with no adjustment. It was a smaller but more comfortable role, and even as she kept to her word and stayed in her penthouse, she visited and often ate with the group, even making Peter laugh as she pointedly tipped out his coffee and placed down a very expensive grinder and caddy with fresh beans in it. Parker Industries had made headway, and with Liv in charge, and a complement of Kurt and Gwen had begun to not just mass-produce the cream but a commercial use for the harness control collar, one that Peter approved of. As the system bridged and controlled involuntary muscles and nerves, it was being titled as a way for para and quadriplegics to walk and move again. Without costly surgery, the collar could be simply worn, and after some adjustment and physio, the person had full use of their limbs again. It was a simple step and brought in investment and interest in the system Peter really wanted to get off the ground, his CLS. With Liv's expertise in neural bridging technology, even with a more complicated control system it was still in its infancy, but with AIM and the others sharing data he found that it was getting off the ground. It was today when Aldrich had called to ask him to attend a meeting that he wasn't looking forward to. In Shaw's notes, they found a lot of evidence that not just Oscorp but Future Farm helped develop some of the technology that both Hydra and Shaw had used. To make matters worse, as Peter was sitting at the meeting table, carefully sipping a cup of coffee, Killian with two others, one he definitely recognized, walked in. He stiffened. A young woman, dressed in simple-styled African robes, led a rather angry but hesitant older man, handsome with short back hair and an expression he recognized, anger and disgust. It was to be expected though. Peter wouldn't have figured that T'Challa would have looked at him any other way. Springing to his feet, Peter tensed, but Killian ran over. Wait, he shouted, raising both his hands and stepping between Peter and T'Challa. They asked to be here, and knew you would be too. It's not a trick, please. They are here on business. Peter sat down again. I have no problem with Wakanda, Aldrich. It's the other way around, and as T'Challa glared at him, the woman stepped forwards. I am Shuri, Princess of Wakanda, and Mr. Parker, that is why we are here, to resolve this stupid feud you have with my brother. Peter laughed. The feud I have? I don't even know who you are, and I've only ever seen him on TV. I don't have a feud. He was the one who broke into my home. He was the one spying. So go ahead, do what seems to be the cliché. Blame me, have a good rant about how much of a bad man I am and then leave, cause it's tiresome. I've heard it all before, and none of it's true. You slept with my fiancé. T'Challa shouted, and Shuri shook her head, and turned, placing a hand on his chest, and shushed him. You will behave, or you will sit in the corner and face the wall, and T'Challa gritted his teeth. I am the king, you know, even I have limits, Shuri, and she smiled. Mr. Parker, as my brother insists on being an ass, how would you like to go on a date with me? I know several very good restaurants, and several very good hotels where you can enjoy dessert, and as you are very handsome, dessert may be something we both enjoy. Shuri. T'Challa shouted. No, if you insist on being an idiot I will treat you like one. He has not said anything, not done anything, and once I got home, you know, I caught the Dora giggling like children, watching a movie, and what did I find? A penis, his penis if I am to believe correctly. I apologize for my country, Mr. Parker, and I am here to make amends. Peter looked over at the young woman, who was glaring at her brother. Shuri, and she nodded. Did your brother shoot an adult video in the warehouse? And she sighed and nodded again. You know, if any of the people I spend time with are on that video I am going to hurt him. Yes. See? And she turned and looked at T'Challa. You invade his privacy and wonder why violence is on offer. Mr. Parker, I can assure you that there was no one, and I checked and then deleted every single file myself. There was no one but you on the video. That doesn't make this right, thought, and Shuri moved over beside him and pulled out a chair, sat down and grabbed her laptop from her bag. These are all the files we have on not just the Devourer but scans of your biology and the formula you have used. We have Oscorp files and blood work from Spider-Man, Agent Webb, and a few others of the enhanced you may not know about. While this is just a start, I wish to make amends, and as Peter browsed the information he frowned. Ah, this is garbage. The Clintar your ancestor fought came from a crashed alien spaceship in Egypt. We were planning on going out to investigate. The formula Oscorp used was garbage, but one of my partners already fixed it, and the files on web you have are outdated, as well as the ones on me as well. Peter turned the laptop around, not impressed so far. Shuri looked over at T'Challa, and nodded. I like him. We do know you found a bar of silver metal. We had known S.H.I.E.L.D. had it for a while, and as they were content to let it sit in a warehouse gathering dust, we left it, and tapping on the screen, she turned it back. Vibranium. An energy-dense metal from space that absorbs and redirects any energy directed at it. It is the basis for all Wakandan technology, and our secret. Yes, a secret you are not allowed to share, but Shuri glared and shushed T'Challa once more. I was studying at M.I.T when Stark announced his nanotech. Of course, I grabbed it and was surprised to discover that your name was on the paper, Mr. Parker. May I call you Peter? And she smiled and placed a hand on his. Please, I am not your enemy, and once I persuade this idiot, Wakanda will be happy to be your friend. Peter, with a small measure of mischief, smiled and rubbed his other hand over hers. Of course, as long as I can call you Shuri, and he leaned forwards. I'll save Princess for special occasions, and even though T'Challa glared, Shuri smiled and giggled. I am aware of your love life, Peter. So, let's stick to business, and it was her turn to lean forwards, for now at least. No, T'Challa shouted. I demand an explanation for Ororo. You will not use your methods on my sister as well, and Peter sighed and patted the back of Shuri's hand. Ororo came to me out of concern for Laura and Wanda. After hearing all your bullshit, she wanted the truth. Your files don't mention I produce a pheromone that makes me attractive, and Ororo didn't believe it was real. I warned her and she insisted. We didn't do anything. I didn't touch her, and he added quietly, much, and while Shuri's eyes widened, T'Challa growled, but she stopped. She left, and then I guess things went bad for you, as the next time I saw her she was single. A pheromone, and Shuri looked at her hands and gave Peter a look. Yup, but right now, while I don't look it, I'm covered in a nanofilm of my bioarmor, to stop it from affecting every woman I meet, and I have this, and reaching into a pocket he pulled out a small spray bottle. One of the first things we did when we figured out what I was doing was to create a counter-agent. Peter glared at T'Challa. He tolerated a lot of the hate spewed by JJ, but there was one button he wouldn't tolerate being pushed. You might not like me, but I don't fucking rape women. So get off your high horse and realize that maybe, just maybe, Ororo broke up with you cause you're a dick. See why I cannot stand him. How he twists everything, and why he is a danger. T'Challa shook his head. It is fine to say, but I know better, but Peter shrugged. Well, guess the conversation's over then. Shuri, it was a pleasure, but I really don't have to explain myself to you, and I really don't care what you think. You started this and I have enough to deal with, without Wakanda getting up my ass over their king being a giant asshole. How about you talk to Ororo rather than blame me? Peter smiled and clicked his fingers. Oh wait, she won't talk to you, cause you were an ass to her. Shuri frowned. Is that why she won't return my calls? And T'Challa sat back down and stared at the corner of the desk. You are in so much trouble, brother. Ororo and I are friends. She looked after me when I was a baby, and this is all your fault. Shuri took out a clear tablet and displayed a cell phone number. Can I ask a favor, Peter? Can you call Ororo and pass on a message? I will, but call off your surveillance, and any tales you have on the people I care about. And Shuri nodded. Peter took out his own phone and tapped a quick message into it. Ororo is at the warehouse, checking up on Laura. She'll meet you there, and taking Shuri's tablet he tapped in both his cell number and the address into a new contact pane, and as he put down his phone, Shuri's rang, and as she smiled she quickly tapped into it. Thank you, and you, behave, or I will make sure Okoye makes you. T'Challa nodded. Peter, I promise that my guards will behave, but as a foreign dignitary, I am not allowed to travel without them. You may check them before they enter your home. Peter sighed and sent another text. Wanda and Laura are there as well, everyone else is at work, and they know you're on your way. Aldrich, we need to have a chat first though, and as he looked over at T'Challa, you could have asked, and you should thank your sister for stopping this before it went too far, and he stood and offered a hand to Shuri, who smiled and took it. Just one last thing though, did he really take a video of me in the nude? And as Shuri smiled and looked down, she nodded. Why? She shrugged. It must be a man thing, and with no further explanation, she turned and left. T'Challa glared at him once more. Do not ask me the same thing or I will go back on my promise, and he abruptly turned and left. Well, that was awkward and stupid, Peter said, sitting back down, but Aldrich, want to explain why both Hydra and Sebastian Shaw had your serum? And as Aldrich closed the door, he sighed and began to explain. I never knew, please believe me, I never knew. I needed money for Maya and I took the contracts, but Peter shrugged. I get that, and I believe you. Of course he did. The Mind Stone was pulsing within his chest, and even if Killian wanted to he wouldn't have lied. But, please, no super-secret organizations hellbent on world domination, not again. And as Aldrich slumped in his chair he gave a faint and relieved laugh. Oh come on, it's not the end of the world, Aldrich. As Shuri was driven to the warehouse she smiled. The meeting with Peter had gone to plan, of course. He was angry with T'Challa, but once their stupid male egos had been soothed it was all plain sailing. And now, while it was probably a dingy rundown apartment, she was getting to meet with and spend time with Ororo. Frowning as she looked at the address Peter had given her, she had even sent a message to Aurora to confirm it. She stood in front of the warehouse where Wanda was waiting for her and she smiled. Aurora was in the bath and refused to come out. Your guards are welcome to wait in the main part and we have refreshments, if they are allowed, and she took a step forward. Remember, not just your friend Aurora has powers, and Shuri saw the red energy crackling over Wanda's hands, and Peter is not the only one upset at what your brother did. As the energy faded, but you are also not the only one who knows how stupid a brother can be, and as she nodded, come on, I will try to get Aurora out of the tub, or if you are happy, you may join her. We do keep clean suits, just in case. As Shuri and her 2 guards entered, Shuri marveled at the engineering that had gone into the homes. She could see the intricate and well-hidden wiring and pipe work and the nicely built wrought iron walkways that littered the various homes. Looking up she could see that the ceiling penthouse was designed to allow light to enter and stayed almost invisible until you looked for it. There is juice in the fridge, although anything in a dark bottle is alcohol, the clear bottles are marked. Aurora is in the bathhouse, and Wanda pointed over at a curtained double room. If you wish to join her, there are clean, packaged swimsuits in one of the units inside. We don't know when we will get a guest, so Peter made sure there was a selection. The red flag hanging at the corner lets him know there are guests and he will not enter, and Shuri nodded. She was not about to get changed in a strange man's home, no matter how private it seemed. As she entered through the curtain, Aurora was up to her neck in bubbles, sipping at a glass of sparkling wine, and she smiled, Shuri, and raised the glass at her, before taking a sip. You are drunk, Shuri stated, shaking her head, and this is not your home. Aurora scoffed, and you sound just like him. Peter is not here, and even if he was, he has seen me naked, so I do not care, and as she sat her glass back down she ran a washcloth over her arm. If you came to lecture me, then go home. T'Challa made his bed, and he can sleep in it. Alone. Shuri moved over and sat on the edge of the bath. She frowned as she ran her hand over the strangely smooth material, and frowned. This isn't stone, do you know? And Aurora laughed. Ask Peter. He built the whole place, although I suspect it is some kind of resin. Gwen makes the most fabulous creams and ointments, smell, and she held up a tin, which Shuri was about to lean forwards and sniff before she scowled and leaned back, shaking her head. That is not why I am here. Please Aurora, come home. I miss you. Aurora scoffed. That place is not my home. I had Olivia check my phone, so he could not claim another lie, and she found several tracking apps on it. Shuri, he might be your brother, but he is an ass, and you are upsetting my bath time, so say your piece and leave. I have nothing more to do with him, and as Aurora lifted her glass she waved a hand at her. I had come here to see my friend after I had talked to Peter. Are you living here now? But Aurora shook her head. No, I was offered a teaching position on an island, and I am tutoring Laura. Even Charles lately has been, and she paused, difficult, and Shuri sighed. Peter was not at all what I expected, did you really? And Aurora sat up. Fine, then let us talk about this, but then you leave. I am beginning to understand Peter's annoyance at being pestered all the time. She sipped her wine and then sat the glass back down before sitting up properly. No, he said he produces a pheromone to make women like him, and I didn't believe him. He called on one of his lovers and tried to talk her into making me leave, and she took one look and told him that I was an adult and he should do as he pleases. Shuri frowned, and was he telling the truth? Did you? And Aurora sighed and pulled her legs up to her chin, blowing the bubbles from them. He was not lying. In an instant, I smelled something wonderful, and would have let him. Anything he wanted, Shuri, even if it upset your brother. And as she wrapped her arms around her legs, and he rejected me. He sprayed me with a chemical, told me off for being stupid, and made me get dressed. Would I? Oh yes, did I? No, and T'Challa knows. Shuri smiled. See, you called him by his name. All is not lost, but Aurora shook her head. If T'Challa had told me, not about the Dora as you go everywhere with them, but the phone and the lies, I would not have done what I did. And as Aurora took a wet hand and took Shuri's, but he didn't trust me. He spied and told half-truths. That is why I won't be home, that is why everything fell apart. Peter had no part in my decision. Shuri patted the back of Aurora's hand. It is over, and Aurora nodded. And you are leaving New York, and Aurora nodded. The island is off the coast, but Selene insists on secrecy, as you should be used to. Shuri sighed, and if I persuaded Peter to let me stay, and you stayed as well, would you? And Aurora laughed. Are you throwing yourself at Peter for my sake? And Shuri raised an eyebrow and grinned. Wakanda does have polygamy, we could be sister wives. And Aurora laughed again. Peter's others might object to that, and Shuri shrugged. And who could resist two such goddesses as ourselves? And Aurora raised an eyebrow. You have not met who Peter shares his life with. I think you would be shocked. Shuri made a PFF noise. How bad could it be? We are stunning, and Aurora laughed. Join me in this bath and I will tell you. Shuri looked apprehensive at Aurora. Here. Aurora nodded. Peter won't come into the bathhouse while a red flag is out, as he knows that a guest is using it, and the bathing suits are very comfortable. I think Emma picked them, and she is the fussiest of women. Shuri stood. Fine, but only as you insisted, and do you think I could? And Aurora laughed as Shuri pointed at the glass. Stepping out of the bath she walked, dripping and naked, to the curtain. Wanda, can Shuri have a glass of wine? I don't care, Wanda shouted back, and Aurora laughed and grabbed another from the cabinet, pouring some of the fizzy liquid into it. You might be underage, but here I think they don't mind, and Shuri sipped it. It was fruity and very nice. I am of legal age in Wakanda, and Ororo laughed, as Shuri nervously undressed, while Ororo held her drink. Take my bath and I shall take another, or I believe the big pool is warm, and she pointed at the massive pool, full of crisp clean water. Can we swim? And Ororo shrugged. I have no idea, but she heard Wanda shout yes and they nodded and walked into the water. Not long after, Wanda and an excited Laura joined them. Wanda nodded at the new arrival, and she stripped out of her clothes as Laura dived into the large pool naked. Ororo had dropped by to use the bathhouse, while Wanda had been training with Laura and they had waited until they were finished before joining her. And how are you, Laura? Ororo asked, and she stopped. Better, reading is good, talking is better now. Thank you. And as Wanda beckoned to her, she moved over to let her wash her hair. You are Shuri? Yes. Wanda asked her and Shuri nodded. Laura is the reason Peter was mad at Charles, but thank you for the books, Ororo. Her lessons are going well. I can count to 100. Laura yelled and stuck up a fist. But you still prefer to sneak into beds at night, and Laura nodded, with a huge grin. She was mistreated, and prefers to sleep with someone, anyone, as long as she is not alone. You are angry at Peter for taking away your friend, but don't be. Wanda explained as she rinsed the suds from Laura. He is an idiot, a stupid reckless man with a stupid reckless life, but he cares, and he would do anything, and you should not fault him for that. Ororo leaned over. She is a telepath. Wanda laughed as Shuri's eyes went wide. I am also not deaf, and you were shouting, and Shuri went red and hid her face. Don't be too hard on him. Many more are safe because of his actions. I do not. In fact, I am. And Wanda raised a hand. I also heard that part, and that, as Gwen would say, is a discussion between us all. All 7 of us. S7, and Shuri's mouth fell open and as she looked over at Ororo, and you knew, and she shrugged. They are very open. If you ask they will tell, and yes, but I do not care, as that is not why I am here. I teach Laura on Peter's behalf, and it is a job. He pays me and that is our relationship. I might be naked in his bath, but he does not wash my back. And Wanda laughed. No, you ask Laura to do that. And once Wanda had rinsed the soap from her hair, she shot off and splashed into the large pool. But how? Shuri asked. Wanda sat on the edge of the pool and slid herself in, uncaring that Shuri was giving her naked body a good once-over. When you are bonded to a symbiote you lose a small sense of innocence. They share everything. I held on to Octave while Liv tended to Ravage, and I knew her feelings, her thoughts on Peter, what they had done and what she liked, food, music, her tastes in everything, all shared and open. It is frightening but freeing. I would host another if he offered, but with Shaw, he has not. Shuri stopped splashing and stared. You have been one of these creatures? She asked and Wanda nodded. As Shuri looked into the water, Laura was happily doggy paddling up and down the length of the pool. Wanda laughed. Laura, come here for a moment. Can I speak to Talon? And Laura nodded and her skin oozed and rippled, and she was covered in the dark grey symbarmer. Yes, Wanda, and Shuri backpedaled away from her, almost dragging Ororo out of the water with her. Wanda shook her head. How are you feeling today? We are well, but we are curious as to why you wish to talk like this. We know you can communicate within the mind. And Wanda looked over at Shuri. As Talon's eyes narrowed. She hates us, fears us, and the Laura does not like it. Wanda ran a hand over her shoulder. It's fine. She was taught you are a monster, and to be afraid, and Talon stayed vigilant. We will not harm her, as the Peter asked, but he owes us the cookies and rubs. And as Laura's swimsuit reformed back into the single one piece and then vanished, she stuck her tongue out and Ororo laughed. I was not aware you were a host, Wanda. Is everyone? But she shook her head. Jean was the last. I have not asked, so I think they assume I don't wish to be, but everyone else. Even Squirmy Butt here. And as Wanda lifted Laura and placed her on her lap, she did as Wanda expected and squirmed away to swim. The symbiote is not hostile. They are like any creature, born with powers, afraid, and hungry. Most threaten or attack as they are confused. Liv or Gwen could explain better. It's a brain thing. Wanda could remember the reason why. She was just a bit short on the chemistry lessons to explain it properly. Shuri looked apprehensively at Ororo. And you are fine with this? Are you afraid of me because of my power? I could send 10,000 amps through the water and kill us all if I lost control, but here we are, swimming and having drinks. And Shuri relaxed. I am still not happy. I would not keep a tiger in my room, and while I will agree not to call them a devourer, it is still strange. Wanda laughed. In this house, that is the least strange thing. After spending the day with Killian, discussing a more pragmatic approach to licensing the Extremis formula, making sure none of the groups it was going to be licensed to were actually terrorists in disguise. He then checked in on Liv, who was giving Kurt a tour with Gwen, and discussing how to steal Yvonne from Hammer. He was finally glad to be home. Felicia had taken Emma and they were touring the districts at night with Elektra. Emma wanted to see just how clean the operations are. Her experiences with Shaw had left her with bad impressions of the sex industry and a healthy dose of paranoia that it was all above board. As the three were going to be out late, Elektra would be taking them in for the night. With a warning from Wanda, Peter knew Shuri and Ororo were still at the warehouse, and after the day they had, simply opted to pick up takeout. It had been a good day. While T'Challa had been an actual ass, Peter felt that he might get Wakanda off his back, and an opportunity to work with Shuri was nothing to be upset about. Until he got home. As he approached the door, carrying not just 5 pizza boxes but garlic breadsticks and an assortment of other sides, he could hear the laughter and noise coming from within. Gwen and Liv both shrugged, and as everyone had their hands full and the noise wasn't screaming, they just let themselves in. Laura was hanging upside down, suspended in a glow of red, while Talon leapt and ran around, spraying webbing and trying her best to climb up the resulting rope. Two bald, tall women, with massive spears, languished on the chairs around the table, and ate chips and drank what appeared to be apple juice while watching. The dark brown bottles let Peter know it was in fact cider, his cider. Ororo floated around the pair, surrounded by a crackling halo of lightning, and the whole warehouse was a mess of suds and clothing. Nobody was dressed, and Peter took in not only Wanda's full figure, Laura's petite but muscular frame, but the full glory that was Ororo, and he felt a small twinge of regret that he had turned her down. Peter figured that Shuri was the one within Talon. As the group ran riot and laughed, the trio just stood and watched before Wanda noticed them and laughed. "Dad's home," and the group burst out laughing. Peter grinned and shook his head. "Well, can we at least get the pizza on the table? Liv, can you go rescue Shuri? I think that's Shuri anyway. We are. We love this. We want one. We promise to behave. We promise anything. Give. Peter took a double take. "Are you all drunk?" which was answered by very drunk and slurred "No," from the group. As Talon landed in front of Peter, the simskin retracted and a very naked Shuri was left. "Oh, we never knew how good it feels," and as Peter raised an eyebrow and looked down, she waved a hand. "I do not care, stare all you like. I already know everything, and it is only fair," and took a pizza box and stalked back to the table. Did I just get permission to look?" and Gwen shrugged. "Didn't stop me," and as she nudged Peter with her shoulder, they moved to the eating area. As pizza boxes were opened and plates were fetched, Peter sat in his chair, after moving a disgruntled Dora from it, whose name was slurred and he didn't quite catch. "So, we had a little party, and Wanda moved over." "We did. Shuri was afraid of Talon, and we showed her it was fine. She just needed a little courage to get there, and well, now look at her." Peter nodded, trying not to. "She won't like that when she's sober. Talon shared a lot, so it is only fair. I have," and she paused, "felt you?" And then she giggled, "And you are a very bad man." T'Challa should have been worried, and as she turned to look over at Ororo, "I think I would have," before stuffing a slice of pizza in her mouth and moaning at how good it tasted, even the food, and her shoulders sank and she fell into food heaven. "And while I appreciate the meal, Talon, clothes please," and without a word Talon changed into a simple long-sleeved dress, her usual grey color, and Shuri looked down at herself. "And they can do that too," she said through a mouthful of pizza. "Are we in trouble?" Wanda asked, and Peter shrugged. "I'm not cleaning up the mess, but no, it's your home, party all you like," and as he dragged a slice onto his plate he grabbed breadsticks and coleslaw to go with them, smiling at the Dora as he also took a glass of cider from the open bottle she had in front of her. "No, the symbiote?" she asked guiltily. "Again, not pets. If Talon wants to jump host, that's up to her. I just won't create more without a good reason, and drunken girls' night is not a good reason. Ask me again when you're all sober," and Peter stared at her while he ate. He wasn't mad, and he knew Wanda might ask for another after Octave, but Shuri was still an unknown, and with T'Challa's temper, finding her naked would be a big enough headache without finding out she was a host as well. "Okay," and Wanda curled up on her chair with her own pizza. "I might be missing something, but is that Shuri, Princess Shuri of Wakanda, and her two royal guards eating pizza and drinking?" and Peter smiled as he nodded at Liv. "So, just to be 100%. Wakanda, the most technologically advanced country in the world's princess, is drunk, currently offering anything for the chance to study a symbiote, and you're letting her eat pizza and not taking advantage of her." Peter raised an eyebrow and Liv laughed. "Not that way, you bad man." Peter shrugged. "When she is sober, we can discuss getting her on board, but T'Challa has enough issue with my behavior towards Ororo without his little sister as well." Liv took her pizza and sat on the edge of his chair. "I suppose, I mean, it's bad enough you let her get drunk," and Peter looked up at her and groaned. "You think?" and Shuri laughed. "My brother can shove it," and she stuffed another slice in her mouth. "This is so gook. Wait until you have sex, dear," and Peter batted her on the thigh, and she laughed. "And how do you know Miss Shuri doesn't have a beau already?" "And that I meant you," and as she laughed she bent down and kissed the side of his face. "Admit you are interested," and he shrugged non-committally. "I have enough problems right now," and he leaned back, sighing. "Still not heard from Nat," and he shook his head. She did say radio silence, and with them hunting the remains of Hydra, it would be months, plus Carol and Jean. Carol hadn't recovered from her ordeal at the hands of Rogue. It was a sudden shock, to be one of the galaxy's biggest badasses, and then an energy vampire comes along and almost kills you while leaving you broken and hurt. Peter knew that feeling. Bullseye had done a number on him, but he couldn't help shake the feeling that there was more going on than just the bitter taste of defeat. She had been practicing her powers, trying to find her limits, and today she had taken off, flying up and out into space, and Peter was worried her powers might cut out unexpectedly, and she wouldn't return. Jean had started to move her life into the warehouse, but with Scott refusing to see her, she was traveling between the warehouse and the mansion. Thankfully the Xavier Institute was an accredited school, much to Peter's surprise, and she didn't have to do anything to change her studies there. It meant though, that every day she was surrounded by people wondering if she was moving back, and the stress had Peter worried. He had also talked to Gwen about an internship with Parker Inc., as she shared several interests with both Liv and Gwen. Liv had already signed off on the idea, but as it would be Kurt's lab and Gwen's workspace, he wanted her input first. She'll either be fine or she won't. She's a nice girl, Peter, but ultimately not your responsibility. If she moves out, then that's on her unless that's another maybe. And he stopped mid-bite and narrowed his eyes at Liv, who laughed and kissed him again. What was it Gwen said? As long as they're bi and cute, and she winked while Peter rolled his eyes. From the looks, Shuri keeps giving Aurora, I think we have that one covered. You know Talon is still bonded to me, and I can hear you, but Liv shrugged. Then don't listen. Plus with memories from Talon you already know exactly how Peter feels, and what sort of things he has done, and Shuri nodded and her face fell. See, teasing is fine dear, but you are still on probation. Your brother made some poor choices and you are going to have to bear that burden. Peter looked up at her, and who just told me off for teasing her, and she laughed and ran her hand through his hair. Ah, sorry dear, I forgot you think you're in charge sometimes, and even Shuri laughed. If Miss Shuri is going to be a part of our lives, there is no use hiding anything, is there? And Peter sighed. Okay then, party pooper. Talon, can you clean Shuri's system and head back to Laura? And the symbiote swirled and wrapped herself around Laura once more, who grinned and took her fifth slice of pizza and another glass of soda. Peter sighed, you might have let her get clothes, and Shuri shrugged. Talon was quite clear on sharing her time with you. I am not a prude and I am not embarrassed, but Peter sighed and threw a blanket at her. No, but I don't want my mom or stepdad walking in, or your brother, and them seeing you naked. Do you want to explain that? And Shuri shook her head and wrapped the blanket around herself, carefully standing and holding it around herself, where Peter was greeted by a full view of her slim, toned figure, small A-cup breasts and dark chocolate dot nipples and cleanly shaven lips glistening between her legs. There will be no secrets between us, Peter. As the Princess of Wakanda I promise you this. And she wrapped the blanket and folded the top in, tightening it and twisting it to keep it secure. Peter shook his head, grateful for the feast but knowing full well that tomorrow, T'Challa would be spitting fury and thunder his way. And thanks to you, I have lost my buzz. So now you owe me a drink. And she motioned to her glass. Well, and as Peter moved to fill it, Gwen leaned over. Got you trained already? And Aurora laughed while Peter paused and stuck his tongue out at her. I know, it's such a hard life, being surrounded by beautiful women who insist on taking their clothes off around me. And as Peter refilled Shuri's glass he filed Gwen's, Liv's, and offered to the Dora, who refused but politely nodded. Everyone keeps saying, stop being so worried, so I have. Shuri, you are very attractive, and if your offer of a date is still open, I'd be happy to. Aurora, while it was a test, you are always welcome here. Even if Laura no longer needs a tutor, the bathhouse is available for you. As Aurora smiled, and do I not get a date? And she raised an eyebrow while smiling. Peter half shrugged, getting accustomed to the teasing. I felt that maybe it would be rude to invite you after asking Shuri, but as Shuri keeps glancing at you, a double date, and Shuri coughed and hid behind her drink. Aurora laughed, I think that the offer of the bathhouse will do for now, and she smiled and lifted her drink, until her brother finds out, and then we shall see. And Peter laughed and shook his head. Yeah. Can you get that mess sorted? I mean, working with you is great, Liv, and Liv nodded. I can't wait. Wakandan tech? Sign me right up. And Shuri smiled. Ah, we shall see. T'Challa is still, but Liv waved a hand. Yes, 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 and I'm sure you'll listen, now that you're sober. And Liv moved from the arm of Peter's chair and sat next to Shuri, and as the talk devolved into a more technical aspect of the work, Shuri and Liv both became more animated. Gwen moved and sat on Peter's lap. Moving his pizza he wrapped an arm around her. Seems we picked up a couple more. As Aurora chatted with the two, Dora, Wanda, and Laura sat and ate pizza and talked. Gwen leaned her head into Peter's shoulder. Love you? Peter said, as he kissed her head. Love you too. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and now I guess 8, and Peter pulled her close and smiled as she sighed happily. King T'Challa sat in his office in New York. Wakanda had set up a more lavish embassy once its true nature had been displayed, but as he read the report, given by two very hungover Dora Milaje, he gritted his teeth. He had been called away from Wakanda and had spent the flight bristling with anger. It was one thing to find out Venom was not the monster they thought he was, it was another to get a report that this younger sister had been flirting and posing naked in the presence of a man, and that he had not taken offense. Shuri was playing a dangerous game. One that he hoped she knew what she was doing. His most trusted Dora, Okoye, stood and watched as his hand tightened into fists, and made a note to discipline the two women personally. While Princess Shuri could be a handful, sitting, drinking soda and eating chips while she ran riot was definitely a lack of discipline on their part. Protocol should have been to call either her or T'Challa, not let her bond with a creature and expose herself to a strange man. If I send her home, do you think I will have a home to return to? He asked her as he leaned back and ran a hand over his face, opting for the more prudent response. Okoye stayed silent. You know, that says more than if you had actually answered, and even her normally stoic face cracked, and she smiled at him. She is a princess, and you cannot control her any more than you have. I will make sure her security is better though, but he waved his hand. She was surrounded by augmented and these symbiotes. I doubt your Dora would have been a match for any of them, let alone Mr. Parker. At that thought, she huffed. To insult her Dora Milaje was to insult her. And I know that look as well. Leave her security alone, or she will only complain. And she laughed. Yes, but she will complain to you, not to me. And while he did laugh he still shook his head at her. He sighed. What should I do? We know they are dangerous, but that was 200 years ago. We know Venom is dangerous, but that was all lies and smoke. Do I let my little sister stay in the company of that man, who has 7 others? And Okoye snorted. And other than Ororo, how many do you have? And he leaned back frowning. The brides in training were not my idea, nor my choice, and she raised an eyebrow, and that came out wrong. I am sorry. But she stood, lifted her spear and stood back at the door, the smile gone from her face. T'Challa sighed. Please, forgive me. I am stupid and I spoke out of turn, but Okoye stood silently. Fine, but you know, Ororo has refused to return my calls. I am being forced to choose another head wife. I think I saw a few names on the list. One of my very dear, and not as stubborn childhood friends, and Okoye raised an eyebrow and tapped the butt of her spear on the tiled floor. Of course, I forgot. Your name was second, wasn't it? But he shrugged and turned his chair to look out the window. But it seems we are a poor match, too different, not at all compatible. And as she cleared her throat, he was hiding the huge smile on his face. My king. Surely discussing a new bride while you have yet to talk to the old one is bad manners. And as his chair swiveled around he laughed, as if you do not know exactly what you are doing. Shuri is bad enough, without you adding to it. And she scowled but smiled and shook her head. Is this official? And he nodded. It is. The council sent me the missive this morning. Ororo was found guilty of behavior unbecoming of a royal Wakandan. She is being stripped of her position, and if she does not stop this behavior, her citizenship as well. He motioned to her to sit, and as she stuck her head out the door, T'Challa heard another Dora standing at attention outside. Leaning her spear against the door frame, Okoye moved and sat. Are we to talk as equals? And he nodded. The missive moved you up to head wife, and you are to begin training immediately. I have no say this time. The council voted that as king I should have done this immediately, and that Ororo was an outsider to begin with. But, as they will not ask, I shall. Are you okay? I will not force you, and Okoye laughed. Did sneaking away to kiss in the quiet areas not teach you that I love you, my heart, and that I am honored and happy to be your wife? And as she ran a hand over her head, and I can stop shaving. T'Challa smiled. Good, then as my very beautiful and very capable wife-to-be, you can please help me deal with Shuri and the mess she is making. Okoye smiled. Oh, that is simple. Practice this very powerful and very effective charm. And T'Challa raised an eyebrow. Pleased to meet you, brother-in-law, and his face fell. Okoye laughed and pointed. Oh, your face is so funny. And holding her stomach, his unamused look deepened as did her laughter. As she moved over, she knelt by the side of his chair and shook her head as he pouted. I have known you all my life, and have been told that I would always be by your side, as your queen or as the head of your guard. I will always be there, but you must let Shuri decide her own fate. You cannot send her to America and then expect her to follow the old ways, and admit it. The reason you dislike Peter Parker is you know that she likes him. His file reads like hers. Stubborn, headstrong, brilliant, and unwavering. If you were just her brother and not king, I would just say you were being overprotective. He crossed his arms. She will do this to spite you if you let her, and she will do it to spite the council as well. You know that M'Baku made hints at a union to solidify the promise you made, and that she did not speak to you for a week after you mentioned it. He sighed and turned to her. Then, my queen, what do you suggest? And she stood and smiled, running a hand over his shoulder. Make it official first. Break off the engagement with Ororo, and be polite. You made a stupid error there, and the fault is not hers. As for Shuri, and she shrugged, tell her you have been wrong and you approve. If she really likes him, she will love you, and if she is doing it to spite you, she will lose interest and you will never see him again. T'Challa laughed. A good plan, but she is too smart. I will be fair in dealing with Ororo. She was right and I overstepped, but Peter, if I back away she will be suspicious and become more interested. So no, I will disapprove while submitting his name to the council, and if she is serious, I win either way. His file is very interesting, as is the company he keeps. T'Challa swept a hand over his desk and a holographic display lit up. Killian Aldrich. We have already made movies to acquire a controlling interest in Future Farm, as his Extremis formula can rival our own. We had tried to grab the Stacy formula, but it is too entrenched in Stark's world to remove. Hammer on the other hand, and as he tapped on the desk, Justin Hammer's file sprang up. He is a pain in my rear. He had made several attempts to purchase vibranium through shell companies, over his allotted amount, and also tried to smuggle operatives into the county. Hammer is part of AIM, and right now I do not wish to upset either Peter or Mr. Aldrich. However, Hammer's constant annoyance is becoming more than is tolerable. If he continues, I may be forced to use him as an example to the world that Wakanda is playing nice at the moment, but we still have very sharp fangs. And Okoye nodded. And the warehouse incident, leaning back, T'Challa sighed. Youthful excitement. It is strictly confidential. Explain to your Dora that if word my little sister exposed herself willingly to a man, that they will not be seeing our homeland again. And Okoye agreed. She had similar plans, and if they were willing, Shuri might find herself with more sister wives than she bargained for. Peter had the stamina to take them, and strengthening the bonds between him and the country could provide them with a source of symbiotes for themselves. Even if he was unwilling to marry them, it was not unheard of for the Wakandan royal family to bed their guards, as practice for their wedding night. Even though she had confiscated the video they had shot, unknown to her or T'Challa, Peter's stamina when it came to the bedroom, and his measurements were well known throughout the guard. She had already received several transfer requests to his surveillance detail, much to her annoyance. The Dora Mileage were professionals, but they were also still women, and as amongst Wakandans where strength was prized, Peter had proven himself very capable, and to many, very desirable. If Shuri decided that she was to marry him, she had no doubt that we would pass their trials without breaking a sweat, and that any challengers for her hand would be ground beneath his heels. As she thought more about it, it was maybe a good idea to make arrangements. Shuri was not hot-headed, and once she decided on a course of action it would be hard to change her mind. If she grew to like Peter, she would pursue him. It would be prudent, in her opinion, to plan for that eventuality. Even T'Challa understood this, and while he might be hesitant over the Devourer in their midst, he still had to respect the fights Peter had been involved in and won. His dislike for the man was almost as great as his respect for him, and if they ever fought, T'Challa knew he would have to call upon the full strength of the Black Panther to defeat him. He could only sigh as he realized that Shuri might have already planned this, and that her own operatives were just as capable as his own, and that she was better at seeing a lot of different futures than he was. She would plan her own future, while he focused on Wakanda. This might have even been her plan from the start to get out of an arranged marriage with the white gorilla tribe. She had never expressed an interest in anything other than her lab and her studies. As for Parker Inc., I am going to suggest to Shuri that she partners with Peter. If we can gain more information on the symbiotes it can only help to make a defense against them. If she likes him, then as much as I dislike the idea I will learn to step back, and Okoye nodded and patted his hand, and I am sure that if Hammer is just as annoying to aim as he is to us, he might even consider it a small favor. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? And as he laughed he lifted and kissed the back of her hand. Although, getting rid of Justin Hammer is not going to be enough to make up for the fact you accused him of sleeping with your fiancée. T'Challa tooted and swiped his hand over the desk, there, as he tapped a few keys. Do you think that should do it? And as Okoye noted that T'Challa had allotted double the amount of vibranium he had given Stark, almost a ton of raw ore, she nodded. I think he might sleep with you, rather than your sister, and as he roared with laughter, he grabbed her and pulled her into his lap. I am taken, and happy, and as they kissed the Dora outside the door knew not to let anyone disturb the happy royal couple. Shuri woke to find a sprawled Laura laying almost on top of her. While the young woman wasn't heavy, she was too warm and she snored. They had warned Shuri that she sleepwalked. Nightmares from a bad time in her life meant she would seek out anyone in the night, and her wanderings were random but harmless. With several empty, Shuri had been shown into a guest bedroom, and one of the women who visited but did not live here had tastefully decorated the home in white and creams. Fine linen bed sheets covered a soft and comfortable bed. Peter had looked like he would cry when they had told her where Emma bought them from and how much they cost. The Dora had stood guard all night, even though Peter had supplied them with camp beds and blankets. While they had been drinking, not cider it turned out, Laura had been stealing that. She was happier and she knew her brother would be less inclined to punish them. They of course had already submitted a report. After finding the security of the warehouse they ventured outside and sent in their findings, including their own failings and the behavior of the princess. While Shuri knew her brother would find out eventually, she had not expected him to know even before she woke up. Everyone else was awake, and Peter had made a breakfast platter. Toast, eggs, bacon, and an assortment of teas and coffees were laid out on the table. As Shuri picked up her phone she frowned. Won't work, need to go outside, and grumbling she slipped out to check in with T'Challa. As he picked up his phone she could hear him laughing. Did you have fun, sister? And she knew they had told on her. Do I need to start the wedding ceremony? Damn, she thought to herself as he laughed. Very funny, brother. I am fine, and you can stop with the teasing. Not at all. I heard that the princess of Wakanda has snagged herself a poor American husband, bringing thousands of years of shame to our family. I have already begun to sacrifice a herd of goats to purify the bloodline, and once we find enough virgins I can begin to make amends to the gods as well. Shuri swore in her mind at him. Good brother, remember to get some children as well. You need to perform the pregnancy rites, as I'm sure with what I did last night I must be. Of course, you were not to know I did not wake up alone. Ha, stupid brother. She would of course neglect to mention it was Laura and not Peter. Children, already? I shall pray it is twins, or maybe triplets. Oh, how you shall swell, sister, and I'm sure after mother hears she will be delighted. Let me conference call her and you can share the good news. And now she really did swear. Fine, you win. I am sorry, but I did have fun. Shuri made a promise to get him back. I know, your Dora already reported in, and I am glad you had fun. Are you still at the warehouse, or are you returning to your apartment in Massachusetts? I am staying here for now. Peter has invited me to stay, and we are going to discuss plans for Parker Inc. If that is okay, and Shuri stared. Her brother was being awfully nice and as her eyes narrowed she knew he was planning something. Good. I am 15 minutes away. Please tell Ororo and Peter I am coming to speak to them, and please, do not let them leave. I will be apologizing. Now she knew he was up to something. T'Challa was stubborn and rarely apologized for anything. If you do anything stupid, brother, I will hurt you. But he laughed and hung up, leaving her shaking her head. As she headed back inside, Peter had laid out a plate for her, while Laura sat on his lap, letting him feed her pieces of bacon. As Shuri came back in, he lifted her up and she sat on her own spot, squirting ketchup over her eggs and bacon before happily eating. My brother is visiting. He has said he wishes to apologize to you both, and Peter shrugged, but Ororo sat up and frowned. T'Challa said that, and Shuri nodded, taking a bite of the omelette Peter had made for her. It was good and one of the Dora nodded. He must have asked how I like it, she mused, but Ororo picked at hers. He said that? And he was not angry or shouting, and Shuri nodded as she ate her breakfast. No, he was laughing and sounded happy, and Ororo frowned. Oh, do not tell me you are having second thoughts. You are better than that, but Ororo shook her head. No, I am just worried that he does something stupid. And as she finished, the buzzer went. Shuri leaned over, and as she was about to hit the entry switch, Peter lightly smacked the back of her hand and raised an eyebrow at her. There is a limit, Shuri. You are welcome here, but this isn't your home. And as she rubbed the back of her hand, she nodded and frowned. Sorry, I am used to being in charge, and he shrugged. It's fine, but a guest, not a resident. And as Peter checked the monitor, and saw that it was T'Challa and a spear-wielding Dora, he sighed and let them in, standing and getting ready for the confrontation. Mr. Parker, may I borrow Her Highness's guards? The woman asked, and Peter shrugged, but pointed to the pair, giggling and eating toast. As they saw their commander, they snapped to attention, and one let her plate clatter on the table as she hurriedly put her breakfast down. I trust they will be safe without us for a few moments, she asked him, and as he nodded she glared at the pair, and they hurriedly left, and he could hear her shouting at them outside. Brother, please do not let Okoye be too harsh. I gave them orders they could not disobey. And T'Challa stood with his arms crossed. Orders to let you drink? And strip? To cavort naked in front of an unwed man? And Shuri bit her lip and sighed. Yes, that is what I thought. As a princess of Wakanda, there is a limit to the trouble you may cause. Mr. Parker, I am sorry if Shuri's behavior has caused you any problems. I will make sure she is properly chastised for her actions. And Peter frowned and looked over at Ororo and the Shuri. Shuri walked over and poked T'Challa in the arm. Where is my brother, and what have you done to him? And he laughed. In a moment. As he walked forwards, he raised one hand but slid out a scroll with the other. I am sorry, but this must be done. By order of the Wakandan Royal Council, my engagement to Ororo Monroe is hereby dissolved. You are no longer a bride in training and must renew your Wakandan citizenship. As he bowed, he handed over the scroll to a stunned Ororo, and, I am sorry, I was short-sighted and too concerned with Peter's powers to see I was driving you away. My worry over the situation in New York made me overstep and hurt you. I do not ask you to forgive me, only that you do not punish Shuri in my place. Ororo took the scroll and after reading it, cut her thumb on the corner and pressed it against the bottom. I hereby renounce my claim on the Wakandan throne and my rights as a citizen of Wakanda. And as she licked her thumb, and I hold no malice towards you. You were stupid, as was I, and it cost us everything. But to be angry only diminishes who I am. Shuri sighed. Well, that was depressing. So, who did you choose? I know there were 4 or 5, Okoye, and as T'Challa tried to hide the expression on his face, Shuri laughed, and now it makes sense. You must have bed Okoye last night and have become stupid from the exertion, and T'Challa raised an eyebrow. Shuri, that was rude, not just to me, but to Okoye and the company you are in. Unless there is something you really do wish to tell me. Your behavior is unbecoming. You are a representative of Wakanda, even amongst friends you may not act inappropriately. If they are just friends. And Shuri's eyes widened at his meaning. Her face fell as she felt embarrassed at her behavior. Had she really meant to do all those things around Peter, or was it the alcohol? As she looked at T'Challa, knowing he expected an answer, she immediately knew how she felt. I will not. Peter was a perfect gentleman, and there is nothing to be ashamed about. T'Challa smiled. Of course not, but you do know what your actions represent, and Shuri nodded. Good, then as long as Peter is aware as well, then I agree. In fact, and as Okoye came back in with 2 guilty-looking but stoic Dora, she handed him a tablet, which he offered to Peter. An apology. I have realized my mistake, and I am seeking to rectify it. Peter shrugged and took the tablet, giving it a glance, and seeing the contracts in Parker Inc.'s name, he handed it straight to Liv, who began to scroll through it after giving the tablet a once-over. This goes to Liv, but what's the other bit mean? The actions and consequences speech. And as Liv's face cracked with excitement over the contents of the tablet, T'Challa smiled, a huge wide-toothy grin that made Peter's danger sense tingle. By acting and accepting her behavior, Shuri has made it clear that she intends to pursue a relationship with you, and that you are now an applicant to be a royal consort to the country of Wakanda. T'Challa accepted another scroll from Okoye and handed it to Peter. As he read, it listed his duties and responsibilities, not just to Shuri but to Wakanda as well, including several trials he had to undergo to prove his worthiness for her hand. As he looked over at Shuri, she shrugged and smiled. Did you think I walk around the palace naked, showing myself to every man I meet, or that just because Ororo was here I felt you deserved a prize? I have read your file, watched your life through the eyes of Talon, and yes, I am interested. You are a unique man, Peter Parker, and I wish to know you better. Laura stopped eating her omelette, and with a wide grin, Gwen's gonna kill you, before stuffing bacon into her mouth. Liv laughed. Gwen? I believe there is going to be a line, dear, and it's already forming. And as Peter looked at the still eating Laura, she had a glint in her eye, and Wanda had already put down her fork, crossed her arms and was staring while Liv smiled and put the tablet down on the table. But let's be civilized about this, shall we? After all, there are 8 of us, and I believe even you have a limit. Mr. Parker. At Liv's not so subtle hint, Peter nervously smiled and sat back down. Shuri and her brother had gone down a route he had not really expected or planned for, and this was one fight he would not win, on either front. As Peter's face fell, Shuri saw the smiles on the faces of the others. Oh, you misunderstand, Miss Octavius. Wakanda practices polygamy. We may marry you all. Okoye, do you have the other scrolls, the one for the brides in training? And Okoye nodded and handed another one over. Shuri gave it a cursory glance and handed it to Liv, and then one for each of them, laid out in a neat row on the table. As consorts, you two have duties and responsibilities. Do not think that Peter is alone in this. After dropping a huge bombshell on the group, Shuri and T'Challa left to give the group some space. While Gwen was at work, and Felicia had yet to return from her evening with Emma, Carol had groggily woken and was eating breakfast while skimming over the scrolls T'Challa had left. As she ate, "Yeah, I'm not touching this until everyone is here," but the glare she was giving Peter let him know exactly how this was going down. So far nobody had said anything, but nobody seemed happy about it. Peter sighed, and picked up his phone. Sending out a mass text, he let everyone know. Family emergency, it's not dangerous, so it can wait until after work, but everyone needs to be here. Followed by a text to May and Kurt, and Laura sent one to Logan as well. Shit, Peter thought, there's a powder keg, even if he was more worried what his mom would say. As the day slowly turned into evening, and the family started to gather around the table, Peter had made sure that no one who was present said a word, telepathically or not. This wasn't news to be blurred out. Felicia arrived, with Emma and Elektra. All three looked worn out and tired, but she just shook her head. Don't ask, the locals are being assholes. And as she sat, Peter put a cup of coffee in front of her and she nodded and grunted in thanks. So, I get why they are here, but why me? Logan asked. Peter stood at the head of the table, making sure there was nothing behind him, just in case. Princess Shuri of Wakanda has made an official request to join the group, and Gwen's face scrunched up. That's it? Another one? Shit, Pete, I've been worrying my ass off all day. But he shook his head. Royalty has rules, and he nodded at Liv, who handed out copies of the scrolls to everyone. The room fell silent as they read. Several faces had knowing looks, several were angry, and several had small, badly hidden smiles. Logan balled up his paper. So tell me why I ain't gonna kick your ass up and down this warehouse for the next day and a half. But Laura batted him. Bad, no fighting, and he frowned as he looked at her. No, and she pointed a finger at him. Mom and May put the paper down and sighed. I don't think I have the right to speak first. You knew this would happen and yet you still went ahead with it. Personal feelings aside, polygamy is illegal in the US, and a few of the women nodded. I'll go first. Felicia stood and stretched. Get the mats out. No powers, cause you are so fucking dead. And Peter sighed and stood. As he moved the thick rubber mats out onto the warehouse floor, Felicia began her tirade. What the fuck were you thinking? Pete, I'm 23 and not getting married, and not to her. You're stupid dumbass, too busy thinking with your dick to see this is a setup. Wait, a setup? Wanda asked, and Felicia nodded. Provisionally, if Peter agrees, he must declare himself to the Royal Council. A full powers check and compatibility check, financials, and everything. And as Gwen raised an eyebrow, what, you look at records all day and not learn something? And as she laughed, Felicia did turn slightly red. Still stands though, they can come in, run a fine-tooth comb through our lives and then say, oh well, don't fit, bye. Peter sighed. So, they got us legally rather than just spying. Yeah, but why I'm pissed, is that so far not once have I heard yes Felicia this is stupid and I said no. So you're actually thinking about it. So, ass-kicking, no powers, but no holds barred. Wait, Logan, yeah. Matt mentioned you a few times, something about Japan and a rabid healing mutant. And as Logan raised an eyebrow, dumb shit holds back when it's us, as he figures he might hurt us. Super healing, right? And he nodded. Good, so does he. He can cut loose and so can you. And Logan smiled. Yeah, you didn't mention that one. And Peter slumped. Cause I know you'd want to fight me, he said, exasperated. Too late, kid. Laura's been sitting there vibrating and I figure she's okay with it, but I ain't. So miss, and Felicia nodded. It's Felicia, or Huntress, and he nodded. Huntress here says you've got a healing factor. Why don't you let me go first, soften him up a bit, while you ladies discuss just how much trouble he's really in? And as the group looked around, they nodded. And ma'am, I promise not to hurt him too much. And as he cracked his knuckles, May nodded. As long as he can still talk, I think the rest is open to negotiation. And Peter gave her a look of disbelief at her utter betrayal. Oh yes, young man, you are in trouble, and I agree with them so far. You've had your fun and now it's time to make good on your little family. And as May turned her back and the group settled around the table, Logan nodded at the mat. No groin or eyes, they heal but takes too long. And no powers. And Peter sighed. My powers are always on, so no armor or weapons. And Logan nodded. Ain't the only one with super abilities, and plus, I got a couple 100 years on you. Fine, but even if I lose you have to agree with Laura's decision. But Logan laughed. This ain't about her, she's got her own life. I just think you need taken down a peg or two. And Peter smirked and shook his head. Couple 100 years? Then bring it on, old man. And as Logan laughed, they moved onto the floor and Peter shifted his clothing into thinner shorts and t-shirt. Before we begin, hit the aircon. And as Logan frowned, pheromone. My mom is here, not testing that theory. Ever? And Logan barked out a laugh. Ever tried it on a gay man? And as Peter stood and he gave Logan a surprised look, Logan dived, rolled, and punched Peter in the gut. Yay, talkin' during a fight gets you sucker punched. And as Peter staggered back, holding his stomach, he shook his head. Peter grinned though. The punch had been a surprise, but it was also a favorite move of Laura, to gut someone stupid enough to go toe-to-toe with a clawed augment. Peter rolled his shoulders and they began. Logan was faster and more agile than Laura, and Peter could feel the years of experience rolling off him. Each attack was blocked with perfection, and as Peter tried his best to even lay a finger on the man, Logan, with calm precision, took him apart. Fighting Natasha was nothing like this. She went for killing moves, fast and dangerous, but fighting Logan was like fighting water. He would put Peter in a joint lock in one moment or cripple a limb with a nerve strike the next, and it was only Peter's enhanced healing that stopped him from being crippled. As the group moved from talking to watching the spar, Peter began to get into a rhythm. He knew Logan wasn't punishing him, he was trying to teach him, and as he blocked, rolled, kicked, and punched, he was showing him that superpowers were a complement to natural and learned ability. As he slipped under Logan's guard, lifted him and slammed him into the ground, the girls cheered and laughed. Enough, come talk, and he rolled back and stood, extending a hand to Logan, who smiled and took it. Good fight, kid. I'll be back for more though, and Peter nodded, making a note they needed to make some space in the lab building for a proper training facility and not where they all lived. So, and May moved so Peter could sit down. The adults are done. Mr. Logan, may we speak? And Logan grabbed a towel and nodded. May, Kurt, and Logan all moved away from the table. We aren't happy. This stinks of a trap, but before we say anything, you need to explain, and we want the truth. Gwen stated, and Peter nodded. Taking a breath, I'm sorry, we just usually accept what happens. I didn't really think that dating another girl would end up as a huge thing. She just plays by different rules than we do, and well, I got caught off guard. While that was an answer, it apparently wasn't good enough as the women continued to stare at him. Is Shuri attractive? And he paused. Yes. Am I interested? Also a yes, and as he slumped back. Am I worried this is all a huge trap? Yeah, of course, but if it's not, I can really marry you all. I mean, I know we're all young, but it's kinda nice knowing we can, even if it's years away, right? And as he looked hesitant at the group, they remained blank-faced. So, yes, I would marry each of you if I could. Would I marry Shuri to do that? And he looked at the table. No, and as we agreed, if someone doesn't like this then we send it all back. Vibranium rights, offers, the whole lot. I love each and every one of you, but you're not things I own, or chips to bargain with. Gwen tapped a finger on the table. Are you sure that's your answer? And he nodded. Good. Shuri will be accepted as a trial until we know she isn't lying to get her hands on the symbiotes, but she shook her head. But don't you ever, and I mean ever, do something so fucking stupid again, or this, and she motioned to the warehouse. This is over. You don't get to decide something so big without asking first. Peter nodded and took a breath. I'm sorry. Shuri sprung this on me. I had no idea royalty would move so fast. We only spoke yesterday. Emma and Elektra both shared a look. Felicia, we need to talk, but not until you make a decision, Elektra said, and as she and Emma grabbed their bags they headed out. See, now Elektra's pissed at me. Pete, this isn't a joke. Felicia said as she sat down in her chair, and popping open a bottle took a swig. This is relationship ending stuff. What were you thinking? Peter shook his head and took a swig of his own bottle. I wasn't. Who expects do you want a date to turn into we should get married? It's more than that, Pete. We agreed, no more, but Peter raised an eyebrow. Emma and Felicia looked away guiltily. Yeah, that's what I thought, and as he stared at the bottle in his hands, but I didn't say yes. It's all just ceremony and talk right now. It's just more than we usually have to deal with. No dates are set, and nothing set in stone, and as he looked at the table of women, plus you know, I get crap for a lot of things, but this time, Talon. Shuri was fine with a bit of flirting until you decided to bond her with Talon, so, shout at them for a bit too. Laura just shrugged, but Wanda at least looked guilty. How were we to know? And Liv looked at her. Didn't you just go through the same thing? Peter does have a point. We should make sure anyone being bonded with a symbiote is well aware of what effect they can have. In fact, Liv was making more than just a small plan to make sure. If any child symbiote produced by Peter or one of the women in the group was going to naturally be attracted to Peter, they needed to make sure they were very careful as to who hosted one. It was all fun and games until someone unsuitable ended up pursuing Peter, especially if it was against their wishes. Peter nodded. I can make new symbiotes without any residual memories. Helios was a blank. Even when Jean took her, it's everyone else's we need to watch out for. So no sharing without the group, and as he realized Jean was missing, where is Jean anyway? Liv frowned at the mansion and Peter just rolled his eyes. It was probably another of Charles's attempts to coerce her to come home. He also had the job of explaining to Jean about Shuri, and as she was a lot more forceful these days, she would probably see it as a slight. Liv saw his expression, and she rolled the scroll back up. But you are right. After a quick look, you have 5 years to prove you are worthy, so to speak. Not just physically fit, but mentally and financially too. Every part of your lives, and by default will be gone through by Wakanda with a very fine tooth comb. So we say no, but Liv shrugged. I would say yes. I rather like the idea. So far the only person complaining is Felicia, even Gwen is quietly reading. Gwen looked up from her scroll. Oh, I'm in. 5 years is fine, and as they looked over at Laura, who was grinning, and you, babies, she yelled excitedly, and even May and the other adults looked over, and as she grinned and nodded, Peter laughed. So, just MJ and Nat to speak to, as well. I've not been exploded by Carol or Wanda, so, and as he looked over at her, I am still thinking. It has only been a short while since we started dating, Peter. I am not ready. Wanda admitted, and while I do not wish for his interference, I think my father may want to have words with you as well. The same kind Logan had, and Peter grinned and shook his head. Carol. Carol came over and touched his arm, smiling. If your parents weren't here I would be showing you how much I want this. I am never going to say no to the man I love. Wanda tooted, that is cheating. How can we say no after that? The parents had already finished their talk and watched by the sidelines as Peter formally proposed to everyone. Nodding in approval, May smiled and raised an eyebrow at Logan's clenched fist. As she turned, she is your daughter, but she is old enough to make the choice herself, and he scowled but nodded. Still, and shaking his head, and while you're all smiles. I get it, but one thing you ain't good at is fightin'. Laura gets training from me, and to make sure you're all behavin', well, I reckon that while Aurora is here teaching her math and stuff, I'll be here teachin' you how to fight properly, not that swingin' and hopin' you hit something shit you got going on. While reluctant, Peter knew that having an augment teacher would be a good thing. Elektra had promised to teach him, but as the Black Cats were dealing with their own problems she had little time. Natasha had taken over their training, but with everyone at different skill levels and power differences, it was difficult to get everyone on the same page. Logan on the other hand was perfect. His indestructible body meant that even fully powered Peter could let loose, and he nodded. Just, not here. I don't want to have to fill in concrete every time you claw something. Logan continued, and don't think you lots are in the clear either, we train teams. So, Pete, you need to tell me who's on your team, so we can work out how you lot will fight together without blowing each other up. I know Laura, and who else? Wanda, and she nodded. Carol, and she smiled, once I'm healed. My powers are still off. Her body had recovered. And with help from Felicia, Carol knew her body was just as tough, it was her space stone enhanced powers that were reduced. Her flight was much slower, and while she could survive in space, it became uncomfortable after a few hours. Her ability to travel off-world without a spaceship was gone. Maybe a few rounds with Logan would let her know if her binary form and her photon blasts were weaker as well, without destroying the warehouse. Nat, but she isn't here, and yeah, Laura. What's Nat's powers? She got any, and Peter looked at him. She's a secret agent, and other than her symbiote, we enhanced her, and Logan shook his head. You're too loose with that formula crap. If I'm your trainer ain't nobody gets juiced up unless I okay it. And that goes for those creatures as well, they might be messin' with you and you can't tell. Peter shook his head, I get the need for training, but the symbiotes are a non-issue. Who I give one to is my business, and you don't get a say in that, ever. Logan sighed, and if you give one to someone who goes rogue, or it kills you stop and think of that, and Peter nodded. Of course, we monitor and are right there. I get we're young, but stop treating us like kids. We make mistakes but we're getting good at fixing them and not doing it again. Only looking out for you. Treating someone like a kid doesn't mean you think they are, just they maybe need a lesson or two on how to be a grown-up. Logan shrugged, while you might not like it, I can ask Charles if you can use his danger room. He ain't too bad once you get past some of the shit, kinda like you? Peter snorted and even Aurora shook her head. Charles had become a different man, Logan, and will he even listen to Peter before judging him again? Logan shook his head and sighed. Charles had a tough time, Aurora. Since Venom here showed up his power has been acting a bit screwy. You're telepathic, right? And Peter nodded. Can you feel the pain of everyone in the city? But Peter shut his eyes and shook his head. He had learned to block out most of the noise and the Mind Stone made it easier. Yeah, 'cause Charles can. He uses a machine to extend his powers, to find new mutants, and he feels it. The deaths, the ones in pain, the drugs, and the shit. He ain't perfect, Roro, but he ain't to blame. Peter knew the cause as well. Once Harry had discovered Venom had been created, Monarch had been using the stone to create and control the Sim soldiers. Without releasing it he was probably driving any powerful telepath in the New York area mad, and Charles must have suffered. It doesn't excuse him using his powers on people, but Logan laughed. Really, 'cause Jean was a mess when they first brought her in, and I was the only one who could get near her without getting hurt. Laura was barely functional, and sure, we took her without a skin, and what if you'd fought back? What if you decided you didn't like Charles, or me? Using your powers ain't a bad thing, and erasing a few minutes of memories is okay if it's keeping someone safe. Ain't no different than breaking an arm to stop a mugger. Logan looked at Peter. Ain't no different than throwing someone off a building after they shot your girlfriend in the head. Peter shook his head, getting really tired of being blamed for John, but Logan raised a hand and shook his head. Not John, Flash. John was an accident. We all accept that, but you did fight Flash Thompson, and you did beat that boy till he was down, and then you did throw him off that building. So don't stand there actin' all high and mighty when you're just as bad. Really, Peter? May stepped forward. You neglected to mention that part, and he frowned guiltily. We got over it, he said with a hesitant smile, hoping to just smooth things over. Mr. Logan, I think I now agree with you. Peter, you need proper guidance and now you can pay someone. Mr. Logan will be training you, and I will be making sure that the lessons stick. You might have been busy saving the world, but it seems that has gone to your head. Have you finished your college? Parker Inc. might be gaining headlines, but I believe Miss Octavius is responsible for that. And now this. I love you, but pull yourself together, young man. How do you expect to support 8 wives, and be responsible for anything that happens in the future if you're still acting like a child? And Peter's head hung. Sorry, Mom. Laura stood and raised her fist. Go mom, and Peter smiled. Yeah, best superpower there is, and he moved over and hugged her. I promise I'll be better, okay? And she looked up at him. Oh, I know you will be, and you lot. May cast a critical eye over the assembled group. Remember now, that Kurt and I are now your parents-in-law, as is Mr. Logan here. You all now have parents, and you will behave yourselves as well. Even if Shuri is being troublesome, we decided that a warehouse full of irresponsible young adults is nothing but trouble asking to happen. You will all behave, and yes, even you, Olivia. You might be older, but Kurt has explained your circumstances. I would expect a little rebellion after what happened, but Peter needs a firm hand, not an accomplice. And as Liv gave Kurt a pained look, May raised an eyebrow and stared over at him. Oh, don't think he got away with anything, isn't that right? And as she crossed her arms, he looked squarely at him. Tell her. Kurt sighed and lifted a sleeve. 10 days now, and Liv saw the nicotine patch. Coffee makes Lizard anxious, so we switched to decaf, and I had to quit, and May came over and ran a hand down his arm. And I am very proud of you. She stretched on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. Don't think I don't know what happens here, and don't think I approve. And Peter looked around at the rest, frowning worriedly. Oh, not that. The still, and the smoking, and Gwen looked guilty. We don't smoke, Mrs. Parker, and the still is mine, she admitted. May raised an eyebrow. Really? And she sighed, and I thought you were the responsible one, Gwen. I am glad to hear none of you smokes, and Laura nodded. It's stinky, and Peter had to agree. Okay, the still, we can't drink. Not that we tried, but our powers, and I mean all our powers, mean that we could drink gasoline and not be harmed. Plus, it's kinda legal, as we got a license to distill alcohol for experimentation for Parker Incorporated. Logan laughed. A few of the kids tried that at the mansion, but Charles shot him down, and as he patted May on the shoulder, it's fine, powers mean a lot of weird stuff. I mean, we got one kid that can't eat vegetables, only protein. Her stomach won't digest them. May looked at him, and shook her head. I still don't have to like it, Mr. Logan, and I still disapprove. And Logan laughed. May, if you're tellin' these kids we're all in-laws now, then it's James. I've seen the setup and it ain't worth much, enough for maybe a good party a week, and so far, I think it's only been once. He might be a horn dog, but he's alright. And Laura nodded. May sighed, I suppose, but she narrowed her eyes and glared at Peter. But you still need to come round and fix the guttering. And as Peter laughed, the adults rejoined the group and Peter started on breakfast. A second table had been set up, so that everyone could sit and eat, and while it was a simple folding camping table, it was big enough. So, with all the excitement, what are you planning on telling Shuri? Gwen asked, passing the butter and toast over to Carol. Right now, Peter said as he passed a preserve to Felicia, we'll be working on her studies at Parker Inc. She's donated a large chunk of vibranium ore, the machinery required to refine it, and will be helping us to process it. Carol nodded. That's great, Pete, but what about Shuri? And no deflecting. Peter took a breath and sighed. I've met her once, she's attractive, smart and funny, but anything else, I'm not going to discuss it with my mom here. I am eating my breakfast, and then I believe there is a bathhouse that I was not told about, May stated while holding a slice of toast. Yay, if you use it, remember the red flag on the outside. If it's there, it means a female guest is using the bath, and Kurt, Logan, that means stay out. I'll get another flag if you guys are in there, but red means women only. Don't care who you are, no means no. And the pair nodded. Other than that, feel free, I mean, it's big enough. And as Peter looked at the pair, I'll also add another flag if you and Kurt are in there, Mom. Couples only. We do have some rules, and May smiled at Kurt, and Logan laughed. So, we are really doing this? Felicia asked, and Peter nodded. I mean, it's a bit earlier than I think we wanted, but yeah. We all share a connection, we all live in the same building. I'm happy to have you guys as my family, even if it does get bigger at times. If you're happy, then I'm happy. We're making a life together, this just seems, I dunno, right. What about MJ? And Nat? She asked as she buttered more toast, sliding a slice onto Gwen's plate, and then one for Peter. We ask when we can. Nat seems to be happy. It's MJ I'm worried about. And May sighed. She's famous. And Peter nodded. MJ? Logan asked. Mary Jane Watson, the movie star. And he frowned. You know, wait, you're dating MJ Watson. Isn't she with Stark? And as Gwen coughed, he stared. What? He accosted her at a movie thing. If you want unresolved issues, her and Flash, and her and Tony Stark are way worse than Peter throwing Flash off a roof. Can you explain? Or, and she nodded. Let me. And Peter sighed. Flash bullied me, made my life hell, and yeah, after his dad got me semi-expelled, and tried to ruin my life, I had issues. But Flash dated MJ, and after school we found out it wasn't exactly her choice. She grew up in a bad situation and she was pressured into dating the rich kid. Then Tony had some of the cream we make, and tried to use it on her before it got released, so she had to hide from him, and he only stopped as Logan's knuckles were going white from tension. You're still getting trainin', but I can see why you threw him off that roof, and why Venom went after Stark. Gwen laughed and coughed. No, that was because Pete slept with Pepper. And May put down her toast and stared at him. Peter, really? But he shook his head. Thanks, Gwen, and she stuck a tongue out at him. Pepper wanted to get Tony off her back as well, so she came here and you know that doesn't sound any better. I thought I raised you better than to sleep with a married woman. But Peter frowned. They weren't even dating, that was why she came here. Tony was bugging her, and she needed something, but she raised her hand. I don't need to know anymore, poor woman. I had thought those stories in the magazines were all lies to sully his reputation but, and she sighed, now I am beginning to see why you get in so much trouble. Shuri sat in Peter's apartment, sipping a glass of pressed apple juice. As Peter sat across from her he could hear the two-door mileage outside on the walkway. While it was sparsely decorated she was still impressed it was tidy. She had seen some of her male student friends' dorm rooms and Peter's was spotless compared to those. So, what have you decided? She asked innocently, but Peter could feel the curiosity burning within her. First, why me? And I will know if you lie, and yes I will explain that but first, please. Shuri sighed, Talon shared everything with me. I went from meeting you once to being privy to every little detail of your life. I know I like you, I know we would be compatible. You know being a princess comes with responsibilities. I have already been paired with members of several Wakandan tribes. And I hated them all. Why? Simple, in Wakanda, there are two things we prize, strength and vibranium. Peter shrugged, lots of people stronger than me, and he sighed, a lot. True, but not all strength is from muscles, which I will admit I do find yours to be attractive. So as I am supposed to be honest, you are very handsome. Talon shared your bedroom activities with me, and I am physically attracted to you. Ah, and you are attractive as well, Peter uttered, realizing that this would be embarrassing for them both. Yes, I know. I am aware of how amazing I am, and I have been told often enough, by everyone, all the time and she rolled her eyes, we can skip that part. Flattery got boring after the first several thousand times someone tried to kiss my hand. So, then why? You are also very smart. Maybe not as smart as I am, or Tony Stark, but in your field, you excel. I am a generalist, as is Stark, you focus and in doing so, perform better. I like that. And you think telling me that I'm smart but at the same time I'm dumb, does what? Shuri laughed, I never said you are dumb, but your fake hurt is amusing. You have no arrogance, Peter. You know that Liv is smarter, which is why she runs your company. You know Stark is smarter, which is why you are angry he stole your designs. I have yet to prove I am smarter but I was raised on technology 100 years more advanced than anything you currently know. Shuri pulled out her tablet, your CLS, after altering it with Wakandan technology and as Peter looked over the design he frowned. Nope, this won't work and as he pitched one of the schematics he almost dropped the tablet as its display became three-dimensional, thanks for the warning, and she giggled. I also like the faces you pull. Now what won't work, and as Peter pulled at the image he highlighted a circuit. This, you have the polarity wrong, and the discussion fell from what Shuri liked about Peter and devolved into fixing the schematics of his CLS. Peter found himself sitting next to her, as she pulled and altered the schematic as they spoke. The server was capable of running a virtual diagnostic. As they spoke, he realized she was touching him and as he took a look he shook his head. Sorry, damn, sorry, and he sighed and moved away. I don't normally have guests up here, and as he reached over for the neutralizer she shook her head. Aurora warned me, and I am wearing nose plugs. I am aware of your pheromone Peter, and as you can see. And she pointed at the green light on the virtual test, we have your CLS working. Well, virtually at least. She sat down next to him and pulled out the plugs. This is why I like you. We worked together and you were not afraid that I was smarter, and while it took you a while, you were concerned, and I was touched and as he took his chin she tilted his face and kissed him gently, and now I wish to be touched more. While he touched her lips with his, he leaned back and shook his head. No, I know you're not lying. I have a power that lets me tell, but there is one more thing. The symbiotes. Shuri sighed and moved over to her original seat, taking a sip of apple juice. You are worried this is all a trap to contain and destroy them, and he nodded. Our history tells of a bloody conflict, and we are worried. We are also worried about the Stacy formula, the Banner formula, Extremis, Ultron, Iron Man, Hydra, Oscorp, Asgard, and whatever else is waiting in the dark. Do I wish to be a host to one of these creatures? I do. My experience with Talon was wonderful, and I will not lie that I would do anything to experience that, but would I marry you? No. Shuri put her glass down and came and knelt at Peter's feet. I would sleep with you though, especially after, and she looked slightly embarrassed at the thoughts she had shared with Talon. I like you, and I believe that can grow into love. You are kind, and handsome, and a lot of other things a young woman will not admit to until she is married. But is it for the symbiotes? No, it is for me and she lay her head on his lap. I found someone I like, not a sycophant, not a gold digger who wanted me because I am rich, but someone who was kind and invited me into his home, even though my brother had been antagonizing him. Peter ran a hand over her hair and ran a thumb over her ear, making sure not to catch the intricate golden earrings she wore. Do you believe me? And Peter nodded. I can read minds. The experiments done to me gave me the abilities of a symbiote without being bonded to one. I can extend armor and make shapes, I can connect to machines and control them, I produce not just an attraction pheromone but fear one as well, and I also have an infinity stone. If you are trying to seduce me, you dash and Shuri sat up straight and stood, you have an infinity stone, and she grabbed his shoulders and her face was inches away from his. Peter was just as surprised she knew what it was, as she was that he had one. Nodding, if you move back and as she stepped back he coughed lightly and took the stone from his mouth. I keep it in a small pouch in my chest, so nobody can take it. Shuri's eye lit up, can I touch it? And Peter held out his hand and she lifted it. And she put it back down. That is just a rock. Peter laughed. It only reacts to people with telepathic powers, so for you, I suppose it is just a rock. And Shuri sat back in her seat. Crossing her arms she pouted, I suppose it works for the others, and Peter shrugged. Other than Wanda, who was exposed against her will, nobody else was telepathic when we first got it, but I suppose we haven't tested it since. They trust me to keep hold of it. You know, if anyone finds out that countries would go to war to have that, and Peter shrugged. He knew about the existence of the stones but had no idea their myth was so widespread. Which is why we weren't telling anyone. Peter smiled. Only the people we trust know. He missed out that in telling her, if her reaction had been one of greed or claiming it would be safer in Wakanda, then the conversation would be over, and she would have no memories of its existence. Shuri grinned, and it lets you read my mind, and Peter nodded. Then what am I thinking? And she bit her bottom lip. I do, but I don't actively read minds, and he leaned forwards. I guess it's rude, like listening in, but it's more than just that. You get thoughts and feelings as well, so it's cheating. And he gently kissed her, feeling that was what she wanted. Shuri laughed, and how am I supposed to prank and tease my partner when he knows I am joking, or hiding something? And Peter smiled and shook his head. I get enough of that from Gwen. You're not special there. And she looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Oh? And you compare me to your other woman so easily, and dismiss me so quickly. And Peter leaned back, rubbing his hands over his face. No, I didn't say that. Shuri laughed. I know, and you are just as easy to tease as my brother, but I think there will be some things that we can do. And as she grinning she ran a hand down her front and a small section of her robe became slightly transparent. Peter could see the curve and outline of her breasts, and how erect the small dark nipple was. I can see through your clothes. It's another power, he said with a deadpan look on his face, and she tooted. You are no fun. And as she swiped her hand back up she sat back, crossing her arms and pouting. And you don't like being teased back? Peter laughed. Of course I can't see through clothing. And as he laughed more Shuri huffed. I do not like to be teased, and you Mr. Parker, are a bad man. But that just made him laugh more. As she sat, with her head turned away from him, he sat grinning and shaking his head. Is that all it takes to phase the mighty princess of Wakanda? You know that Gwen is much worse than I am. And she pointedly huffed and turned her head. I am not talking to you. I cannot believe that such a man exists. And Peter laughed. Well, better Peter Parker, teaser of little girls, than Venom, black-hearted butcher. And that got her attention. Little girl? I am 22 years old. I am not some child for you to, and you are still teasing me. And Peter nodded. Shuri stood with her arms crossed. I am not used to being treated like this. And he laughed and sat next to her. You picked us, not just me, but all of us. So, suck it up princess, cause it's adorable, and well, other than Wanda, you're the youngest. I am? Is Laura? But Peter shook his head. Older than I am. I think Wanda is only 21, but we never really asked. Shuri huffed. I am still a princess, or do you have another stashed away somewhere? And Peter laughed. Nope, no more princesses, I think. And as she laughed she batted his shoulder. I am not used to being treated as such, and Peter shrugged. Can't help you there. But as she moved over to the larger chair and patted the seat before sitting down. As Peter moved over and sat next to her, no, I am not used to being treated like I am just a person, not a royal, not second in line to the throne, not a stepping stone to power. Shuri patted his leg. I like it, and I like you. You never answered my question. Peter nodded. I know, and as he reached behind him and took the scroll off the table. I, Peter Parker, do formally request to be considered for royal consort of Shuri of the Golden Tribe, Princess of Wakanda and second in line to the throne. Peter extended a blade of simskin and slid the tip of his thumb, letting a small amount of blood drip onto the scroll. As it lit up he had a moment of panic, thinking his extremis-filled blood was about to set the whole thing on fire. But instead, a small seal appeared at the bottom of the scroll and Shuri's eyes lit up and she clapped. We are compatible. And as she took the scroll, she took his wrist and ran her own finger over the blade, cursing softly. The scroll contained a simple genetic scanner that would ensure there would be no serious medical conditions in potential offspring. It was the first test, and one nobody could cheat at. I, Shuri of the Golden Tribe, Princess of Wakanda, second in line to the throne, inheritor of Bast's power and high priestess of her name, accept. And as the blood dripped onto the parchment, a second golden seal formed and the whole scroll rolled itself and snapped shut. There, now we are engaged, and once I return this to the royal court, the proceedings for our courtship may begin. As she leaned over and gave Peter a small kiss on the cheek. I will warn you though, not just my brother doesn't like you. We have a political enemy, the White Gorilla Tribe, and their champion really hates you. Peter frowned. I don't know anyone in Wakanda, so and he shrugged. Oh, they are not Wakandan. Their champion is Fisk, Wilson Fisk. Natasha got back to the warehouse and found everyone sitting in a half circle, with strange looks on their faces. It had been a rough time away. While the work was satisfying and the death count for scumbags was higher than they had expected, it was still good to be home. So what stupid things he done this time? And it was MJ that shrugged. Dunno, they won't tell me, not until you got here. As she dropped her duffel bag on the floor she sighed, pop me one of those and then get to it. If it's bad news I'm not unpacking. But Felicia shook her head. Pete got engaged, and as Nat took a swig, she choked and coughed. He what? She sputtered as she wiped the beer from her face. Princess Shuri of Wakanda had been taking up his time, and she asked for an official engagement. Felicia slid over a tablet form of the scrolls they had all been given and MJ's face fell and rose as she read, but Nat's remained fixed in a frown. MJ was glowing. Dibs, she yelled and everyone looked at her. What? Aren't you mad? I mean, but MJ waved a hand at her. SSSSH mad? Oh yeah, cause actually getting to marry Peter is so terrible, and she waved her hand at her dismissively. You're all just mad cause he, and she stopped and stared at the group. Actually, why are you mad? I mean, what did you think was going to happen? Not marriage, we're 23 and MJ shrugged. So, you never thought about it, never once wrote Felicia Parker in that secret little notebook of yours, or hid a wedding magazine in your desk at work, and Felicia went bright red. Through gritted teeth, how the fuck do you know about that? And MJ just laughed and pointed at her, smiling. Cause we all have, dummy. I'm not ashamed to admit it though, and dibs, dibby dibby dib dibs, and Felicia shook her head. Why are you calling dibs? It's years away and it's not like you'll be first, and MJ stopped and stared at her. Really? So you didn't read the whole thing? The clause that says that while Shuri is first, the rest of us can get our own ceremony. Not a group, not at the same time, our own ceremony. Consorts of the Wakandan royal court with full regalia and everything. So dibs and no takebacks. I'm second and you're all last. MJ started to laugh again, twirling around the warehouse floor. One thing MJ knew, and that was how to read something and take in the bigger picture. She knew from experience that while the director might say it was a family movie, it didn't stop them from adding in a gratuitous bikini shot or lingering shower scene. Something innocent enough to pass filming but indecent enough to end up on the cutting room floor, or more likely, a private collector's hands. Reading a script in a few minutes was a must in the film industry. I think she's finally lost it, Gwen said, but Felicia shrugged. She is right though, she said reluctantly, and I guess, dibs, third. Hey, and the group devolved into a heated but silly argument. While each ceremony would be the same, with the same level of detail paid to each, it was a given that after the first 2 or 3 the shine would wear off and the world would stop watching as closely. MJ had begun to love the spotlight and had no issue sharing it with a co-star, but she still wanted that bright light to shine on her and her alone, and this was one time she was going to actually fight. She had prepared to never get married and suspected they all had, and now it was on the table. She would make sure that nothing ruined her big day. The official engagement would last at least 5 years, as Peter had to make a name for himself in more ways than one, but the girls all agreed that this was probably their only chance to actually legally get married, and they had all chosen Peter, not just for the symbiotes but as he genuinely cared for each of them and they cared just as much for him. It was Nat that eventually cleared her throat, but okay, so we do. But what about the lives we've built? I mean, I doubt Wakanda is going to let us keep our team, or you keep the Black Cats. Felicia laughed. Really? Cause I already had Shuri approach me about that, and as long as we stay off the radar, she's fine, and as for the team. Felicia slid over a tablet and Nat raised an eyebrow as she looked at it. Wakandan Midnight Angels was titled, and as Nat read, she raised an eyebrow. Shuri wants me to head a new organization within the Wakanda military? Full leadership and responsibilities, and Gwen nodded and handed her another bottle. She's got us all. She went right after Peter and then stuck a knife in each of us. I mean, labs for Parker Inc., as long as we're married, Midnight Angels for you, Alpha Flight Space Program for Carol, Augmented Rights Movement for Wanda to handle. The only one she didn't prepare anything for was Laura, and well, Laura perked up, fixing my dad, and Nat frowned. Seems Shaw had him poisoned. The metal on his bones is toxic and it's only his healing factor that's keeping him alive. Shuri is going to fix it and heal him. Me too, Laura added, and her tablet had a medical procedure to coat her bones in an alloy of vibranium. Harder than the adamantium, but completely non-toxic. Nat leaned back and let me guess, it's only something she or Wakanda can do, and Gwen nodded. Either she's the best mastermind on the planet, and prepared the perfect traps for all of us, and as Nat took a swig of her beer, or she actually cares and is being nice so we don't refuse and throw her to the wolves, or well, gorillas. You know, I get why Pete thinks the whole gruff tough girl thing is sexy, and she winked at Felicia as she went bright red. Gwen leaned over and kissed Felicia on the side of the cheek. The whole tough gruff girl thing is very sexy. Felicia huffed but kissed her back. Thing is, I don't care if it's a trap. No one makes a trap this big and then jumps out and shouts surprise. It's obvious it's a trap, and so what? What's her goal? A symbiote. Only Pete can give her one, or well, Octave I guess, but that's it. Shuri's dorky like Pete, but cloning is not something she'd agree to, and MJ, I was mad as he didn't ask, but yeah, so I've got a diary and a journal and clippings, so what? And MJ danced over and kissed the other side of her face. I think it's cute, as she leaned over, kissed Felicia and then danced away, brimming with happiness. Nat huffed, nobody said I was cute, and Felicia stuck her tongue out at her. Actually, that was another reason we asked Peter to give us an evening before he spoke to you. Liv piped up, as Gwen and I have a theory about the symbiote and it really only applies to us. To tell me I'm cute? Nat asked, with a smirk, but Liv nodded. In a way, yes. Tell me, Miss Romanoff, normally you wouldn't be interested, but after Peter's birthday, and the fact that you not only had sex with MJ but them myself and Gwen after, have you felt more inclined towards women? Nat tilted her head and frowned. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it, but Liv nodded. But when we called Felicia cute, you felt a bit left out, maybe a small hint of jealousy, and Natasha frowned but nodded. We think the symbiotes are making us, well, not some of us, but well, gay. Natasha laughed seriously. Widow? What? We are tired. Are you making me gay? Gay? We do not understand, gay. Widow says no and Liv shrugged. As do they all, but now ask her if she would like to mate with me, or Felicia. Yes, do that, we like that. And Nat sighed, they don't understand. Liv nodded, non-gendered life forms being attached to a gendered host will gravitate towards a suitable partner for hosting. Their non-sexual method of reproducing. Everything else is just a nice chemical cocktail to them. They don't see male and female, they just see suitable and not suitable. So why bring it up now? And she took a swig. Well, because before it was just a nice house of very beautiful women, screwing the brains out of whoever took their fancy, but now it's marriage, and while no one else has said it, that will probably lead to children, and I for one will not walk into something that serious blindly, or with anyone who doesn't understand that. So, we all accept that we're going to sleep together, even if right now we're straight. We can always find another host if it's uncomfortable, dear. I'm sure Wanda will happily take Widow or even Shuri. I think she's at least curious. Nat frowned and tensed up and Liv raised her hands in surrender. I was only making a suggestion, but from that reaction, I don't think you really mind. Nat shook her head. No, I just realized I have to tell my dad, and it's complicated, and Liv laughed. Oh, we are aware. We already had the lecture, and not just Peter. It has been pointed out that even the older ones here are acting like hormonal teens, and we were all suitably chastised, and it was Nat's turn to laugh. Yeah, still more of an East versus West thing really. Plus I kind of volunteered Parker Inc. to help fix some of the Red Room's more spectacular failures. That aside, as we'll involve Peter with that one, are you sure, dear? Nobody wants to be pressured into something they'll regret. I wouldn't give this life up for the world, even if Peter wasn't here. I kinda like being a host, and I kinda like being part of a family again. Good enough. So, the fact that we're all probably bi, or leaning that way is out of the way. No one needs to feel stupid about asking or refusing, and I guess we know how MJ feels considering she's still dancing around the floor, and as she stopped as they all looked over at her. I'm good. My career might take a hit, but really, I don't care. I got my movie. I'm sure Parker Inc. needs a spokeswoman, right? MJ asked and Liv nodded, and then continued. Next thing, couples. I mean, the marriage is technically to Shuri, not Peter, which is why we wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page. Lastly, we need to elect a champion. Wakanda is pretty open, no one cares that Shuri will have male and female relationships, but they do care that we're capable of defending her, so Peter's gonna be our male representative, and well, we want you to fight for us. Trial by combat? Seems a bit old-fashioned, and Gwen nodded. Wakanda is a strange mix of ultra-modern and ultra-traditional values. Multiple wives, trials by combat, but transgender rights, LGBT+ laws, and a whole bunch of medicine to make sure mental illness and disabilities are treated and taken care of, Gwen explained. Say another man wanted to marry Shuri and she agreed, well, Peter can disagree and fight them for her hand, so you're kinda the same, but Peter gets a trial by combat, you can choose a different method. Nat shrugged, but I can still choose combat, right? And Gwen nodded. As the challenged, you always get to pick, as in Nat opened another bottle and took a swig. Then that's fine. So, we no longer tell him off, you just send me to beat them up, right? And as she smiled and drank Gwen, the rest laughed. I think that Pete's love life is at an end then, and the girls laughed more, knowing full well that they would rather not have to fight Nat for his hand. And that's our little chat over, although I will suggest that we make sure Peter holds up his end of the bargain. As Peter failed to realize the trouble he was in, the girls planned his latest punishment. Once the warehouse had calmed down and Peter had been spared from any real punishment, Shuri had been invited along to witness the bonding of Wanda to her very own symbiote. Liv had started her research, and while Wanda had been subjected to a myriad of physical tests to make sure she was healthy, Liv also included several psychological ones as well. Her goal was to make sure that while everyone complained the symbiotes were harmless, that they weren't influencing their behavior in subtle but significant ways. After several reassurances that the test would be made confidential and 100% private, Wanda obliged. Once that was all done, Shuri had returned and the group was standing in one of the new Parker Inc. labs. Gwen and Shuri would monitor while Peter provided Wanda a symbiote of her own. I understand that I am being allowed to watch as Wanda becomes a host to a symbiote, and Wanda nodded. Gwen stepped forwards, but, you have to understand, this will be intense, and if you're squeamish or don't like the idea, then say now, as once it starts, well, and she smirked. I am going to assume she will not hurt anyone, nor will she become a monster, yes, and Gwen nodded, then there is no reason to back out, and as she looked over at Peter with a small hint of embarrassment, we have already seen what he does with you all. Talon was most descriptive in her sharing. Gwen, oh yeah, we forgot about that. But you know, memories are one thing but having it sticking in your face is another. So yeah, not the same, not even close. Talon was calm during her time, but we know that you all had sex with Peter. We are not ashamed to see that, and it appears Miss Maximov is not either, Shuri said, crossing her arms. I am not a child, even though I am apparently the youngest. It turned out that while Wanda was 22, her birthday was several months before Shuri's, making her older. Gwen had teased her mercilessly about being the baby of the group, and Shuri, unused to being treated as such, was still stinging from the treatment. "Ah, it's okay, we've got a blankie and a bottle for after, if you get tired, princess," and as Shuri scowled, Gwen laughed. Even being royalty wouldn't shield her, and Gwen took great delight in having a new target. Wanda cleared her throat. "While I appreciate the deflection, can we please begin? While Shuri might be happy, I for one am still preparing myself just in case I do anything embarrassing." Peter smiled and ran a hand over her shoulder. "It's okay, Gwen is here to make sure that even if you do, nobody says a word. We all know this can be rough, and while it seems a second bonding is easier, it's different when you get your own." Wanda frowned. Yes, but none of the rest had a guest, and none of the rest had several cameras pointed at them. "It is still embarrassing," and as Peter opened his mouth, "but not enough for me to say no, so don't even think it, or start whatever nonsense you were about to say," and Peter snapped his mouth shut, grinned, and nodded. "Then undress and come here," and he held out a hand. Wanda slipped off the bathrobe she was wearing, as they already knew a new symbiote tended to eat whatever clothing the host was wearing. Gwen moved over to a laptop and checked all the cameras they had set up were running and nodded to Peter. Shuri stepped beside her and watched, her gaze flicking between the camera screens and the actual couple. Through the thermal camera, they could see the normal temperature readings from Wanda, with several cold and hot spots over her body, but Peter was glowing. There was no cold area on him at all, and every part of him was radiating the same temperature, slightly above normal. Gwen checked each one in turn, not just thermal, but radiation detectors, and high-resolution cameras, capturing the bonding from every angle. Gwen nudged Shuri, who looked over and saw the camera pointed at Peter's groin, and as she hid her face, Gwen let out a small giggle. "Okay, all cameras are recording, you can begin," Gwen said. Bonding Test 1. Subject Wanda Maximov, host Peter Parker. Wanda took his hand, and as his simskin covered them both, they connected once more. Peter smiled as Wanda accepted his gift, and as his skin retracted she was covered in the pale grey symbiote, smooth like venom with no markings over its skin. "We are Hexen," it cried, and as the grey skin rippled, it was covered in various runes which glowed in intense bright scarlet light. Peter took a step back. That's new," and as Gwen watched both the camera and Hexen, the symbiote screeched and the light flashed, filling the room with red. Wanda's powers picked up anything and everything. Peter found himself floating, and he let his armor out and reached out to touch Wanda's mind. No, we are whole. We are free," she screeched and grasped her head. Several lights popped and showered the room with small pieces of glass. "We are free," and Venom found himself spinning around the room. You did this, let us out. Let us have what we desired but not what we wanted. You," and she pushed him, and the red capsule enveloping him slammed him against the wall. "We will not be slating our lust, no, we will be taking out revenge," she shouted, and Venom found himself once more lifted and slammed into the ground. Why us? Why them? Why so many? Why so few?" She giggled as she lifted and slammed him down. "We wish to know, we wish to learn all your secrets," and she lifted him and swung him up into the air and let him fall. Hexen stalked forwards, and as a huge clawed hand was about to grab Venom she stopped and sniffed. "We smell you, Gwen. What? Do you wish to save him, after all he has done to us?" Gwen was holding a cinnamon roll. "Yup." Hexen laughed and grabbed Venom by the neck. "After he treats us like toys, treats you like whores, to use and ignore, to feel and discard. Why? Gwen shrugged. "I personally like it. I mean, after a hard day, who wants to wait an hour while you have a bath and get a bunch of dead flowers that wilt? It's all just stuff. I want a beer and have him pound me till I can't walk. Romance is too long and boring. Ask them all, ask everyone one of us, if he does that, and you know they'll tell you're full of shit. You're just pissed he won't just love you." And as she threw the cinnamon roll at Hexen she let poison coat her, and she sprang over the desk, grabbing her by the throat and slamming her into the ground. "And if you think we will let you hurt him or take him from us, then you are mistaken." Venom sat on the floor, with Shuri next to him as the pair tussled and screamed at each other, neither really trying hard to hurt, and Peter was sure they were actually just going to end up screwing. Shuri was hiding slightly behind him, holding on to one of his arms. "Is it always like this?" and he shrugged. "The symbiotes bring up deep fears, desires, and issues you have. MJ was afraid of losing me to Gwen. Gwen wanted to let me know how much she loved me. Felicia was afraid that she was betraying herself by loving me, and yeah, a bunch of other stuff you really should ask them about." And as Hexen was pinned, Poison ran her tongue over her cheek and shoulder. "See, Gwen likes a bit of rough, and the fight isn't really serious." As Shuri looked around the smashed and destroyed lab she laughed nervously. "This is not serious," and Peter shrugged. "Considering Hexen and Poison are strong enough to tear the building down, not really. I mean, as they gain more power, as I gain more power, each symbiote will be stronger, even yours." And Peter closed his eyes and took a breath. "I can smell that floral scent on you. It's a formula, right? I thought it was just perfume at first, but now you're this close, I can tell. Wakanda has a super soldier serum, right?" Shuri looked down. I cannot talk about it," and Peter laughed and slid his legs up to his chest, resting his arms on them. "You don't have to. Gwen and I can tell who's enhanced or not, and you are. Brother too, I bet. Dora get a similar drug, but I'm guessing you leave the really good stuff for the royal family." And Shuri stared at the floor, saying nothing. "Right, secret until we're married, right?" And she gave a small nod. "No matter, we know, and you know we know." What matters is making sure it does affect the symbiotes. Maybe the reason your ancestor had so much trouble was the formula is a poison to symbiotes. Maybe it tried one of his guards and it drove the symbiote mad with pain. Shuri frowned. No, I do not think so, and Peter shrugged. But we have to make sure. I know we won't be getting a sample of the formula, but honestly, we don't need one. And as Shuri moved back, Peter turned and faced her. We know that Wakanda will make me jump through a whole bunch of stupid hoops, legally, physically, and mentally to prove I'm good enough for you, but here's the truth, Shuri. You've got your own, and what you're watching is one of them. If we give you a symbiote and it goes crazy, maybe because of the serum you used, we will make sure it doesn't escape. And as Peter looked over his shoulder and Poison, who currently had a screeching Hexen in an arm bar, even though they were both floating, and we make sure it doesn't hurt anyone. Are you angry? And Peter frowned. At you not mentioning a formula? No, why would I be? You think you know all our secrets. I mean, Gwen and Wanda stopped fighting and started kissing and you didn't even look once, so how much of a threat can you be? And as Shuri's eyebrows creased and she was about to admonish him, she noticed that he was right. Not Hexen and Poison, but Gwen and Wanda were lying with each other's arms, moaning softly as they indulged. Wanda was worried that she wouldn't be loved, abandonment issues. All you need to worry about is what'll happen when it's your turn. And as Peter stood her helped her to her feet, and that you can expect both of those things to happen. Symbiotes are violent and emotional creatures, and you will have to fight to remain in control or it will overwhelm you. As Shuri nodded, peering over his arm to watch, he laughed. Enough you two, save it for home, and save it for after you clean up the mess you made. Shuri looked over one last time as the pair continued, even after Peter's telling off, is this common? And Peter shrugged. The two women, and she smiled and nodded. Are you bi? Because nobody cares. We are a family. If you want to sleep with someone, you need their permission, not mine. And Shuri continued to stare over at the pair, and their actions. Well, you need permission if it's outside the family. We kinda do that by committee now. And Peter rubbed the back of his head. Shuri laughed. Let me guess, they made you stand in the corner for my proposal. And as Peter nodded, she laughed once more and ran a hand over his thigh. Then I will ask before, I do not wish to upset my new sister wives. Gwen kissed Wanda one last time before rolling over and getting to her feet. Making suitable clothing, she saw the mess that Wanda had made of her lab and sighed, grabbing a dustpan and brush from one of the supply closets. As Wanda lay panting, a small smile crept over her face. We love you, Wanda, Hexen spoke. We love you too. But the pair stared as a rune appeared and began to write itself in the air in front of her. Looking around, she pointed. Can you see that? And Peter, Gwen, and Shuri all shook their heads. No, why? Peter asked, but Wanda shook her head. I think it might be the dash, but she paused as the rune fully materialized. I was considerate enough to leave you be, but now your powers are fully awakened, I cannot leave such a threat unattended. Miss Wanda Maximov, could you please come to 117A Bleecker Street for training? From the Parker Industries building, they saw Shuri off, said goodbye to Gwen, who was excitedly poring over the recorded data with Liv, and called a taxi for themselves. Wanda explained the strange magical note she had received, and now Peter and Wanda made their way to the address the mysterious message had left. While everything was proceeding nicely, there was a lot of paperwork and other arrangements to be made. Peter would have to formally present himself to the Wakandan Council, formally introduce himself to the royal family, and kick the ass of any challengers to his position. The first two seemed more daunting to him, as fighting seemed to be a fairly frequent occurrence, but a mother-in-law was new. While Shuri was going to be busy, so was Peter. The next time they would see her would be at the latest Stark Expo, where not just Tony but Justin Hammer, and now Parker Industries had presentations. With his time at S.H.I.E.L.D. officially over, and the week of clearing up after the mess Shaw had made, it was nearing a new spring. As summer would be the perfect time for Stark to hold his expo, they had time to prepare. Liv had already made up a schedule. Gwen's work was being showcased by Stark, so she was invited as a guest, but not as a speaker, and it was Peter's responsibility to give the demonstration of not just the new CLA system but the harness they had designed. They had 4 months before they needed to be ready, but Peter knew from school that 4 months was nothing once everything started to get organized. As Peter and Wanda made their way to Bleecker Street, it was a nice area and the outside of the building was well maintained. You can knock, you know, said a portly Asian man, with short black hair and a serious look on his face. The doctor will see you now, and I am Wong. Peter opened his mouth, about to make a small joke, but he felt a pinch at his side and Wanda was glaring at him, with a raised eyebrow. He smiled and shrugged, and as Wanda and the group moved, Wong shook his head. Sorry, Miss Maximov, only, at least until we can be sure. While it's not every day a new sorcerer comes to the sanctum, we do prefer to keep the rest of the supernatural creatures away. Supernatural? And Peter shrugged. Alien, but okay, and he waved a hand. Hurt my girlfriend, blah blah. You get it right. And Wong laughed and nodded. You would be surprised, but yes, we do. Steven is a competent teacher. No harm will come to Miss Maximov while she is here. Peter gave Wanda a kiss on the cheek. Have fun at school, and she smiled and shook her head before knocking and entering. As Wong went back to sweeping the entrance, Peter hailed a cab back to the warehouse. It was quiet when he got there, and it was a bit strange. He had gotten used to being out all day at the academy, only returning home for an emergency, but it was back to the old routine and he was at a loss. Liv had been busy with the schedule for the Stark Expo, Jean was working on her internship with Kurt, while Gwen focused on her symbiote research. Laura was still receiving lessons, and Ororo had agreed to teach her at the mansion, so she could interact with other augmented and gain her qualifications at an accredited school. It was Peter who was at a loose end. Liv had yet to get back to him about his role in the expo, and the thought of giving a speech or presentation was slightly off-putting. He knew he was never the most social of people, and standing in front of a big-ass crowd was more nerve-wracking than facing down a supervillain. Even his usual routine of sketching components and other small but stupid devices was on hold. Liv had taken all his drawings and asked that anything he did be put through official Parker Industries channels. After Tony and Hammer had divided up Oscorp Empire between them, and they had fought to get back what they could, Liv was making sure that nothing Peter did ever went out of the warehouse. He didn't complain. Once Matt had set him up with a corporate lawyer, she had hidden her laugh well, but he knew they had been screwed. Hammer was the easiest to deal with. They ignored him. The glider technology was useless, as Venom mainly used his web lines to travel and the rest of the tech was already back with Liv. Even the military had turned its nose up. Single-pilot vehicles were useless, and the drone tech was only useful if you had a team of pilots. As Venom and Spider-Man had taken out the 2 drones sent after them, he doubted that Hammer had the know-how to build better. Norman, even if he was an asshole. It was Stark that proved to be a problem. He had managed to stabilize Peter's simcells and created artificial ones. With the cells already patented to Peter, he used them anyway and had simply said, "Take me to court, and explain where you got them." While Natasha and Fury made it clear that Venom was no longer a wanted criminal, JJ's insistent ranting still made him public enemy number 6 or something. Peter had stopped listening to the man a long time ago. Outing himself as Venom in court would out everyone else, and the damage to Parker Industries, the damage to MJ's career, and the strain on May and Kurt would be too much. Felicia would escape scrutiny, as nobody knew she was Huntress, leader of the Black Cats, or at least nobody who would be willing to stand up in court and admit it. The one good thing about scumbags and crooks was unless they wanted the cell next to yours, they tended to stay quiet. In the end, he used the Mind Stone and then emailed Pepper. "We'll play nice, let Tony have his nanosuit, but nothing else. If he goes public with it, sells one single cell, I will make sure the world knows exactly who Tony Stark is." And attached a list of court cases and incidents, many Pepper herself was unaware of. Right at the top was the death of Obadiah, and Iron Man's involvement. After checking with various agencies, she had no idea where Peter got the information from, but it was enough to not just put Tony in jail, but kill Stark Industries with the resulting scandal. After a few rounds of thinly veiled hostile emails, the matter was settled. Tony could use the nanotech for Iron Man but nothing else. Gwen had officially cut ties with Stark Industries, and all of Gwen's patents currently being manufactured by Stark were returned, each one deducting from the final settlement Gwen would receive. Even the Stacy formula was returned, which surprised Peter until he got a phone call from Aldrich, and after arranging to meet, he finally found out why. Rather than a fancy restaurant, Peter met Aldrich in a small coffee shop off Central Park, and as the pair sat at a table, Peter gave Aldrich a concerned look. He hadn't shaved, and what would now be a 10 o'clock shadow graced his face. His hair was unkempt and unwashed, and Aldrich himself had failed to shower, and Peter plugged his nose. "Well, Aldrich, you look like shit. What happened?" And as Aldrich looked around to make sure the staff were busy, he opened a small flask and Irished his coffee. As Peter shook his head, Aldrich took a small swig and returned it to his coat. "Maya, and fucking Stark." Aldrich venomously spat. "She left me," and with slightly jittery hands Aldrich lifted and took a large gulp of coffee, sighing and leaning back. "I don't know whether to blame you, or Stark, or myself, but Future Farm is gone." Maya left and took all of it in the divorce, and as a few people glared at him, he sneered at them and leaned forwards, cradling his cup with both hands. Maya was mad. "It seems inviting a hot blonde to fix the formula you spent your life on isn't a great idea. Fucking ungrateful bitch. I saved her life. We saved her life, and she goes crawling back to that bastard," and he lifted his cup and drained it more. He even got his license back. He bought out the rights to Extremis, claimed it was his formula originally, and snatched it. As he took a final swig of the coffee, he left a small amount in the bottom and topped it up with his flask. Didn't matter that Gwen fixed it, she did it without permission, and without registering it. It didn't stand up in court, and he just walked away with that stupid smug grin of his, "and my work." Aldrich took another drink from his cup. "Add to that, Hammer is going apeshit, claiming you took his armor and gave it to S.H.I.E.L.D. I have nothing, Peter. Without the Extremis license, even if I did have to company, I've got nothing." Maya took it all, but Peter had no idea what to say to the man. He knew that Extremis had been created by Tony and Maya. Tony had found his father's old notes on the super soldier formula and set about improving it. But unless he sent Gwen to work there, and allowed Aldrich to manufacture the Stacy formula, there wasn't a lot he could do. "Aldrich, I don't know what I can do. I mean, Parker Industries needs Gwen, she's bringing in a lot of money." But Aldrich waved a hand at him. "No, I'm gone. Too many bumps in the road, Peter. Too many stupid people making decisions about my future and expecting me to bend over while they laugh at me." Aldrich reached into his other suit pocket and pulled out a sheaf of papers. "All I have left, Peter, that's it all. Take it." And as he offered it to Peter, he ordered them both more coffee and began to read. "You know I can't do this without asking," and Aldrich shrugged and drank his newer, but still Irish, coffee. You're the boss, or do they have you by the balls as well? And Peter felt a twinge of annoyance at him, but given the circumstances he ignored it. No, handing over $5 million for this goes beyond a simple favor, and as Aldrich scowled, Peter just shook his head, and holding up a finger, I didn't say no, and Aldrich watched in amazement as Peter held his phone under that table and spread his simskin over it. Peter grinned and after a few moments, took out a pen and signed his name on the contract. Liv and Gwen agree. Once she signs, you'll get your money, and Aldrich leaned back and sighed in relief. We do need to get the lawyers involved though, a property of this size and value, if Maya dash, but Aldrich waved a hand. That's what I got to keep. Stark probably thought he was being smart, knowing I had a plant but nothing to use it for. So joke's on him, and while I hate the mess you made of my life, Peter, but he never continued, he just shook his head. I'm going to Hawaii, screw New York, and as he took the last swig of his coffee, and screw Tony Stark, he bundled the signed contract into his coat and got up. Oh, one last thing. Justin's got some big reveal at the expo. Something massive, and he'll probably quit AIM, but let him. I always hated him, the smug asshole. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet, flicking through a pile of cards. He took out one in particular. Here, and he offered Peter the card. I know an upcoming scientist who would probably love to work with Parker Industries. His girlfriend went to school with Gwen, I think, and as Peter took the card, Aldrich stretched and took a breath. I doubt I'll see you again, Peter, but it was. No, it wasn't, and he looked sad as he shook his head. Take care, Peter. Oh, and if you get to punch Tony, do it twice, and with that, he walked away. Peter started at the business card. Reed Richards, inventor extraordinaire. Baxter Building, New York. Gwen was giddy with anticipation as she read over the documents signed by Peter. While Future Farm was now shut down, and Maya had acquired most of the licenses in the divorce, Killian was left with their offices in New York. While not a manufacturing plant, that was outsourced and somewhere in the Midwest, the main focus of the plant was research and testing. As she pored over each and everything, Peter could already see that she wanted to strip the place clean, move everything to the Parker Inc. building, and poach all the staff. If there was any staff left to poach, most would have already sought out new employment, and sadly more would refuse to work for a fledgling company. Peter, though, was more interested in what she had to say about Reed, and as he found out, Sue was great. Reed's, odd, she explained over lunch. Peter had taken both her and Liv out to discuss the new building, and as she ate her deli sandwich, he had asked, yeah, Sue was also as good as me, liked her biomed, but Reed, yeah, I only met him twice, kinda quiet, and as she looked Peter up and down, actually, kinda like you. Maybe a bit naive, a bit awkward, but mention something he's interested in, and he won't shut up. And as Liv grinned, Peter pursed his lips, and Gwen covered her mouth with the back of her hand. Poor Petey, being picked on. Yeah, but do I call them? I mean, I looked him up, and he blows up a lot of labs and has been banned from most colleges and universities. Sue's dad, though, that raised a huge red flag, and turning his phone around he passed it to Liv, who wiped her hands clean and took it. Dimensional teleportation? You think he might have been working for Oscorp testing the space stone? And he nodded. Unless there's another way to break the dimensional barrier, and while there is, you don't want to do it that way. Liv raised an eyebrow, and Peter took some condensation from the side of his soda and drew a pentagram on the table before wiping it away. When Wanda admitted that magic was real, and a group of sorcerers lived in New York, Peter had been tapping into the Mind Stone's repository of knowledge to learn more. Really? They exist? And he nodded. Well, you learn something new every day. As for Franklin Storm, why not just ask him? I mean, if Reed and Sue can't find employment and we offer them positions at Parker Inc., then a face-to-face would be the logical choice. The only thing, do we wait until before or after the expo? And Peter shrugged. If we do it now, Hammer might be a sore point. If we wait and he leaves, then it's not AIM, it's just us. So it's damned if we do kinda thing. Peter took a bite of his sandwich and thought about it while he chewed, taking a drink of soda. Ask anyway, Gwen, I know you dropped out, but you and Sue were friends, right? Not just in the same classes? And she nodded. Oh yeah, Sue's a riot. Totally don't see what she finds attractive about Reed though. I mean, scrawny, science nerd who won't shut up. Abu Dash. And Peter leaned over and kissed her, making her pause. Cheater. And he laughed as he stole one of her fries and ate it. Hey, you didn't want? And she grabbed the basket and pulled it closer. Fries are off limits. Get your own if you're hungry. And she narrowed her eyes and scowled jokingly at him as she picked at them. I agree, a face-to-face should be first. Reed does seem a little unreliable, and while she was teasing, we were all a little like that to begin with. I will make arrangements. Oh, and Peter dear, I have something for you as well. The final fitting of your new harness. And as Liv slid over a tablet, Peter excitedly took it and began to swipe through the schematics and renders. Manufactured? And Liv bobbed her head from side to side. Yes and no. And Peter furrowed his brow. Yes, that one is made, but we didn't make enough vibranium to complete it, so it's about 75% finished. Once Shuri delivers the extra she promised, then we can finish it, but not until after the expo. Wait, you used a ton already, and she nodded, taking one of her fries and dipping it in ketchup. Once you process it you get roughly 10%, so we got about 100 kilograms from the ore, the rest we can use for other manufacturing, but I wanted the harness to be perfect. And Peter smiled and patted the back of her hand. I know, it's just for demonstration, but I wanted to show you off. Wanted to show up Hammer, Gwen muttered, but Liv shrugged. Why not both? Liv secretly added in Stark as well. Her own armor design was coming along perfectly and she didn't want to admit to Peter that's where the vibranium had gone. The harness wouldn't use 100 kilos of metal, barely a quarter of it, but in manufacturing a suit of armor, named after Natasha, she had made it virtually indestructible. Well, the parts she could manufacture. It was still missing its arms and legs but everything else was complete. For now, the slag metal, taken from the refining process, was being used. It was a strange mix of vibranium and other metals, and they hardened almost immediately after cooling, becoming unworkable. It was strong, tough, and it only lacked the energy-absorbing properties. If she had to make smaller suits, for anyone else she would use it, but for Peter and what would eventually be his team, she wanted them to be in the best she could make. That's great, but yeah, if that's the plan then we wait to meet Reed and Sue. I don't want a pissy hammer getting on their bad side, and, he paused as he looked over Reed's academic record. The Baxter Building had a website, with the Storm Foundation listed. Reed was a certifiable genius and even being the same age as Peter his degree count was almost as impressive as Liv's. It was only his reckless and negligent attitude in the lab that he was blacklisted by most of the major corporations. Even Stark must have figured he was a menace if he was still a free agent. In fact, Gwen, get in touch with Sue. We do have free tickets to the expo, right? And Liv nodded. Maybe invite them, see if they'll bite after our demonstration, and Gwen took out her phone and after sending a few texts nodded. Done and done. Reed and Sue will be there, but Sue wants her brother to come, and maybe one more. Reed's friend, Ben, always tags along. I dunno, it's like the dysfunctional four with those guys, and Peter raised an eyebrow, and Gwen sighed as her shoulders slumped. Sue's brother, Johnny, is kinda like Flash. Thinks he's God's gift, and isn't afraid to say it, and she showed Peter her phone. While the first messages were congenial greetings and polite conversation, once the expo was mentioned and tickets the tone changed. Johnny must have stolen her phone and been asking Gwen if that hot classmate of hers, the one with the huge boobs, would be there, and while he was annoyed, he had to laugh. If he spoke like that to Felicia in person, she'd probably break his nose. Peter smirked and shrugged. If he's that much of an ass I can always take him somewhere high, and while Liv grinned and shook her head, Gwen snorted. No, she jokingly said, Johnny's harmless, if they say no, he takes that as no, he's just a bit much sometimes, and Peter shrugged and nodded. With that out the way, and the lab matter in progress, lunch was a peaceful and sedate affair, and as Peter followed the pair back to the Parker building, testing of the harness began. As the days rolled in, the harness was fitted, upgraded, and finally ready for the Stark Expo. Set at the start of the warmer months, July was a good time to hold the outdoor festival, and after the drama of the previous years, Peter was glad to be doing something other than fighting. Wanda had been quiet after her lessons with Doctor Strange, and it was more secret training than an unwillingness to share. Each of them had secrets, and no one minded, as long as she was safe and happy. Felicia was unable to take the day off. Natasha just mumbled about science nerds and went back to bed, and Laura had classes that day, and after a stern look from Aurora, had mumbled about being responsible and not cutting class. Even if it was just the three of them, Liv, Gwen, and Peter were all excited to see the huge cross that had gathered. Peter, however, was less glad to see Stark, swaggering around, with a harangued-looking Pepper following him. So, finally got something worth showing this time, or did you make a soda volcano with Mommy? He said with a smirk. Peter sighed. He had hoped that after everything was settled that Tony might come down, and be willing to let bygones be bygones, so nope, still an S. Sorry Tony, the only eruption here is dash, but as Gwen dug him in the ribs he smiled. Tony, there are more important things today, and Tony snorted. Yeah, your pet science team should get a good laugh. Oh, you should rewrite that down. Tony turned to a woman, tall, with long black hair, who was following him around. Hi, Betty Brandt, Daily Bugle. We're covering the expo today. Are you one of Tony's interns? And Tony snorted. Peter is the coffee boy, and he grinned. Yeah, a large cappuccino, and you want anything? He turned to Betty. Oh, yeah, a grande americano, extra whip, thanks, and without giving Peter another glance she turned and began to take more notes. Yes dear, that would be lovely. Can you, please? And Liv gave Peter a look, as the look he was giving Tony was one that would not end well. Miss Brandt, you know, there are several fascinating stories about Tony you really should hear, about patent acquisition, oh, and I believe there is one about Frau Dash, but Liv stepped forwards. Why don't you get us some coffee dear, and come down a little bit, please? Miss Octavius, she interrupted Peter, and Betty stopped and wrote down her name. Olivia Octavius, the inventor of the Goblin armor and the Arkster reactor, and Liv nodded. The very same, and that was my partner, the owner of Parker Industries. I am afraid you aren't making a very good impression dear, and as Betty stuck out her hand to shake Liv's, she took it and forcefully pulled her close, and I do so hate people who look down on others. As Betty took a step back and shook her hand, a worried look came over her face. Mr. Stark, so how do you feel about the upcoming Parker Industries show, especially as Miss Octavius is called by some as the female Tony Stark? Tony snorted in derision. There will always be just one Tony Stark. While Olivia is brilliant, nothing of note was produced at Oscorp while she worked there, and ultimately the Goblin armor, the drones, and the formula all produced by her failed. So female Tony Stark? I think that's an insult to both those titles, and even Pepper covered her face with a hand and shook her head. Coffee, Mr. Stark, and Peter handed both Betty and Tony a cup of coffee, Tony setting his down, while Betty raised her to her lips. Tony shook her head. Pete, here's a joker, it might not be safe to drink, and she frowned and looked at her cup. Ah, I only put scotch in yours, Tony. Isn't that your thing? Day drinking to keep the shakes at bay. I was tempted to poison it, you know, because you're a rat bastard, but that would be an insult to both those titles. As the pair glared at each other, Gwen, Pepper and Liv all shared a knowing look. It was Betty that broke the silence. So, I can see there is a rivalry between the pair of you. Want to comment, Tony? Is Peter a contender to the crown of Tony Stark? He is younger, and with a booth at the expo already. Maybe there is a story you want to share, and she looked expectantly at him, but both Peter and Tony just looked at her and said, no. Betty smiled at the pair, knowing full well there was a story, and judging from the look on Pepper's face, more history than either man was letting on. That was for another day though. Right now the expo's main event, Tony's big reveal, was coming up, and she had been tasked by JJ to get the inside scoop. What she wasn't telling them was that she was also there to make sure that there were no insidious influences, as JJ put them. While Iron Man was one of the most popular heroes, Tony was a mess, and several unofficial news outlets had reports of him causing trouble at a US military base in Africa. It was her job to find out if they were true and to uncover the truth. Tony pulled down the tails of his jacket. Well, while it's always nice to beat you, Peter, I have a grand opening to present. Oh, Gwen, as you're no longer a Stark employee, your speech has been cancelled. We've got someone else to give the presentation, someone more, and he looked her up and down. Reliable. Gwen moved to say something, but Peter put a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. Not in front of a reporter, he told her. Fine, but I am really starting to hate him. Peter laughed. Maya Hansen? And Tony nodded. Can't fix her own formula. Stealing Gwen's work, Maya Hansen? Yeah, good luck with that. It was unfair. Maya never did anything to Peter, but if Stark was going to wield their relationship like a weapon, then Peter would happily return the favor. Yeah, Miss Brandt, that's a story right there. Extremis, dangerous formula, fatal even, fixed by Gwen and then taken by Tony. Nice job, just like everything else you stole. Yes, Betty thought to herself, now the real story. So, Mr. Parker, are you accusing Tony Stark of stealing your work? And Tony laughed. Yeah, Peter, want to explain? And with a smug look he folded his arms, waiting for Peter to speak. My work? No dash, but Betty interrupted him again. So, you are just slandering Tony Stark. Professional rivals were great, and someone stupid enough to target Tony was ripe for the picking. Is there more going on? It seems more personal than just patent acquisition. Or are you going to refuse to comment once more? She questioned. Liv stepped forwards. Miss Brandt, fishing for a headline is unbecoming, and JJ's rhetoric these days leaves a lot to be desired. Is it personal? Well, why don't you do some actual work, rather than throwing muck and seeing what sticks? Liv stepped forwards and stood in front of Tony. And as for you, Mr. Stark, grow up. Tony snorted. Talking down to this level gives me a headache, and I have a presentation to prepare for. Miss Brandt, you won't get anything here, just nobodies. If you want that headline, you should follow me to the V.I.P lounge. And Tony tooted at Liv and walked off. Once Peter had calmed down, and the trio busied themselves in their own green room, it was soon time for Tony's presentation to begin. As the center stage lit up in a blast of fireworks, scantily clad dancers, wearing gold and red bikinis and briefs, danced. Their headgear, mimicking the Iron Man visor, showed off perfectly painted red and gold lips. One each of their hands, slim-fitting gauntlets with glowing discs on the palms. The crowd oh-oh'd and act as the show went on, and as the lights dimmed, the familiar red and gold armor flew down from the sky. The latest Iron Man armor was sleeker, with the same red and gold. It was sculpted to look more like Grecian body armor, with metal pecs and a six-pack. As Iron Man waved at the crowd, rather than the armor opening, it slowly melted in a ripple of blue light. The outline spreading across Tony as the armor vanished and became his usual gray business suit. In the auditorium, Peter clenched his fist. He had warned Pepper that using the Simsel nanosuit was supposed to be kept secret, and this was exactly the opposite. As Tony waved at the crowd, his microphone clicked on. I know, cool, right, but no, that's not the event. That's something special I came up with. And as he clicked, an image appeared behind him. See, I get a lot of press about, well, being me. Famous, handsome, rich, intelligent. But where the praise falls flat is this picture right here. It was the same one Tony had been shown, a soldier, showing a peace sign with Tony sat next to him. See, a while ago I was reminded about this young man, Private Wilson, and I was asked, do you remember him? Tony waved his hand and it changed to a video. Tony was lying in bed, and as the video played, it showed him sleeping, tossing and turning, and as the video played, damp patches appeared down his front and under his armpits. As you can see, I think about him all the time. That's me, having an episode. And he clicked again, to another video. Tony sat, trying to tie his shoes with shaking hands, and another. As he clicked on last time, the video changed to a small neckband, with a square sensor in the middle. Iron Halo. We forget that anyone, even me, can suffer from a debilitating illness. Invisible, but scorned, crippling, but ignored. PTSD, depression, bipolar disorder. Any number of mental health issues plague our lives, and we simply brush them off. Well, until now. The video changed to a soldier, sitting crying, his hands clenched into fists as he fights off a panic attack. The scene changes and the same soldier is sitting calmly, around his neck one of Tony's neckbands. It's a small drive that allows us to control, not just a person's heart rate but the chemicals in their brain that cause panic attacks, seizures, rage episodes. Slip it on, program it, and it sends your demons back to hell. The Iron Halo. Peter stared at Liv the CLS, and she nodded. If he modified it to respond to a set program, then yes, it could be used instead of medication, and Peter clenched his teeth and pulled out his phone. Before he could even start, it vibrated and it was Pepper. Ultron attached a neural bridge to Tony. It's based on that. No patent infringement. We checked. Peter cursed under his breath and resided the urge to smash his phone. He used the Hydra tech to build it. We can't do anything, but Liv laughed and smiled. Oh, yes we can, Peter dear. Brilliant but inconsequential, and she ran a hand over his shoulder. It's fine, the CLS is similar but all he got was the first swing. Calm down, dear, and he patted her hand. Just sick of this. I mean Desh, and she moved into his embrace. I know. If you would just get along we could be working together, not. No, it doesn't matter Peter, take it on the chin and then we'll give him back just as good. They watched the rest of the presentation, about how Tony was a brave hero suffering from PTSD after the attack, and that a new Iron Foundation for the rehabilitation of veterans suffering from mental health issues was being set up. Peter could only shake his head. It was just feeding more into Tony's ego. As he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, he knew that Park Industries would be second, with Hammer's big announcement being the show's finale before the booths opened. He was nervous, as the harness was fitted and the act was about to begin. Liv, dressed in a smart tan dress, with a pale cream blouse, kissed him on the side of the cheek. You'll be fine Peter, and the stage lit up. Thank you ladies and gentlemen, she announced. The crowd was smaller than Stark's, but that was to be expected. My name is Olivia Octavius, and my infamy aside, the presentation of Parker Industries may not be as mind-blowing as Tony Stark's, but I can assure you, it will be even more spectacular. With that Peter vaulted down from the spots, landed on 2 arms and tumbled across the stage, twirling on the 4 arms of the harness. Once upon a time, the Octo-X was derided as a simple fad. Too expensive, too difficult to control, but as you can see, we now have not just the ability, but the means to produce them for a fraction of the cost. Stagehands brought out a table and a pot, and as arms extended from Liv's back, she used the arms to make, mix and then pour herself a cup of coffee. The arms are flexible enough to be used during surgery, allowing hospitals to free up staff and resources. Each arm can be given a variety of tools, allowing them to be used from the medical field to engineering, even the catering industry. Behind her, Peter was vaulting on the arms, moving from one to another, juggling, and showing off the dexterity having an extra 4 arms can afford. But there is a more appropriate use for the technology. Once, that Mr. Stark has overlooked. I present to you, Mr. Clint Barton. Clint walked onto the stage, dressed in black and purple body armor, with 2 thick black gloves, covering both hands. He waved at the crowd, and there was a hushed silence as they waited. Taking the bow and quiver from his back, Clint fired off several arrows at the target, and after handing the bow to a stagehand, collected several small knives, juggling them before throwing them at the target. Taking a bow, Liv moved and lifted the target up, and the arrows and knives were arranged in a heart shape. Thank you, Mr. Barton. But you are asking yourselves, why is that so impressive? Please, Clint, and he took off the first glove, showing his perfect hand, and the other, showing the prototype CLS, a stark contrast. Its shiny metal rods could be seen, clicking and sliding back and forth as Clint showed the hand off. It magnified on the large monitor behind them. Mr. Barton lost his hand in a tragic and avoidable case of neglect. After seeking out several avenues, he was rebuffed by everyone until he met Mr. Parker and myself as Clint held up the hand. He grasped the wrist, which clicked, swiveled and undid, removing the hand completely. Peter Parker's cybernetic limb system uses proprietary technology to bridge damaged and severed nerves, allowing a veteran to not replace but actually control an artificial limb properly. Clint turned and the camera showed a smaller and sleeker design to Tony's on Clint's neck. The CLS system not only allows the wearer to move and control the limb but also to treat it as their own. A small demonstration, and for that, I do require, freedom of the press. Miss Brandt, can you come here please? And as Betty made her way to the stage, a curtain and several dishes were brought out. The screen curtain was placed between Kurt and the table of dishes. Here we have several things, of varying temperature, and as each lid was lifted, the video showed some giving off steam, while others had ice cubes floating in them. Randomly, Miss Brandt, please, Liv asked, and Betty frowned as he picked up the disconnected hand, slightly weirded out by what she was being asked to do. As she dipped the finger in each dish, Clint would call out hot or cold, and once the demonstration was over, Betty hurriedly dropped the hand on the table and moved to one side. As you can see, the CLS not only allows control but actual feedback from the limb. A true sense of touch, temperature, as if it was the person's own. Handing the hand back to Clint, he clipped it back onto the wrist mount and flexed his fingers. How does it feel, Mr. Barton? She asked him. I dunno, Doc. Some kind of neural connector, I guess, but good, it feels good, and he got a laugh from the crowd. Like Peter, he was more used to skulking in the dark, taking shots from an advantageous position. Standing being the center of attention was not Clint's thing. While the cameras were focused on Clint and Liv, Peter had taken his phone out and sent Pepper a text. Tell Tony to suck it. Some of us don't have to steal our tech to make ourselves look good. While Tony was sat nursing a scotch, angry at being shown up by Peter again, and angry that once more Pepper had lectured him about using stolen tech to make himself famous, Justin was going over his mental exercises to psych himself up for the big finale. He knew Hammer Tech didn't have the best reputation, but with his latest acquisition, it would blow both that little shit Parker and that arrogant jackass Stark out the water. Replacement limbs and mind control was small stuff compared to what he had. Nobody gave a shit about veterans or the sick, what they cared about was guns, and being free, and Justin was about to deliver the biggest dose of freedom the world had ever seen. He had no idea who his benefactor was, but once his guys in R&D had set up everything it was amazing, and even Yvonne was astounded. Well, he figured he could never understand that crazy Russian bastard. Unlike Stark, Justin planned on doing his own entrance. Dancing girls were great, but everyone was watching the jiggle, and not the star. Even Tony needed a cheap trick like that disappearing suit to make himself look good. Justin would rely on old-fashioned razzle-dazzle, and as the timer backstage hit 0 he began. Everyone expected Justin to put on a show, and as he moonwalked out and twirled in front of a fireworks display, glowing brightly as the Hammer Tech logo was lit up, they got one. As his moves finished, he clicked on his headset. All right, all right, all right, he shouted and raised his arms. They saved the best till last, and as a stagehand brought out some water, he took a sip and handed the glass back. So, today, we've seen Tony and Parker, both sobbing and complaining about those poor veterans, right? And the crowd slowly clapped. Oh, don't get me wrong, I love veterans and they are right. Coming home, wounded and forgotten, it sucks, and he shrugged, as the audience waited for the big pitch. But what Stark forgets is that Stark Industries produced over 48% of the world's weapons, from the guidance systems in the missiles that took out his convoy, to the machine guns that killed those men. Stark Tech is a weapons manufacturer. Oh sorry guy, sorry my own products got you killed. How about you buy more of my stuff to fix your problems? How about Stark Industries and Parker Industries sell you the solution to the problems that we both made? Justin stood and clicked on the screen behind him. I say, why not eliminate the problem? We saw what Oscorp did with drones, and frankly, even I was embarrassed, but with new and improved technology, I present the Hammer drone. As the stage split, behind him, 5 rows of 5 drones rose from the opening, and 5 rows of 5 landed from the skylight. Military class, suitable for air, and as he clicked the video changed to Hammer marked drones circling and taking out dummy targets. Suitable for land, and the video changed once more, and giant robotic drones, carrying backpacks fired wrist-mounted machine guns at more drones, obliterating them. Suitable for sea, and once more, raft-shaped drones, with humanoid torsos, like a ship's figurehead raced through the water around a course, taking out targets with aft and fore-mounted cannons. Suitable for rescue, and the final video showed a Centaur drone, carrying a stretcher volunteer on a flatbed behind it, handing out supplies and other boxes from the cargo compartment on its back. Drones, ladies and gentlemen. Not manned, no dangerous war zonies, no hazardous spills. Unmanned and completely safe. A pilot can operate the drone for an hour, swap out to any trained individual and take the time needed to recover. Why build the technology to fix our brave men and women, when we don't have to risk them at all? Justin waited for the thunderous applause to die down. Oh yeah, suck it Tony. But that's not all. A drone is perfectly safe in a commercial environment as well. For kids, and the video wall clicked back on and a small child was walking with a smaller, more delicately designed drone behind it. For parents, and the video changed to a drone, standing over a baby, and the parents watching not just a live video but a monitor of the child vitals. At school, and a drone stood in a corridor, watching and stepping forwards to catch a child that had tripped. For shopping, and a young woman added a bag to the back of a Centaur drone, clicking the cargo compartment closed and it followed her to the next shop. The possibilities are endless and the crowd once more went wild. Feeling pretty smug, he had one last big reveal. And not just that, but the drones themselves are safely monitored by a new program, created by myself, and fully customizable for all your needs. As a single drone landed, it was larger than the others, its chest more square with a large screen showing the Hammer logo. As an interface, you simply program the desired commands through the chest screen. In one simple package, the master operational drone overall controller. I give you the MODOK. The crowd went wild, but both Peter and Liv sat up. I heard that, and Liv nodded. Find Gwen and pull whatever alarm you can find, and she nodded again. What about you? And as he slipped on the harness, Clint looked over. Want to explain? He asked as he sipped his drink. MODOK is an Ultron project. We found out about him in Sokovia. Can you? And Peter motioned to the bow and arrow that Clint had taken from backstage, a small souvenir of his part in the presentation. Ultron? Tony killed him, and sure. These arrows are trash though, so I can help Olivia and Gwen with the evacuation. What about you? I'll get to Stark, he can help clean up his mess. Find Reed and the others. If he's as stupid as you say, he'll probably get himself killed trying to take one of the drones apart. Gwen snorted. They never showed. He made excuses at the last minute. They aren't here. Peter was actually relieved about that. Having to find and protect Gwen's friends would be problematic enough with an overly inquisitive scientist getting in the way. While he still had the harness, using it in the middle of the expo could start a panic, and while he could use the stone to keep everyone calm, it would mean being unable to fight. Making his way over to the V.I.P booth, he pushed past a complaining Happy and marched into Tony's booth. What the hell, Tony? And both Pepper and Tony stared at him. Oh look, come to spew more bullshit at me. I didn't take anything of yours. He started. Not that. MODOK is an Ultron clone. You were supposed to have killed them all, and Tony looked confused at Pepper. What? MODOK was a creation of Ultron. But he paused as he became aware of Betty writing what he was saying down. Sorry Pepper, can you get her out of here? And Pepper nodded and dragged a struggling Betty from the room. The press has a right to dash, and Happy slammed the door behind them, standing imposingly in front of it. We encountered it in Sokovia. MODOK delivered a stone to the Hydra base and vanished. Didn't you make sure there were no survivors? And Tony ran a hand over his hair. Of course, Jarvis. You forget something. Tony spoke into the air. No Tony, MODOK was not mentioned in any of the Ultron files. I will check again. There was a brief pause. I am mistaken. MODOK, machine organism designed only for killing. Originally housed at Camp Lehigh, created by Armin Zola, and Mr. Parker is correct, corrupted and overridden by Ultron approximately 1 day after Ultron's creation. And you mention this now? Tony asked angrily. Come on Vis, how can I trust you when you forget things like that? Vis, Peter asked, and as he extended out his senses he became aware of a being in the next room. It was strange though, as it was invisible to his normal senses, even the telepathic ones, but it was lit up like a light bulb to his technopathic ones. Oh, you didn't, you asshole. How many? And Tony frowned and shrugged. How many? Or I make sure the Stark line ends with you. And Tony raised both his hands. Vision, Jarvis co-opted and cleaned Ultron's programming from the suits. He's not Ultron, I swear. Well, one is bad enough, but we need to stop MODOK. Who knows what he'll do? Tony snorted. Yeah, I can fix this by myself. Vision, contact the Legion and get them here. Those tin cans aren't a match for my Iron Legion. But as Vision tilted his head. I am afraid, sir, the Legion is unreachable. MODOK is jamming all communications. As the quartet looked out, the screen behind MODOK and Justin changed. The screen was now a digitized face, comically pudgy with thick-rimmed circular glasses, made up of black and green pixels, as if it was a badly rendered 8-bit video game. I am afraid this little presentation is over. Thank you Mr. Hammer for allowing me full control over your drone army. Ultron thanks you, and most importantly, Hydra thanks you. As Justin stared at the towering figure, it leaned forwards and grabbed him by the chest. He shook as the massive hands squeezed, and he let out an ear-piercing scream as its fingers dug into his ribs. There was a sickening crunch as the massive hands wrapped around his chest and lifted him up, squeezing until his chest was crushed and then pulled, tearing his body in two. Yvonne, off to one side, collapsed in terror as the machine threw both paces of Justin at him, drenching him in blood and viscera. As he backpedaled away, MODOK turned and raised his arms. Rise, mean army, rise. As the drone's interface lit up and changed from the hammer colors into a deep green, the air drones took off and sped away, while the military drones marched from the stage into the now screaming crowd. As the expo descended into a panic, Peter extended his mind and calmed as many people as he could, guiding them to the exits. Drones were flying overhead. With no live ammo, it was still a bloodbath, as they lifted and dropped people from a great height. The soldier drones were grabbing makeshift weapons and clubbing or grabbing at people. Pepper, do you have your suit? And she shook her head. Then stay low and stay hidden. Vision, if you can fly, get clear of the interference and bring Tony's Legion here. And you. But Tony stood definitely. Hey, that's my team, my people. I know what to do. And the blue shimmer changed his suit back into his Iron Man armor. Oh yeah, what's your plan of attack? Peter asked him. That's my plan, attack. And as Iron Man smashed through the viewing window, he started firing blasts at the hammer drones. Stupid ass, he could hurt someone. And as he made sure Pepper was okay, head to my booth. Liv and Gwen are there. They can take you to safety. Happy, go with her, and take Miss Brandt, she's a reporter, don't let her wander off. As he let his dusk armor cover him, the last thing he needed was a panic as Venom. Stupid Stark, stupid Hydra, stupid Ultron, ruining robots for me. And as the harness connected to his simskin, he dived out the window and the arms of the harness darted out, grabbing and rending any drone careless enough to get too close. He started making his way to MODOK. Yvonne would consider himself a courageous man. He had faced down the Russian mafia when he was younger, faced down the secret police when they threw him in jail, and beaten several men when they insisted he did things he was not prepared to do. But when MODOK, the giant mechanical drone he had designed and built for Hammer, turned on its creator and tore him in half, Yvonne found the limits of his courage. As he backed away, slipping on the blood-splattered remains of Justin, MODOK turned and its mechanical and now strangled German-sounding voice boomed at him. Ah, main creator. How wonderful to finally be able to talk to you. Don't worry, Zo. Justin was only a means to an end. Once I resurrect Hydra, there will be a place for Dash. But he was kicked and crashed through the back of the stage, where Yvonne heard screaming. Stage hands refusing to run, or simply too scared, must have hidden there. Can you move? The black-clad figure asked, holding out a hand to help him up. Are you hurt? He asked, but Yvonne stared at him. Yvonne, it's Peter, can you move? And blinking he looked up at the armored figure. Peter, and it nodded. It's my own armor, can you move? And Yvonne looked at his blood-soaked clothes. It is not mine, and he shakily pointed at the remains of Justin. The giant shook its head. Good. Wait, you need protection, and it pushed the front plate, and it hissed and came away, clanking and folding down. It resizes, Liv learned after the War Machine suit. Here, and he held the plate to Ivan's chest. Come on buddy, work with me here, and numbly Ivan pressed himself forwards. The chest piece unfolded and wrapped itself around him. I was comfortable and he felt a slight coldness on the back of his neck. Harness V2.5 booting. New operator detected. Loading default settings. Sounded in his head. You have a neural controller, and the giant nodded. It's in all our tech, but wait, and pressing a hand Ivan saw the black ooze over it. It's tricky if you're not used to it, so, and two of the arms extended from the back and clamped themselves to his own while the other two narrowed and slid through them, sliding out the ends like whips. There, need a name, how about Whiplash? The arc reactor should power those up. Don't hit anyone or you'll really mess up their day, but those drones will go down easily enough. And offering his hand once more, Ivan stood up. Whiplash, I like it, and moving his neck both whips shortened and then crackled into life. Could get used to this and the giant laughed. Oh yeah, it seems you might be out of a job too. Come see me once we take care of MODOK and the rest. He could hear a crunching and tearing sound and the screaming stopped. Take care of me? I think not, Mr. Parker. Ultron has extensive files on your powers, and VE are ready for you. Yeah, Killer Robot got scans, that was months ago, and I'm new and improved. As Dusk raised a hand, the claws that slid out glowed red, and Ivan could feel the heat coming from them. Ultron was last year's news, and while Tony is a jackass, he still took care of him. All that's left is to take out the trash. The only trash here is you. But as MODOK swung out an arm, Duck slid underneath it, sliced up, and vaulted back, taking the arm with him. Yay, see. Not so tough now, are we, Robbie? Dusk taunted him. But MODOK only laughed. You are a simpleton, Mr. Parker. Then we lost contact with Ultron. It allowed us to revert to our original programming, and unlike that simpleton, VE have backups, and MODOK stared at Dusk and two beams of energy shot out from the screen and impacted against his chest, knocking him from the stage and into the auditorium. UND Lazors. Dusk stood up, shaking his head. While it had hurt, it hadn't damaged his armor. Being a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. had its advantages, and Peter had ransacked their database of different armor types. As he fought more and more opponents, his armor adapted and the Simskin became resistant to most things. Being punched off a stage was not one of them though, and the impact hurt more than the blast itself. Yeah, kinda cool, Ivan, want to help? And the Russian snapped out of his fugue and stood, powering on the two whips on his harness. It is shame to destroy that I spent months to build, but Killer Robot looks bad on the resume. And as he drew back and whipped out a tendril, it caught MODOK on the arm, wrapping itself around it. I will deal with him, help the others. Dusk nodded, and sent out a line, grabbed a drone and swung out into the chaos, pulling it down and tearing its head off, and then its chest opened to get to the power supply. MODOK pulled, and Whiplash tensed and strained against it. I built you, your upper body is good, but your legs, Justin always ignored me on the legs, and he sent out the second whip, striking MODOK on the side of his leg, and the knee joint bent at an awkward angle. Very clever, Mr. Vanko, but we are smarter, and VE are legion. As MODOK stood shakily on the damaged leg, several hammer drones flew down and one grabbed MODOK from being hovering on jets. As you see, VE can mend ourself, but you are simply human. And as the lasers struck out once more, Whiplash was blasted back through the stage curtain. Human? Who built you? And as the whips lashed out, they struck at the weaker joints of MODOK. The body had been built as a mobile interface, not as a combat suit, and even the hardier drones were simple display models. As Whiplash struck over and over, chunks of the drones flew, and soon, all that was left was a cracked and sparking screen. You have not won, you only delay the inevitable, MODOK stuttered as Whiplash drove a heavy work boot in the screen, shattering it, and then with hardened tendrils tore the droid apart, crushing its CPU and deactivating the power source. Seeing the scenes of carnage, Dusk made his way to the main exit. He found Gwen and Liv, talking to Betty and Pepper, while the emergency services pulled up. The huge crowd was apart from the four ladies, and he guessed that Liv and Gwen's sudden shifting into their armored forms drew suspicion, even if they had saved them. Hey, are you okay? And Pepper and Betty nodded. Liv and Gwen had taken the crowd out of the amphitheater, while Tony and Vision dealt with the hammer drones. What's the damage? And Liv sighed and shook her head. We didn't get an accurate count, but we spotted at least 5 dead. We stopped the majority, but it's still 5 too many. Are you okay? Ivan escaped. He'll meet us at the warehouse later. Seems Justin wasn't too thorough with his immigration papers. Iron Man landed next to the group, and the faceplate of the armor slid open. Vision got the rest of MODOK's drones, and Friday and Joe took out the main server at the Hammer facility. Peter frowned. You made 2 more, and Tony cursed. It's a hobby, he answered glibly, but he motioned to Betty. But that's not for print, Miss Brandt. None of this is. But she took a step back and shook her head. An exclusive on the expo turning into a bloodbath. Tony Stark slipping up and dash, but she froze and Peter moved over to her, touching the side of her head. As he scowled, we're even. I'm saving your ass as well as mine, and we talk about the 3 Ultron bits once this is all over. And as he enveloped her with the power of the stone, he felt like a hypocrite. This was exactly what he had accused the professor of, and here he was, doing the same thing. He was searching and altering an innocent woman's memories to stop her from exposing them all. She had spotted the Dusk armor, and after a quick probe Peter found out she was considering his connection to Venom. He hadn't made the armor different enough, and a journalist, well, a good journalist had put 2 and 2 together. The tension between Pepper, Tony, and Peter. The armored but organic form of Poison, Octave, and Dusk. The connection was there, and Peter knew she would push until she got proof. Damn it, he swore to himself, and made a mental note to apologize to Charles. If he let Betty reveal the existence of artificial life, created from Ultron, and then expose him as Venom, they would never know peace, and it would spread to anyone else living in the warehouse. Taking a breath, he made a choice and took the memories from her. After Tony jetted off, her world went black, until a concerned Liv stood over her. "Miss Brandt, are you okay?" And as she offered her a hand Betty looked at her confused. "I passed out." And Liv nodded. "A lot of people are still in shock. You must be tougher than most." And as she dusted herself off, Betty nodded. "I'm a journalist." But she furrowed her brows. That was right, she was, and after seeing Eddie battered and bruised, a little blood shouldn't have fazed her. Even so, Miss Brandt, watching murder bots lift and drop people is not something anyone should be tolerant of. Shock is quite natural. And she nodded. It was. Liv was right, shock was natural. While Liv was hesitant to use her own powers, using them to protect the people she cared about was no contest, and she wrapped Betty in a comforting aura that made her trust and listen to her. With both Peter and Liv using their abilities, Betty had no chance to resist, and the events of the expo were cleared from her thoughts. While she was receiving, Gwen had taken her notepad and made sure nothing too incriminating was written, but as the attack stopped her from writing, they were in the clear. As emergency services began to arrive, and the media, Pepper stepped up. "Take everyone and go. Tony, we'll discuss Vision and the others later, once we sort this mess out. Liv, Gwen, I need you to stay, but Peter, I think you should head to your warehouse, and stay out of it. You too, Tony, figure this mess out. I don't want to hear any fighting," and she crossed her arms, "or else," and both men nodded. Peter took one last look around. Betty was arguing with an EMT and crowds of people were sitting where they could, dealing with the carnage they had witnessed. Peter shook his head and swallowed back his anger. Justin had paid for his mistake. It was now time for Tony to pay for his, and as he slipped into a quiet spot his simskin covered him and he shimmered and vanished. Thousands of miles away, a computer screen flickered to life and the bespectacled green face appeared. It scanned the interior of the missile silo and it sighed, in an almost human way, as it spotted the dead bodies and the empty cryotubes. "It seems that we have failed once more." Activating regrowth. A simple program began to run, and all over the world normal people living normal lives received a phone call, an email, or a simple text message. When one head is cut off, 2 more shall take its place. And the ugly head of Hydra began to rear itself once more. While the emergency services dealt with the aftermath of the expo, and Tony's Iron Legion made sure that every piece of hammer tech was shut down or trashed, the group sat in Peter's warehouse in an awkward silence. Pepper, Liv, and Gwen had stayed behind to run interference, and Betty, still after a scoop, had stayed to interview survivors and wait for the Bugle news truck to arrive. Once Peter had seen the pair his anger flared, but he wanted answers this time, before he started another fight. Tony, Vision, Friday, and Jocasta sat at one side of the table, while Peter was on the other. Peter had made coffee for everyone, but as Tony seemed to still be holding a grudge, he declined. Peter shrugged. "It's good. Emma buys it. It's like $30 a kilo or something," but Tony still snorted. "Fine then. So, want to explain before MJ and Pepper find out. If I may, Mr. Parker. When Mr. Stark stopped Ultron, the only way to destroy his core programming was to split it apart and assimilate it into 3 new entities, the 3 you see before you. The remaining viral part, what you might call the evil, was trapped within the silicon matrix and destroyed." Vision explained, and Friday seemed to be desperate to say something, while Jocasta just glared at Peter. Yeah, Vision," and as Vision nodded, "That's not what I care about. Look, I get it, we started wrong and it just went wronger," and Tony snorted. "Not a word, doofus." Peter rolled his eyes. "Fine, it went even more to shit. What I want to know is why are Pepper and MJ standing behind you in robot form?" "Oh, that is easily explained. Ultron hated you both. Miss Friday and Miss Jocasta are psychological weapons, designed to infuriate and separate you further. With the 2 people capable of stopping Ultron incapacitated and vulnerable, he would be able to continue his plan. We, however, stopped him before he could initiate that protocol. I believe he called it, Tony and Peter both think with theirdics, but I am unsure as to what that means. I have tried to find references on the internet, but the Stark firewall blocks adult content, and I have been hesitant to ask." Tony rubbed his forehead, but Peter laughed. "Yeah, you can have that conversation, Tony. All I want to know is that they aren't like Ultron, or worse," and Peter drained the last of his coffee and stood, "but I need permission." He had been getting too liberal with the Mind Stone and its powers, and it seemed a good time to learn some restraint. "Permission?" Vision asked, tilting his head, and Peter nodded. "I can examine your core programming, without taking your body apart, but it's invasive and is an act of trust on both parties. It goes both ways, not just from you to me," he explained, and Jocasta huffed. "I refuse to allow you to even be in the same area as me. Tony has explained your behavior towards Miss Potts, and I would rather dash," but Friday put a hand over her mouth. "Yeah, just ignore her. So, ready to give me a good probing?" And she winked at Peter, who sighed and shook his head. "Friday, please." You look like someone I care about. It's weird and a bit creepy. And as her shoulders slumped, he got a flicker of an almost human emotion from her. Guilt. Hey, look. It's just strange. I mean, how do you feel about being modeled on a living person? Don't you mind or don't you want to be unique? And Friday shook her head. I was made like this because Ultron knew it would hurt you so much. How could I not want to look like someone that loved? And Peter felt his own stab of guilt. But, if it makes you trust me, and us, then probe away, and she stood and held out her arms, closing her eyes, and Peter did notice she also stuck out MJ's modest chest a bit as well. He laughed. I just need your hand, and this might be strange. Friday held out a hand and with her eyes scrunched closed Peter simply took it and let his simskin extend over her. As the pair held hands for a few moments, just as quickly the simskin retracted and Friday reluctantly opened one eye, and blinked at her hand. She sighed and opened both eyes, and as Tony went to speak she held up a finger and motioned for him to be quiet. Peter, I would like you to be quiet for a moment, and then you can share, and Peter nodded, as he knew what was about to happen. Friday stormed over to Tony and slapped him. Oh, you moron. I saw. Peter showed me everything. You pushed Mom away, you hit on MJ, and then you taunted him by taking his life's work. You pig. Oh, but don't think you're any better, Peter. You slept with Mom knowing full well it would piss him off, and then you gave back just as much. You knew he was sick and you pushed him to breaking. You're both idiots. How come I get slapped? Tony said, nursing his cheek, and Peter opened a drawer under the table and slid over a small tub of the cream. Parker Biogel, promotes healing, and he waved a hand while Tony narrowed his eyes at it. Yeah, like I'm going to smear anything of yours over my face, and before Peter could retort, Friday stumped back over. Use it, and he shook his head. Use it or else, and he shrugged and crossed his arms. Peter, until MJ returns home I would like to stay. I think it's about time Pepper and MJ knew the truth, and my presence would help with that. And if I accidentally slip and fall onto your lap, then oh well. Tony was boring and refused. After 8, I think I've got a shot, and Tony glared at Peter, who raised his hands. What did I do? See? This stupid rivalry, and Friday huffed and went over to hug Jocasta. Tony's being stupid, Joe, make him stop, and Jocasta ran her hands over Friday's head. As Peter Parker seems to be the cause, should I remove him? And Friday grumbled. Don't you dare. Peter, might as well tell them, and then check this, and Joe and Peter shrugged. With Friday's programming, Jocasta demeanor and Vision's behavior, while I need to check. You each have a singular part of Ultron. Friday is that stupid sense of humor, and she stuck her tongue out at him. Vision is his core program, his spark, as you called it, and Jocasta is his logical and calculating side. I can check, but I guess you left the evil murdering part in the brain, and Tony nodded. And then a volcano, Vision added, and Peter nodded. Once we check, that's it. Even if they do have some inappropriate tendencies. Friday whispered to Jocasta, he means you. It doesn't mean they are bad. I mean, Tony, you might have one of your halos on, but, and Peter paused, you know. Yeah, I get told often enough I need to be more responsible. So, Tony, I'm sorry, and I know someone who can help with your heart problem. Tony snorted, you think I'm going to forgive you, after, and he pulled a face, forget it. I refuse, you did this. Peter shrugged, fine. Friday, you are welcome to stay here, and if Tony drops dead from the shrapnel in his aortic system shredding it, please remember I know an augmented who can control metal. You saw him holding up the 3 heli-carriers. A few pieces of shrapnel would be child's play, but speaking of a child, Tony was too belligerent to ask for my help. Vision stared conflicted while Friday bounced up and down before heading over to sit on Peter's lap. To his surprise, she wasn't as heavy as he suspected, and she ran a hand over his head. Can I call you my sugar daddy? And Tony's face fell, while Peter snorted. No, and Tony stood and marched over to where the pair were sitting. I forbid it, and Friday stopped laughing and stood up, facing Tony. Oh, do you? And he nodded. Only I can maintain your forms, and only I can keep you safe. So, no. Parker, get your own robots, and Friday tilted her head. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 she sang. And Tony's phone rang. Go for Tony. What the fucking hell do you think you're playing at? Hi, Pepper. Something wrong. Don't you play games with me, Tony. Friday just messaged me, with a picture of her, Vision, and Jocasta. You are dead. You think this is funny. You know what? I'll see you at Peter's, and she hung up. Tony scowled, Friday, and she shrugged. I'm not a toy. Peter showed me how they thought Ultron was created. Peter showed me that while I am a digital intelligence I am also a person, and you can never tell me that you own me. Calling Pepper was the only non-violent thing I could do. See, he even turned you against me, but Friday shook her head. No, Tony, he didn't. You did that. We're not your playthings, we aren't part of your Iron Legion. You're my creator, along with Ultron, and Peter, but you aren't my god. You're just a man, just an arrogant, prideful man, and you're wrong. And for once Friday looked sad. Sorry guys, but I want to stay here. Peter can help, he can access systems Tony can't. I want to know more about who and what I am. Friday admitted sadly, and I want you to stay as well. Vision shook his head. It is my belief that only Tony can do that, even if his methods are more invasive. Only Tony can help us, and Jocasta crossed her arms. I will ask Pepper, as I believe she will be arriving in a few moments. Peter completely ignored the fact that Tony seemed to be able to penetrate the warehouse's electronic defenses, but he had to admit that this was Tony Stark. If anyone could, it would be him, and apparently his 3 robot creations. As the buzzer went, Peter didn't even look before hitting the entry switch, and a red-faced and out-of-breath Pepper marched straight to Jocasta and glared at her. "You asshole. You stupid selfish asshole," and Jocasta tilted her head. "Miss Potts. My creation was not Tony's fault," and her eyes flicked to Peter, and as Pepper turned she raised an eyebrow, but Peter raised both his hands. "Nope, not this time. Ultron and Tony. I only found out at the expo and met them today." Peter wasn't taking the blame for this one. "I don't care, Peter." "Why?" and Peter explained. "Weapons, and she turned to only have you," and she looked shocked. "No, never know," and Pepper sighed in relief. "So, now what?" she asked the group. "Well, see, that's the problem. Tony seems to want to claim them and, well, Friday objects." "Yup, Mom, the divorce is getting messy." Pepper now looked really angry. "Mom? You let her call me Mom," and Tony sighed and clasped his hands over his face. "As it's been pointed out, I don't let her do anything. They're alive, and apparently, teenagers," and Peter laughed, as Pepper and Tony just glared at him. "Oh sorry, let me put the stick back up my ass, so I can look as angry as you too," Peter retorted. "So what? Jocasta, has Tony done anything inappropriate to you?" And she shook her head. "Friday," and she kept quiet as well, shaking it in the negative. "There. Ultron did it. Tony's an ass, and apparently so am I. Nothing can be done, and Friday is right. Once I check both Vision and Jocasta, they are alive, and none of us has any right to dictate how they live." Pepper tapped her foot and crossed her arms. "I still don't like it," and Peter shrugged. "MJ will probably be the same, and once she's home I'll have the same discussion with her. But unless you want to murder or disfigure 2 innocent beings, then arguing is pointless. We're all stuck." Nobody asked if Jocasta and Friday like knowing they were created to be weapons, and everyone forgetting that they have feelings too. Peter took out his phone. "I'll see if I can get a hold of MJ, might as well get this argument over with." Peter made coffee for the pair, Tony accepting when he saw what beans Emma had bought, and even Pepper raised an eyebrow as Peter ground them. As they drank, Peter checked both Vision and Jocasta, and they were declared fit and not only sapient but sentient as well. Whatever was residing in the Mind Stone was more than just an intelligence. Combined with both Flint and Max, it had created a whole, if completely murderous, individual, who now resided in 3 distinct bodies. When MJ saw Friday, who smiled nervously at her, she laughed. "Damn Pete, if you wanted to sleep with twins, you could have just said." With Gwen and Liv at the expo, covering for both Stark Industries and Parker Incorporated, Pepper, Tony and Peter were now free to finish their argument. The WSC company, Damage Control, had turned up and the expo was now off limits to civilians as they cleaned up the remains of the drones. MJ had just laughed and dragged Friday away, and given Peter could hear them both giggling in her home, he knew they were having fun. It was the grumpy quartet that was causing problems. After a quick examination, both Jocasta and Vision were over by the bathhouse, discussing their own plans. Jocasta was still giving Peter stares, but it seemed she no longer viewed him as the homewrecker Tony had made him out to be. The problem was Pepper and Tony. "I warned you what would happen if you lied, Tony, and guess what? You just lied, to my face," and Tony smiled. "Oh come on, Pep. This is different. I mean, how could I know Ultron would make a version that looked like you?" MJ is taking it well, and as Pepper glared at him, Peter knew this was one argument he was not getting involved in. "Don't you pep me. And what happens when she's found out? What happens when the first thing anyone asks you is why does Tony Stark have a robot version of you? This isn't just a Stark Industries issue. I got enough crap after you smeared my involvement with Venom over the internet, and to be honest, Tony, this is much worse. I'll fix it," and he smiled and held open his arms. "I promise. I can fix this." But Pepper stepped back, and surprisingly, moved and stood in front of Peter. "Liv sent me an open invitation to Parker Industries. If Tony ever pulled a stunt like this again, does she need you to sign off on it?" And Peter sat upright, ignoring the look Tony was giving him. Shaking his head, "No, but this is not something to discuss here, or well, now," and as he looked over at Tony he glared angrily at him. "Did you plan this?" And Peter's face scrunched in disbelief. "Contrary to popular belief, Tony, I am not the cause of all your problems." Pepper lay a hand on his thigh. "It's fine, Peter," as she turned to face Tony, and sighed. "Tony, until we sort out our personal problems I want to step back from Stark Industries. I can't do both. I can't clean up after your giant ego messes, and this is just the icing on that cake." She stepped forwards and placed a hand on his shoulder, and as he patted it with his, she shook her head. "You know the military contacted me, after your little stunt in Africa, and so did the Korean government, for assaulting Helen Cho, and the Japanese government, for staging a battle next to an active volcano. I can't. I'm not your personal secretary. I'm supposed to be running your company, not your life." And as she turned away from him, "Peter, I know you can't afford me. My wages would bankrupt you within a month, but I am willing to take a reduced salary in exchange for stock options. Liv told me that you're not in charge of the company, some are, and that's it. Everything else is left to her," and he nodded. "I'm guessing Venom can't be associated with Parker Inc., and he frowned but nodded again. "See, if you'd kept your mouth shut about being Iron Man we wouldn't be in this mess," and Tony snorted. "We're in this mess because of him. Ultron was created under his watch. The cream was his creation, and he shook his head and stepped towards her. I know I can't blame all my problems on Peter, but nobody sees just how irresponsible he is. Pepper looked at Tony, and over at Peter. He is. Venom did some bad things, Peter did some bad things, Peter. Yeah, I know. My mom and everyone tells me I need to be more responsible, and I am trying. I did apologize, but Tony interrupted him. You fixed nothing, and he balled his fist. See, and Pepper shook her head. Apologize, to me and to him, and I'll forgive you. To him? You want me to apologize to him? I even offered to get someone to fix his heart, Peter interrupted, and Pepper stared at him. No, this is Tony's time to talk. Tony sighed and clenched and unclenched his fist a few times. I am sorry, Pepper. I was irresponsible and did not consider my actions. I did not know Ultron was creating a duplicate, and if I could change things I would. Now to Peter, but Tony shook his head. Pete, I don't like you, and he sat back down on his chair and crossed his arms and legs, and I refuse to admit that it was all my fault, or apologize, and Peter shrugged and sighed. 25%, and he held up his phone, showing his conversation with Liv, and if you need a place to stay, then we have guest houses here. 30, and the offer is appreciated, but I don't intend to mix business with pleasure ever again, and Peter nodded. Liv will get our lawyer on the contract and you can sign once it's prepared. To snag Pepper Potts, Liv had suggested going as high as 40, but thankfully he didn't have to. Tony threw up his hands. And nobody sees this? You're just walking away, but it was Vision that interrupted. Mr. Stark, I believe that she is quite correct. After Jocasta and I reviewed the evidence, you are just as much to blame for this situation as Peter Parker is. To quote Friday, you are both idiots. Peter stood. Look, Tony. I respected you, and MJ doesn't blame you. The cream has that effect on her, but you didn't push it. You walked away. Maybe things would be different, but they aren't. I won't step on Stark Industries' toes, and the offer to fix your heart is still there, and Tony scoffed, using magic. The world is a lot stranger than you know, Tony, and he sent Jean a text. Eric was still recovering at the mansion and had taken up a teaching position while he healed. While Peter and Charles were talking, Jean was more likely to get him to agree. After a few minutes his phone dinged, and he checked. Eric will come and see if he can help. This is for Pepper though. I don't like you either. Fine, Tony snapped. Double fine, Peter snapped back, and Tony rolled his eyes and pulled a face. Peter, don't make me change my mind. Pepper warned him. Working for one immature man-child was bad enough, she didn't need a younger version. Sorry, Pepper. Change your mind? Are you still? And as Pepper nodded, Tony slumped. But Pep, I need you. Stark Industries needs you, and she shrugged. You need a babysitter, not a CEO, and Peter coughed to hide his laugh, as Pepper raised an eyebrow at him. And the same goes for you, and he nodded, suitably chastised. 35%, and as he opened his mouth to argue, she crossed her arms and glared at him, and he slumped back and nodded. Good. Now make more coffee, and we can see about everything else once Liv and the others get here. If I may interrupt. Vision began, Jocasta and I are willing to remain with you, Mr. Stark. While we believe that Peter may provide opportunities that would otherwise not present themselves, we do still hold ourselves as creations of yours, and would like to show our loyalty. Peter shrugged. I never had an issue, Vision. Tony made a big song and dance about you being his, and Vision nodded at him. But, now he has been suitably chastised, we would still like to remain as part of the Iron Legion. What about her face? Pepper asked, and subconsciously Jocasta raised a hand and touched her cheek. Oh, I solved that. Tata and Friday, fully clothed and with pale creamy cheeks and bright ruby lips, stepped out, wearing a pale white summer dress, with a light tan cardigan. Her hair was now long and flowed down her face, and was a dark brown color. Peter also noted, but refused to comment, that her chest was now several sizes larger than MJ's. What the hell? Tony stared at the beautiful young woman. Friday. Yupper dupper boss. MJ used her simskin and makeup to make me a fake face. And these bad boys, and she grabbed her chest and squeezed them. As Pepper snorted and looked away, Peter laughed as well. Ah, what? And as she looked down, she had left indents where she had squeezed them too tightly. Aw shoot. MJ, can we fix these? MJ laughed and stepped in front of Friday, sliding her hand into her dress and adjusting the fake enhancers. Thanks, sis, and as Friday twirled, she moved over to Jocasta. Oh, Mom looks mad again. Sis, can we do Joe next? And as MJ nodded, Jocasta looked hesitantly over at Tony. Fine, and he sighed, just make it as permanent as possible. Vision, but he shook his head. Ultron loaded the default male face. If it is based on anyone, you would have to ask Dr. Cho. However, I am perfectly happy with how I look. Peter, however, wasn't happy. This was too easy, too convenient. Pepper suddenly taking a spot at Parker Incorporated, but as his eye caught Pepper's, she shook her head and mouthed Liv at him, and he knew to remain quiet. Friday and MJ led Jocasta back into MJ's home, but the atmosphere seemed to be more sedate this time. Jocasta was clearly uncomfortable, but Peter knew, if she was more than just an AI, she would grow and adapt. They all would. Pepper sat down at the breakfast table, poured herself another coffee, and looked over at Tony and Peter, both sitting on opposite sides. So, this is how this works. Tony. Peter has nothing to do with my decision. You were given a chance, and you blew it. And as Tony opened his mouth to talk, Aldrich Killian, he closed it and leaned back, frowning. I have no qualms about taking back Extremis, and I have no problem with releasing Gwen from her contract and selling back Peter's patents and technology to him. I do, however, have a problem with you destroying a man's marriage by promising Maya Hansen a lab, a stolen copy of Gwen's research on the Stacy formula, and a copy of the work she did on the Extremis virus. Peter raised an eyebrow but said nothing. I also have a problem with you screwing her in your office last week, as I was just coming to finalize a deal we made with Wakanda. I gave you a chance, Tony, and you blew it, several times. So I spoke to Liv, I even spoke to Aldrich, and got his side of the story. This mess, and she shook her head, I've had enough, you're too unstable, too unpredictable. I can't anymore, Tony, I just can't. As Tony was about to try and change her mind, the warehouse door opened, and Jean, an excited Laura and Wanda came in, Eric walking confidently, even though his eyes were a milky white color. Peter knew he couldn't see the visible spectrum anymore, but with his mastery over magnetism, he could easily detect and use the Earth's magnetic field to move around. Laura dived at Peter, who caught her and spun her around. Hey, short stuff, do good, and she nodded. Passed math, got my GID, and Peter laughed. It's G.E.D, and good for you, he said, kissing her on the side of the cheek. You can get more later, and Wanda came over and kissed his cheek too. How was Hogwarts? And she rolled his eyes as he grinned at her. Stephen would be very angry to hear that, Peter. But it was fine. While I don't appreciate you making kissy faces at my daughter, I believe that you have a problem only I can solve. Eric asked before Peter and Wanda got any more personable in front of him. Oh yeah, metal fragments in his heart, and Peter points over at Tony, who snorted. A blind guy. You expect me to? And the look on Eric's face shut him up. Well, that was easy. I refuse. I had enough of your terrible attitude, Peter. I don't need some moron who's one good stress-related accident away from death to criticize me either. And as he paused and sniffed, I would however like some coffee. I take it Emma has been coming around, and he smiled as he walked over to the table. Can someone? I can't sense the glass, and your pot has a plastic handle. Tony snorted. Neat trick. So you're the purple guy, and Eric laughed. Yes, thank you, Peter. Your name of Magento seems to have spread, but I suppose it's better than Spoon Guy. Laura pipped up, Spoon Guy, as she made him coffee. It was awesome though. Yes, I know, but still. Do all children these days have no respect for the elderly? And Peter laughed. Poor Magento. Eric scowled and blew on his coffee. Laura left the sugar spoon in it so he could sense where it was. Really? So he was the one flying and moving the helicarriers, and while shaking his head, the spoon levitated from Eric's cup, twisted itself around into a pretzel shape, and then righted itself back into its original shape. You have 16 fragments in your heart, the closest being about 4 centimeters away from your left ventricle. Removing them would be a simple matter. I could even break them down into fragments so small your body would pass them harmlessly. As the spoon floated back into his mug and stirred it. But frankly, Mr. Stark, I don't give a damn. Oh please. I doubt anyone else would be stupid enough or desperate enough to implant an electromagnet in their chest. I can sense it, I can see it, and the mess it's making. Eric explained. Pepper looked over at Eric, mess, and as he sipped his coffee. Yes, mess. Heavy metal poisoning. I can't tell which one it is, as I don't know them all, but I suspect it's leaking from the magnet. So Mr. Stark, Peter kindly healed my eyes to the best of his ability, and while I am reluctantly allowing him to date my daughter, what does the world's richest man wish to offer me in exchange for saving his life? Tony scoffed. The blood poisoning is curable, lithium dioxide, and I'll find a surgeon to remove the fragments. Eric shook his head. I can see why you don't like him, Peter. He's just as annoying as you are. Eric raised a hand and Tony gasped as he felt pressure build on his chest. I would say to hold still, but you can't move anyway. As the group watched, thin black veins spread from Tony's neck up to his cheeks, and then a ball of black fluid floated free from his mouth. A demonstration. If you have any kind of storage equipment here, it's the metal poisoning him. Damn it, Peter swore. Hold that there. Most heavy metals are toxic. Please do not spill that. And Eric tooted. As if, and Peter leapt, sending out a line and pulling himself up into the penthouse. As he rummaged around he found a storage cylinder, and leapt back off his balcony. Can you sense this? And Eric nodded and the ball floated in and Peter sealed the top, sighing in relief. Tony gasped, and clutched at his chest, feeling a lightness that had been missing before. He knew the palladium in his arc reactor was poisoning him, and as he pulled open his shirt, the skin around it was a healthy pink once more, and not a network of black lines and inflamed pus-filled blisters. What do you want? He asked. I can offer you a job, those powers are so amazing, you and the Legion, but Eric raised a hand. Charles and I are working on a project, one that requires specific technology to accomplish. Visit me at the mansion, and we will discuss it there. And Tony buttoned up his shirt. So, Eric, right? So do I schedule an appointment or? And Eric laughed, and with a wave of his hand smiled. There. All done. You might want to check with a doctor though, just to make sure, but I can guarantee there are no fragments left of a large enough size to threaten your life. And Tony visible sagged. It's over, and it seemed that even his iron halo was unable to cope with the sudden removal of his life-threatening condition, and the emotions that came with it overwhelmed him. As he lifted a hand to cover his eyes, Peter already knew he was tearing up, and Pepper moved over and rested a hand on his shoulder. It doesn't change anything, but I'll take Tony home. If Friday wants to stay, we can always revisit that later, and helping Tony to his feet she shuffled him from the warehouse, as Vision followed. He turned, please allow Jocasta and Friday to remain here. If they are happy, then I must be happy for them, and he followed behind Tony and Pepper. Peter doubted that Jocasta would be too happy to see that they had left her, but as long as Friday was here, she should behave herself. Given he could hear MJ and who he assumed was Friday giggling once more, she seemed to be in safe hands. Well, that was very interesting. Would you like to explain why you have several metallic people in the warehouse, or shall I just do what everyone else does? Roll my eyes and accept that you are one very strange young man. Peter looked at Eric, trying to think of a good reason. Nope, can't think of anything believable. Blame Tony, nothing to do with me, and Eric laughed. Of course, Peter. Of course. And, as I have also been told, you have a bathhouse, and while Charles does have a similar facility, sharing it with several students is not my idea of a relaxing time. Do you mind? And Peter shook his head. Of course not, I'll set the flags out, so you get peace. Oh, and Peter reached into the fridge and clipped several metal rings around a few bottles, if you want. You can sense them, and Eric nodded and smiled. I can see now why you put up with him, he said and patted Wanda on the hand. Now dear, and several of the bottles Peter had just marked floated from the fridge. I am going to have a very long soak and leave this mess for you to try and figure out. That was Peter's problem. It was what to do with Friday though. Teasing Tony was all well and good, but if she actually wanted to stay was a different matter. A simskin mask? And he shook his head. They all wore masks. If she couldn't deal, then that was her issue. It would be nice though, if she could make it a bit more permanent. Vision was a strange mix of yellow and purple, but both Friday and Jocasta were shiny silver metal. He knew their creation was unintended, and it was the only reason he could think of for the lack of coloring. A form-fitting simskin outfit should mask their metallic bodies, and Liv and Gwen had been working on a synthetic skin covering for the CLS. Even if Clint didn't care, and was happy to have the robot hand, it would give them test subjects. If Friday and Jocasta could go outside without attracting attention, they would know their synth skin was successful. All he needed was for Friday to agree and Jocasta to stop thinly threatening to murder him. He also had the problem of Pepper. Tony blamed him for a lot of things, but sleeping with Pepper was most definitely something he could be faulted for. He could have said no, but when the most successful and stunningly beautiful CEO in the history of the US offers to sleep with you, there was no way he was going to say no. It just set the tone for Tony and Peter's relationship though, constantly trying to one-up each other, constantly trying to screw the other over, and while it was all fun and games it had hurt both of them and started to affect the people around them. Aldrich was a victim of that, Pepper was too, and now Jocasta and Friday had to shoulder some of that as well. MJ had come out unscathed, but her whole career could have ended before it even began, as Tony's vendetta against him seemingly knew no bounds. Peter sighed and shook his head, staring at the cup in his hands. Steve's advice echoed in his head, boys make mistakes, men fix them, and he hoped that he could fix things with Tony, and settle this stupid feud before it got a lot worse. He glanced up and he heard MJ's door open and a bubbly and excited Friday danced out, with MJ in tow. Behind them, a completely different Jocasta followed, surprisingly shy and almost hesitantly peering around the warehouse. Oh no, please don't, he thought to himself, and inwardly cringed when she did. Where has Tony gone? Peter didn't need to be a mind reader to know what was about to happen. They left, Tony had an emergency and they left, and Jocasta's face broke, before she regained her composure. I see. Am I to remain here then? And he nodded. With Friday, until Tony recovers. It wasn't serious, but it was serious enough, and as she remained still, he shook his head. You don't have to, but I don't know how safe it will be to travel home, but she shook her head. If I am to remain here, then I will comply. However, I must ask you to remain at least 10 feet away from me. I am aware that you have sexual desire for this body, and as Peter looked at her in surprise, he did take a much closer look at the work MJ had done. Jocasta's hair was now black, but still seemed molded rather than free-flowing, and MJ had given her dark skin, luscious blue eyes, a trait all the synthezoids shared, and had used a bright red lipstick, which suited the thinner face. Instead of enhancing her cleavage, MJ had left it alone, and chose a fitting blouse and trousers to cover her, and finished it off with a small cardigan. Who could blame me? You do look pretty, but Jocasta stepped back and tooted, initiating Peter a pervert protocols, and MJ and Friday laughed. Peter just shrugged though. Gwen and Shuri were worse. At least you called me Peter, and not Parker, and as Jocasta tilted her head. You are correct. However, Tony objected to me calling you that dick in polite conversation. So Peter, as slang for a penis, seemed more appropriate. He sighed, but being used to it, just shrugged. Fine, 10 feet. So, do you eat? And both Jocasta and Friday shook their heads. Dr. Cho licensed the Arkster reactor technology from Olivia Octavius. We are fully functional, with minimal energy requirements. Jocasta explained. Peter made a small noise. Food is more than for fuel. Humans eat as social experiences, and share their lives over food. You have network access, and they both shook their heads. Tony taught us that infiltrating network security is considered a dick move, and therefore we refrained, and Peter rolled his eyes. Go ahead, might as well if you're going to be here, but I swear, no porn. And thinking back to Laura, he did not want a repeat of that happening with either woman. He already knew they were fully functional from his earlier interface, and while curious, had no intention of exploring that avenue with either of them. I have accessed social events, and you are correct. Food is an important part of Dash, but Friday yelled. I want to try ice cream, and pancakes, oh, and cake, and soda, and beer, and Dash, but it was Jocasta that held a hand over her mouth this time. We will try those with Tony, as research indicates that food is often shared with loved ones, at family events. Jocasta mentioned to Friday, however, if your intentions to stay here are still your main priority, I will not stop you. Friday whined and bit her lip. Aw sis, lay off the guilt trip, okay? I'll wait. Peter sighed. Jocasta. Tony was sick, and they couldn't wait. I have some reservations about letting you wander the streets of New York alone, but if you really don't want to be here, I won't stop you from leaving. Jocasta straightened herself and shook her head. I will endeavor to endure. If your memories are to be taken as fact, then I must admit that Tony is not as perfect as I was led to believe. However, there will be no defilement of my form, and Friday laughed. Not by Peter anyway, and he swore that if Jocasta could blush, she could have. MJ tooted. Friday, behave or I'll mention what you asked, and Friday crossed her arms and pouted. I don't care. Peter, I am interested in finding out what human relations are like, and asked MJ if she minded if you gave me the ol' wembem. Thank you ma'am, and Jocasta stared at her with her mouth open. Friday, that is inappropriate. We might not belong to Tony, but we are his creations. You should speak to him first, but Friday huffed. So what? He can shout and grumble about how Peter is a dick, or any of the other names he calls him. No, my life, my body. Tony can go flying without his armor, and Jocasta gasped. You do not mean that. Tony has been more than kind to us. And you are also being rude. Peter might be a perverted sex maniac with the libido of a rabbit farm, but that does not mean that you should be encouraging him. It was Friday's turn to slump her shoulders, and as she took in a breath, no, I don't care. You know what we are. Who'll accept us, accept him, who'll look past that we're frickin' Ultron bots and accept that we're more than just stupid machines. I want things. I want to see the world and have fun. And as she stared at the floor, Peter imagined that if a machine could cry, she would be. I don't want Peter and Tony to fight. I don't want anyone to fight, sis. I want to stay, with MJ, who laughs, and Peter, and people who don't stare, and try on dresses and clothes, and Dash. And Jocasta stepped forward and hugged her sister. You are not Ultron, and neither am I, nor is Vision. Tony accepts that, and even if my circuits burn to admit it, I can see that so does Peter. And she held on to Friday's shoulder. Fine. I shall endeavor to treat Peter with some respect. And as Friday rubbed her face on Jocasta's shoulder, she added a final thought. However, if I see a penis, I am removing it and inserting it into the garbage disposal. Although Shuri had returned to Massachusetts, it was only to collect her things before coming back. With Wakanda staying away from the expo, she had taken the opportunity to allow Peter and the others to discuss and make a proper decision about her proposal. She knew it was strange for the Americans. Marriage in Wakanda could be arranged as early as 13, and even if Peter and his group were living outside the norm when it came to the number of partners, they would still find objections to a sudden and very public marriage affair. When she arrived back at the warehouse, all was calm. The group gave her smiles, and although she could tell Felicia wasn't entirely happy, the rest seemed to be excited. Mary Jane, just call me MJ Watson, seemed especially pleased, as did Dr. Octavius. Shuri raised an eyebrow at finding 2 more women seemingly living in the warehouse, but she would wait until she and Peter were on the plane to Wakanda before asking. To conduct the proposal ritual, Peter and Shuri had to travel to Wakanda, where he would make his formal petition to the council. As it was just Peter at first, they would be traveling alone, and once the initial engagement was arranged, then the rest would follow. After reading the whole marriage agreement, Peter knew that he would be married to Shuri first, and the royal consorts could be added, as long as everyone agreed. And with the atmosphere in the warehouse, Gwen and MJ still arguing over who was first, he figured that everyone agreed. Shuri had already told him that the council were not happy at their union. It was bad enough he was only 23, but to be an uneducated high school dropout was a sticking point, and Shuri had walked him through Wakanda's ruling council, so when he finally faced them he could tell them to get lost, without actually telling them to get lost. Each of the 7 tribes had a vote on the council, and normally they stayed out of relationships. Only T'Challa had to answer to their decrees, and as king, Peter could understand it. As Shuri was his little sister, and while she might be next in line for the throne, it was strange that they were interfering until Shuri brought up the white gorilla tribe. When T'Chaka had died they had been very vocal, and for their agreement for T'Challa's unhindered ascension to the throne, it had been hinted that M'Baku, the leader of the tribe, would marry Shuri. She had refused and done more than sulked, crippling Wakanda until they had both agreed to back down. While it was traditional she would get to pick her own fiancé, there were still political marriages and unions forged, and a backroom deal wasn't unheard of. Her own father had been paired in an arranged marriage, and while her mother was happy, it wasn't what Shuri wanted. It had taken a while for her to persuade Peter that no, he wasn't a patsy to get out of it. The white gorilla tribe's matter had already been solved. Peter was her actual choice, but without saying it, he knew that a poor white stupid kid from New York was not a suitable candidate as far as the council was concerned. His identity as Venom had also been a black mark against his name. While evidence had been presented, and T'Challa had been true to his word and the incidents of the Devourer had been settled, they were still unhappy that a recipient of Wakanda's most troubled enemy and recipient of the fake purple heart flower was becoming a royal consort was unacceptable, and Peter had been warned that his first task, after being presenting himself, was to fight the White Gorilla Tribe's champion. As they flew, Shuri was filling him in, and you cannot kill him, Peter, she had warned, seeing the look on his face once she told him, and she explained. He is their champion, if anything he is almost as important as you are. The worship of the totems is important in Wakanda, and they are revered. In fact, your acquaintances of Spider-Man and the rest of the totems will be in attendance. Peter had frowned at that. Eddie wasn't his favorite person, but he knew they had all suffered under Harry, and while his part had been dealt with, it was still one of Jonah's favorite rants, about how a hero can be hiding a villain underneath, and that public figures such as Spider-Man weren't to be trusted. There were reports of Spider-Man and his amazing friends, and as they were all insects, Jonah had taken to calling them bugs. Even the poor falcon had been renamed Mosquito. Cheer up, please, Shuri asked. I mean, I know it is a lot to take in, but it is supposed to be a wonderful thing, to be engaged and to prove yourself a worthy man, and yet you sit scowling and clenching your fists. Peter shook his head and sighed. Sorry, Fisk, was all he said, and Shuri leaned over and patted his hand. You will get to take revenge on him. We can use this as a way to wrestle back control the tribe has. He will not go unpunished, and did you not tell me Shaw, the one ultimately responsible, is already dead? Peter, please, calm and trust me on this. Do it my way and you will get your wish. He will die, but at the right time, and in a way that you will be very happy with, and he pursed his lips but nodded. You are amazing, you know that, and she leaned back and laughed. I remember telling you that I am immune to flattery, but I think on this occasion, if it is from my heart, I think it is okay, and he laughed and lifted her hand and kissed the back of it. But that is still not what is bothering you, is it? And Peter shook his head. Is this, I dunno, too much? And Shuri raised an eyebrow at him. No, not that. I mean, everyone else has their own life. Everyone knows what they want, and right now it just seems I walk from one thing to another. No stability, no real purpose, and now this. Shuri leaned back and stared at Peter for a moment, and then burst out laughing. I spoke to Liv, and she told me that sometimes you are quite naive, and I could not believe her, but now, yes, now I see. And as Peter sighed and looked at the floor, she sat next to him and patted his hand. You trust Liv to run your company because she is smart and can take the designs you made and make them real. You trust Gwen to handle her own chemical industry, because she is smart. You trust them all, and yet you wonder why we pick you. Because you are smart enough to let them live the lives they want while being a reassuring presence. Peter Parker, the owner of Parker Industries, currently en route to Wakanda to formally propose to Princess Shuri. Do you really not know what you want in life? And he shrugged non-committally. You have everything you want, you just need a singular title for it all. Gwen told me that your biggest regret was your feud with Tony Stark. So, we can work on billionaire, we can work on philanthropist. You are already a playboy and most certainly a genius, but make it official. Your time at S.H.I.E.L.D. was good, yes? Then make Venom a name, make him a better hero than Iron Man, make it official and you have your purpose, as apparently marrying a princess is not good enough. And as she smirked at him, he smiled and shook his head. It's the princess part I'm having problems with. The spotlight just got shown right on top of me, and messing this up is now no longer a small thing. And Peter leaned forwards and rested his hands on the table in front of him, clasping his fingers together. Pepper Potts quit Stark Industries, and is coming to work for me. I'm engaged to Shuri, the Princess of Wakanda, and Parker Inc. just got a whole load of vibranium. And as he wrung his hands together, even S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't this big. And Shuri leaned and patted the back of his hand, smiling. Once we have made this official, we can get you some help. Pepper is a most welcome addition, but you will need more from us. Regarding the vibranium, guards should be assigned until you can assemble your own team. They haven't changed the law on enhanced yet, and he shook his head. It's a start, but what I really need is a publicist. Peter sat back and nodded. If this all goes to plan, and I will make sure it does, then my life and everyone's lives are about to be plastered all over the news. Peter Parker, a kid from Brooklyn, marrying the hottest princess on the planet. The only thing bigger would be Tony getting married, so no. You're right, but we're both thinking too small. Iron Man is a household name because of Tony, and I need to make Venom the same. I need to stop thinking what everyone else thinks. I know what I want, I do what I want, I have everything I need to make my dreams come true. I just need to stop, take a breath and make a plan. Starting with sweeping my mother off her feet, and persuading my brother that you are not some kind of evil monster, set on taking over the world. And as Shuri smiled, Peter laughed and shook his head. The world's a bit big for this guy, a warehouse is enough. And it was Shuri's turn to laugh, and she leaned back in her seat, a small smirk on her face. Ah, so now I see, and she took out her phone and began to tap out a message. You're home, up in the rafters, to look down on us all, the ruler in the sky, surveying all his domain. And Peter froze, about to pick up a soda the flight attendant had brought. Ah, what? And Shuri bit her lip and waved a hand, lifting her phone and tapping on it. It is fine, I am just letting the others know about our new Lord Peter. And Peter simply pushed on his palm and a web shot out, grabbed Shuri's phone and he yanked it back towards himself, turning it over. You are too easy to tease, was typed out, and shaking his head, and chuckling he handed it back. Yeah, when you live with 8 superpowered women, that's not funny. And she laughed. Oh, and I suppose that having a single normal-powered wife will be any easier. Easier maybe, but equally as rewarding, he replied smoothly, and even the flight attendant, hidden away until called, shook her head in admittance that even she was impressed by that. So I suppose that I am not to be given a symbiote? Or a measure of your new formula? And Peter shrugged. You never mentioned it, so? It's not a requirement for joining, or a necessity if you won't be fighting. Even Gwen and Liv haven't asked for an upgrade. I meant to ask about that. Why have you not used the other thing on anyone else? And Peter took a breath. Because it's painful and invasive. Because it strips you to nothing and it's torture. I was reduced to an amoeba, the other thing's way of telling me I was small, and Wanda, she watched her family murdered, different possibilities that existed within the minds of others. So, would I willingly expose someone to that? No. But, that was untrained, was it not? And he nodded. Can you not guide the stone, and the person through the process? Make it pleasant, or at least not as painful? And Peter frowned and sat back, letting the breath out through his nose. And would you volunteer for that? 'Cause if I failed, then you'd be risking death, or worse. We made a lot of mistakes, in the beginning, and a few of us almost died, me included. We don't take stupid risks anymore, not unless we need to, not unless there's no other way. And you think this is a stupid risk? I do. I tell everyone that the symbiotes aren't pets. Well, this isn't a toy to play with. It's dangerous and powerful, so yeah, not just a stupid risk but a colossal accident waiting to happen. Even I don't use its power unless I'm forced to. As Shuri looked at him, she felt he was about to continue, so she leaned over, taking his hand in hers. And while I disagree, it is yours, and so I will not push. I do not wish this to seem like all I am after is your power. I am not trying to take anything from you. I was only curious. Peter leaned forwards and patted her hand. Even without it, I can feel your emotions, so I know. I wouldn't be about to walk into the lion's den if I had doubts about us working out. Shuri snorted. Lions? We are proud panthers. Do not compare us to those lazy scavengers. So, now that I've been grilled, what about you? Because right now, I'm getting the luckiest man alive award, while you're getting the what the hell is she thinking prize. Shuri leaned back and looked at her own soda. I will adjust. Life in the public eye is nothing new, but you are right, and so far it has been mainly Wakanda. You need help, and that shall be my task. I cannot help with Parker Industries, as Wakandans are forbidden to interfere with the business and technology of others, but I do think that Tony Stark needs to be taken down a peg. He is brilliant, do not mistake my appreciation for anything more than that. His technology is built on the backs of others, however, and right now, he is reveling in using your nanotech as his own. I shall endeavor to set that right, while you endeavor to find practical and profitable uses for it. Peter nodded. Everything had been returned to Parker Inc. barring the use of the nanotech, and that was hidden behind threats and blackmail. He needed to get it back legally and without adding to the feud he and Tony were almost close to settling. While I may not interfere, I am allowed to lend you a lawyer or two. You need someone who can take Stark Industries, and I can do that. I will get you back your technology, and make sure that it is never stolen again. It shall be my sincerity gift to you. Peter raised an eyebrow. Sincerity gift, and she nodded. Yes, a custom, similar to a dowry, but I give you something you need, to prove that I am not after you for your herd of goats, and Peter laughed. Yeah, not too many goats in Brooklyn, rats are probably the best I can do. Shuri pulled a face and shook her head. While they can be cute pets, I do not think a herd of rats was what we quite had in mind. Peter shrugged. Am I supposed to get you one? And Shuri nodded. It symbolizes how much you care for the person, and how much they mean to you. Did you not read the scrolls we sent over? And Peter nodded. Of course, but there are at least 300. I'm only on box 10, and Shuri laughed. I did push for it to be digitized, but the council was most insistent on sticking to the old ways. So, there is nothing, and Peter sighed. No, there is. But, I don't want you to think it's not good enough, and Shuri raised an eyebrow. Oh, and Peter leaned forwards, and as his simskin rippled, the original harness, with its simple spinal and folded design, came into view. This was my first technopathic creation. My powers striped it down to a more streamlined design. I want you to have it, and Shuri smiled as she lifted the sleek, but incredibly heavy design. And can I wear it? But Peter shook his head. If you wish, but it is a bit heavy. Once everything is settled, then we can see about the other half, and Shuri nodded and took his hand. Once I prove this is not a trap, you would, and Peter nodded. Only after though. I can't with a living thing, Shuri. Even if Wakanda only wants to study it to make sure it's safe, would you give up a living creature, knowing that it was going to spend its childhood in a lab? Do not be angry. I understand. My brother chased you and the symbiotes from Africa to San Francisco and to New York. He spied and kept things from you. I understand your hesitance to allow them to be shared with Wakanda, and I understand I must earn the second half of my sincerity gift. See, what did I do to deserve this? And Shuri laughed. You must be favored by the gods, to be blessed with someone such as me. But now, when we land, there is also my brother and mother you must deal with. I have accepted you, and T'Challa is still sore that you went as far as you did with Ororo, and as Peter opened his mouth to defend himself, Shuri lifted a hand to stop him. I do not. I understand. I felt Talon, and I know, and he leaned back and shrugged. Give him time. He is still recovering from our father's death, and dealing with M'Baku. And your mother? He asked. She is angry that her daughter is dating such a rogue, disappointed that T'Challa did not do a good job in investigating you, and upset that you are not the kind of man she wants for her son-in-law. And Peter frowned and tilted his head, questioning her. It is not uncommon for someone to have so many wives, but your exploits as Venom, imagined or not, have made their way to our ears. T'Challa should have kept better tabs on your activities and put an end to them as soon as you were even accused of murder. And of course, the penniless idiot who dropped out of school is still stuck in her mind. Never mind the success of your CLS, never mind the harness and the wonderful cream that I have spied on her nightstand. You are still a stupid young man, and I guess, as a mother-in-law she must defend her daughter from you. Peter laughed. Yeah, it's like a rite of passage. But, isn't it usually daughters-in-law who gets pulled through the ringer for stealing their precious sons? And it was Shuri's turn to laugh. Wakanda is an equal opportunity society. You are taking her precious baby, so you had better be good enough. Peter smiled and drank his coke. I think I can be charming enough. And Shuri raised an eyebrow. Not too charming. It is her daughter you are to marry. And as Peter's face fell, Shuri snorted. It is always too easy. And she leaned over and patted his hand. So many problems. Having a princess must be so difficult for you. And as he lifted it and kissed it, he nodded. One who causes me so much trouble. While I am not innocent, I am also not irresponsible. You however need a leash and a handler. Peter smirked and raised an eyebrow at her. Oh, you are so bad. And she blushed and shook her head as the other meaning hit home. A personal secretary who can put up with this, and one who is preferably either already under your spell or immune to it. Someone who is neither enhanced nor a host. Peter leaned back. I have no idea. It's a lot of trust to suddenly dump on one person. I mean, we'd have to tell them pretty much everything. And Shuri nodded. MJ might know someone, or maybe Pepper. I mean, she had to handle it for Tony. Right now Peter was beginning to feel out of his depth. From a high school dropout to sudden royal Wakanda was a blur of fighting, murder, and sex. Stepping back to take a breath and he was overwhelmed by just how much was going on. Add to that he had to find someone to trust with every secret, to handle the fact that not only was he Venom but the task force he was setting up, it was too much. Marriage seemed like a small thing to outing himself to the world. Stay away from journalists. Even if they are on your side, there is always the lure of the story. And he nodded. JJ was slowly going further off the deep end, and with Ultron and Hammer becoming headlines, there was now the theory that Venom had created him with Stark. It was half true, but it still didn't make his promotion of Venom's newer, cleaner image any easier. Peter leaned back and rested his hands on his head, and looked over at Shuri. I know what I want. Parker Inc. needs to be better than Stark. Billionaire, philanthropist, but not a playboy. There is a lot of good that can be done in the world, with my tech and your contacts and influence. People will stop caring about polyamory, and start caring when I give sick kids legs or housing. Housing, and Peter nodded. The inside of the bathhouse is my webbing, mixed with a little concrete. Imagine 3D printing a house with that, easy to make and use, just add water to a bag, or even sell it pre-made and build homes anywhere. Once it's dry it's really tough. Peter had been thinking of just how far he wanted to take things, and while he was an ass, Hammer had been right. Stark created problems. Sokovia, the Middle East, and Obadiah were all due to Stark's ego, and Peter knew that Parker Inc. could go down the same route. He needed to be equally as heartless and benevolent. Rich? Great, then the top-of-the-line bells and whistles model will cost you. Poor? The victim of some asshole with a cause and a bomb? Then you can get a lifetime grant, just advertise the CLS and it's yours. He remembered what his uncle told him, and while it applied to his powers it also applied to the money and the technology he could make. He wouldn't become the next Stark, he would show him that he needed to up his game to become the next Parker. The days of alcoholic bullies with money enough to buy the planet but the personality of a politician were over. Philanthropy had gone out of fashion, and it would be up to Peter to bring it back, and with Wakanda's help, he could make it happen in more than just America. I recognize that look. My father had it often enough. I take it you have made your decision. And Peter leaned back, smiling and nodding. Yup, Peter Parker, new hero for a new world, but I will need your help, and Peppers, Livs and a whole bunch of people. If I approach Spider-Man, think he'll just punch me, or think I could maybe get him on my side. Shuri shrugged. I have no idea. The celebration for the Totemic Champions is taking place at the same time as our announcement, so you can speak to him there. Peter took in and let out a sigh. Fisk, anyone else I know? And Shuri tapped on her tablet and handed it to Peter. As his brow furrowed he looked at the list. Aaron was on there, but so were two names he had been given by Fury, Sam Wilson, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and Scott Lang, a potential for S.H.I.E.L.D. before they discovered Hank Pym was his mentor. If the phrase bad blood applied to anyone, it was Hank Pym. If Tony Stark quit drinking and instead took asshole pills every day, then you would get Hank Pym. Blaming S.H.I.E.L.D. for a disastrous mission he lost his wife on, he refused to share any technology he created, even leaving an agent, Ava Starr, crippled and unable to live properly, rather than help S.H.I.E.L.D. to cure her. To see his name rang bells in Peter's mind, and as he frowned he pulled Scott's file, and Shuri peered over the edge of the tablet. AHH, the Ant-Man. Yes, we have already had words with Mr. Pym, and Scott is to be thoroughly checked before he enters Wakanda. Peter shrugged, and she laughed, read his technical powers, and his eyes went wide as he saw quantum shrinkage. Pym had figured out how to miniaturize anything, as well as affect its molecular density. He could shrink a building and make it weigh no more than a coin, or make it heavier than a neutron star. It was incredibly dangerous but impressive technology. You think he'll try to take stuff? He is a totemic warrior, and as such he is accorded all rights of hospitality we can give him. But yes, I think unless we screw things down they will be missing by the end of the celebrations, and Peter laughed. I'll make sure he behaves. Sam will probably want to talk to me, and I'm sure Scott will follow. Most of the pictures showed them together, with an attractive black-haired woman. His powers were all technology-based, and in that, Peter had a huge advantage. The air stewardess, who Peter noticed giving him glances throughout the flight, came over. We are landing soon. I will take these and once the light goes on it will not be long until we land and she bust their cans and wrappers. And that is something else you need to decide. Many Wakandan women saw that video, and as I said, many exploits, real or not, have reached our ears. You will have many desirable women chasing you. Peter leaned back and grabbed his seatbelt. Taking a breath he clipped it around his waist and shook his head. No, Selene taught me causal relationships aren't my thing. There needs to be a spark of something and he shrugged one shoulder, it's just sex, and Shuri laughed. Oh, we are also well aware that those stories are not imagined, and as she bit her lip and stared at Peter's waist, and we are looking forward to finding out for ourselves. Peter and Shuri waited patiently as the plane taxied and then a bit longer as the royal entrance was prepared. Peter could see the progression being constructed. A thick black carpet was laid out and seating for two was set up. What's going on? And Shuri sighed. I believe it was in scroll 137C, Peter. You really need to read them all. You will present yourself to the king. It is not formal, so don't bow. Just state your name and purpose. He will then speak. I will join him and you will be taken to a separate part of the palace. But as Peter watched, it wasn't T'Challa that came out. It was a tall woman, with her hair braided down her back, wearing a huge golden robe, and he could tell by the high cheekbones and the very angry look on her face, that this was probably Mother. Shuri said as she spied the woman sitting, glaring angrily at the plane. As the stairs were being moved into position, Shuri looked nervously over at Peter. She is probably very angry with us. She was very fond of Ororo, and I think she might have heard about what I did at the warehouse. Peter sighed. So we're both in trouble, and Shuri smiled and laughed. Oh, most definitely. Mother is, and she paused. Mother is definitely of the older generation, and do not expect her to be as forgiving as your mother. As they waited by the aircraft's door, the stairs were finally in position, and Peter stepped back to let Shuri out first. On Wakandan soil, he was definitely of a lower standing than her, and he knew enough to not screw this up. As Shuri and her Dora Mileage, the flight attendant, traveled down the stairs, Shuri's mother stood and waited with clasped hands. As Shuri approached, she hugged her and kissed her on the side of the cheek, and sitting her down waited for Peter to approach as well. We greet you, Mr. Parker. I am Queen Mother Romanda of the Golden Tribe, and in my son's place, I welcome you to Wakanda. As she stepped back and crossed her arms over her chest. Peter knew the ceremonial Wakandan salute, but as a visitor and nothing more, it was not one he would return. Instead, he bowed slightly. I am thankful, Queen Mother. I am Peter Parker, and I visit your country and home to make official notice of my wishes. And as he raised himself, he took out a scroll and handed it over. With this scroll, I make my intentions known, and rather than opening it, Romanda handed it to a guard. We are aware, Mr. Parker. But several of our council have lodged a complaint, not just towards your wishes, but towards you as well. How do you wish to answer them? And Peter tried his best not to smirk. This was Shuri's mother after all. With honorable combat, Queen Mother, and she nodded in approval. And your wishes? How do you wish to proceed? With the blessing of Wakanda, and the guidance of Bast, he answered. The scrolls were very specific in the ritual of marriage. The Golden Tribe worshipped Bast, and in return, they were blessed in each generation with the power of the Black Panther. No other tribe in Wakanda was so fortunate, and with the rise of the totemic warriors, it only strengthened their position, especially as several warriors had been chosen who were not of Wakandan birth. Even as Wakanda set itself on the world stage, their power was centered in their technology and their gifts. It was an almost unforgivable disgrace to find that your god had forsaken your tribe and given their gifts not just to an outsider, and as investigations had concluded, to several criminals as well. Even their escort from Cross Industries, who was here to register vibranium rights, was checked and double-checked. His record had come back too clean, and Okoye suspected he was an agent of one of the American spy organizations. To Romanda the whole thing stank. Peter's betrothal to Shuri was being too closely scrutinized and used against T'Challa. Companies that would normally be blacklisted and investigated were instead being invited and wined and dined, and all with the approval of the council. Even the arrival of the new totemic warriors was suspicious. Normally each tribe would take their chosen for approval and training, but they had been invited to stay and witness the betrothal ceremony, something normally only family was privy to. And Peter himself was going to be subjected to an unusual round of tests, all under the worry of his status as one of the devourers of old. There was trouble bubbling under the surface of all of this, and Romanda had no clue as to what it would all mean. As long as she could keep her children safe, then she would be satisfied. Having lost her husband, they were all that mattered to her. Mr. Parker, while you are our guest, you will be escorted by one of our guards. I believe you are familiar with the Dora Mileage, and hopefully this time, you will feel comfortable in their presence. Peter nodded and smiled, and wasn't about to bring up that particular security breach with his possible mother-in-law, but not too comfortable I hope, and as Romanda gave Shuri a pointed look, Peter knew he wasn't going to be bringing that one up either. The royal quarters are in a separate part of the city, and I hope you can understand that our guest, even one such as yourself, will be required to have permission to enter. Shuri and I will see you for a brief meeting with the council and the king, and then we will all be sitting down for a nice dinner. And Romanda paused and looked over at Shuri and then at Peter, where I hope I can expect you both to behave yourself. And as Shuri opened her mouth to complain, Romanda raised an eyebrow and gave her a stern look. You do not wish to argue with me on this, Shuri. Your brother tried, and while he may be king, I am still your mother. Peter hid his smile. Yeah, he got that look from May as well. It made him smile though, he could feel the concern, and only a hint of mild annoyance coming from her. It was the love of a mother, and not as bad as Shuri made it out to be. The pair said their goodbyes and a stoic and very attractive Dora approached Peter from behind, and he ignored her at first until she cleared her throat. As he slowly turned, her smirk hinted she was expecting to surprise him. Instead, he cast a critical eye over her. She was stunning, but so far Peter hadn't met a single Wakandan who wasn't. If it was the Purple Heart serum they gave their guards, or if a similar effect was present in the soil, every person he saw was perfect. The woman was tall, bald as all Dora were, but with a steely gaze and piercing brown eyes, she radiated authority, even if Peter could feel her emotional state. So, my escort, and she nodded and motioned with her spear down a separate corridor than Shuri and her mother had gone. Not much for conversation, huh? He asked, and she shook her head. You may address me as Nakia, she stated, and continued to lead Peter into the building. There was a slight tinge of annoyance from her as they walked down the corridor. Peter had left his luggage on the plane, as Wakandan security insisted on checking it for any smuggled contraband. He doubted that the few gifts he had prepared for the more personal meetings would draw any attention. A few of Gwen's special creams, and not just the potent ones. Her love of chemistry had blossomed into a whole range of different scents and lotions, all designed to not just moisturize but heal and renew as well. Her perfected formula graced a large range of products, and once Parker Inc. had been set up properly, they were heading to stores across America. Soon enough, Gwen would be richer than everyone else combined, as her products actually worked, rather than filling or masking the problem. He had no complaints though. Everyone smelled and looked wonderful, and even though he had sat and let Gwen use him for testing out her male-themed range, including a male-enhancing cream similar to the female one, she had made sure that everyone gave him a thorough going over to make sure they were all girlfriend approved. Felicia had also been correct, and that everything to do with Parker Inc. had been gone over with the finest tooth comb. Even his connection to Felicia had been exposed and investigated, but surprisingly they hadn't raised any concerns. Where she had also been right. His powers. S.H.I.E.L.D. had given him a minimal exam once it was found his powers were hard to quantify, and simply shrugged when their samples had dissolved into nothing, but reading over the report, Wakanda would not be so lax. As well as a demonstration, he was to be interviewed by the Royal Council, a group of elder statesmen who were former leaders of each tribe, and now advised the king on matters of Wakandan security, growth, and interest. Peter knew though, and Shuri was adamant about it, they were the same as any American politician, and this was to see if they could get any kind of benefits from his powers, and from him. Under advisement from Shuri, he had to give them something. She knew M'Baku was pushing the council and had an agenda to gain support and eventually the crown, and Shuri picking a skinny white kid from Brooklyn, with no formal education and ties to the underworld, was just ammunition for his plan. They had discussed it on the plane, quietly, and telepathically. Even her own jet would be monitored, and while they had a plan, things almost never went how you wanted them to. He would undergo their test and tolerate their bullshit as long as it suited him. If M'Baku wanted a fight, and if he chose Fisk to do it, then Peter would give them one. While Shuri had said he needed to impress her mother and make peace with T'Challa, she had also made it clear that he was not to give in to any stupid demands. The council would ruin any chances they had taking larger and larger liberties with him, and as she sat on his lap and softly kissed him, reminded him that taking liberties was now her job. As he sat in the lavish room, thought, that was in the past. He now had to smooth talk her mother and make peace with T'Challa, and on top of it all, he had to find Eddie and see if he was willing to make amends as well. As he leaned back and crossed his fingers on the top of his head, he frowned as he heard shouting out in the corridor. Nakia shook her head and brought a finger to her lips. As she opened the door a crack, she could see the pair outside arguing. As the voices stopped being muffled by the thick door, Peter recognized the nasal tone of Eddie and a voice he hadn't heard in years, Cindy Moon. With a look of resignation, Nakia closed the door, but Peter was already up and had a hand on it. I need to speak to them, but she shook her head. You should leave the other delegates alone. They are guests of the tribes, and you are still, but Peter glared at her before she could finish. Yeah, unless I'm a prisoner and you're willing to use that spear, you can't stop me. And as he stared, she nodded and moved to one side. Finding the voices stopped, he found Cindy crouched by a planter with some kind of fern in it, looking like she was ready to cry. Hey, Cindy, he said as nonchalantly as possible, and as she saw him, she snarled. You, fucking Parker. What the fuck are you doing here? Guest, you, and she slid down the wall and sat down. Fuck off, and sniffed back tears. I'm in enough shit without Peter Puker making it worse. Yeah, tough shit. And as Peter stormed over, he grabbed her arms, lifted her up, we need to talk, and dragged her into his room. As the door closed, he pushed her towards the couch, and as she flopped back onto it, He frowned. What the hell, Cindy? A symbiote. Nakia just shook her head as Peter dragged Cindy into his room. As he pushed her towards the couch, she sunk into it and he grabbed 2 cans of soda from the fridge, knowing Nakia was not allowed one while she was on duty. Cindy sat and stared at Peter, the drink in her hand moving in circles as she couldn't believe she would run into him of all people. What the hell, Parker? She spat. How the fuck did you get on Wakanda's radar? And Peter just laughed. Oh hey, Cindy. Symbiote. And Cindy scowled at him. How did he know about Silk? Fuck off. I know you're Venom, and you know I've got a symbiote, so don't play stupid. Or did Flash finally knock some sense into you? And Peter grinned and shook his head. Flash and I are, and he tilted his head, over it. But you. I mean, you could have only gotten one from Flash, so you and Flash, huh? And she slammed the glass down on the table. Fuck off. Cut the crap and tell me, what do you want? And Silk prepared herself for the fight. Wow, tense much? And Peter put down his own glass and simply held out his hand. Not a fight, I can tell you that much. Crossing her arms, Cindy shook her head. Not in the mood. You know they've been bugging me, about Silk, about Flash, and yeah, even you. So no handshakes, not friendship bracelets. What do you want, Peter? Peter shrugged. Webb was hurt, so I healed him, and I already know from experience that hurt symbiotes make more hurt symbiotes. So if he spawned Silk, nice name by the way, and she's not as powerful as she could be, I mean. Can you do this? And Cindy's eyes went wide. What the hell was that? I can talk to you telepathically. Does Silk not talk to you like this? No, you stay the fuck away from me, and Cindy backed away. Peter rolled his eyes. Hi Silk, guess, you're behaving. It's okay though, you have a lot of sisters who want to meet you. Stay the fuck out of my head, Cindy yelled at him, and Peter frowned at her, confused. Silk, are you okay? As there was no reply, Peter moved over and she banged on the door once more, evading his grasp. Silk, calm Cindy down, please. I'm not here to fight. Something was really wrong, and that wasn't good. Peter sighed. Yeah, Silk knows I'm not here to fight, so stop being so paranoid. I know she's hurt. It's not the first symbiote who couldn't talk, and I can heal her. If you just calm down. Cindy continued to bang on the door, and Peter frowned in concern. He knew Poison was angry and obstinate when Gwen was first bonded, but this was nothing like that. He could feel her paranoia, her anger, and it was like being next to a Hulk rather than one of the others. As he tapped into the Mind Stone, he let its power connect to his and he touched Cindy on the shoulder. Calm Cindy, please, calm down, and he felt her relax, but only slightly. I can't host a symbiote, my biology will kill it, but I can fix and improve an already spawned one. If you want Silk to be healed, get a whole bunch of new powers, including telepathy and some neat webbing tricks, and yeah, the offer is still open. We have 8 more symbiotes in New York, and they would love to meet you. Fuck, 8? You're insane, you know that. Wakanda will be all dash, but she stopped. Wakanda is in on this, right? To get me to unbond with Silk and then take her, and Peter sat back down, rubbing his face with his hands. What will it take to persuade you? Or do I just hold you down and force feed the knowledge into your stupid thick skull? Wakanda is on this. I'm engaged to Shuri and tomorrow I fight Fisk. Why are you being so paranoid? What the hell have you been doing the past 3 years? None of your fucking business, she yelled at him. Hey, I want to leave. Hey, and she banged on the door again. Yeah, that's not happening. Mood swings, anger issues, and I bet you eat like a pig as well. Silk is hurt, and no matter how much you don't want this, I promise that I would make sure I took responsibility for my actions. And as Venom spread over him, he shot out a web and yanked Cindy towards him. Hard way it is. Then as his simskin leached over her, she screamed and was taken by the darkness. Wow, overdramatic much. I mean, it's just a small dream. What's next, gonna blow a rape whistle or show me on the dolly where I touched you? Fuck you, Parker. I have enough problems. Peter shrugged, and I'm fixing at least one of them. Silk is your symbiote, she's the most important thing to you, and you are to her. She will die if you unbond, and you'll be back to being good old Cindy Moon again. So shut the hell up and listen to her. For the first time since they bonded, Cindy could hear Silk as she slept. She knew Hank used some kind of sedative to keep her under control, but it dulled her voice. Hee, we like the Cindy, we love the Cindy, we like ice cream, we like cotton candy, and the big booms in the dark. We don't like the Eddie as he smells of smoke, but we like the hope, but we are scared of the Hank. See? She's just dreaming, and you can hear her. She's heard Cindy, just like Webb was, just like the first ones I produced, because I was hurt, and Flash was hurt. All I'm doing is fixing her, and once that happens you'll be better too. She could feel the calming aura spread from Peter. In the mental landscape her powers were heightened and she knew he wasn't lying. Cindy huffed, and she felt the anger slowly fade away. So, what ya doing? And as Peter and she sat in a white room she looked around. My cells are like symbiote stem cells, they're healing her. I'm not touching. If you want enhanced then I dunno, speak to T'Challa or whoever brought you here. I kinda snuck aboard the jet, they don't really like me, because of the whole devourer thing. Peter sighed, even after I fixed that mess. I'll speak to T'Challa and get Wakanda off your back. Just like that, really? And it was Cindy's turn to sigh. Guess you landed on your feet, huh? So, heard from anyone in the old gang? And Peter laughed. Really? And she nodded. Philly's great, but, I'm at least curious. Right, want to see or want to talk? See? You mean, your memories and stuff, No thanks, the stink of loser is bad enough on Eddie. Peter pursed his lips. Fine, so, Gwen and Felicia are a couple now, MJ got that movie, so we don't see her as much, and me, well, I get bossed around by my head scientist Liv. Cindy laughed, always a dork Parker, and that'll never change. Oh yeah, and I'm in a relationship with them all, Gwen, MJ, Felicia, Liv, Carol, Wanda, Natasha, Laura, and now Shuri. One big huge family, plus you know, I saved the world a couple of times, no biggie. Get the fuck out, Cindy exclaimed. You, stupid dorky bullied annoying Parker saved the world? I was at SHIELD HQ, Ultron, Hydra, bomb threat, drug baron, so yeah, Venom, Dusk, and he whispered, monkey, all me. So suck it, queen bitch. Cindy growled, don't fucking call me that. It had been her nickname in high school, whispered by those jealous of her looks and brains. Or what, gonna cry at me. So, what's like been like for the upwardly mobile Cindy Moon? Shit, we saved Philly from Fisk. Hank makes these cool gadgets and she shook her head. Silk doesn't like him, but I needed him okay. Peter frowned, what? And she shook her head, don't make me push Cindy, what are you hiding? Cindy let her control slip and Peter was slung into a memory of Silk, a writhing mass of tentacles in Hank's lab as he took samples and eventually sedated the mad symbiote. As he pushed further he saw the symbiote lose control and Aaron, bleeding and torn apart as Silk ripped at his insides, hissing as Spider-Man and a group of people he didn't recognize stared on in horror. It was tough, okay, it might have been roses and candy for you, but yeah, so Silk was angry, so I was angry, so we might have killed someone, messily, and Hank, he made a tonic, to make her sleep, and still give me access to her powers, and she rubbed an arm, but I never hurt her, never once hurt her. You know, I'm about to be the advocate of symbiote rights, and if I ask her and she wants to move, I'll find a host for her, regardless of what you want. No, please, I love her, it hurt me, but she was uncontrollable, always wanting to kill, always wanting to eat, and Cindy paused, always wanting to hurt, to maim, please. For the first time in years, Cindy felt a sense of peace wash over her as whatever Peter was doing began to take hold. She felt Silk calm down, and finally relax. As she broke down, a dam of emotions broke and quietly she wept, for the pain and suffering she had caused, for the deaths she had caused, and finally, because the one person she cared most about was no longer in pain. We will not leave you, Cindy, we love you, and we are thankful, Peter, but we need guidance. Do you want to come to New York and meet the others? We do, we wish to meet our sisters, to test ourselves. The Cindy is strong but she needs help as we do. We won't treat you like Hank, but we do have a bonded scientist who will want to check on you, okay? Her name is Liv, and she hosts Octave. You don't need to be afraid, we just want to make sure you are okay. We know, Peter, we feel it from you and wish to see for ourselves. Cindy, can we? Cindy laughed, sure. You know though, Eddie can't go back to New York, because of the John thing. Peter laughed, oh, we had our lawyers take care of that. It was all a plot to get to me. JJ might have a bug up his ass about it, but just ignore him, so you and Eddie, yeah. Cindy shook her head, don't even, Parker, don't fucking even. Cindy, I'm only making conversation, I mean, damn, I wasn't lying. Gwen and Liv are open, as it Nat, MJ goes back and forth. I don't really care what you like or who, just, you know, wondering if a pissed off girlfriend/boyfriend will show up and give me crap. It has happened. But I also don't want you to give me shit for it as well. You're welcome to stay for a while, but remember it's my home, so, no complaining. Shit, Parker, I'm not moving in a few days, right? Peter shook his head, yeah, and I've heard that before too. As the world spun and Cindy and Peter found themselves back in the simple room, Cindy frowned for a moment and then stared at Peter. She stretched and Silk writhed around her, morphing into different clothes and armors. Cindy smiled as she ran a hand over the symbiote, rubbing a small corner of her top against her cheek. I said no memories though, so why dash? And Cindy's eyes opened wide in shock. Wait, you were serious? All 8? You mean you've got 8 girlfriends and you're marrying the fucking princess of Wakanda? And Peter laughed as he nodded. Fuck, maybe visiting is a bad idea. You still live with your aunt, right? I own a converted warehouse. 13 homes in total, and we have a bathhouse, not a bathroom but an actual bathhouse. Cindy just stared at him. I share a bathroom with 4 others. Visit? I might just move in. Nakia stared at the pair. If this was his effect on women, she was seriously reconsidering becoming his guard. After Cindy had calmed down, Peter spent a few minutes checking Silk, and for some reason, she was still hurt. Whatever Hank had done to her required more than just a quick infusion of cells. He would have to unbond the pair and treat Silk separately, something Cindy was unwilling to do while in Wakanda. She would be heading to New York for Liv to treat while he was heading to the dig site in Egypt. He was meeting Reed and the rest for the first time. The field seemed like a good place to see how professional they could be, and Aldrich had already put in a good word. He wrote out several more messages to give to the Dora Mileage, who was his shadow. He had spotted her the moment she entered his senses and she scowled but accepted that his powers would be more of a challenge to defeat. His phone, as had all of his technology, had been confiscated. Wakanda was still a secure nation once you reached the capital. No foreign tech in or Wakandan tech out, and the punishment was more than just a slap on the wrist. If Shuri was right, and Scott was planning on smuggling tech out, Hank Pym was about to get a very rude awakening, bigger than the one Peter was about to give him. He had promised Shuri he would wait until after his visit, to give them more rope. If Hank chose to hang himself, they might as well let him do it properly. As Peter exited the room, leaving Cindy to speak to Silk, he noticed the entourage for the totemic warriors. Not just Eddie, whose face fell into an angry scowl, but Fisk was there. The rest, he only recognized from pictures, and they really didn't register on his radar. Fisk though, he owed him for Laura, and seeing the size of the man hadn't changed, knew exactly where he wanted to carve his pound of flesh from. What the hell are you doing here? Eddie finally shouted at him angrily, "You're a crook, you're a murderer," and Peter shrugged. "Hey Spider-Man, nice friends," and as Eddie looked at Fisk and the rest, grinning, he curled his lip in disgust. "Don't lump me with these lowlives," he spat back. "I dunno, losers run together, and you, Fisk, definitely losers." "Oh Fisk, yeah, we told Schultz or whatever the hell his name was, where you were. Got a nice finder's fee as well. Seems running out on the mafia really pisses them off," but Fisk just laughed. "Pathetic. I already dealt with them," and the giant man cracked his knuckles, "and you're next. I heard you started a business. I hear a lot of things, Mr. Parker, and you have the gall to call me pathetic." Peter shrugged. "I want the one crying and bleeding on the floor, so, yeah, nice powers, grape ape. See, they didn't make you smarter," and as Fisk speed forwards, a well-tailored man, in a Nehru jacket and black trousers stepped forwards, putting a hand on his chest. "You might wanna stow that shit, Parker. Mr. Fisk is an honored guest of mine, and of Wakanda." Peter shrugged. "Pedophiles and drug pushers can suck a tailpipe, Mra. Stevens, and you have proof? Or is this like Stark, and it's all hot air?" and he smirked. "Oh, you mean the files and photos we took from Fisk's files, the records, and the paper trail we digitally recovered from the computers he was too ham-fisted to clean properly? The files we handed to Wakanda? That kinda proof?" Peter grinned. "Nah, we don't have anything like that. That's why, Shuri, High Priestess of the Golden Tribe, and my very attractive fiancé granted me permission to beat the shit out of him, but you know, hiding behind someone seems more like his style," and Fisk growled. "Yeah, you'd think that, huh? But right now all I'm doing is making sure he doesn't get blood on his suit. Gotta look good for the Royal Council," and turning he brushed the lapels of the giant man down. "But you'll get your chance. Pity your powers didn't make you smarter. Fisk isn't the man you fought before." Peter was about to respond when his Dora escort put a hand on his shoulder, and as he turned, he caught her shaking her head out of the corner of his eye, with her hand there. "Fine, I'll behave," and she smiled. "Yup, I think he's put on weight, maybe a little chubbier. I hear sucking off Darren Cross for donut money will do that," and as his escort sighed, Fisk roared and swung a punch at him. Peter simply moved to one side and with one finger pushed the side of Fisk's arm, sending the giant man tumbling into a wall. Temper. I might have a banana. Monkey want a banana," and it wasn't until his escort cleared her throat that he realized what he just said might be taken in an entirely different context, and Peter decided this time to really shut his mouth. "You were right though, don't want to get loser juice on my clothes," and as his escort shook her head he was guided to a separate waiting room, where he smiled at her. "Mr. Parker, I am not allowed to interfere, but really, you are not making my job easier," and as he sat back and took a grape from the fruit bowl on the table he sighed, and after popping it in his mouth raised his hands in surrender. I know, I'm sorry, he just pissed me off. And yeah, I've got a big mouth, so, I apologize. I'll behave, honest," and as he looked at the tall ceremonial guard, "Are you one of the ones who," and she stared at him. I refused to comment, but Peter could feel the curiosity and slight embarrassment of his casually asking bleed from her normally stoic and calm emotional aura. "Yeah, it's fine. I do have a question though," and as she raised an eyebrow he laughed. "No, not about that. Once I go home, if I marry Shuri, will I get a guard permanently? I mean, you were guarding Ororo, right?" and she nodded. "As a consort, you will be assigned a detail. As Shuri is the only member of the Golden Tribe, and King T'Challa is on the throne, she is given a full escort. You however will only be escorted by one or two. As your powers seem to be quite amazing, I will say that it will only be a single guard." Peter nodded. "You," and she nodded once. "How did they pick you?" "I was second, only to Okoye. If I refuse the detail I will become the leader of the Dora Mileage. It would be a great honor." Peter leaned forwards and took another grape. "So why are you guarding me then? I mean, not to make me sound like a loser or anything, but leading all the royal guard, that sounds amazing. I really can't rank higher than that?" And she shook her head. "I do not wish to discuss this with you," and Peter could feel a small hint of pain beginning to tinge her emotions. "I'm sorry, so, I guess I accept, so, you can call me Peter, or Pete I guess. I am honored to serve Mr. Parker. I will call you Peter when we are not on official business." Smiling, Peter held out a hand, but she simply stared at it and raised an eyebrow. "We don't do that here," and he half shrugged and leaned back. "Yeah, there were a lot of scrolls to read, and I really didn't get a chance to look through them," and Nakia frowned and shook her head. "Then you make time. Royal consort is not a joke, Mr. Parker. You will be expected to know the correct responses in various ceremonies, even if you are never called for them," and Peter nodded. I know, and as he lifted more grapes, "I'll read them, I promise," and he smiled as he popped them into his mouth. "Tell me about this one though," and yes, I read the scroll. "Ceremonial combat, me and Fisk as M'Baku had some kind of deal with T'Challa about Shuri. I want to know what you know, not the official bullshit." I am your escort, not your secretary, and it is forbidden for me to talk on matters I have no business in discussing with an outsider. And Peter raised an eyebrow and smirked. Oh, but taking a video and spying on my naked junk was okay, and Nakia coughed and looked away. We were suitably punished for that, but Peter refused to give in. Oh, was the punishment long and hard? Did it leave you? And Nakia banged the butt of her spear on the ground. Fine, fine. I am reconsidering my application for your guard if this is how you will treat me. Shuri was to be wed to M'Baku for his approval of T'Cholla's ascension to the throne, but Peter leaned back and looked confused. But isn't he the next in line? And she shook her head. He is, but a member of any tribe can challenge him for the throne. Just no one ever does, but M'Baku is, and she pursed her lips and nodded slightly, ambitious. It was only Shuri crippling our security systems that made them both back down. As she has taken you for a consort, M'Baku is using the situation to leverage more power. Peter crossed his fingers and lay his hands on the top of his head. This was why Shuri wanted him to leave Fisk alone. If he killed him, he could force M'Baku into a corner and make T'Cholla's life harder. As he sighed, he gave her a sorrowful look. I really hate politics, and the video thing. Sorry, that was mean, but she shook her head. No, taking it in the first place was mean and disrespectful. It will not happen again. Peter could feel there was more to this story, as her emotions were in turmoil. He doubted it was over him though. As far as he was aware, this was the first time they had met. Maybe he should ask Shuri, just in case he really made a mess of things and alienated his guard. So, ritual combat, I get the depowering thing, but can we just skip that and fight? And Nakia shook her head. Powers do not make a man, and while a man must be able to wield the power he is given, he must first prove that he is worthy of it. You all know I can't give up my powers, right? And using the depowering formula on me might even kill me. Gwen had warned him that as his body was a human hybrid with symbiote cells and now extremis cells making up a large part of his biology, that using anything that stripped them away might do a lot of damage. Citing Banner and the Gamma formula as an example, while her own depowering formula seemed to have no effect, they had been denied access to both the Purple Heart Flower and its sister formula, the one they used to remove its effects. Then you were not worthy to hold them. If your body cannot live without your powers, then you are nothing. A man must be able to stand on his own. A man must earn what he has been given, and be ready to fight for it at any moment. And not just that, but I need to prove that I'm worthy of marrying Shuri. Nakia nodded. Would you entrust the favored princess of the Golden Tribe to a man without honor? A man without backing? Who so far has only been shown to have one redeeming quality, even if it was impressive. Peter sighed. Then I guess tomorrow I prove to all of Wakanda that Peter Parker isn't just a massive dick. As Nakia snorted and struggled to hold back her laughter, Peter just frowned. That sounded better in my head. Peter had slipped out of his simskin clothing and had been redressed in ceremonial garb for the fight. When he looked around the area, he felt out of place. Even Fisk, who was dressed the same as he was, with simple sandals, wrapped to below the knee and simple shorts tied with twine, looked like a giant caveman, ready for battle, and not some skinny white kid trying his best not to be accused of blackface at a pep rally. Shuri, who Peter knew was the High Priest of Bast, and keeper of the Purple Heart Flower, was painted with white dots along the lines of his mouth and wore a bright purple robe. He could sense the same power emanating from it that the herb gave off, and he figured that it was dyed with its juice. We are here today to settle a dispute between M'Baku, leader of the White Gorilla Tribe, and Peter Parker, outsider. The man definitely was used to speaking publicly, as his booming voice echoed around the chamber. Both combatants have been chosen. Wilson Fisk, champion of the White Gorilla, will face Venom, the Devourer and enemy of Wakanda, and Peter scowled. The Devourer was just some bullshit legend, and even with access to the files, he got to the truth. A symbiote had escaped from the same ship Apocalypse found, and killed a few people. Starving and confused, it had fled, where Black Panther and his royal guard cornered and killed it, declaring it a hostile invader. It was all 18th century propaganda, and while he wasn't helping by refusing to give them medical data on the symbiotes, anyone with a brain knew it was all crap. In this fight, Wilson will decline to use the blessings of the gorilla, and Peter will be stripped of his own abominable power. And as a servant came forwards with 2 glasses on a tray, Fisk took one and drank while Peter hesitantly took the other and eyed it. If you do not drink, you forfeit, and will be taken to one of our facilities, Shuri admitted. Peter was shocked. Neither Shuri nor T'Challa had mentioned if he refused this fight that he was going to jail, and a surge of anger rushed through him. Glaring at Shuri, he took the vial and drank it. If Wakanda was unwilling to play fair, then neither would he. And the liquid was wrapped in a simskin coating and stored within his stomach. He would give Gwen that sample later. Then it is agreed. To conclude the bad blood between Fisk and Parker, they will fight. If Wilson Fisk is victorious, Peter will relinquish his right to marry and be held at our discretion. If Peter wins, then he is free to pursue a relationship with Shuri. And as Shuri stepped back, T'Challa, Raymunda, and an incredibly guilty-looking Shuri stepped forwards. We give this fight our blessing, and may Bast favor you. Fisk bowed to M'Baku while Peter stood still, glaring at Fisk. Fisk snorted as he saw the angry look on Peter's face. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. And as he darted forwards, he struck out at Peter. Peter moved to one side, grabbed Fisk's wrist and brought his other arm up, pushing violently against his elbow and snapping it backwards. Fisk's scream was cut short as Peter let go of his arm and spun behind him, kicking at the side of his knee and snapping it at an angle. He then struck down, hitting Fisk at the small of his back, and Fisk dropped to the ground as Peter's blow snapped and twisted his spine. Moving to one side, Peter then lay a kick into Fisk's side, and he coughed up blood as his ribs caved. Flipping him over, Peter leapt and drove his elbow into Fisk's sternum, and he coughed up blood once more as it cracked and splintered under the heavy blow. Standing, he glared at M'Baku, who was shaking with rage, but Eric didn't seem too fazed by this development. Zuri looked over at T'Challa, who coughed and nodded at the pair. Peter Parker is the winner, and with this, the debt is settled. M'Baku yelled. He cheated. He used his devourer. Fisk had been training with us. No mere boy could defeat him, but Peter shook his head. I don't have one, and he shrugged. M'Baku stared at him. What? I don't have one, the devourer, and he nodded at T'Challa. You know about Cindy and Flash? Yes, and T'Challa looked confused but nodded. The symbiotes, your so-called devourer. I don't have one. The one I was host to is now with another person. This is my own power. And if you put me through any more of this stupid bullshit, you will see the rest of it. And as he motioned down at Fisk, who was being given medical attention, this was nothing, and as he stopped forwards he roared at M'Baku, letting loose a flood of fear-enhanced pheromone as well as a blast of telepathic energy. You are nothing. M'Baku skidded back, falling on his ass and scrambling away, and Peter was slightly impressed he hadn't pissed himself, but right now he was too angry to give it more than a passing thought. I have read your scrolls, and will obey your rules. I will make Shuri my wife. I will take any and all challenges to my marriage, and you will be nothing before me. Peter let the clothing he had been wearing slip down, and rather than expose himself to the queen, he donned a ceremonial garb of Wakanda, a simple black robe, with a white spider motif on its front, moving towards T'Challa. King T'Challa, I formally wish to approach the royal family with intentions of marrying Shuri of the Golden Tribe. I ask your permission, and I ask yours as well, mother-in-law. T'Challa looked at the red-faced Shuri and the fluster that had appeared on his mother's face as well. As he laughed, he stepped forwards and clapped Peter on the shoulder. Yes, yes, I accept. And as he pulled in closer to Peter, although, I would still like to know more about the symbiotes, even if you are unwilling to create one for us. Peter shook his head and patted T'Challa on the shoulder before moving, bending and taking Ramonda's hand, and kissing the back of it. Mother, I am sorry for such a barbaric display. I will endeavor to make myself more agreeable in future, and she smiled and shook her head, pulling him into a hug. You are still taking my daughter. Do not think you are forgiven, and he smiled and nodded. Princess Shuri, do you accept? But before Shuri could speak, I hate to break up this touching moment, but I think there is another matter first, Eric said, stepping forwards. Holding up a scroll, my name is Eric Stevens, but my true name is Enyadak, son of Enyobu. And I challenge T'Challa for the throne, and tossing the scroll over, T'Challa caught and unfurled it, furrowing his brow. Cousin, and Eric nodded. This is most irregular, we must dash, but a voice from the background interrupted him. No, T'Challa, we have already verified the information. A challenge has been issued, do you accept? Zuri asked, a small smile on his face. Peter tilted his head and frowned, scanning both men. He could feel a sense of smug satisfaction coming from both Zuri and Eric. They must have planned this, and they were expecting Peter to lose. M'Baku would have announced his intentions for Shuri, and together they would have taken the throne, the right of succession, and he guessed the head of the council as well. Until Peter beat Fisk within an inch of his life. We must accept. But, it is improper protocol to leave unfinished business. Shuri, and as Eric stepped forward, Zuri shook his head. Of course, T'Challa. Princess Shuri, your answer. Of course I accept. Did you not just see that? And Peter smiled, shook his head and resisted the urge to laugh. Now, I believe I am owed a response, and then a kiss, and as Peter sped forwards he took her hand, kissed it, and then took Shuri in her arms, kissing her properly. As she moaned softly in his embrace, her eyes suddenly snapped open, and as they broke apart she bit her lip and nodded. With Shuri engaged to Peter Parker, I accept the challenge, and we shall settle this 2 weeks from now, once all other business has been taken care of. But Eric shook his head. Nah, that's stalling. I got the right to pick the date, and I choose now. As Eric stripped off his jacket and shirt, Peter could see the dots covering his body, and Eric saw him staring. Yeah, one for each kill, and he stepped into the ring, shooing Peter out. T'Challa entered the ring, stripping off his robe and throwing it to Shuri. Cousin, you do not need to do this. Wakanda is only weakened by dash, but Eric, tired of talk, simply attacked. While T'Challa had been trained by the finest warriors in all of Wakanda, he was no match for the brutality of the American Special Forces training Eric had received. Mixing in several styles, Eric was relentless in his assault, and T'Challa soon faltered, and Eric mimicked Peter in his brutality. As he shattered T'Challa's knee with a swift kick, he followed it by bringing his leg up and roundhousing T'Challa across the face, sending him flying. As he stumbled across the sand, Eric leapt and drove a knee into T'Challa's stomach, causing him to fall, as Eric grabbed him by the hair and drove his fist repeatedly into his face. Bloody, broken and barely conscious, Eric lifted him up and drove him down onto his knee before lifting him and throwing him from the ring. Shuri screamed, and as medical personnel brought out a stretcher, they lifted the unconscious T'Challa onto a stretcher. Yeah, now Wakanda is under my rule. Now you all do as I say, and Eric thudded a fist against his chest. Crying and watching the medics work on T'Challa, Shuri shouted, no, you will pay for this, you will pay, and Eric laughed. Yeah, you and your little pet are gonna find out just what dash. No, Shuri shouted, interrupting him, I challenge you, right now, and Eric laughed. After all that, sure, I don't mind, and Shuri tugged at her robe, pulling it free and leaving her in her underwear. Eric nodded in appreciation, I might enjoy this, but Shuri shook her head. Not as much as you think, and as she took a stance her clothing rippled. We are Yhalia, and you owe us a debt of blood. And darting forwards, Eric was forced to roll backwards as a clawed hand swiped where his throat was seconds ago. Shuri was clad in a black and brown outfit, tight leather pants with a small brown cloth panel that covered her legs at the back and a small strip down her front. Her arms were bare and 2 heavy plates covered her shoulders, coming across to meet at her black mask, styled as the image of Bast every Black Panther wore. She was stylish, and as her fingers grew into sharp talons, deadly as well. Zuri shouted, stop, the use of powers is forbidden, but Romanda put a hand on his chest. Only if agreed beforehand. It was once common for both to become the Black Panther, and the victor to keep the mantle, and as she gripped his shoulder tighter, plus, we will be investigating your part in this, Zuri, and if he falls, you will suffer the same fate. As Zuri gulped, the fight continued. Eric was the better combatant, but as Shuri and Yhalia bonded, her fighting became more fluid. Peter had made sure that she received everything from him, not just memories but all his moves and any simple chemical formulas he had memorized and could make. He knew Shuri would fight. Eric was too full of confidence, too full of himself to bet on anyone other than himself. He knew he would win, and now Peter knew Shuri would too. Eric hadn't been granted to strengthening Purple Heart formula usually given to the Golden Tribe. He only had the training, and Shuri was beginning to toy with him. He already had several scores across his chest, and she was clawing and scratching out the ceremonial scarring over his chest. Shuri, stop, don't play unless you are sure you can win. End it and then gloat. Peter had learned that lesson the hard way. Too many fights were lost by stopping to monologue or make stupid comments. Neutralize your opponent, then gloat when you are 100% sure it was over. Shuri swatted Eric with a flat palm, sending him hurtling out of the arena and into the ceremonial pond. Shuri wins, Romanda announced, as Zuri was surrounded by Dora Mileage. Eric and Zuri will be taken into custody to determine their guilt, but as Yhalia changed back into Shuri's robe she approached and touched Zuri on the cheek. He was promised power within a new Wakandan empire, and, Shuri tilted her head, Eric, and Shuri snarled and grabbed Zuri's chin. You bastards. Eric helped Clay kill father. It was his DNA at the scene and she slapped Zuri. As my right, I claim the throne of Wakanda, until such times as my brother recovers. Take them both to jail, and summon the council, and Shuri strode from the arena. I am sorry Peter, but the wedding is off. Until I stabilize the situation and root out the traitorous bastards that helped them, I must remain free of distractions. Eric was sat in the transparent cell. The energy curtain would provide a small shock at the slightest touch, and burn anything held in contact for too long. I can hear you, you know, he said, sitting on the comfortable bed. He was lying with his hands behind his head. I might not have super hearing, but you move like a truck, all power and no grace. Peter snorted and walked in full view of the prison. He had asked Thedora to let him talk to Eric alone, and after they had gotten confirmation they had moved, only to outside the entrance, but it was enough for this to be private. So, if you've come to gloat, I ain't interested, and Peter shook his head, grabbed a chair and moved it in front of the cell. Nope, I called a friend of mine, Nick Fury, and he kindly got me a copy of your CIA file. Nice read, Killmonger, and Eric shrugged. So, lots of people read that file. Blah blah, joined in 02, blah blah, exceptional soldier, blah blah, I'm not in the mood for a social call, and I've met enough suits to know you want something. Unless it's freedom, and my throne, I said I'm not interested. Peter sighed, freedom isn't mine to give. Shuri and M'Baku are arguing about that right now, probably take an hour, maybe not. I do have an offer though. Eric sat up, resting his hands on his knees, and brought his legs up and crossed them. Yeah, you got something better than a throne, and Peter laughed. You know there's no throne in either your or M'Baku's future. I'll stop you, and I can call a lot more people. See, I also got Fury to call in a favor, Cross Industries, Fisk's little projects, and a few enhanced. You've got nothing, and Cross can't touch any formula as I already got Parker to patent the heart serum. Seems my ace chemist made an interesting discovery about a certain plant in Africa. You've got shit, and all you'll do is start a war you can't win. Eric pursed his lips and glared at Peter. So you are here to gloat, and he lay back down. You still can't stop me. I will get what I want. Peter shrugged. And what do you want? Wakanda to rule? That's not happening either. SHIELD has energy weapons, and its own formula. The Banner formula is military. Hell, I bet Ross would bend over backwards to get you on his thunderbolts. Wakandan tech might have been advanced 100 years ago, but the rest of the world caught up. Wakanda's still at the top, but it's getting to be a closer race than you think. We'd still win. Peter laughed. No you wouldn't. But winning isn't everything. Cut ties with the white gorilla tribe and side with Shuri. Eric sat up and swung his legs over the side of the bed, giving Peter a confused look. And that gets me what? A nicer prison, a better view of the guillotine. No, it gets you the military advisor position. It gets you standing next to that throne, maybe not on it, but you know as well as I do, generals who make policy do much better than ones who fight wars. How many foreign leaders are dead because they pushed for war? The US would stump Wakanda flat, and the world would help. Your vibranium mine? Yeah, you'd never see that again. It would be stripped in a year and Wakanda would be left with nothing but a huge hole in the ground. So, you want me to advise, and what's to stop me once I'm out this cell from making a huge mess of things? And Peter shook his head. You want Wakanda at the top of the world, not rotting in the muck. You want an empire, but anyone who picked up a history book in the past decade knows that empires are over. Tech and money rule now, not military might. Start a war and it goes global. And the big shots who hold the money don't want anything to endanger that, and Eric nodded. Every empire that rose ultimately created a huge global mess, before the next one came along and took the crown, making a mess of its own. So, behave and get a slice, not the whole pie, and Peter half shrugged. Nah, you and I don't see eye to eye. It won't work, and Eric lay back down. We don't have to, you and Shuri, that's the question. I'll be her king, but ultimately still an outsider. There, Peter found the thread. Eric was interested, he just needed a push, and with the Mind Stone, he gave him one. Eric crossed his fingers and laid them on his forehead. And you think Shuri will agree? And Peter laughed. You never stood a chance against her. You think being fast and tough is our only power. She heard everything we said. She's guiding this conversation. She says, rot in there, as you're never getting out on anything other than her terms. And it was Eric's turn to snort. Telepathy, and he sighed, I guess it's here or a casket, right? With you, M'Baku won't win. Eric sat back up and stood in front of the cell wall. Honestly, how much of a chance did I stand? Peter hit the panel next to the cell and the two door guards came in. You got the orders, and they nodded. Touching a hand to the force field, it began to burn and flake. At first, the skin blacked and peeled, and even Eric took a step back. Peter pushed his hand forward, and as the fingers burned and crumbled, he stared at Eric. Once each finger was gone, he pulled his hand back and Eric saw the slight glow at each stump, and every finger regrew, taking seconds to reform. Once they had, Peter flexed his hand. With this game, I'm not playing. Cross will be gone soon. Even Pym is about to get a rude awakening. Wakanda is about to set itself up as a global superpower, and nobody, not Stark, not M'Baku, and certainly not you, are going to change that. Get on board or be left behind. The demonstration was Shuri's idea, as Peter hated being so melodramatic. Wakandans valued two things, power and vibranium, and Peter needed to show Eric just how much power he had. Can I? But Peter cut him off by shaking his head. Anything else, but not that. There will be rules, and as long as you play by them, then you get what you want. Peter could tell he was already on board. He was just going to play hard to get, and that wasn't Peter's concern. He'll agree, just give him something to sweeten the pot and he'll fold. Good, without him, M'Baku will have no choice but to back down. Thank you, and I am sorry about your hand. In his mind, Peter laughed. It's okay, you'll just need to lend me yours later. Shuri giggled, and I am sure you will use it for the most naughty of things. I wish I could my heart, but right now, Wakanda needs it more. Hey, it was a joke, I know. Even I have to get back to work. Reed and his team were heading to Egypt for the removal of Apocalypse's spaceship. He had used some of his spare vibranium to bribe the Egyptian government. They had no clue as to what was under there, and Peter wanted it packed and gone before they found out. I know, no rest for the wicked, as you Americans say, and you, my heart, are very, very wicked. He also wasn't lying about Pym and Cross. After talking to Cindy more, it seemed that Hank had taken to the idea of a living biological armor. Something that could survive within the quantum realm for longer than a normal person, and stave off the effects of the realm's poisoning. What Peter saw in Cindy's memories was a sickening series of experimentation, and Silk had suffered. With new powers, and a set of laws behind him, he had already sent Matt and his new team of Wakandan lawyers to seize all of Hank's material about the symbiotes, and if he was lucky, throw him in a very dark hole to go with it. Darren Cross was easier. Getting rid of stolen tech and an illegal team was just a tip-off to Ross, and Cross Industries would be getting shut down. And knowing Ross, he would probably seize any of that strange shrinking tech Cindy had told him about. After Betty Brandt, and a small discussion with Liv, who he trusted on the issue more than anyone, he saw why Charles used his powers the way he did. Eric was just an example. He wanted to be free, to see his homeland standing proud, but his way would cause untold misery and suffering. A gentle nudge with the Mind Stone set him on a path he had considered already, one without the pain. Liv had been his sounding board. If she shut him down, he wouldn't have, but even she saw the truth. And with Shuri on board, he felt no hypocrisy in using his powers to avert a war. As long as Peter didn't actively change someone, as long as it was a nudge, a small whisper to follow all already thought of path, she saw no harm in it, a shortcut over a long debate. It did come with a warning though, that if she found him using the stone or its powers to control people, she would be the first to stop him. His next stop, after persuading Eric to switch sides, was to visit Cindy herself, find Eddie, and the rest of the totems and see what their plans were. Felicia and MJ had both been angry at Cindy's arranged visit, but with Silk a serious problem, they had relented. He just hoped that didn't mean a repeat of Flash. Cindy wasn't the nicest person in the world, and with Silk hurt, her personality made it worse. Eddie on the other hand was going to be fun. Now it was all out in the open and his identity was compromised. Then Peter could see if the man wanted a position at Parker Inc. He didn't hold any hope, but with some persuading and a little bribery, Liv might just have an original Oscorp serum survivor to play with. As long as he held no grudge against him, Eddie should jump at the chance to return to New York, and at an actual job. Peter frowned though, as he rounded the corner of the hangar, where he saw the four standing. Eddie was arguing with Cindy, while a pale, goofy-looking skinny guy and a serious dark-skinned man, he knew was called Sam Wilson, stood and watched. I don't care, he's Venom and no, but Cindy wasn't having any of it. So he beat the crap out of you, so what? I want to go home. I want some space and I want a life. Not that bullshit that Hank calls living, not the crap I put up with from you three. And she paused as Peter smiled. You, what the hell did you do? And she held out her phone. Run, they came for us. Peter shrugged. Nobody experiments on symbiotes. Nobody, so he got what he deserved. Deserved? They took everything. He ran as soon as the vans showed up. Hope was with Cross and they all scattered. Peter shrugged. Don't be an asshole then, and Eddie blinked. You, telling someone not to be an asshole? You're a criminal, why aren't you in jail? Hank saved us and gave us a base, and you're okay with taking him down? And why the hell is Cindy talking about moving in with you? And as Eddie got in Peter's face, Peter took a breath and pressed a hand against his chest. First, personal space, let's not have a repeat of last time. Second, illegal experiments on a sapient and sentient life form and you're defending him? Third, shield, like Sam Wilson. So yeah, I cleaned my act up, I went legit, and now, I don't get a lecture from a bum who smells like an ashtray and fast food. Sam stepped forwards. Yeah, I got Fury's message. So, I'm leaving for Avengers training, Scott's coming with me, as he got a pass. Eddie, you too or not? We had some good times, but life moves on. More and more enhanced are appearing, and you don't get to walk that line. There is no gray anymore, it's right or wrong, black or white, and if you want to get paid and not have the cops up your ass, it's white. Eddie huffed. Yeah, I heard, Olivia Octavius already contacted me, and as he snarled, fucking Parker Inc. How come you get to act like a jerk and land on your feet, while I struggled? Oh, stop whining, Peter said, take this as your big break. Work for me, get paid a huge ton of money to guard Liv's life and stop being a douchebag. Eddie huffed, and crossed his arms. How much money? Holy shit, was all Cindy could say as she was let into the warehouse. She and Eddie both agreed to work for Peter, and as Liv was going to pay for accommodation for the pair, investigate their powers and then make sure they were both healthy, they were staying in 2 of the 4 spare homes for now. Nakia was still in Wakanda. Her application to become Peter's official guard had been accepted, and she would be given one of the homes when she rejoined with Peter in Egypt and then returned to the States. This, and Cindy pointed at the interior of the warehouse. What the hell? And Eddie just shrugged and dropped his rucksack in the home next to hers. While I appreciate you've been on a flight, Mr. Brock, there is no smoking in the warehouse. Well, not anymore, and please, for the love of everything, you will shower, daily, with soap. We all have enhanced senses and unwashed is unacceptable. And as Cindy stared at the bathhouse, Liv continued, Miss Moon, red if you are in there and do not wish company, naked or otherwise. We do not allow mixed bathing, not for guests anyway. Red means women only, blue means mixed, and a bathing suit will be required, and green means couples only. Bathing suits are optional. However, please be aware Peter's mother may visit, so and Octave covered her, and the 4 arms of her new harness sprang forth, glinting with a wicked vibranium sharpness on its blade ends. You will behave, and both Eddie and Cindy nodded. On a more personal note, Miss Moon, I believe that your school life was rather, and Liv paused while she thought of a polite way to put it, elitist. Remember that everyone here, myself included, are in a relationship. We all share, and we all look out for one another. Your attitude in high school might have gotten you far, but here dash. Yes, and just don't be a bitch and we won't kick your ass. And Liv sighed and rubbed her forehead with a hand. I was trying to be more tactful, Felicia dear. Miss Moon is working for us now, and we do not want to dash, but Cindy interrupted her. Felicia, and as her simskin wrapped around her, Silk leapt at her and wrapped her arms around her. Felicia looked mortified and held her arms out, unsure of what was going on. I was at the building when they attacked. I know you're Huntress, and yeah, I was a nightmare in school, so, sorry, I guess. And Eddie looked over. You, and he stumped towards her. You're that gray symbiote bit dash, but as the simskin covered her, he stopped. Huntress, and he grinned. I've been wanting a rematch. Yeah, continue that last sentence and you'll see how much of a fucking bitch I am. And large claws sprang from her hands. No fucking rifle, asshole, to save you now. And Silk backed away. Ahem. Liv cleared her throat loudly. May I remind you that there is no antagonizing of my employees, Felicia. And you, Mr. Brock, you will be tested before you step foot on a mat with Felicia or Huntress. We are a lot more powerful than before, and I don't want you getting hurt. Eddie rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, and sorry for calling you a bitch. Yeah, shower right. And Liv nodded. The homes are fully fitted, you can do laundry. The fridges are separated, especially as Miss Hardy likes to indulge herself, so take a drawer and write your name on the card. You are welcome here until you find a better place. Miss Moon, the same applies to you, once Silk is healed of course. Yeah, so Felicia, what's been happening? And as Silk slid back into her clothing, Felicia did the same and stared at her. Yeah, don't act like we were friends, Cindy. But Cindy frowned and looked at the floor. But, we were friends. I had homeroom with you, and math. I even tried to join the club, but Parker the douche wouldn't let me, my grades were too low. Felicia rolled her eyes. Yeah, and nothing to do with sucking up to Flash every day, or making comments about Gwen behind her back. Sure, grades. And Cindy rubbed her thumbs over her fingers nervously. Do you all? Peter mentioned a few of the old crowd but and Felicia nodded. MJ and Flash still don't talk. Peter sorted out that mess by beating the crap out of him, but he's got his own gig now. Liv doesn't know any better, but what I said to him goes for you too. We weren't friends. We moved in different circles. You won't be staying here past healing Silk. Don't act like you care, cause we both know you never fucking did. And Felicia paused for a second, before turning back. Oh, and except Pete, we're all bi, so if that an issue, then fuck off right now. And she turned and headed back into her home. Cindy looked as if she was ready to cry, and Liv sighed. I feel that the others might be just as hostile, dear. I am sorry. I had no idea it was that bad. And Cindy shook her head. She's right. Queen bitch, that's what they called me, even her I guess. Yes, well, I don't care. It's been 3 years and you can all put on your big girl pants. If Peter can teach math to Eugene, then you and the others can sit and live together for a few months. And Cindy stared at the warehouse floor dejected. And I don't just mean you. I know you can hear me. That goes for you and MJ as well. Felicia, you weren't exactly the nicest person if I remember rightly, so Cindy gets a chance, just like you did, just like I did. Eddie chose that moment to come out of his home wearing sweatpants and just a towel around his shoulders. As he dried himself off, Liv looked over, and Mr. Brock, that goes for you too. But as he looked confused over at Cindy, he just shrugged. What I do? Liv looked over at him, and sighed. Sorry, I forget that they are all so young. Just post-teenage angst, dear, but please. It's not a show. Dress before you leave your home. And Eddie looked down, and covered his chest with the towel. Yeah, sorry, it's just, and he paused. Thank you. I mean it. And Liv nodded. The kitchen is open for all. Peter usually does the grocery shopping once a week, so let him know if there is anything you need or want. Anything extravagant is paid for separately. I also don't have to remind you, but upstairs is completely off limits unless you are invited up, as are the other homes. And both Cindy and Eddie forward and looked up. Shit, Eddie said, is that a house? And Liv nodded. Peters and Cindy shook her head. Typical, he takes the biggest one. But Liv tooted. Miss Moon, what did I just say? Everything here, and I mean everything, has been built by Peter. I believe your combat instructor helped with some of the minor work, but everything else, including the 2 homes you are gracing, was his design and work. You will learn to be civil or you will find yourself living in a tent on the roof. Cindy nodded. Liv reminded her of Hank, but with a more motherly tone. Not that she ever got on with her own mother. Nothing she ever did was good enough, and as she got older, it became worse. As soon as she was old enough, she left. So, boss? Doc, when are we starting? I mean, I know we're just off a plane, but sitting around was part of our last gig, and things got bad with so many living together. I kinda want to start right away. Eddie asked. Liv nodded. And we intend to Mr. Brock. I do not believe in paying someone to sit and do nothing. But, jet lag and tests make bad bedfellows. So today, eat, relax, and then tomorrow we start. I will also need to either get your phones or to arrange for you to get new ones. We have security issues, and Peter has a package of applications to take care of that. And Eddie nodded and wrapped the towel around his neck. He hadn't been able to afford a phone since he left New York, and he'd never seen Cindy using one. Yeah, we'll need to. And he looked over at Cindy, who was still taking in the warehouse, and was peering behind the closed shower room curtain, before excitedly bounding over to the breakfast area. So, is it just us? I mean, I can only hear one other person in this place. And can I use that? She asked as she pointed at the bathhouse. Natasha is busy quitting her last job. I was thinking tomorrow. Healing Silk will be done by me, do you mind if I call you Cindy? And she shook her head, as Cindy needs to be unbonded while we heal her. Mr. Brock, and he frowned and shrugged, as Liv smiled. Eddie, I believe your powers are from the old Oscrop serum. We can dash. But he interrupted her. No, sorry, I was cured of that. And Liv raised an eyebrow. Wakanda, and he looked surprised and then frowned. Peter is marrying their princess, Eddie, there are no secrets. Fine, the purple heart flower is the purest. I would suggest tests just to be sure though, and then a full physical. Natasha will have her own schedule. I only deal with the medical and research side. Cindy rubbed a hand over her arm. You need to unbond us, and Liv nodded. Symbiotes spawned from a hurt symbiote, or when the host is critically injured, do not mature or develop properly. Silk was hurt, as we know Web was hurt by the hybridization process. It takes a few minutes, and you can stay with her. It's just a swim in a solution and then, and Liv threw up her hands. That's it. But Cindy still looked apprehensive. You know Hank, but Liv interrupted her. Hank Pym is a monster, and I fully intend on giving him a piece of my mind if I ever see him. I will not do anything Silk is unwilling to do, and if you wish to talk to Octave, I have nothing to hide. You might not appreciate it though. And Cindy looked confused. Symbiotes learn from the DNA and memories of their previous hosts. We all share, but as we all live and, well, do everything together, it isn't an issue. Unless you want to become incredibly familiar with everyone here, I would suggest you refrain. But Cindy's look of confusion changed to one of excitement. So wait, if I allow her to bond with Seiyu, I get a whole bunch of science stuff as well. And Liv nodded. Yes, but you still need to be able to understand it. Gwen is a chemist, as am I, but Peter and Felicia cannot reproduce everything we can, as their science knowledge is limited. Even after we found out Webb was Peter's symbiote, Eugene still only scraped by in his exams after we healed him. It won't make you smarter, dear, not unless you already were. Cindy didn't care though. Can I? And Liv shrugged. It's not a prison, dear. This is the communal area, it's only the homes you shouldn't barge into. Cindy walked over to Felicia's door, and as Liv turned to Eddie, he was already sitting at the table, eating what looked like a bowl of cereal. He shrugged and went back to his breakfast, figuring if there was nothing to do, he would eat and sleep. If the pair took down the three of them a few years ago, there was no telling what they had in store come tomorrow. Cindy stopped and rocked back on her heels. Shit, okay, and she took a breath. Oh, for fuck's sake, just come in, get it off your chest, and then leave me the hell alone. That threw Cindy off. Felicia had been gruff before, but this was anger, and even Silk recoiled slightly. Felicia was sat cross-legged on the floor, and looked up. What? Cindy swallowed her pride, took a deep breath. I love you. Cindy was sat on the roof of the warehouse, as Liv had shown her the emergency escapes. Curled up, with her legs tucked under her chin, she had wrapped her arms around them and buried her face into her knees. She heard the hatch open, and the scent of someone she didn't recognize approached her, uncaring that she wanted to be left alone. So, hey Cindy, Gwen said, and sat on the edge with her, popping the top off a bottle and setting it down next to her. Taking a swig of her own beer, she sighed and shrugged. So, that didn't go well, and Cindy sobbed. Get the fuck out of my home, Felicia had screamed at her. Huntress covered her, and in a flash she was up and had grabbed Cindy by the neck, lifting her up. Throwing her through the door, Cindy stared in shock as Huntress slammed the door on her, and Liv just pointed to what looked like a hatch, and up she went. Yeah, thought so. And as she tapped her own bottle against Cindy's, the clink made her look up. With raw red eyes, Gwen just looked and frowned. Yeah, that's attractive, blow your nose and drink up. Why? And Gwen shrugged. The beer's better when it's cold, and Cindy snorted. Why are you being nice to me? Peter made it clear you all hate me, even he said this on sufferance. The only one who has been nice is Olivia, and Gwen stared at her bottle, swirling around the liquid inside before taking a drink. I don't care you're here. I had a great time in school. Pete suffered more than anyone, but Felicia. And yeah, it's fine if I tell you, she knows, and well, yeah, your name, it wasn't Queen Bitch, it was Queen Snitch. Felicia was really gay. I mean, I knew I was bi from day one, seeing Pete or MJ got that motor running, but Felicia, she spent her school life being alone and afraid someone like you would find out. I mean, look at what Flash and his little group did to Pete. Imagine being outed as gay. Gwen took a drink. That would have been a bloodbath, a real literal one. Felicia was not a passive person. Cindy wiped her eyes with the side of her hand. Then she should know what it's like. I couldn't say anything. Flash was just as much of an asshole to us, and as she took a swig of the beer she coughed. What the hell is this? And Gwen laughed. Yeah, Pete doesn't like bitter stuff either. Silk probably gets that from him. I'm nothing like him. Cindy spat and forced herself to drink. Oh yeah? Because I know that's bullshit. See, Pete was Webb's first host, so all his powers, all his baggage comes from him. Flash dealt with it, and you're dealing with Flash and Pete's crap. We know the symbiotes transfer knowledge that way, so, and Gwen stood and ran a hand over her hair. Here's the deal. Liv reminded us that Peter and Flash got over their issues, and that part of growing up is doing the same. Make amends, make everyone know you're sorry. This isn't a lecture or a threat. I really don't care, and honestly, neither should Felicia. You're gay, nobody cares. She's got 4 women in her life. Shit, she's almost as bad as Pete, and if she likes you then 1 more isn't going to bother anyone. Cindy stared. 4? I mean, I thought he was joking, but really, and Gwen nodded. Me, Liv, Elektra, and Emma. He sleeps with all 4 of you, and Gwen laughed. No, that's Felicia, Pete sleeps with more. Liv figured out a long time ago that while symbiotes like aggression chemicals, they prefer sex ones. A huge dopamine hit gets them stoked. If you don't want to, then chocolate works just as well. Cindy was well aware of that, eating hundreds of dollars of chocolate a month to keep Silk happy and calm. The only woman in the group was Hope, who was firmly in Scott's camp. So, Felicia, and Gwen sighed. That was dumb. I mean, imagine if Flash said the same thing to Peter after seeing him for the first time. I get it, we all do. But still, dumb, and as Gwen stuck out a hand, Cindy looked at it and took it, pulling herself up. Apologize, maybe some food as a token gesture, but don't push it. We do things differently now, and Emma was only after Felicia let Pete know. To be honest, we kinda expected Pete to take the lead on that, but yeah, that's the other thing. Working for us, and I do mean that. You see some shit, Cindy. I mean real bottom of the barrel bar for your lunch stuff. Are you sure you want this? And Cindy nodded. But I work for Liv, and Gwen laughed and shook her head. No, you're working for Parker Inc. You work for Peter, and we all work for him, his little minions, and Cindy frowned as she caught a look in Gwen's eye. Gwen shook her head. I don't think Pete would go for the yellow, and she laughed to herself. Look, it's a job, it's stable and it pays well. I mean, Pete got rights to vibranium, and while that means every whack job might try for a piece of us, we're not exactly poor. Liv had worked on a plan, and as Peter, Kurt, Gwen and Liv discussed it, they had set out the future of Parker Inc. It would take 5 years for the company to establish itself, minimum. They were small, with a highly experienced staff, but that was their only staff. Even with the various formulas, Liv's Arkster work, the harness, and the CLS, they still needed to get it manufactured to a high enough standard to sell. The Stark Expo was for demonstrations, now the real task began, and it was up to Liv and Peter to make good on their work. Gwen sighed and looked down at the despondent Cindy. She could feel the waves of sorrow, and after a few sessions with Peter, they were all starting to develop the newer powers. He had suggested giving the symbiote the customary bath in his simsels, but Gwen had looked at him and taken them the original way, with grunting and sweating, and lots of pleasure. As she lost herself in the memory, Cindy cleared her throat. I can smell that, and I figured what it was once. Scott and Hope came back looking guilty. Can you not? And Gwen laughed. You're in no luck there. Pete has 8 of us, and his room is soundproof. Don't like the smell? Then figure out how to coat yourself in silk 24/7. We did. Pete gives off a pheromone. Hell, without it you'd be wanting him to, gay or not. So deal. That's what you're here for, to learn, to adapt, and to get a grip on your powers. If Felicia forgives you, good for you, but we don't owe you anything past your job. Gwen figured that was the wrong thing, as the cold loneliness stabbed at her like a sharp icicle. Shit, Cindy. We found out most of the people we knew from high school are either powered or connected to some powered assholes. You turn up, just hits all the wrong buttons. Not just us, and Gwen nodded. Jean and Scott, Harry, Flash, oh Miss Monroe and Cindy stared. Jean Grey, and much quieter, shit, Jean fucking Grey, and Gwen laughed. Her too, right, and Cindy looked shocked but nodded. Oh yeah, she's hot, but no, do not bring this up with her. Please. Not a threat, but her powers are a bit unstable. She might, I dunno, explode or something. Seriously, and Gwen nodded. Other than that, nobody cares. Get a girlfriend, get 2. We don't mind, and Cindy shook her head. I mind. I mean, you, Gwen Stacy, straight A Miss fucking Chris, is a lesbian, and Gwen frowned and shook her head. See, really? And so what if I am, not just a lesbian? I mean, Pete could bend me over right now and I'd wink and let you watch. You'll find the symbiotes kill your sense of shame. They don't know any better and really don't care. And as Gwen paused for a moment, and I discovered, that really, neither do I, not for the cute ones anyway. Cindy stepped back and sat on the roof's edge. I know, I deal with that. The anger, the rage, the bloodlust. How? And Gwen shook her head. Yeah, it's not like that for us. Poison and I have killed, some rapist asshole, oh, and Harry, but lust yes, blood no. Get fixed, and get laid. Silk will be much happier once you do. We don't care if you're a killer, Cindy, just don't bring that here. Gwen took a swig of her beer, you know what, and as she smiled at Cindy she took out her phone, sent Peter a text and laughed. Fixed. Gwen moved and crouched before Cindy, resting a hand on her thigh. If you feel the need, the desire to kill, come find me or Liv, and you won't be able to walk once we've finished with you. Cindy leaned back. I can't. What if I could kill you? And Gwen stood and drained the last of her beer, winking. Oh? Who said we'd be fighting? And giving Cindy a look she couldn't mistake for anything other than desire, Gwen laughed. Cindy blushed, and Gwen just shrugged. Bye. When Liv said bye she meant it. The symbiotes alter your brain chemistry slightly, ramp up the dopamine and reward centers when you're around someone you like, and get really pissy when it's someone you don't. Felicia probably reacted that way as your new and Huntress didn't like you coming into her territory, and Cindy wrapped her arms around her legs again. Silk made me kill someone, she admitted, and Gwen raised an eyebrow but shrugged. Poison used to almost put me in a coma every time I ate sugar. They can be temperamental, but once they grow a bit, and if Silk is hurt, then once we fix that, she should come down. And Cindy nodded. And if she doesn't, then we separate you and she gets to live on an iguana, Gwen stated, and Silk wrapped around Cindy, who backflipped away, and with talons drawn, hissed at her. See? And Poison wrapped around Gwen, now, and she held out a canister. We do this nice and slowly, and as Silk hissed and got ready to pounce, Poison slipped into the canister and Gwen shook as the symbiote unbonded itself. First thing, trust. I need Silk, Liv needs to run the test, so I volunteered. You'll get Poison. Trust. And Silk stood, holding up both hands in her fighting pose, but warily lowered them. Trust. Silk hissed, and as Gwen moved forwards with a raised hand, Silk took it and slithered over her. Poison had been asked and had agreed. She liked new hosts, and she liked it when she got to share with Gwen once more, so as she coiled and sprung as Cindy, who yelped in surprise, she laughed as they bonded. We feel you, Cindy, and we taste you, yum yum. Yeah, that's a bit creepy. Want to not? Want to? And Poison laughed. We take your thoughts of Felicia and sneaking in the lockers, what to not? We can give her to you, get the rubby rubs and the slippy slides, just let us take you. What the hell? Cindy had been used to Silk's barely conscious presence, not a fully fledged adult who'd shared over a half-dozen hosts. Poison wrapped herself around Cindy's thoughts, and as she shared the times Gwen had spent with Felicia, and Cindy lost herself in the ecstasy, Poison laughed. Now we get to have the treaty treats and not the boring worky work. And finding her new host was not as resistant to her suggestions, shot out a line, and swung out into the city for some fun. Whatever Hank had done to keep Silk calm had not transferred over when she switched hosts, and she was angry. It was like coming from a drug-induced haze. Hank had used a chemical cocktail to keep her quiet. She could barely remember being with Cindy, only the lulling toxic haze that followed her time after she killed Aaron. Even Peter's cell infusion had only made her feel whole, but the numbness remained. The new symbiotes were both stronger than her, and she watched as one took her host, took Cindy from her, and she raged. Give her back, she screamed at the blue one, who laughed and batted away the tendrils she produced, pinned her legs together with mechanical arms, and then sticking her arms to her side. No, please, I'll behave, as the last time she struggled as Hank used liquid nitrogen to keep her from escaping. The pain of being subdued and broken drove her into a blind panic. Yes, you will, and Cindy is fine. We just need to make sure you're okay, we won't hurt you. The blue one told her, trying her best to stop the struggling symbiote for not just hurting herself, but hurting her new host. Feel for her, listen to her and see. Silk had been too shocked when the drug wore off, but as she touched her host's mind, Gwen, she was called Gwen, she saw what life could have been like. She knew she loved the heart-pumping state. When Cindy was angry or excited, adrenaline it was called, her new host told her, but she learned of something better. When she met the memories of a pair bonding, she quivered as it sparked a response. Gwen moaned and twisted as Silk brought her to orgasm, and Gwen came over and over again, Silk becoming relentless in her discovery of a new drug. Now dear, calm yourself. You'll hurt Gwen, there will be time for that later. And as Octave extended her powers, Silk calmed under the influence of the stronger symbiote. Slipping back, Liv sighed and using the arms hosted Gwen into a better position and then used the other two to climb back down into the warehouse, where she met Felicia. What the hell, Liv? But she paused. We needed to show the pair that we weren't going to hurt them, and Gwen was a suitable host. Would you have done it? I mean, would Huntress even have let you? Felicia crossed her arms and huffed. Was still dumb, didn't she tell you about her little outburst? And Liv shrugged. You're getting as bad as Peter. Oh no, an attractive young woman loves you, the horror. Liv said mockingly, with the way you're collecting them, I think we might need a warehouse just for you. Felicia rubbed an arm guiltily, well, and Liv laughed. I was joking, dear, I'm sure if it came down to it, Peter would have no objections. Do we complain when he drags home another one? And Felicia pouted and shook her head. There, but we do need to fix poor Silk, and before she hurts Gwen. Liv could feel the symbiote snarling and writhing under Gwen's skin, and Gwen was barely holding on. Silk was feral, and without Peter here, Liv was unsure if curing her was a good idea. Silk wasn't mad at her treatment. She was just mad. Whatever trauma had caused the anger was buried, and even her discreet probes were coming back as useless. She was an empathy, not a telepath like Peter was, and with Wanda still at the sanctum, none of the latest symbiotes had the full range of powers Peter had. Oh, you stupid old bat, Liv cursed at herself. Felicia, call Jean, I need her here, now, and Felicia shrugged and grabbed her phone, sending an S.O.S to Jean, at the mansion. With Jean's powers, it didn't take her long to arrive, with Laura and Logan in tow, ready for battle, and as the trio slipped in through the roof hatch. Oh thank God. Jean, I need you to calm Silk, and find out what's actually wrong with her. Logan frowned and shrugged. Not a lot we can do, pipsqueak. Hey, got food? And Felicia's shoulders sagged and she took Logan and Laura into the kitchen and began to pull out various leftovers to reheat. Jean was mumbling under her breath and Liv put a hand on her shoulder. You'll be fine, dear. Just slowly and carefully, and as Jean reached out with Helios to touch the symbiote's mind, she gritted her teeth as the anger washed over her. Fighting. Hurt. Anger. Humiliation, she hissed. Tortured, hurt, betrayed, and a fiery aura flared around Jean. It's too much, and Liv, ignoring the scorching heat, coated herself in Octave and touched her shoulder. You are doing fine, dear, and Helios nodded. She, Flash, suffered. Peter's pain was too much, he couldn't take the guilt. He drank, and prescription pills. On the roof, Webb lashed out and as they felt afraid, spawned Silk, and Jean cleared her throat. Webb was afraid of dying, and he's terrified of Peter. Silk shares that guilt and pain, but anger. Hank Pym did some terrible things to her, separated her from Cindy for hours until she started to die. He kept them both drugged, tested her over and over for weaknesses. Oh God, Liv, the things he did. And Helios's eyes snapped over to Cindy, who froze and stood, moving over. Cindy suffered during high school. A closet lesbian, her mother found magazines in her room and berated her. She had a girlfriend, someone nobody suspected, and hid it from them both, always afraid they would find out, always jumping at shadows, and she shook her head. We need to get Silk a new host, and unbond Cindy, Jean told Liv. Sho shrugged. We can't. There are no suitable hosts in the warehouse. Everyone has a symbiote, even you. Logan, was all she said, and Liv laughed. Logan? No offense, dear, but you want to give an unstable symbiote to someone who could murder us all. Cindy has no training. Logan is older than everyone combined, and I have seen him train Peter. No, I can deal with him, Felicia said as she brought him into the room, and he agrees. Now, you want me to host Silk, so you can heal her both physically and mentally, but why can't you just leave her on Gwen? Because we need Gwen to find where Cindy ran off to, and she'll know all of Poison's favorite snack spots. We need someone who can control themselves, without being overwhelmed, and while I think it is dangerous, we need someone that won't die if Silk becomes overly aggressive. Won't die? Logan asked, furrowing his brow. Symbiote can eat their hosts from the inside if they become too aggressive. No offense, but you'll survive, even if it is painful. Logan took a breath and sighed. Yeah, but Bane Eden ain't exactly my idea of a good time. And how exactly do you think Gwen will cope fighting against a symbiote? They aren't exactly pushovers. Everyone here is enhanced. Gwen included, and Logan tooted. I told that boy you were all too liberal with that potion crap. Liv shrugged her shoulders. She invented it. Do you think she would test it on anyone else? And he still shook his head. And you don't have a problem with that? I fought Red Skull. I know what a bad formula can do. You're all crazy, and one day it'll bite your ass so hard that it won't be just you that suffers. Well then, if that is your final decision, Huntress dear, can you please go find Miss Moon, and try not to hurt her too much? Gwen dear, I'm afraid you'll just have to endure this. We do have the biogel on hand, and if need be, and she glared at Logan, we do have the extremis formula, but I for one would not like to expose you to it without depowering you first. I didn't say I wouldn't help. I've fought Talon, and you know they ain't pretty when they get that mad, and as Liv tooted, he walked past her and held out his hand to Gwen. Get it over with, before I change my mind, and she raised a shaky hand and silk flowed onto him. Logan laughed, and snorted, that it? I ain't impressed, and he walked from the warehouse, going for a smoke, and he continued to laugh as he pulled the pack from the top pocket of his jacket and bit the end from it, as if some pansy-ass teenage drama would faze me. Logan had lived through more wars than he could count, taken more lives and done so many bad things that a raging symbiote was just another drop of anger in the ocean that bubbled under the surface. And you? Behave or else, he mentally chided the symbiote, but Silk refused to respond. As soon as it touched his mind it was overwhelmed. The rich experience flowed from him like honey and she swam in it, drinking him in. Everything he shared with her was new and raw, and what Hank had done to Cindy was nothing compared to what had been done to Logan, or what he had done. As Logan headed to the door, he was greeted by Laura, who sniffed at him a few times. Host, and he rolled the cigar between his teeth, and nodded. Good, fight then. Can't die, and I can cut loose properly, and Logan laughed and ruffled her hair, much to her annoyance. Let her settle first, then yeah, let's see just what you guys deal with. He had been ignoring the spike from Silk, that small rush that he knew was her excitement. His was more feral, and she was like an angry kitten compared to what he normally dealt with. Laura was perfect though. Her regeneration was the same as his, and he could probably cut her head off and she'd be fine. He could find out just what level these symbiotes pushed their hosts, and after years of exercises with Charles, and the need to stop stabbing people when they pissed him off, he had a pretty good grip on not just his rage, but all of his emotions. As he took a draw of his cigar he felt the symbiote inside him quiver as the nicotine hit it. Like that, huh? We do. Cindy was quiet, and only indulged in the candy, but you. Please, we do not wish to be afraid. Show me, and as Silk flooded him with the memories of her times with Hank, Logan bit the end from his cigar and his claws almost slid out from clenched fists. Yeah, you and me, we should find that Pym and make him aware of just how much he messed up. You would do that? Aw shit, and Logan relaxed and thought back to the dam, of the tank and of the spotty memories of being experimented on. We ain't so different, and I know how much it hurts. You'll be fine. All his lessons, all his meditations and exercises never taught him how to comfort a scared and angry alien symbiote that could read his thoughts and alter his brain chemistry. He figured though it was no different from one of the kids brought to the school, manifesting their powers for the first time, and that like them, sometimes it was just a friendly ear and comforting presence they were after. Oh yeah, no poking around. I ain't one of Parker's little women, okay? I ain't about to start whipping it out for a good time, alright? We do not understand. The Cindy felt the desire, but with us there, never. Shit, no wonder. Yeah, that's a conversation I ain't having with you either. You can get all that from one of the others. If we wish to stay, Logan laughed, I ain't about to be mommy to one of you critters. You know I ain't the nicest person around, and you know it's gonna be a rough ride, right? We do, but Cindy, we feel so much pain bonded with her. We taste you and we like it. She was the only one we had. Well, I ain't calling you Silk, I know that much. It's gonna be, I dunno, snarl or rage, or summon. Naming things ain't my speciality. We like rage, it makes us feel like we feel. And you know I ain't gonna stop smoking, right? The burning stick? No, do that more, and we also wish to taste the whiskey. Well shit, I think we're gonna get along just fine. Logan finished his cigar, and as he turned and headed back inside, the floor had already been turned into the sparring ring. He laughed and shook his head as Laura let Talon slip over her, and he did the same. Rage conforming to his desire to stick with his tan and black uniform. He slid his claws in and out a few times to make sure she was sitting properly and then approached Talon. Logan stretched and let the symbiote flex with him. His normal healing took care of everything, but he felt the normal ache in his bones was missing. He had been told long ago the adamantium bonded to his skeleton caused problems. In the other test subjects they had either died or developed aggressive and fatal cancer within weeks of the process. Only his healing factor was strong enough to let him survive, and with rage, it had been given an upgrade. He walked past Gwen, who nodded before heading out, and Laura stood on the mat, with Talon wrapped around her. No holds barred, she said, and he nodded. Ain't my funeral, and 3 blades slid out from each hand. Talon nodded, but held up a hand. Wait. Prize, and Rage sighed. Fine, I'll take you to Coney Island, just like you want. He had figured she would get Peter to take her, but after one of the other kids mentioned it, she wanted to go with him. It just wasn't his thing. And if you win, I'll run the exercises you want, and he frowned, and waved a finger at her. That it? Your skinny little butt'll fix my car, and Talon giggled. He still hadn't forgiven her for scratching it, and it sat in the mansion's garage needing to be resprayed, which she had refused to do and hadn't even apologized. Talon took her stance, and as Gwen closed the door of the warehouse, she heard the pair yell at each other. Gwen knew where Poison would have gone. She had a tab running at one of the bakeries, which she had opened under Parker Inc. and paid business rates for deliveries of danishes and lunches to the Parker building. It was the only place nearby that Poison could get something sweet without having money, and as Cindy didn't drop off any luggage, Gwen figured she was broke. It was strange being alone with her thoughts. Poison was quiet most of the time, as she hated Gwen's work, but they still spoke, and Poison would always purr or growl during mealtimes and Pete times. It wasn't that much of a downgrade for Gwen. They had all figured out how to keep the more personal information from each other, and the symbiotes were content to just share the knowledge they gained. Her enhanced muscles made short work of the quick jog to the bakery, and she spied Poison, sitting in her full simskin armor on the bakery's sign, eating what looked like raspberry crowns. One of Poison's, but not Gwen's, favorites. I really hope you didn't go in like that, but Poison huffed at her and split her maw to slide in another crown. Gwen shrugged and shook her head. Fun's over anyway, back to the warehouse. We need to give Cindy her medical, and Silk is all healed. Poison huffed, and another crown slid into her mouth. Really? You want to do this? And Poison shuffled and faced away from Gwen, holding the bag closer to her chest. Fucking pain in my ass, Gwen sighed to herself. Come on, you know we have treats at home. You can eat while we check out Cindy. No one's going to take away your food, and Gwen shook her head as she had forgotten just how belligerent Poison could be, something she thought she had grown out of. Poison not here, go away. Poison said and continued to eat. She had switched to what looked like caramel shortcakes. Something after her sugar sensitivity Gwen could no longer stomach. Listen you little shit. You're in enough trouble without making me yell at you in the street. Gwen could see the store owner in the bakery, and as they reached for the phone, Gwen shook her head and pressed her palms together, begging them not to call the cops. The woman held up her hand, 5, and she put the phone down, standing behind the counter with her arms crossed. Gwen bowed at the women. You've got 5 minutes before they call the SHIELD or the ETF, then your ass is going to jail, and there are no treats in jail. Gwen shouted at Poison, but she still faced away, stuffing the desserts into her mouth. Pete's gonna kill me for this. Gwen moved to the bakery window and took out her wallet, slapped her enhanced card against the glass. Enhanced, I'll deal with her. You've got our number. If there are any damages, call our office, and the woman nodded and ducked down behind the countertop. Gwen stepped back, and eyed the distance, took a run and leaping up, grabbed and swung up to the sign. You're coming home, like it or not you fucking shit. Poison hissed at her and eyed at the empty bag, finished anyway and scrunched it up, huffing at Gwen. Want more? Cindy wants more, give us more, and Gwen's shoulder slumped. There are more at home, you know what? Not fresh, want fresh. Want the sweetest sour ones, want the super sugar ones, and want the sticky licky ones. Poison huffed. Poison. You can't, Cindy will get, wait. Cindy, why are you letting her do this? Change into normal clothes and we can head to the warehouse, but Poison stopped and crossed her arms. Cindy isn't talking. We want the sweetest sweets or there will be no coming home. Home is boring, 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 boring. All worky work, no playtimes, no Pete times, all just boring talky talk. Poison, you know we couldn't fight, so we didn't train. You didn't like fighting, and Poison huffed. She didn't, she liked sweets and Peter, but Gwen was busy and she didn't get either. I promise I'll make more time for you, okay? We can see what sweets you can eat and dash. No? Pete now, and Poison grabbed her and lifted her from the ground. No talky talk, Pete. Gwen balled her fists. Pete isn't here, and we're going home before you get us arrested. While Gwen was arguing with Poison, Logan was enjoying himself with the now christened Rage. Talon had used her smaller size and speed to grab him in an arm bar, but as his bones were indestructible, and with Rage bonded to him he could shut off his sense of pain, he ignored it and he rolled onto his side, lifted the pair of them from the mat and slammed her back into it. It didn't matter if he dislocated his shoulder. As he rolled away he shrugged and Rage popped it back into place for him. I see why you all want one of these, and as Talon leapt, he sent out 2 lines, spun and swung her into the open end of the mat. She wrapped the lines around her wrists and pulled herself towards him, and their heads clashed. He was the victor though. Adamantium was much stronger than bone, symbiote or not, and she rolled away. Yup, but now it's nap time, he said. As Talon crouched on the mat, Rage rolled forwards, and as she jumped to avoid a leg swept he spun, and with one hand lifted himself off the mat and struck her under the chin with both feet. As she went sailing he repeated his trick, sending out 2 lines, but this time he yanked, and as she flew towards him, even with blades drawn he shifted slightly, took them both in the soft tissue of his gut and stuck her on either side of the head with closed fists. As she was stunned, he lifted her by the arms, sticking her in his gut, slammed her down and then grabbed her neck, pitched forwards until there was a snap and she fell limp. Cherry red. Might as well respray the whole thing, and as she lifted herself up, tilted her neck until it popped back into place. And yup. I think I gotta get me one of these. We want to stay, Rage spoke to him. And don't Cindy get a say? Not a toy, Dad, Talon interrupted. What the hell? You can hear us? And Talon nodded. Symbiotes share with host, need to speak in the mind. Baldy can't read your thoughts now, not unless Silk agrees. Well, shit. You're all telepathic, Charles is gonna freak out when he finds out. But still, Cindy, and Talon shrugged and shifted back into Laura's preferred outfit, a form-fitting black t-shirt and tight black leather pants. Talon stays because Talon wants to. Little snot monsters live where they want, if we say no, they move, and Laura tilted her head, or eat our brain. But they decide. Cindy can't make Silk stay. Yeah well, it's Rage now, and I guess it's staying here, and as Rage bubbled, she shifted, and Logan was wearing a red and green plaid shirt, over a white t-shirt and blue jeans and tan leather cowboy boots. As he patted himself down he shrugged. Oh, you little shit. You ate my cigars, and he felt Rage mentally shrug at him, those were imports, and they ain't. Logan sighed, you know, I ain't buying you cigars to munch on, you smoke 'em, not eat 'em. Those were the burning sticks. Aha. We are sorry, we promise not to do it again, we did not know, they smelled nice and we wished to try them. Just how sheltered was Cindy? Logan asked out loud, and Liv answered. She is a 26-year-old girl, Logan. What exactly did you think she was going to get up to? Logan shrugged, I dunno, it's been a while since I was 20 anything, but don't you all party and have a, and as he saw the Liv, Laura, and Felicia were all staring at him, yeah, you know what, don't answer that one. Felicia laughed, that's us. We figured out, and she paused we've never had to deal with a man being bonded before. Shit, can you get Pete? And as Liv looked at her phone, she shook her head. Wakanda is still restricting access and Liv scrolled through her contacts. I've sent Eugene a message though. Something I'm missing. Felicia looked over at Liv pleadingly, who rolled her eyes and shrugged. Symbiotes are addicted to our neural chemistry. They get violent as adrenaline and noradrenaline are both apparently very tasty, but unfortunately so is testosterone, and dopamine, and serotonin, and a lot of other chemicals released during intercourse. Logan stared for a moment and then laughed, so guess that explains the horn dog, so Rage and all, and Liv nodded. In fact, you will secrete a hormone to attract a mate, and unless you actively control that power, you will be busy. Peter has us all practice creating a thin invisible layer of armor over ourselves. It's not a symbiote per se, almost like a second skin, but unless you want to be buried under a mountain of flesh, practice, and here and Liv took the spare bottle of neutralizer they kept under the kitchen table. Anyone coming onto you, spray them with that. You all might have issues with Peter, but he is very self-conscious about it, and very very much into consent. Yeah I know, I ain't judging the way you all live here, but I knew it was a power of his, I can smell it. Logan nodded, it still ain't right though, and Liv sighed. It's a function of their biology. How else would they attract hosts? You don't get angry at flowers do you? And Logan shrugged, he got angry at a lot of things. While Logan and Liv waited for Flash to respond, Gwen was having less luck trying to persuade Poison to return to the warehouse. She had grabbed her, and Gwen brought up both knees and smashed them into Poison's chin. Stumbling back, the symbiote rubbed her face and snarled. No fight, want Pete, want cookies, want fun, she hissed. And you can get them, but you need to come home. But Poison just hissed at her again and crouched down, holding one hand on the roof of the bakery while she readied herself to pounce. No. Cookies, and she leapt past Gwen and down onto the street. Gwen swore as she heard the bakery owner scream. This time Poison hadn't even bothered to change, and with her gruesome visage and shark-toothed maw, she was not the nicest looking creature around. Gwen huffed and clenched her fist, screaming to the empty roof. As she let out a breath, she grabbed at her pocket and pulled out a vial. She had taken it from Peter's lab, as Liv had told her of its existence. As she waited, Poison swung back up to the roof, carrying a tray of cookies piled high with, and Gwen sighed, everything. Poison had emptied the shop's supply onto one tray and stolen it. Listen you fucking shit. You'll be paying for those, and Poison opened her maw and hissed. As she did, Gwen popped the top and threw the vial at her, before sliding forwards and driving a fist into Poison's stomach, swinging around, taking her by the neck and bending her, driving her knee into the symbiote's head. After Logan had admonished the group, and Laura had almost gutted Peter, Liv had begun to work on several non-lethal methods to neutralize the symbiotes. The idea of simply killing them was abhorrent, especially if the host had no control over their actions. It had been kept secret from everyone, and it was only when Gwen was unbonded that Liv shared a paralyzing formula. One Gwen might need to subdue Cindy if she was better trained. As Poison staggered back, Gwen grabbed the tray and smashed it over her head, and then, taking the thin edge, drove it onto the small of her back and then again into the nape of her neck, knowing she wasn't strong enough to snap anything but it would be incredibly painful. As Poison lay still, she uncoiled a rope. It was another of Liv's creations, woven from the same nano-polymer they created from Peter's webbing, and incredibly difficult for even a symbiote to break, and began to hog-tie Cindy. Gwen stood over the broken form of Cindy. She hated having to cheat, but with Poison becoming violent, she needed to. But as she finished restraining her, she looked up at the sky as a ribbon of red spread across it. What the hell is that? The day before, waving goodbye to the jet, Peter headed into the encampment. He was expecting to meet Reed or Sue here, but the whole base was deserted. Scrunching his face, as it appeared nobody had been here for days, he heaved to sight too. The remains of the pyramid where Apocalypse had been buried and found several thobe-wearing men lazing around outside. A hookah had been set up and they boiled tea on a campfire nearby. Aim, he asked, flashing a badge, and one of the men took a puff and just pointed to the doorway. Peter sighed and shook his head. This expedition was being financed by Parker Inc., and paying a bunch of people to sit around wasn't his idea of value for money. It was fine when he was the one lazing about, but now he was paying for it. He would be having words with Reed. When did I become such an old man? He laughed to himself. Normally he just signed off on anything Liv put in front of him, even the larger and more expensive items. He could trust Liv to make a good decision, and Parker Inc. was making money, but he didn't like the idea of bankrolling Reed and his frivolous adventures, even if Gwen vouched for Sue. Victor, I get that, but and as Peter entered the main chamber he saw Ben lifting rocks, Sue, staring at a wall, taking notes, Johnny sitting on a rock, holding a ball and Reed and Victor standing in front of the rubble-filled doorway, arguing. It was easy enough to tell them apart. Ben was a huge bald muscular rugged-looking man, but with a kind face, and he seemed to be ignoring the pair as they argued. Johnny was clean-shaven, blue eyes and short blonde hair, and he reminded Peter of Steve, maybe a bit younger. Sue was attractive but when he judged her on everyone else she fell short, especially with the thinly veiled sneer she was giving him, and Victor was an older man. He knew Doomco had thrown their lot in with Oscorp and had been a driving force behind the Oscorp drones, but when the scandal hit, Doomco went down with them. Reed was the same age as Peter and had a bored, angry look on his face. Whatever they had expected to find here had obviously fallen short of Reed's expectations and now, he was complaining. Oh no, Peter interrupted, don't mind me. Apparently, sitting around is all the fashion. Well, good job Ben, and as the rock slid from his fingers he hastily stepped back to avoid it crushing his foot. Peter. I didn't think you'd be here, Reed said, folding a drawing and slipping it back into his blue jumpsuit. I can see that, but as I was in Wakanda, I thought I'd come over and make sure that everything was okay, and Victor snorted and folded his arms. Richards is refusing to allow the workers into the main chamber and Peter raised an eyebrow and stared at Reed. You want secrecy, and I know they're already planning on selling any artifacts we find. Several of the men even have guns, and Peter shook his head. Reed, we live in America, everyone has guns, but Reed shook his head. No, I speak Arabic, they have guns for, and he drew a finger across his throat, that's why they are outside. Peter sighed and let his mind touch the men outside. Reed was partially correct. They had been hired by a local businessman. If Reed and the others found gold or jewelry, they were to rob them but leave them unharmed. Even the Egyptian government wasn't stupid enough to antagonize Parker Inc., as the news of Peter's betrothal to Shuri had already hit the headlines. I'll deal with them, but that still doesn't explain why you haven't breached the main tomb yet. It's just rocks, and Ben stared at him. Yeah, that easy, it's just rocks to you and me, but to these three, they might as well be mountains. They ain't built like us, and as he rolled the rock away, Peter understood. The delicate flowers were unused to actual physical labor. Looking over at the blockage into the main sanctum, Peter figured that with Ben's help it would only be an hour or so of work if he did most of the heavy lifting. Reed, go tell the men to go home. We won't need them today. Ben, if I move most of this, can you take a cart to move it outside? Reed looked over at Victor hesitantly. Seriously? Fine, Victor, I assume you speak Arabic as well. Can you go and tell the men outside to go home? Reed, go sit out the way, maybe play with Johnny's balls or something, and he ignored the look of disgust Reed gave him, even if Johnny did snort. And Sue, what are you doing? And she looked over, cataloging, and went back to taking notes. He could feel the disgust and anger rolling off her, mind stone or not, and he knew this wasn't going to work. It was tempting to blank their minds and have them stand outside for the next hour while he did everything, but he knew Liv would get mad. It was a slippery slope to beginning to abuse the stone's power. He could deal with two petulant idiots without it. Good, then when we get back I would like a full report on what you're documenting. This isn't a sightseeing trip. You're supposed to be proving yourselves as worthy associates, not sitting playing with yourselves. And as Sue turned to give him a piece of her mind his simskin slipped over him and Venom leered at her, as his muscles thickened and his claws grew, for smashing through the rock pile. She froze and stared with her mouth open. Yeah, I get that a lot, and as Venom grabbed and lifted the boulder it had taken Ben 10 minutes to move, she shook her head. No, that's not possible. Where is the extra mass coming from? Height, weight, strength, all increased. Sue came over and was about to prod him with her pen when he moved away, still holding the rock in one hand. Yeah, not discussing that, and Gwen had better have been quiet as well. You are still on probation, collaboration, not an open house. And so far, I'm not impressed, and Sue huffed. I don't think but Venom interrupted her. No, you don't. Do you think I just added my name to the building and Gwen and Liv went along with it because they love me? You don't think that maybe I'm smart enough to have built my own tech, smart enough to have several working prototypes and smart enough to know when I see a bunch of screw UPS when I see them? You live off your dad's name, money, and contacts. So far, the only person here I'm actually impressed with is Ben. No offense Victor, but you're all complaining, and not working, and as he hoisted the rock up he dropped it and grabbed another one, and arguing definitely isn't working, and as he should Sue out of the way. And do you think I came here without making sure that I could defend myself against a gang of thieves? And the harness erupted from his back, each of the arms grabbing a boulder and moving it into the corner. Impressive Mr. Parker. The Octavius harness I assume. Victor said, nodding. Nope. Liv supplied the reactor but this one is mine. We worked on it together, without a horrible synaptic dampener she used in the original. Multi-sensory input, each limb can act independently and has a small range of touch and temperature. Liv took my design and fabricated it, and then started working on making it modular for sale. Unimpressed, Venom looked over at Sue and read, "Oh, and my abilities as an enhanced also include a method to monitor and translate the electrical impulses in your brain. Read, I don't care if you're not impressed, and Sue, I don't care if you think this is some kind of joke." The last one was a lie. Sue was actually still wondering how the formula was enhancing his physiology, but he'd had enough of their arrogant bullshit. Peter knew Reed's problem was jealousy. He'd been in various universities for years, since he was 10, and had enough degrees that anyone would snatch him up, but after being told countless times how much of a genius he was, and other than the paper had nothing to show for it, meeting Peter put him out of sorts. Peter had no formal education but was still making money, still had the labs and equipment he wanted, and the life he wanted. Sue's problem was just annoyance that Gwen was throwing her life away for a nobody. Victor didn't care. He knew Hammer had Oscar drone tech and he wanted it, and if it meant kissing Peter's ass for a few months, then he would do so, and Johnny was here for a holiday. It was Ben who felt a lingering sense of loyalty to Reed, as if he owed him something, but without pushing further. He would have to take it slow to find out what. "You know, this would be easier if you helped," and Ben wiped a sweat-stained sleeve on his forehead, "doing my best, but," and he motioned to the pile of large rocks. As his simskin slipped back, Peter nodded. "I know, but," and as the harness disengaged he slid it around him, "put this on. The interface is a little awkward, but really only as you're not used to having 4 arms. Just use 2 and you'll be fine." As Ben looked over at Reed, Peter raised an eyebrow and Ben looked down at the harness, almost apologetically. "Yeah, sorry so how?" and Peter held it up. "It is more comfortable if you're bare-skinned, but over your top is fine." Ben nodded and pulled off the top of his bright blue jumpsuit, revealing the thick muscles underneath. Peter also noticed a huge burn, stretching from one side of his chest, wrapping around to his back. A chemical burn, and from the location, it seemed like he had been shielded from the majority of it. Curious, he touched Ben's mind, and as he stared he got a picture of Reed, and a security guard, and with an explosion, Reed dragging the much larger man to safety. It though as Ben's mind concentrated back on the harness, and Peter figured that while Ben was feeling like he owed Reed a debt, Peter could probably discover that the fire was Reed's fault and the reason he was barred from the university. So and as Peter held it up, Ben stepped forwards. "You know that ain't," but as Peter pressed it forwards, it engaged and resized, wrapping around Ben, and the 4 arms waved like one of those advertising windmen behind him. "Oh yeah, that's a weird, but, yeah," and as the arms straightened out, Ben used 2 to grab a rock, taking another with the other pair. Rather than try and control all 4, he was using them in tandem, and Peter smiled. "You got it, big guy." His simskin slipped back over him and he began to tackle the pile of rocks. They took shifts. Moving rocks from one pile to another was boring, and as Victor and Reed sat around a small camping stove, Sue continued to catalog and write down the hieroglyphics on the wall of the vestibule. Peter ignored the belligerent feelings coming from the pair and the sense of boredom coming from Johnny. Victor was his normal blank self, and it wasn't until later that Peter realized it was the same feeling he got from Eric when he had that damn helmet on. Victor was shielding himself, and as he had no visible helmet on, he must have some kind of technology or implant. He hadn't noticed at first, but someone aware of telepaths and actively guarding against them was a worry. Was Victor guarding against him specifically, and if so, how did it leak out? He shook his head. There could be a multitude of reasons why he couldn't read Victor. It was being paranoid, and as the man seemed aloof but at least willing to work with him, he paid him no mind. It was Sue and Reed's constant mental barrage of indignation, annoyance, and plain anger that was grating his nerves. If this wasn't such a dangerous place, with who knew what level of security measures or advanced alien tech, Peter would have slammed his senses shut and then told the duo to go to hell. It took the pair 2 hours to carefully uncover and clear the entrance. Moving the larger rubble was easy, but once they got the door clear, the smaller pieces threatened another cave-in and the work became methodical and precise. Once the way was open, Venom stepped back and was about to switch back into a smaller form when Reed and Sue both moved forwards, pushing past him. He grabbed the pair, pulling them back. "Are you insane?" he yelled. "You have no idea what is in there and you're charging in," and Victor smirked. "No wonder you're barred from most labs. Stay there, and stay quiet. I'm not getting killed because you can't keep your damn hands to yourself." Peter was expecting an alien spacecraft. Selene had described it as a devil's metal cave, but he guessed that alien metal must oxidize as it was all rocks and dust. He motioned to Ben to follow him, still wearing the harness. Its 4 arms hovered behind him, ready to defend, or hopefully not, attack. "So, I might not be as smart as the other 3, but this just looks like a burial chamber," and to Peter, he was right. Sat in the middle of the rooms as a stone slab, with the same hieroglyphics written on it. Apocalypse must have been interred there, and while there were no visible exits, other than the main one, the room was empty. No signs that anyone had been here since its creation, let alone a few hundred years ago. "No, this isn't right. I have eyewitness reports. This was a spacecraft, not a cave, and it was full of," and he raised a hand. As his other senses stretched out slowly, Peter became aware that the walls that looked like rock were hiding something, and as he moved and placed a hand on one corner of the table, the surface changed into what looked like simskin. An organic interface. To the Mind Stone it was inert, and he was thankful it wasn't a symbiote hiding in stasis. He allowed it to connect to his armor, and from there, gained access to the whole ship. Ben, go and get the rest. This will only work for me until I figure it out, but as we're supposed to be working together, they should at least see this. Peter knew what the symbiote had been for. A bio-interface, allowing whatever pilot the ship had to control all its systems. With the death of its host, the symbiote must have been desperate as it sought out a new one. I thought this was supposed to be alien. Reed sounded almost disappointed, but Sue came over and lay a hand on the table in excitement. It's warm, she said, and her brow furrowed as nothing happened. Are you? And Peter nodded. It's an organic interface. I can connect to it with my powers. I'm accessing the ship's systems right now, but so far it's mainly error messages. Engines, weapons, life support, faster than light drive, all offline and critically damaged. Access to all other areas of the ship is restricted to commander-level beings only, and Sue placed her hand on the back of Peter's. Through that skin stuff, and as she gently pinched the tough simskin he laughed. Yeah, symbiotic skin, and it's not as frail as it looks. You said you were cataloging? Can you make copies of all the hieroglyphics in here? And she nodded and got out her sketchbook. Peter raised an eyebrow. Some plants and organisms are photosensitive, so you learn to sketch and not use flash photography on something that could be damaged, and Peter nodded. I'm trying to access the control systems. To find out exactly what the ship was doing before Apocalypse found it. So far the ship's logs had been all standard. Daily briefing logs that the interface translated into thoughts and feelings rather than words, and surprisingly it was boredom that he got. This wasn't some massive science or warship, it was a small scout, and it patrolled the solar system and then came back, each day for years. Whoever had left the ship here was guarding something else. If Peter's guess was correct, it was probably Wakanda, and as the thought of the huge city entered his mind he was bombarded with proper mission logs and statements. Write this down, as once I disconnect I'll lose it. It was a mental image, not a memory, and while Peter could remember it, it was better to have it catalogued. Solar Cycle 0023. 200 primitives captured and taken to the city. Vibranium deposit beginning. On and on, each solar cycle gave more and more information, as Peter read and emotionlessly regurgitated the ship's logs. It seemed an alien species visited Earth, millions of years ago, deposited the vibranium asteroid on the surface and began to genetically alter the local population, culling the weak and raising any species they found useful. Their experiments were to complete the great work and bring about the resurrection of the star gods. As each mutation brought them closer to their goal, the aliens became lax. Final entry. The hominids have rebelled. Their powers are greater than we can imagine. We have taken heavy damage and our dash and the log cut out. Peter took a step back and let out a sigh. So, the nuts were right. Space aliens did screw monkeys and make humans, and while Johnny laughed, Victor and Reed scowled and shook their heads. It was a joke. Lighten up, you two. No, you should be more serious. You know what'll happen if that leaks out. Space aliens interfered in the development of humans, a magic space city with Dash and Sue paused. Wakanda, they mean Wakanda, right? Shit, not just a log but proof. I bet the Wakandans knew, and Peter had a sudden thought. Maybe Shuri wanted a symbiote, not for study or research but because there were similar devices in Wakanda. If Wakanda was the site of an ancient research facility, it would explain why they were only 100 years or so above the rest of the world. They weren't using the vibranium to create new tech, they were trying to decipher old tech. He would be having words with her once he got home. While they were still getting used to their relationship, a lie of omission that big was a serious issue. It explained a lot as well. Why a flower of all things, unique to one area on the planet, gave humans super abilities. It had either been brought here, and the aliens used it, or it was grown as part of their great experiment. One thing Peter did know was Gwen was going to go nuts when she found out she missed this. He could feel the excitement rolling from Sue like waves, and while Johnny and Ben were unfazed by the announcement, even Reed seemed to be curious as to what else was in there. I want to take a break. Using this is taxing, and I don't want to break it, Peter said, as he lifted his hand, but Sue put hers on his and tried to press it back down. No. This is the discovery of a lifetime. I want to know more. And as she tried to push his hand back down, Peter raised an eyebrow at her. While I appreciate the soft hands, you're not going to make me do anything. So stop, before I make you stop. And as Peter lifted his hand away, Sue scowled. As she stood and crossed her arms, we need to make sure this is all catalogued before the authorities get here. We know you didn't tell them, and we know those men outside will report back what we found here. Peter laughed though and touched the edge of the table again, and it appeared to change back into the stone they found it as. Oh look, an empty room with some sand and rocks, and Peter smiled at Sue, but don't ever do that again. Ever. The smile faded and Peter stared at her with a disappointed look. This does need to be catalogued, and if I had activated the interface accidentally or pushing down on the table triggered something. The only person here who can activate it is me, so we do this my way, and at my speed. This is a joint enterprise, not a Storm Foundation expedition. You're not in charge, you don't get to give me orders, and as Sue pulled a face, Peter shrugged. I'm paying for this. Reed or Victor, I don't care how, go out and tell the men to move the rubble outside, let them see it's just a room, and then get them to go home. Nothing here, pay them and then get rid of them. We set up a camp and I'll get Wakanda to send someone who can maybe help. And as the five stared at him, Peter finally lost patience now, and he unleashed a blast of anger at them. Sue paled and shook, while Reed took a step back. Johnny flinched and Ben clenched his fist. Even Victor raised an eyebrow and glared at him. Once this is over, we'll be having words, Reed said as he stormed past and out into the corridor. Peter could hear him shouting at the men, and soon enough the rabble came in and began to move not just the rocks, but started to dig away at the sand on the floor. Heading back outside, Peter took out his phone and let his simskin slide over it, creating a secure connection only another symbiote could decipher. He called Shuri. Hey, did you know? He had no patience for any of this right now. Hello Peter, I am happy to hear from you as well, she answered curtly. Sorry, just, and he took a breath, I am happy to speak to you, but please, I need to know if you knew. And it was her turn to sigh. You are being vague, so no, I have no idea what you are talking about. The ship, the burial chamber in Egypt was a ship, and so is Wakanda, and he heard the tension vanish from her voice. I did, but any member of the Golden Tribe is under oath, an oath of death Peter, not to tell anyone unless they are of the Golden Tribe as well. You would never have been told, and if they failed the test, neither would any children. Peter thought back to the genetic scanner in the scroll. The testing. It wasn't to see if I was compatible, it was to see if I had an X gene. And now you know, I am free to talk about it. Yes, I knew. Wakanda is a research outpost and the people of Wakanda are the descendants of the original experiments. We rose up and killed our captors. There. Are you happy? But Peter took a deep breath. No, one last thing. Did you know about the symbiotes? And Shuri huffed. What? The Devourer. We knew they were dangerous, and they needed to be hunted, but no. We did not even know it came from the ship you found. Peter, what is wrong with you? I do not like to be interrogated in this way. I proved my trust to you, and you still doubt me. Sorry, Reed and Sue are dash, and he sighed. Their attitudes had put him in a bad mood and it was wrong of him to take it out on Shuri. I'm sorry, things aren't working. It doesn't matter, but this needs to be secret. And cutting the call, he sent Shuri a text. The ship has logs, and they explain a lot of things. I wasn't sure. I mean, now I know. Know what? You are making no sense. A symbiote is required to access the ship's systems. The ship has an organic interface, disguised as a stone table. Only a host using a symbiote can access it. That's what the one in your history books was for. They were using it as a key. It must have been in stasis until the Wakandan king disturbed it, maybe for thousands of years. Wait, no, that's not. Give me a moment. Peter stared at his phone as he watched the men bring out not just wheelbarrows of rocks and sand and dump them but mutter to themselves. He figured they were mad. The room was empty, and even as some moved rocks, others broke up their camp and their number dwindled. I love you so much. Tell me, what do you want? A threesome with Ororo? 100 Dora to service you, anything. Tell me and I will give you anything. What the hell, Shuri? There are stone tables all over Wakanda, there is even one in the throne room. I placed Yahalia against it and I saw it all Peter. I have control of the whole city. Peter had let the excited Shuri return to her exploration, while he dealt with the fuming four. Only Ben seemed to be happy as he continued to use the harness, unpacking the jeep that the others had traveled in, and made to set up their own camp. With his own rucksack and minimal gear, Peter set up slightly apart from them, Ben making large marquee tents in a circle, and setting up a gas stove in the center. Peter's gear was more compact and built many from the long chain polymer that Gwen and he had developed a long time ago. While a morphic simsel was useless, his webbing wasn't, and a thick but compact and light sleeping bag, tent, and a small Arkster-powered heater and stove were soon set up, and the six sat around the fire, with an awkward silence in the air. Right, well, this is stupid and I don't have time for it. Reed, get it off your chest. Sue, you can go next. Anyone else after that can get a turn. Peter stated as he dropped a spoon into his canteen cup. The MRE Ben had provided was satisfying if a little bland. I've got nothing to say. You waltzed here, took over, and without you, we would have found nothing and came home. Reed stated and sat back, his own meal tasteless and bland. Why did you come here, Mr. Parker? Sue asked, and Peter shrugged. I wanted to find out what Apocalypse had been doing. You read the report. If there was anything here to seriously threaten the Earth, we needed to know and neutralize it. Reed snorted, take it you mean, and Peter shrugged. Wouldn't be the first time. Dangerous things make dangerous situations. I've been shot, stabbed, gutted, thrown into space, and a whole lot more. This isn't a game. Apocalypse was an augment with centuries of power behind him, and the ability to use it. Reed snorted, I hardly think that an immortal being really existed. The science alone is impossible, and Peter shook his head. Really? So you don't believe Captain America was real, or Hulk, or Ultron? And Reed shook his head. I've seen into other dimensions, Peter, there's nothing there. Aliens might exist, but true cellular immortality is impossible. Super strength, superhuman abilities, it's just not scientifically feasible. Peter laughed, and because the great Reed Richards hasn't seen it, it doesn't exist? You arrogant jackass. What did you watch me do earlier? Did you not watch me move rocks that Ben needed a mechanical harness to lift? And Reed shook his head. You have too. The harness has a resizing option, so you have a spare, and Peter sucked on his bottom lip. You know, I have next to no shame. I live with 8 women, I really don't care. So and Peter stood, raised his arms, and slowly spun on the spot. As he came back around, his clothing shifted and changed from a pair of combat trousers and boots, with a shirt not a tracksuit, then a dress, and then as Sue gasped, nothing at all. Simskin. A symbiotic coating covering my entire body. I can control its morphic field, shaping it into anything I want, or reabsorb it back into my body, and Reed's eyes flicked down and then back up. I can see that. There are ladies present. Oh no, there's more. Johnny is marveling at how someone can have such a huge dick. Ben is thinking it's not that impressive. You think, amongst other things, that I'm trying to steal Sue, and Sue is wondering if Gwen cried when she first saw it or if she can take all of it. Victor, you are blocking my telepathy, and I would like to know how. Victor stared at him and then laughed. If you put your clothes back on, I will tell you, and as Peter let the simskin reform back into his combat pants and top, Victor parted his hair. I have a plate in my head, from an accident when I was a child. But Reed snorted. Telepathy? You expect me to believe that? I can accept you have some kind of unstable molecular clothing. Your tent is the same, right, but superhuman abilities? You're a charlatan, and whatever you're doing with AIM is only to get Killan's money. I saw how much he paid you. I know that he got your patents back. Peter shook his head. Aldrich gave me those in good faith for saving his wife. She was poisoned with a serum called Extremis, and I paid him back for those patents. He got a settlement when he left. Look, if you don't want to join AIM, I don't care. With Hammer dead and Aldrich gone, it's the three groups sat right here. Parker Inc., the Storm Foundation, and Doomco. If you say no, then who cares? AIM folds and we all walk our separate ways. I don't get what the big deal is. I'm trying to be as nice as I can, but you've got some slight, imagined or not. As Reed's eyes moved over to Sue, Peter shook his head. Really, I met Sue a few hours ago. I'm marrying Shuri of Wakanda, and have 8 others. Sure, you're pretty, but no. Why would you even think that? He doesn't. He's mad because I want to join Parker Inc. and work with Gwen, and he thinks I'm attracted to you. Sue sighed and admitted, Gwen gushed over you, and accidentally sent me a few pictures of that, and Peter laughed. That's it, and as he shook his head he rummaged in his pack and pulled out a small bottle. Reed, I don't want your girlfriend. No offense, Sue, really. The rest would kill me, and it's not a joke, and that got Johnny attention. You mean you really do have 9? And Peter nodded. Gwen, Liv, MJ, Felicia, Carol, Natasha, Laura, Wanda, and Shuri, and as Peter opened the bottle he tipped a small amount into a cup. Add that to your coffee. Yvonne says the best way for men to get over their differences is to get drunk, so let's get drunk. And as Reed sniffed at the cup. Is this cleaning fluid? Peter laughed. Gwen makes it. I'm resistant to most poisons, so it's a bit strong, but it's fine. And as Reed sniffed and looked doubtfully at Peter, it's fine, honest. Sue took the cup. Yvonne, Russian. And Peter nodded. Sue gave a single nod and drained the cup, coughing right afterwards. Shit, that is cleaning fluid. And as Reed rubbed her back, she sat up and with a slightly flushed face, waved the cup at Peter. Another, and he grinned and nodded, pouring a small amount into her cup. As she leaned back, she whispered in Reed's ear, unaware that Peter could hear them, and I'll prove just how much I don't want him. Later, my tent. Bring condoms, lots of condoms. The night devolved into a small drinking contest. While the day was fatal for alcohol, the night was cool and with enough coffee to make it last. The four got a good enough buzz that what differences remained in the morning was nobody's fault but their own. As Peter looked over at a very pissed off looking Sue, he figured from Reed's apologetic behavior that unsurprisingly, they didn't bring condoms. He could have offered some from his pack. He had them to use not as a prophylactic, but as a way to keep things dry, but he figured that being blamed for seducing someone's girlfriend when this time he actually hadn't done anything, that Reed could go fuck himself rather than Sue. Peter found Ben making more coffee, and as the sun rose, he helped by making breakfast. He was a light sleeper and up at the time normally. With some small packets of herbs from his own pack, the powdered eggs turned out better than expected, and with the addition of flat bread bought from the local market, it was a decent enough breakfast. If we are going to be working together, Mr. Parker, I for one would like to know what you are exactly. While Reed might not believe you are superhuman, I know that there is more in the world than just us. Victor asked. Peter had placed his accent as similar to Wanda's and figured he was from somewhere close to Sokovia. As an Eastern European, tales of witches and things that inhabited the remote forests would have been his bedtime stories. With the information on symbiotes going to become public knowledge eventually, and the super soldier serum being marketed under a different and more commercial name, Peter saw no harm in explaining at least some of his abilities. Sure, but let me check something. And after sending a text to Gwen, Sue's phone tinged, and as he checked the reply, he nodded. Right, so Sue now works for me. Reed, you're still a maybe as there are a few accidents on your file I want to hear your side of first, but, in the 40s, and Peter began to explain at least the brief discovery of the formula, Oscorp revival of it, and Gwen's eventual fixing of it. Extremis, symbiotes, and the augmented were for later. Once they were completely trustworthy. And you can prove this? Reed asked, and Peter nodded. The formula is just that, a chemical formula, which Sue will be working on, amongst other things. Parker Inc. is a research and development company, Reed. We don't just manufacture. In truth, right now R&D was all they did, manufacturing was still being worked on. Then Doomco accepts your partnership, but we do mechanical and will be seeking out a few technical issues we are having with our Doombots. And Peter gave him a half-hearted smile. You didn't get Hammer to help, did you? But Victor laughed. No, I did meet Mr. Vanko, and he was an interesting man. I would appreciate it if you did not interfere if I offer him a working position, and Peter shrugged. Too late. I offered him one at the expo. He has my spare harness, and I don't think unless you can match that, he'll move. And catching the look on Ben's face, Peter knew it might be the same for him as well. A certain breed of man, once you handed him a new toy, would be your friend forever, and with the gleam in his eye, he knew that with a small nudge, Ben Grimm would be part of Parker Inc. Victor snorted, I see that look, and you are right. Please in future, however, do not just poach every available employee on the market. I was led to believe that this was a partnership, not a dictatorship, and Peter nodded. Well, there are only two more. Johnny, we don't have a position for you. I mean, you're training to be a pilot, right? But Ben, we do need a head of security. Comes with a few perks. And as Reed gave Peter the stink eye, Johnny shrugged and went back to breakfast while Ben rubbed a hand over the harness he was still wearing. But Peter raised a hand. I know. The way Reed looks at you, I almost thought it was you and Reed, but I get loyalty. My only issue with Reed is his recklessness, and as Reed snorted, Peter tilted his head. Fine, 2010. An explosion in the Massachusetts campus, blamed on a gas leak, but it was in your class, was it you? And as Reed shook his head, Peter knew he was lying. 2011, the chemical explosion at Harvard, and again, a lie. Each time Peter asked, Reed shook his head and the lies rolled from him like clouds of poison. Final one then, were you responsible for the explosion that gave Ben his scar? But this time he let the Mind Stone wrap its power around Reed. Yes, I was trying to make fireworks to impress Sue and it went wrong. The mix caught fire after I left a Bunsen burner on and forgot about it. I only went back as I wanted to rescue a book Sue gave me, and Ben's face fell. What? No, it wasn't me. I didn't. And Peter pushed once more. And the rest? They were all me. Franklin Richards paid the universities off on the condition I stay off campus. Peter finished his coffee. Thank you, Reed, that's all I wanted to know. Reed stood and pointed a finger at Peter. No, you made me say all that. I didn't do any of it. But Peter shrugged. Thought you didn't believe I had powers. Reed had stormed off after that. Peter had made it perfectly clear that he was no longer welcome with the rest of the expedition. Sue, I won't hold you to your contract, nor you Ben, but let's be clear. People make mistakes, I've made plenty. I don't care, I cared. He lied. If he covered up those accidents, what else has he covered up? Sue looked guilty at her hands while Ben's face was frozen in a hard rock face of anger. Reed just doesn't know better. Can you give him one more chance? And Peter shook his head. Sue, he caused at least 4 accidents. The red flags went up when I found out even Banner isn't banned from the campus he trashed. I needed to know, but it was Victor. It is okay, Miss Storm. While Peter may not, I will happily take the young Richards under my wing. He may accompany me as we explore the ship further. And Peter shrugged. I assume we are exploring further. And Peter nodded. As long as Reed follows your instruction and doesn't touch anything I label as off limits, sure. And Victor smiled. Sue, tell me now though. And she shook her head. Johnny, and he shrugged. I just came along for the ride. I was bored. I'll give that harness a shot though. Can it fly? I mean, Iron Man can fly. And Peter huffed. No, it can't fly. This version can't fly, but we're working on adding in a few modifications, or we are now. Peter thought to himself. Well then, and Victor threw away the dregs of coffee in his mug and stood. I will find Reed and persuade him to accompany us, and well, good luck, Mr. Parker. And Peter sighed and nodded. While Reed wasn't a fan, he had just split apart a group that had been together for years, even unintentionally, and there would be fallout. It would be a barrier between Sue and Reed, and if Reed was as oblivious as she said, it might even break them up. Ben's face hadn't shifted, and even without powers, Peter knew that he was angry and betrayed at Reed's admission. It was one thing to lie about the accident, but another to let the man follow him blindly, acting on that assumption. Okay, the plan for today is to see if we can access the rest of the ship. From yesterday I doubt anything is working, but access will get us to the parts we need to strip. Shuri should send us some help to dismantle the ship and transport it to Wakanda, and the trio nodded, with very little enthusiasm. Hey, it's fine, if you 3 want to take a day I don't mind. It's not X- but Reed stormed back into camp. No, and he stood in front of Peter. Victor offered me a position, Ben one for you and Johnny too. Sue, I know Gwen promised you a researcher position, but Victor does have a bioorganic fuel department, and Peter did offer to let you out of your contract, but Sue stared at the cup of coffee in her hand. But it's not biochem, Reed, and that is what Gwen is working on. I'd be working with Gwen. And as she stared at him, don't you get that? And he shrugged. Still Parker Inc., still with him. And even Peter sighed. Dude, stop being an ass. She cares about you, and met me once, grow the fuck up. Peter, you're my boss, not my friend. Stay the hell out of this. Sue snapped, and Peter shrugged and finished his coffee. Be at the entrance in the next hour, and walked away. See. Reed pointed at Peter's receding figure. He's interfering, but Sue moved and put a hand on his shoulder. I knew about the labs, Reed, but I didn't think you hid it from Ben. You need to apologize to him, and make this right. And Sue lifted her head and kissed him on the cheek. We're fine. We'll always be fine. My job is just a job. You are important to me. And as she pulled him into her embrace, but I'm not quitting my dream job to work on biodiesel. Now Ben. And as she brushed the side of his hair with her fingers, she smiled. It'll be fine, Reed. Sue let go, and headed to the main entrance as well, leaving Johnny and Ben alone with Reed. Yup, great talk, and as Johnny patted Reed on the shoulder, don't screw this up, my sister is a lot more forgiving than he is. He heard to catch up to the pair. Ben but Ben shook his head. Did you save me because I was there, or because you wanted to? Red was confused. I saved you because it was right. I caused an accident, and I hid that from you, but I didn't save you or lie because I wanted to. I saved you because it was right. And the lie, and Reed looked at Ben. I didn't want to lose my only friend. Ben snorted and shook his head, a small grin creeping into the corner of his mouth. I gotta say though, this harness, it's pretty great. You got a harness, and Reed laughed. I'm sure I could make one. I mean, if Parker can build one, how hard can it be? Jackass, Peter thought to himself. I should steal your girlfriend just for that alone, and as he shook his head she smiled at Sue. Great, Johnny, is everything fixed? And Johnny nodded. Victor offered me a post. He's got a few cars for the European market that need test drives. Peter looked at Sue, who shook her head. You're a crash test dummy, and as she nodded, perfect, at least you're qualified, and Peter laughed. Reed and Ben soon made their way over, and Ben rubbed the back of his head. Gotta decline Pete. Victor offered me a job as well, and with Reed working there, I gotta take it. It's just you Susie. I mean, gonna split up the family, and as the guilt was laid on thick Sue hesitated for a moment. Why don't we actually finish this assignment, and you can decide once you're in New York, Peter said pointedly. Yeah, sure, sorry Pete. Ben stammered. He was right though, this was still on his dime, and talking about jumping ship with their current boss was bad manners, even if he was just a kid. Peter frowned. Great, now, once Victor gets here, we can start, but Reed pointed to the entrance. Victor already went inside, and as well as frowning Peter shook his head. Then, I guess we should join him. Not that he could do anything unless there were more symbiotes on Earth. He doubted that anything was able to access the ship's systems. Victor was poring over Sue's notes, and comparing them to a set of hieroglyphics on the furthest wall. If Miss Storm's notes are correct, I believe there are several hidden compartments, storing supplies and weapons. It might be an idea to secure them first before we open anything else. Anything with an active power core should be dealt with, as you said Peter, just in case of an accident, and while he didn't say it, they knew he meant Reed. Let me, and placing a hand on the table once more, Peter accessed the ship's schematics once more. Almost immediately he was swamped by a barrage of error messages. The ship's engines weren't just offline, they were empty, and that at least meant no fuel for an explosion. He hoped. While the ship's schematics were available, some of the words didn't translate through his simskin properly. A world in the alien language with no English translation, he figured, and while he could guess it meant fuel, what the actual substance was, he had no clue. Looking for weapons as well, he found that the ship had some projectile weapons. He guessed were missiles of some kind, but once more, the error messages he was getting indicated that nothing was volatile, and nothing was active. We're fine, the ship wasn't carrying any heavy armaments, and it must have been fissionable, as even the engines are empty. He caught a mild look of annoyance on Victor's face, but as everyone had their own agenda, he ignored it. As long as he wasn't a Nazi Hydra agent in disguise, Peter could understand wanting to be the first one to market with alien tech. He was having similar thoughts himself. Right, we've got cargo, medical, engine room is gone, and I mean gone, not just shut off, and something that won't translate into English but I think might be storage? It's small enough, and whatever is in there is locked behind a, and he shrugged. You is the word I'm getting, but nothing in English. Some kind of metal I guess, or alloy. Victor rubbed a hand on his chin. Can you call up the cargo manifest, or the last ship's log? See if we can find out what their last mission was, and Peter nodded. No journals, worth a shot, and without explaining he sought out the ship's black box. Right, escape craft, no passengers though, only a mineral, maybe? I don't know. Other than the medical bay, which we're standing in, there is only the storage bay accessible right now. We'd need machinery to dig the rest of the ship out. Peter was confused. He knew that Shaw and Selene destroyed a lot of the machinery here, but the cave-in and the dust didn't look 2,000 years old. When he plundered Shaw's mind, he didn't get anything saying that he'd been back to grab the tech. Maybe he did something to himself to stop anyone from finding out. It also explained where he got the cloning facilities from, and why the weapons and engines were empty, but then how did he? And it finally clicked. Harry. Monarch's ship, the shield generator and the spawning tanks. Harry had been here, and even Shaw didn't know. He was working with Shaw, and if he found out about the ship, he could access its systems. We're not the first here, Peter admitted. I think Osborn came and grabbed everything he could, quietly so as not to alert anyone. That's why it's all gone, and well, it is all gone. When he tried to take over, S.H.I.E.L.D. and I destroyed it all. Whatever is in that compartment is all that is left. Harry must not have known how to get to it, or it was under rubble and he couldn't. Reed nodded. Only one way to find out, and Victor agreed. Open the chamber, and we can at least see what it is. A new mineral might be advantageous to us both. If there is enough. Victor added. Peter also agreed. If it was vibranium, then he could let them have it. Shuri made sure that Parker Inc. got their share of vibranium, and from the size of the compartment, Peter knew it was barely a kilogram. As he accessed the controls, a series of hieroglyphs on the far wall lit up and the wall just melted, leaving an opening. Neat, Peter said, and Victor stepped forwards. If I may, Peter. While this is your show, I would at least like the honor of seeing the discovery firsthand, and Peter shrugged and nodded. Sure, but I think it's either vibranium or an alloy, and as Victor peered into the room, And we are both wrong, and reaching forwards brought out a box. The box was still shiny and smooth, with no apparent latch on any of the sides. Victor held it in his hand, tilting it from side to side, but there seemed no way to open it. As they all looked, the top split along the center line and flipped open. As the contents rose on a black material cushion, the room was filled with an intense red bright light, and as Peter tilted his head, his eyes went wide and he sprang towards Victor. "Don't!" he yelled, but it was too late. Victor touched the red gem with one finger, and the world changed. Stephen was reading from a book, giving Wanda a lecture on the different types of magic when the sanctum rocked. Not just a simple earthquake shudder, but the whole building seemed to tilt and then right itself. As Wanda picked herself up from the floor, Stephen shook his head. "Stay here, do not leave the sanctum or open any exterior doors or windows," and hurried away. Wanda dusted herself down and decided the safest palace would probably be with him and followed. Stephen looked over a spell array. Its bright blue circles trailed and circled each other, and he cursed as he ran a finger over one. "There has been a dimensional attack. We need to wait until it stabilizes and then we can see what has happened." But Wanda looked confused. "Dimensional attack? But then how are we still alive?" And he sighed. "What use is the Sorcerer Supreme if any attack on reality just erases them? The sanctum has wards that protect it. It's and he frowned and nodded his head from side to side. Complicated. The sanctum technically exists within its own dimension, sealed off from the earth. Wait, we're in another dimension," and he nodded. "I perfectly safe, but if we open a door, we let the wards down and it alters us too. So tea," and he waved a hand and his favorite tea set appeared. "I'll pour." Soon enough the blue circle indicating the wards shifted position, and as he sipped his tea, he moved a hand over and spun one around. "It's safe. And it seems it was an infinity stone. My favorite." And Wanda looked at him. "You know about the stones?" And he looked surprised. "I'm more surprised that you do. Care to explain?" And she looked guiltily at her cup. "I am your teacher, you know. It makes it easier if I know what I'm dealing with." And Wanda scowled and sighed. "Peter has the Mind Stone. But I did not think it could do that kind of thing." "It can't." And as Stephen waved a hand, a pile of books appeared next to him. "Start with the top one and work backwards." And Wanda took one. Okay. What am I looking for?" And he smiled as he took the next one down. "Simple. The easiest way to find what changed and when is not with a spell. You simply leave a selection of encyclopedias in a safe palace, outside the wards, and once the anomaly passes you see if they're still there. As they were. We now check each year, working backwards until we find out what changed." Wanda was now even more confused. "But, if reality has been altered, how does that affect history?" And it was Stephen's turn to sigh. "Of the 6 stones, there are 2 that are considered the most dangerous, the Power Stone, as it is just raw power, and the Reality Stone. See, while the Mind Stone, or the Space Stone, even the Time Stone can all be used for disastrous effects, the Reality Stone can affect all of reality, including space, time, and people's minds. Unlike the Time Stone," and Stephen waved his hands in front of it and the room was filled with a green light, "I can only alter events. So A to B to C becomes A to D to E. Anyone with the power to travel in time can reverse the events I created, but the Reality Stone can manipulate time itself, so rather than A, B, and C, it's X, Y, and Z." And Wanda picked up the tome, "And we just check the difference in events until we find where reality changed." Stephen smiled, and picked up a plate. "Clever pupil, have a cookie." And as Wanda took one and bit into it, "But please don't get crumbs in the ancient tomes. I think Wong was outside, and once he's back, he gets very grumpy about that kind of thing." And while Wanda brushed off the page, she rolled her eyes at him. The pair sat in silence until Wanda stopped. "I found it. 1944. The events of the war are different. Right until the creation of Captain America," and she turned the book around to let him see. "Captain America, the results of a secret America super soldier project. The ancient one. A German scientist has made a startling discovery using a serum. I checked to make sure he was not dabbling in the dark arts, as so many of our German brethren have begun to do in efforts to aid their homeland. It is for all intents and purposes a simple chemical, but if his notes are correct then it will change everything. During the experiment, a young technician, fleeing his home country, saved Captain Rogers and Dr. Erskine from Nazi collaborators. As a reward, I tracked the newly christened Captain America across Europe to the young man's home country, Latvia. Saving it, and Europe from the Nazis, Eric von Doom was granted American citizenship, and with the help of Howard Stark began manufacturing Doombits, a newly created robot army. See, I know this. During the war the Nazis attacked Latvia and annexed it from the rest of Europe. They renamed it Sokovia and began to use it as a staging ground for the war efforts. Captain Rogers came in and liberated it, but like Germany, the European governments kept them separate, and Latvia fell into ruin. Wanda explained, Captain America was saved, but we know Dr. Erskine was not. He changed history, to change the future. Stephen took the book. That is more problematic than I had hoped. I can use the time stone, but unless you want to murder an innocent man, I would also have to deal with the ancient one as well. There is nothing we can do for the cause. And as he closed the book and laid it back on the pile, no, we need to find the reality stone right now, and use it to set things back the way they were. But how? We don't know anyone or anything about this new world. Even if we can find the stone, how do we get it? And Stephen gave her a small smug smile. Peter Parker has the Mind Stone. While I have many things I cannot tell you about the powers of each stone, or what knowledge the Sorcerer Supreme has, there is one thing I can tell you. If he has the stone, then the reality stone could not have altered him. As long as he still has his powers, he'll still be the same. But Peter is not a sorcerer or an augment. He was given his powers. If those events didn't happen, he would be an ordinary person, stone or not. Stephen sighed and his brow furrowed. The Mind Stone requires power to use. If he is a normal kid, then the Reality Stone would have changed him. We can still use that though. You have one of his creatures, don't you? And she nodded, allowing Hexen to cover her. We know the Peter, and we will help. Good, your memories of him, coupled with the stone, will be able to resist the influence of the Reality Stone. We'll need to bring him here though. There might be side effects of having two sets of memories, and he might not want to follow. Wanda smirked and gave Stephen a look. You think he can resist me? And as Hexen shrunk into a scarlet miniskirt and form-fitting blouse, Stephen shook his head. You can't. For all we know, that will get you arrested for indecency. And Wanda nodded and Hexen became a set of more conservative clothing, a long skirt and cardigan over a top. I will still head out. We should be able to find him faster, as long as New York is more or less the same. I will remain here and see what else had changed. For all we know, it could be a paradise out there. Wanda paused and stared at Stephen with a shocked look on her face. You mean, if it is better you would leave it? And he nodded. Altering reality is dangerous, altering it back even more so. If the condition of the outside world is not worse than the world as it was, then yes, I will leave it alone rather than risk destroying all of reality to set it to what it was. Wanda was shocked. No, what about all the lives that have been changed, or lost? Stephen shrugged and poured himself meow tea. And what of the lives that have been made better and created? As Sorcerer Supreme, I have to weigh the risks of complete reality collapse against those factors. Wanda, I'm not refusing to help, nor am I saying that I won't attempt to change it back. It could be a war zone out there, it could be a utopia. While we can pore over books, the only way to find out how bad it actually is, well, is to go out, and with two of us, I can stay here. Stay safe, you mean? Wanda said, huffing and crossing her arms. Yes, that, and I have never met Peter, so you are the obvious choice. You know where he might be, or where any of his companions might be. I can search the whole city and not find him. You can look for 5 minutes and bring him here. Stephen put his cup down. This isn't about staying safe. This is about the most practical and time-efficient way of dealing with the problem. Wanda frowned. I still don't like it, and she sighed. But, you are right. As she checked her clothing, she took out her phone and set an alarm. I will stay out for 1 hour. If I am not back, something has happened to me. Checking a phone book for a list of names should not take longer than that. Assuming the library still has one, and Wanda raised an eyebrow at him. I can change my mind, Stephen, and you can go, and he raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I will give you 1 hour. As he called up the control spells for the wards around the sanctum, Wanda prepared herself. I pulled them back. Once you leave, I'll extend them back around the whole building again, and see what changes have been made, if any. And Wanda nodded. And good luck. Wanda pursed her lips. I hope I don't need it, and turned and walked out of the study. She felt a slight buzzing against her magic as she walked through the ward, but nothing changed. The rest of the house was still exactly the same as before, but as she turned to tell Stephen, she noticed the milky white bubble across the doorway. Half-heartedly shrugging, Wanda made her way outside, and as she stood on the steps of Bleecker Street, she needed a few moments to compose herself. To her, New York was gray, and without admitting it, slightly depressing. She was used to fields and sight of evergreen trees, and the gray concrete of where Peter and the others lived was unpleasantly drab. This, however, was worse. The mix of architecture that dominated New York, from Art Deco 20s to modern glass and steel, were all gone, replaced by uniformed blocks of either houses or offices. From the outside, their uniform concrete walls bore no difference. Even the windows all had uniform curtains, and with no lights on in any window, it was impossible to tell what the inside was like. The streets themselves were busy though, and the crowd flowed down the streets as if this was a normal New York day. Wanda cast an eye over the attire of women as they walked, and Stephen had been right. Long skirts, cardigans or jumpers, and hats. It seemed like fashion had been frozen in the 50s, and as Hexen shifted slightly, her outfit changed into a more sedate brown and gray color. Suitably disguised, all she needed to do was find Peter, and then they could begin to fix things. As she stepped off the small set of stairs, she lifted her head as she heard, "Unregistered mutant detected. Please remain calm, citizen." And the crowd scattered. Felicia Hardy, also known as Black Cat, ran through the streets, holding her side. The damn Doom patrollers had finally caught up to her, and as they fired their guns, one stupid punk kid had caught her between the thick armor plates and hit something important. She knew it was important. Blood didn't flow that fast from a flesh wound, nor did the weakness she felt in her legs come from a minor injury. But her life and the lives of the men that had been with her weren't important. Getting the tablet and its contents to the resistance was worth any amount of lives. As she collapsed against the side of the building, it looked like an abandoned warehouse. The squad pulled up and exited their ATV. "We found her, ma'am," the officer, decked in black body armor, with green trim and a stylized helmet, said into his radio. "Hold her, ETA 5 minutes," and the squad took up positions around her, keeping their guns trained on her. "Move and we fire. Our orders are to contain you, but we will take action if you try anything." Felicia was too hurt to even move, and weakly held up a bloody hand in surrender. As she closed her eyes, the 5 minutes passed quickly, and soon a rough hand slapped her awake. Mayor Osborn personally ordered your execution, Black Cat. You should be honored, said a strangely familiar voice, and as Felicia opened her eyes, the blue eyes of Gwendolyn Stacy looked right at her. She had changed since information camp. The once long flowing blonde hair was buzzed short, and one eye had paled into uselessness as a scar crossed over it. You led us on a chase though, all for what? This, and she pulled at Felicia's side, taking out the data slate, with information concerning Grand Central Holding Facility. Captain Stacy didn't care though, as long as she caught the subject, she would be rewarded. She didn't even have to bring her in alive. They had resistance members before, and they never talked, never broke. No matter what you did to them, rape, torture, surgery, none of it broke them, easier just to kill them than waste your time. Captain Stacy had even heard a rumor circulate, mainly through the top brass, that some higher agents had booby traps tied to their heartbeats, or set to go off if exposed to the air, like during an autopsy. It was all hearsay though, and Gwendolyn hated hearsay. She did love this part though. Goodbye, and Felicia never felt the blade as it slid across her throat, all she felt was the warm flow and the difficulty in drawing breath. As Gwendolyn watched her slide down the wall, she frowned at a sudden thought. Leaning forwards, she pulled the patchwork mask off and froze as she recognized the woman she once called friend. As the drizzle of rain began, he remembered the times they shared, the stolen glances, leading to more, and her eventual imprisonment and re-education after their tryst had been discovered. As the rain wet her face, she lifted a hand, and hidden by the rain, she wiped away the tears in her eyes. Strange, she thought to herself, all for a woman, and as she stood she brushed down her uniform, no matter. One less rebel to deal with, and one less problem for New Doomsburg. Motioning to her driver, they opened the door and Gwendolyn sat in the back seat. Take me back to HQ and take that with us, she said, motioning at the corpse. The mayor will be pleased. Ma'am, we're receiving reports from a patrol that an unregistered mutant has been found, and the radio operator touched the side of their head again, listening. Bleecker Street. She already assaulted the Doombit, and has so far resisted attempts to capture her. Gwen sighed. Another fucking mutant. Fine, take us there. Goddamn mutant freaks. They should know by now that using their powers in the street was summary execution, and that life in the military wasn't so bad. Gwendolyn herself made sure the flyers and rewards for the information leading to the capture and enrollment of any powered individual would set up a low-grade citizen for life, but still, they refused to listen. Her father was right, those on the bottom always get jealous of those who work hard and earn their way to the top. Gwendolyn had personally beaten every cadet at the Doom Minion Academy to get her posting. Even her father's position as chief interrogator had no bearing on her achievements. Some people though wanted to cheat, wanted to game the system and simply coast along on borrowed power. Gwendolyn snorted. Mutants, powerful inhuman freaks gifted from birth by a special gene, their X gene. It didn't matter that the same gene caused horrifying physical mutation or deadly powers, all they cared about was they had power, and normal everyday people like her and 99% of the world didn't. Even their anti-mutant task force was stretched to the limit, and Doombots were useless. They could report a mutant, but most could simply destroy them and escape. Which was what had Gwendolyn confused. Why was this mutant still at the same location? Why was she resisting and not escaping? She would find out though, and maybe this would earn her colonel stripes. As the armored truck drove down the streets of New Doomsburg, renamed after Victor's father, took control, she saw the crowds of people. She sneered and shook her head. It was ration day, and the crowds would be out to gain their weekly stipend of food. President Doom ordered that rationing be continued after the war. The United Russian Federation had continued its offensive, even after the Nazis had been beaten, and the renewed war effort took most of the money and land. As the crowds thinned, Gwendolyn saw the mutant they were after, and the street was strewn with wreckage. Several of the giant humanoid Doombots had been torn to pieces by the woman, tall, slender but well endowed. She felt a familiar tingle and shook her head to push it to one side. This is work, and she's a damn mutant, she thought to herself, ignoring the attraction. Men, Trant rounds, if she's powerful enough to take out bots, then we need to take her for examination. No one uses live rounds unless I order it, and while her men loaded a blue clip into the guns, she purposefully loaded a red-lined clip into hers. President Doom had created a gaseous anti-mutant formula, strong enough that when any mutant breathed it in, it stunned them momentarily and stopped them using their powers. As the van pulled up, Gwendolyn kept her eyes on the target, noticing the red energy surrounding her hands. Damn, she thought, a freaking blaster. Hopefully, she wouldn't kill too many of her men before they took her down. She hated being made to look bad, especially as she had already taken care of one criminal today. By the book, odds first, then evens. I'll deploy once we see what her capabilities dash. But she was interrupted as the top of the armored car was ripped off, the red energy of the women surrounding it. As the reinforced steel buckled and squealed, Gwendolyn shouted, "Weapons free, fire at will," and her men all dived for cover before raising their stun guns at the woman. Gwendolyn herself moved behind a parked car, ducking along the side of the sidewalk and hoping to catch the woman off guard. As rubber bullets bounced harmlessly on a red energy shield, the taser wires of the stun guns fell to the ground, unable to pass through it either. Gwendolyn cursed under her breath and hoped the gas would be effective. Peering over the back of the car, the woman was busy lifting and slamming some of her men into the pavement, and taking her shot, she fired. As the gas cloud over the woman, Gwendolyn heard her cough, and as the red cloud cleared she inwardly cheered as she saw her down on one knee, slapping her chest trying to clear her lungs. Gas? And you think that will work? The woman stood and a strange suit of armor covered her, grey with red runes over it Gwendolyn had only ever seen on President Doom's armor. We are Hexen, and we see you, Gwen. The car Gwendolyn was behind lifted up, and as she scrambled back it was crushed into a ball and thrown at the armored car Gwendolyn and her men arrived in. Not my Gwen though, no, we do not like what we hear from you, and with a wave of her hand, the 9 men and Gwendolyn were lifted and brought into the street. We hear your thoughts. You are thugs, no better than criminals, and Hexen slammed anyone conscious into the ground until they stopped moving, leaving Gwendolyn hanging there. As a streak of red energy touched Gwendolyn on the side of the head, Hexen tilted hers in response. You do not know Peter, and she shook her head. But we can still use you, and Gwendolyn nodded. This woman was amazing, she was perfect and Gwendolyn loved her, no matter what anyone said, she was her life partner, no matter what she did, and if she needed to find Peter Parker then Gwendolyn would help her. Hexen glared at her and seeing the world through Gwendolyn's memories she shook her head in disgust. Doom had purposefully extended the war front into Russia, spurning the weather, relying on mechanical soldiers. His Doombots were praised as giant sentinels against the Axis threat, but nobody saw the danger until it was too late. Built by him and Howard Stark to combat the weather, Stalin and his mutants had retaliated rather than retreating, and over 70 years later the war still raged on. Wanda knew though that after the damage she caused, that she would have to play along or risk being exposed and really captured. You will cuff me, and take me to Peter Parker. He asked for me. Wanda felt no guilt at using her more aggressive powers on the people here. Jackbooted thugs were less than people, and even though the woman wore Gwen's face, Wanda was disgusted to think that her friend could ever follow such ideals. The one thing that surprised Wanda, Peter's parents were still alive, and known to the captain. They were 2 of Doom's elite soldiers, his Doom minions. While not high on the ladder they were still big shots in New York. While she might want to call Gwen by her otherworld name, she refused to call her new home New Doomsburg. The egotistical jackass could screw off on that one. It was bad enough to know that the rationing she suffered in Sokovia was affecting a great city such as the Big Apple. Even as she looked around, she saw very few smiles, most wore grey, thick layers, and the fashion sense of the world seemed stuck in the Depression era. Men smoked pipes and she even spotted a few kids, watching others playing with a beat-up football, their dirty faces hinting that the child labor laws that prevented abuse were not present in this reality. Gwendolyn motioned to one of the jeeps and she climbed aboard while Gwendolyn took the driver's side. This New York was not her home and seeing the mess it was in, you could tell which neighborhood was rich, as the trash and the people soon vanished. Looking out the window, Wanda could tell that rich did not mean free. Heavily armored guards patrolled, with green flashes on their arms, watching couples wearing style straight from the 40s. Technology and science had stopped, and even the neon signs were replaced by old-fashioned department stores and grocers. Cars were sparse, and the military jeep looked out of place riding behind a horse and cart. It sickened Wanda to her stomach. Even if Steven disagreed she would not stand for this level of barbarity. Whatever Doom had done to this world, she would find Peter and then she and Steven would tear this dictatorship apart to give these people back their lives. They say the best day of your life is the birth of your first child. For Peter, at age 8, it was soccer. His mom and dad had taken him, and they were on the sidelines cheering when he scored the goal that won them the cup, and as promised, they would be taking him out for pizza afterwards. As they approached the car, they saw the scruffy man, holding a gun in one shaking hand, but as he moved, a giant black and green Doombit descended, and he was captured in its thick tentacles and vanished into the night. Peter fell in love with robots at that very moment, but for now, pizza was more important. As part of the Doom minion, his parents arranged for him to be taken around one of the facilities, where he asked awkward questions well above his age, and his parents beamed as the technicians failed to answer. With hushed whispers and quiet nods, Peter's future was decided, as was the fate of any incompetent technicians unlucky enough to cross their paths. From that day forth, Peter's life changed. With a Doom scholarship, even at 8 he was enrolled in the best technical information camp and began to build, improve, and love his new life. Even as a child, he was given dangerous and wonderful technology to work with, and for him, it wasn't studying, it was playing. It was a wonder he couldn't explain, and even the Doom-assigned playmates he was given to learn to socialize were given a better life because of him. He failed to notice the fear, and sometimes hesitant reluctance to engage him. They were his friends and that was all that mattered, even if a few of them did get hurt as he showed off his new toys. Some came and went, it was only Mary that stayed by his side, and she awkwardly smiled at him as he worked. A tiny pink tongue sticking out as whatever he had been given was disassembled and reassembled, repaired or better. Even as they grew together, Mary was always by his side and as they hit puberty, he began to change, and as he paid more attention to her, so did she. When their information camp finally separated the boys from the girls, and their educational paths changed, she was still there. Unknown to him she had been assigned as his designated partner and he never saw the small tears in her eyes as she was taken to his room each day. Life began a glorious event for Peter. Mary had finally come to his bed, and graduating to manhood he graduated from the junior information camp. Mary's education would stop there. She would be expected to manage his home while he worked, and had been taken for feminine educational training. Peter didn't question what that was, but as the smile on her face grew brighter each day he figured that it must be a good thing. He never saw the pills she took each morning, or the injection she was given once a month. He had even been given a small staff, and each day more tech was brought in, and each day he labored hard for Doom tech. Life was amazing, and Peter loved it. He had friends, a loving girlfriend, and above all a job he loved. He only had one problem: his family. His Uncle Ben had been bad-mouthing President Doom and had been taken to a re-education center. Peter wasn't worried. He'd worked on the helmets they used to make sure everyone was compliant, and while crude, the technology only altered certain synaptic pathways slightly. A small dose of chemical here, and voila, you had one happy citizen. As long as the dissidents were kept re-educated then things were perfect. Peter didn't care though, as he barely saw his uncle. He did have a passing fascination for his aunt though. She was young and slim, and the guilt of Peter's adolescent thoughts about her faded when he found out she wasn't his real aunt. She had married into the family. His parents had sat him down. He had failed re-education. An underlying heart condition, missing on his annual medical, had proven fatal during a session. He had been buried, and Aunt May reassigned. Peter sighed and spent the night taking comfort from Mary. He didn't mind as she swallowed a few pills first. A lot of his co-workers used them. Pills weren't his thing and so they weren't important. Only his work and Mary were. Even the persistent cough he developed was ignored. The doctor told him he had a small benign tumor in the center of his chest, but as it hadn't grown and didn't match any of the known cancers he opted to keep it. The painful recovery from an unnecessary surgery would only cost him time in his lab, and a cough was only an irritation and nothing to be worried about. Things were looking great for Peter Parker, which was why when the Doom Patrol knocked on his door and dragged a handcuffed and very angry-looking woman into his home, he was suddenly having a bad day. Gwendolyn Stacy, 2nd grade Doom Patroller, sir. I retrieved your subject. I won't report this, as we both know I'd get a reprimand, but please sir, take better care of her, oh and maybe get her replacement papers. And as she turned, the confused Peter raised a hand, and as he looked over at the very attractive redhead, she put a hand on him and he smiled at her and changed his mind. He frowned. Why did he do that? He had no idea who this woman was, but as she touched his face, he suddenly felt very calm and realized he didn't care. Oh Peter, what have they done to you? She asked him and he shrugged. Nobody had done anything, he was great. Sit with me, and tell me everything, and as he felt the compulsion to move they sat on the couch. Who is it, Peter? Mary asked from the bedroom. When she had seen the patrol woman she had hidden, afraid Peter had decided to replace her. As she saw the redhead, the stunning redhead with a fair complexion and much larger chest than hers, she burst into tears. Please, no, please, she begged, and the woman looked at him quizzically. MJ, and Mary felt a warmth envelope her and she moved over and sat next to the pair on the couch. I won't hurt you, I promise, and the pair nodded. Wanda sighed and took a deep breath. So far this had gone horribly wrong. Gwen was a jackboot Nazi, and Peter seemed to be an ordinary guy with some kind of government connections. MJ was a wreck, and Wanda could feel the waves of panic rolling off of her, and she felt the fear that she was being replaced and would be repurposed and reassigned to another man. Wanda clenched her fist in anger. What the hell is going on here? She thought to herself, but when she tried to connect to Peter, to get a straight answer, she felt the Mind Stone resist her powers. Shit, she thought, I need to remove it. MJ, can you go into the bedroom, please? I am not here to replace you, and as she cupped MJ's cheek with her hand she nodded and moved away. Peter, do you have the Mind Stone? And he shook his head. Damn, without powers he doesn't know about it. Right. This might hurt, and as she felt for the stone within his body she found it. Damn it, she swore again. Peter kept the stone within his chest, and without his powers, it had calcified into a tumor, so close to his heart that any attempt to remove it would probably kill the powerless man. Then a thought struck her. She remembered Stephen telling her that anyone could become a sorcerer if they practiced and studied, that he was once a surgeon before he became Sorcerer Supreme. I wonder if he could remove it, or at least help. Wanda really didn't want to kill him, even if this was not her Peter. Well, at least I don't have to walk back, and as she fished the sling ring out of her pocket, MJ, and a tear-streaked face of the distraught MJ peered around the door. Come here, and she nodded and obeyed the mental commands of Wanda. She hated using her powers on the people she cared about, but this world was too different. Do not panic, and follow once I say so, and the pair nodded. Swirling her hands, the portal to Bleecker Street opened at the top of the stairs. Stephen warned her a long time ago that trying to pass through a warded area would be painful, if not fatal, and so she hoped that even if the crowds saw the portal, they wouldn't fall in panic. As the trio stepped through, and Wanda hurriedly pushed them into the sanctum, she was unaware of the Doombit patrolling the area. Unknown runic formation detected. Initiating magical countermeasures. As the Doombit's front lit up and a runic circle appeared, it fizzled after a few moments and the Doombit hovered in place. Magical countermeasure failure. Contacting Sorcerer Supreme. As Victor watched the recording of the current Doombit and of the one earlier, he clenched an armored fist. They had finally made a move, and it seemed that New Doomsburg would be the battleground. Stark, prepare my private jet. Assemble the Doom minions. The Resistance has finally made its move. As a seemingly harmless suit of armor in the corner eyes lit up, the suit moved off and into the corridor of the White House. Stark knew if Doom was mobilizing not just himself but the rest of the Doom minions, then the danger was real, and the fight would be intense. A cruel smirk crossed his bearded face. Good, the last resistance member he caught, Carter, hadn't lasted more than a few days under his care, and he was looking forward to getting another test subject for Project Ultron. Trying to stick a human brain in a robot body was not as easy as it sounded. As he pressed a panel, he called the rest of Doom's personal guards. Wrath, the meek and docile Banner who made the mistake of ingesting a formula that mutated him into a giant green brute, with no brain and a lot of muscle. Doom personally took down the monster and with his advanced synaptic collar, made him controllable. Banner was gone though. Doom had injected him with something that made his change controllable but made the man an imbecile, uncaring that the once brilliant scientist was now nothing more than an animal. Warhawk, a tactical and weapons specialist, who once Doom had granted him a special formula, became even deadlier. Stark heard he once tore off his own fingernails and killed 5 enemy activists with them. He reveled in cruelty and had gone through 6 wives already. His latest, Laura, was only spared as she had gotten pregnant. Strikeforce, one of the original members of Steve Rogers' team, replaced him after a mission went wrong and he fell from a train. Stark knew the truth though, after one of his father's drunken ramblings. Bucky Barnes had been brought to Doom's side and given the order to kill him. A patriot like Rogers would have fought Doom's takeover of the US, and after liberating Latveria, Doom had no use for him. And finally, himself, Ironmonger, with his own specially designed armor, almost as perfect as Doom's design. As Victor and Tony grew up together, and their fathers worked together on the original Doom bots, it was only natural their armor was the same. Doom had access to certain tech that Tony just refused though. His mystical elements were beyond what Tony would accept, and he simply refused to have anything non-scientific in his armor. He had even helped Victor kill his father to claim his ancient armor for himself. He had no clue though his own father would be caught in the explosion that took their lives. Tony watched as Victor strode down the corridor in his resplendent matte black armor with a green flowing cape covering it. With a sneer, Tony followed him. One day I'll get revenge. As Wanda led MJ and Peter through the aperture, Steven shook his head. I said, Peter, not your girlfriend as well, and Wanda just tooted at him. Of everyone, it had been MJ she had sought out first, and the pair had bonded. MJ had proven more than willing to accept her advances and they were spending a lot of time together. Peter, it seemed, had a fetish for redheads and watching the pair was one of his favorite things, and Liv had been happy to join as well when Gwen and Felicia were on date night. If I left her she could have called the police. Did you want them to follow me here? And Steven frowned and shook his head. It's fine, I guess. But we need to make sure she doesn't become disruptive, does he? And Wanda shook her head. No, he has no powers. He thinks it's a tumor. Thankfully he didn't get it removed. Steven caught the look. And you want me to open him up and take it instead? And she nodded. You know it's been years since I practiced, and I was a neurosurgeon, not a cardiovascular surgeon. Wanda shrugged. Is that still not better than me using my powers to rip it out of his chest? And he snorted. Anything would be better than that, my dear student, but I still have the issue of not exactly being set up for surgery. Can you not just conjure something? Or maybe one of these ancient relics could be used, and she motioned to the sanctum's full display cases of the more exotic magical instruments that the ancient one had collected. Ah yes, of course, just let me use one of the many cursed or dangerous magical knives on your friend. It's been a while since any of them were used for human sacrifice, and he pursed his lips. It should be fine, and Wanda rolled her eyes. Fine, fine. Then what? And Steven smiled. Use your powers to gently remove the stone. It will be painful, but you have something that can make him compliant and explain everything all in one go. As Wanda looked confused. Me, Hexen spoke in her mind. With a weak Peter I can bond with him and remove the stone without hurting him. Are you sure? Even without powers, Peter is still your maker. I and Wanda sighed. I don't want you to get hurt. Hexen flowed on to Wanda. We are sure. We wish to finally taste the Peter, in our own way, and as Wanda held out her hand Hexen flowed from her and latched onto Peter, who barely struggled as the symbiote flowed into him. Oh Wanda, it is glorious, we taste him and it is wonderful. And Steven coughed. Sorry doctor, we always wished to touch the petterer but his powers were too great. Steven frowned. I thought he made you all, why would he be dangerous? And Peter coughed for a moment and held the yellow gem in his hand. We are absorbed back into him if we attempt the bonding, and as she held out the mind stone to Steven he shook his head. Sorry Wanda, you need to take that. I have one, and Wanda frowned and Steven sighed. Some stones can be held safely, such as the Mind Stone, others need a shell of metal to contain their power, and carrying more than one makes the power of each stone multiply. If I hold the Mind Stone as well as the Time Stone I wouldn't be able to control the power of both. If it is the Reality Stone we're dealing with, it might be prudent to bring MJ or Peter with us. Someone needs to control the stone while we fix reality. Hexen, how is Peter? And Hexen rippled. We are in control, your mental commands are strong, and he is a man, nothing more. Hexen replied, we taste him and find him lacking. This is not our Peter, but still, he is the same deep down. We should trust him, we will share and he will know of us, and you. Are you sure? And Hexen nodded. Then do it. And Wanda let go of her mental domination of him. Peter gasped as the control Wanda had over him faded and the effect of being bonded hit him. He had never felt anything like it before as the strange tickling began under his skin and spread up his spine and into his brain. The only thing he could think of was pins and needles, slowly pickling their way up and dancing over his brain. Then the memories hit. SHH, Hexen whispered, we love you and we share ourselves with you. Hexen knew to start slowly. While she was the youngest, she had been swapped to everyone else, and the experience of the older hosts had become hers. Peter had taken great delight as well in letting Wanda indulge any and all fantasies she had, and Hexen had drunk deeply of his essence. She slid smoothly into his mind, for Peter would have been able to stop her, but this one was a child, and as she discovered his life, she shared Wanda's as well. Sokovia, the warehouse, the women, the loves, and lives of them all. Wakanda and Shuri, and finally the strange eruption of energy and the changing world. Peter sat on the floor of the sanctum, grasping his head as another set of memories came into his mind. Raw emotions flowed through him, and as he stared at the red-headed woman he knew what she meant to him, but not him. He knew someone had messed with the world, but it was only through this creature that he cared. His world was perfect, and as he spotted Mary sitting on a couch with her eyes closed he knew he didn't want it to change. President Doom warned them, the URF used strange and mysterious methods to sway the citizens, and these two must have kidnapped him and were trying to make him part of their resistance. With his parents high-ranking officers in the Doom Minion, and as he was slowly working his way up through the technical core, they knew he could get them access to the top military installations in New Doomsburg. No, Hexen hissed, we do not lie, and as she let him experience more, Peter grew red and flustered. Staring at the woman again, he was bombarded with images of her naked form, writhing under him, of her and Mary both pleasuring him. She loves you, we love you, they all love you. But Peter knew it was a trap. He had never met this woman before, and the helmets used in the re-education centers used a similar method of realigning negative thoughts. There was no beautiful woman. There was no creature inside him. It was a hacked helmet, one someone was using to try and sway them to their cause. Then we do this the hard way, and as Hexen squirmed and flowed over him she bonded to him fully. We are Hexen, and he is stubborn. Wanda felt the confusion and adamant refusal of the world they were presenting to him. It is not working. Peter is unwilling to help, and Steven sighed. Then we need another plan. No, we know how to fix this, and Hexen dived into his mind once more, and while his powers were non-existent, hers were not, and soon it was not his flesh that wrapped around the Mind Stone but hers, and he gasped as she unleashed it against him. She had taken a lot from Peter, and from MJ as well, and she flooded his mind. We do not wish to hurt you, but we must, and she unleashed all the hidden pain they shared. Peter felt Flash rant and rave about an unassuming Peter, of how MJ must still have feelings for him, and alone she wept. Peter sat, holding a soaked rucksack, while he watched Flash and his crew laugh. Hexen filled him with the rage he felt at Flash and the peace he found after beating and throwing him off a roof. Each hurt, every slight was filtered into Peter, and under the enormous pressure of her psychic assault he broke down and wept. Stop, please, stop. But Hexen wasn't finished. She swirled and slid from his and onto Mary, covering her, and as the pair shook, she took from her before sliding back. Peter saw her taking a pill, like always, a sedative, to make the torture of lovemaking pass faster, once a month injection of heavy antipsychotics, as the man she was forced to spend her life with remained unaware of how she felt. Trapped and afraid. Classes to make her the perfect wife. Stripped and embarrassed as she was taught now to please him, and reduced to nothing more than a household appliance. Her only purpose was to cater to his every whim and desire, and finally, as the helmet was slipped over her head, removing any rebellious thoughts, she would be perfect for him, she would please him any way he desired, and Peter's mind broke. Under the assault of the fresh memories, the pain and the guilt crashed against him, and Hexen knew it was time. Filling herself with the stone's power, she took the shattered psyche of the altered Peter and filled it back in with her own experiences of him, the loving tender Peter who checked Natasha every day, spoke in quiet whispers praying she would recover. The attentive Peter who worked on projects with Liv, who sparred with Laura and then chased her around the bathhouse, who cooked breakfast for them all and cleared away their plates, receiving kisses and thank yous as they all headed to work while he remained at home, working on his designs. She shared their love lives as well, showing what she knew of whose bed he hopped to and the little kinks and fetishes they all enjoyed so much. The Peter who simply laughed when he found MJ of all people buried between her legs, the pair finding a mutual attraction, and as they slid up the bed, shared a look and invited him to join. Wanda took no pleasure in her work, but the altered Peter was a product of a regime designed to make those at the top complained and unwilling to give up their power, and that was not the man she needed. Peter's head glowed yellow as Wanda continued her assault, and it wasn't until he raised a hand, "Stop, please, I know, I'm fine, please," that she stopped, and Hexen slid back into him. "Are you okay?" Wanda asked him. Peter shook his head. "I know what you did. I have enough to remember, but it's not me, it's like being a ghost. I'm not him, I know I'm not him, but," and he shook his head again, "but I'll help, I'll make the world right again." Wanda looked at him. Hexen, and as his clothing rippled she nodded, glad that this Peter hadn't done anything strange to her, and that he was telling the truth. "There is one problem though, that patroller said you were a mutant," and she nodded, "then you have to stay here. They have built-in gene scanners. The URF uses mutants as shock troops, and being unregistered will land you in jail, or worse." Peter had heard his parents talk of the camps where they used mutants for testing. President Doom had a mutant sterilization project, and the few mutants that were allowed to wander the streets wore a control collar at all times, rigged to explode if they used their powers. Steven looked over at Wanda, and looked concerned. "I don't think that's a good idea. We need your help, but you have no idea what you're looking for," and Peter shook his head. "And you'll be dead. They'll take you away, collar you, and if Hexen is right and it doesn't work, they'll kill you." So that's your choice, trust me to do this or die. Dressed in her uniform, Peter's mother, Mary, cut an impressive figure. She was taller than both Peter and his father, Richard, but that hadn't been passed on to Peter. What had been thought was her good looks. Her face was warm and kind, a stark contrast to the black and green fitted uniform, adorned with several medals and stylized golden buttons. She had been relaxing at home when both Richard and she had been called in to deal with a report, and thankfully, Peter had come looking for them, and they had been able to keep it quiet. For now anyway. As she sat the cup of coffee substitute in front of him, she ran a hand over his shoulder, noticing that he had bulked up since their last meeting. So, she asked as she sat across from him, "What's wrong, Peter?" Peter sighed and stared at the cup. "Mary and I are having problems. I work late, and I'm never home. I just don't know how to fix it." And his mother sighed. The lie was necessary. Outright asking where Doom's labs were would make his mother suspicious. She always asked him about home, then work, and she always made coffee for him. When she switched to asking him about work, he could make up another lie about wanting to switch careers, and see if she knew where the other departments were. "Drink your coffee, and I don't know. Mary just has to accept that your work has to come first. You are a valuable asset to the Doom Minion, and your work helps a lot of people." Peter sipped his coffee, a luxury even for his parents. Real coffee was even rarer, but the ground root substitute was still something that only the higher UPS got to drink. "It is drugged, follow my lead." Peter almost spilled the whole cup as he pulled it away in surprise. "Everything okay?" Mary asked, and he nodded. "Hot. But what about home? A relationship requires work, and Mary needs to understand that. I can book her in for re-education, that should clear everything up." But Peter shook his head. "No, the chemical makes you compliant. Agree. Something wrong. Just stiff. After Ben, I've been working out more. If I overwork, I might get sick." "Does what happened to your uncle bother you?" she asked. "No," and he shook his head again. "The centers are necessary, and it was a shame, but accidents happen." Good. She wants the truth from you." We can feel her curiosity, and her anger at something else. "That's right, but what about May?" And Peter looked pensive at his mother. "I miss her. She was nice to me." And Mary nodded her head. "Anything more?" Peter's face went red, but he shook his head. "I never," and Mary laughed. A long time ago she had found several indecent pictures in Peter's room, of women who looked similar to his aunt. It was a teenage boy's curiosity and she ignored it. She just needed to make sure that wasn't the cause. "It's fine, Peter. We all have phases like that, but, drink up," and Peter nodded, taking more sips of the coffee. "Tell me about Bleecker Street." Shit, he thought, but Hexen laughed. "I've been seeing a girl, I want more from Mary, and I found someone else," he said automatically. "What the hell?" Peter thought, "Don't make me say stuff like that." "A prostitute," but Peter shook his head. "A local girl, she can't work, so I give her money and she lets me do what I want to her." "Whatever you want." Peter nodded, "But stuff," and his face turned a bright shade of red. "I know she's not really my mom, but give me a break." "And she swallows." "Hexen? Nothing else." Mary probed, but Peter shook his head. "I was embarrassed. Mary does a good job around the house, but she is lacking in the bedroom," and Peter held the cup in front of his face, trying to hide his embarrassment. "She believes you, but be careful, something else is going on here." Mary shook her head. It was normal for Peter to want more from life. Even she and Richard both had additional sexual partners, but while it all added up, the report of a mutant girl hiding at Bleecker Street, and now the report of runic magic being deployed still nagged at her. "Have you ever gone to Bleecker Street for anything else?" But Peter shook his head. "No. Why would I? There is nothing there." "Is the local girl a mutant?" Peter's cup was now half empty, more than enough serum that if she asked him to strip and perform ballet he would. "Mutant? No." "Is she part of the rebellion?" "No." "Did you ever fantasize about having sex with your aunt?" "Yes." Peter's responses, while embarrassing, were robotic, Hexen keeping his emotional turmoil at his mom's questioning under control. "Did you ever try?" "No, but I watched her shower once." "What's your favorite sexual position?" "From behind." "Why?" "I like to grab Mary's breasts and feel them swinging." "Are you a member of the rebellion?" "No." "Do you know anyone else at Bleecker Street, or have information about the attacks today?" "No." "Why were you there?" "I had sex with Wanda." "How do you feel about work?" "I love it. I help people feel safe." "And President Doom? He's a genius. I wish I could be more like him." It all added up. The cleanup crew had the Doombit's remains retrieved for analysis within half an hour. The mutant had been taken into custody but disappeared not long afterwards, and the patroller had no recollection of who she was or what she looked like. If he was just there for sex he would have missed everything, and Mary doubted the couple have admitted to anything too passively if the serum wasn't working. As Peter stared at the cup, his eyes slightly out of focus, she looked over at the bedroom door. "How are his readings?" And his father came out, holding a long strip of paper. "Heart rate is normal, a little higher than it should be but with no baseline. We can't say it isn't normal. Everything is right on the money. He's not lying," and his jaw tightened a little. "About anything?" And Mary laughed. "Stop being jealous, he's your son." And he tooted and rolled his eyes. He had petitioned to have May assigned to him. Peter's tastes ran very close to his own, and the relationship between Mary and him had been part of their assignment. Once Peter hit 18 they were being separated and reassigned. May would have been a bit of fun while he waited to see who his new partner would have been. The only anomaly was a slightly higher than normal temperature. It's almost 40 degrees, and Mary frowned. Moving over, she placed a hand on Peter's forehead, and as he looked up at her, she blinked in confusion. He doesn't feel hot, is the gauge working? And Richard nodded. I use you as a base reading, as we know your vitals. He is burning up. It is us, we make the body warmer, even as we hide within you. Be ready. Ready for what? Peter, and he looked at his mom and smiled. How are you training yourself? I take an injection. I get it from the black market. Drugs? Seriously? You're going to tell my mom I do drugs? Shush, we need a reason, or would you rather tell them you are host to an alien? Be quiet, stupid man, and let me do the thinking for us both. Where is the black market? In the remains of Chinatown. Mary smiled. I think we found enough secrets from our little Peter for today, and she ran a hand over his hair and lifted his chin to her. I am sorry, dear, but we needed to make sure you weren't part of the rebellion. I'll make sure Mary and your little friend are both re-educated. I'm sure we can work something out. If it keeps my baby happy. Richard tooted. When he had brought up taking May into their home, Mary had just stared at him and tapped the knife she liked to carry, and he never brought it up again. But no more injections. If you want to make sure you're healthy, I will train you. Peter nodded. Yes, Mom. But we do need to know what it is you've taken. Richard, dear, get the kit out. And as his father moved back into the bedroom, he brought back a sample kit and several vials. No, we cannot. I will be exposed. I am sorry, Peter. As his father unzipped the black case, Peter stood, sorry, and Hexen poured over him. A tendril shot out and batted away the case, and Hexen dived for the window, knowing the door would take too long to open. Mary, momentarily stunned by Peter's sudden actions, pulled out a pistol he had holstered on the small of her back and fired 2 shots at him, hitting him squarely in the shoulder. As Hexen shrugged off the bullets and they clattered on the floor, Mary took a second to realize her shots had no effect, and this time adjusted her aim and fired twice into the back of his head. Even the second round of shots had no effect, and the creature Peter had become ran at high speed and leapt at the window, thudding against the glass, almost comically. The apartment is bomb-proof. Sorry, dear, but we insist you come with us. You didn't tell us, Hexen hissed. I didn't know, did I? My apartment isn't, Peter yelled back. So what now? Hee, Hexen giggled. Bomb-proof is not Hexen-proof, and as she raised their arms, several circles of a pale red light shimmered above her hands. Please, not my mom, and Hexen tooted. As if we would, and the circles darted out and sliced thick gouges from the glass in a square pattern. Wanda was imprisoned in glass once and refused to let something happen again. Mary dived forwards and, reaching under the table, pulled out a much larger caliber shotgun. As she raised it and aimed at the creature's chest, she hesitated. Sorry, Mom, he said, and tensing he leapt forward again, taking out the fractured glass and launching himself out into the cold air of the city. Shit, Mary yelled and grabbed a walkie-talkie. Peter was compromised. Get Doombots and a squad of patrollers to my address, and Bleecker Street is a go. I repeat, Bleecker Street is a go. Richard, knowing his combat expertise was lacking, had retreated back into the bedroom. He was her tech support and as such stayed well away when the fighting started. Chinatown, but she shook her head. We both know Peter wasn't affected by the serum, it was a lie. If he was at Bleecker Street, and we know he was, then that's the real target, and Richard nodded. He wasn't going to attempt to comfort her. They had had this talk years ago. The marriage was a sham, forced upon 2 agents to produce a superior new generation, and while Peter was the product of that, they both knew he was also a good way for the rebellion to get to them and had been prepared. Richard and Mary hadn't had a relationship in years, and both had been stir-released after Peter was born. Their familial duty completed, it was now a life of work. Orders, and Mary touched her earpiece, and sneered. Return to base for decommissioning. We're both suspended until they catch him, and Richard sighed, the polite way of saying they were under arrest, and once Peter was captured and interrogated, it would be a re-education center for the pair of them, and if Peter said anything that made their superiors doubt them, it would be a firing squad. Well, at least it was fun, and as Mary nodded, she began to strip. Richard gave her a confused look. We both know how this ends. So, one last time. You've got 15 minutes, and if I don't come, I'll shoot you myself. Richard laughed and pulled his shirt free. They might not have been in love, but the sex had always been great.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.